Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 100. Chapter 100, Hero Saves the Beauty, is no longer suitable for this version. Chapter 100, Hero Saves the Beauty, is no longer suitable for this version. What is this Ryugan Kashi? Kenichi could not help glancing at her. Good heavens. He had not expected to run into something like this just to buy materials. It was both ridiculous and irritating. This is one of the products we have launched here. The woman introduced it with practiced enthusiasm. Kenichi took the pamphlet and skimmed it. Was this not just a Ninja World version of loan sharking? Hidden fees, absurd interest, a 7-day cycle. Disgusting. If you choose a loan of over 1 million taels of gold, we can also. The woman licked her lips at him, her expression full of deliberate allure. Kenichi almost laughed. What else could she possibly mean? Get bled dry down to the marrow. No need. I will pay in full. Kenichi curled his lip. He did not need a gold loan. If anything, he wanted to toss a thermobaric bomb at people like this and send them to the Pure Land so they could sober up properly. He truly disliked this sort of thing. In his previous life, one of his college roommates had gotten involved with it. Borrow 10,000, receive 5,500, then somehow owe 12,000 back. At first, the roommate acted smug. When repayment day arrived, regret hit like a hammer. He tried to dodge it. The collectors went straight to his parents' home and forced repayment. 1 day late meant an extra 200. In the end, the roommate was even expelled because of how bad it got. Those people had shown up at the school to collect debts, calling the principal and demanding payment like they owned the place. They were not human. All right. The woman's smile did not change at all. She tallied the amount smoothly, then hurried off to fetch the stock. Kenichi waited in place. He was not in a rush. If anything, he used the time to study the shop with a thoughtful look. He was thinking about money. During her sales pitch, he had learned a little about the store's background. This was a chain that operated inside black markets. According to her boast, they had a branch in every black market and offered comprehensive gold loan services. That also implied they had real power behind them. Even an elite jonin could not simply default. If that was true, then this place must be swimming in money. If someone ever turned on them successfully, they would get rich overnight. Kenichi considered it for a moment, then discarded the idea. It would become troublesome to buy supplies afterward. If he wanted money, he could just take a few war bounties. Nagato had said many villages were now very interested in him. After all, Kumogakure had been bombed into a miserable state. Iwagakure had even offered an outrageous price for the ninjutsu he had developed. Kenichi knew it was not ninjutsu at all, it was a weapon, but outsiders did not know that. Kumogakure might know, yet they had not said anything. No one knew why. At the same time, Kenichi also understood something else. While the villages were interested, they were also secretly researching how to counter his thermobaric bombs. In a way, he had single-handedly pushed the ninja world into upgrading defensive barriers. If this world had a stock market, the barrier industry would be celebrating. Sir, these are your items. The woman hurried over, panting lightly as she stopped in front of him. Even while catching her breath, she looked at him with the same seductive gaze as before. Her legs, wrapped in white stockings, brushed against his leg as if by accident. Kenichi accepted the sealing scroll without expression, checked it, confirmed everything was correct, then stood up. He left. He had no interest in anything this place was offering beyond materials. It was not surprising that salespeople in black markets had side work. It was not that Kenichi was some saint. It was that places like this were filthy. Who knew what kind of infectious diseases could be lurking around? If he caught something, it would be a headache. But I do not think there is AIDS in the ninja world, right? Kenichi muttered to himself as he walked. He was not sure if it was because shinobi generally had stronger constitutions, but some diseases were rare here, and some did not seem to exist at all. With his supplies secured, Kenichi planned to head back. The moment he stepped into the street, 2 people rushed him. They were 2 ragged sisters. They lunged toward his legs in a frantic scramble, as if trying to cling to him for protection while a merchant chased after them with an angry roar. Kenichi's lips twitched. What was wrong with today? Why did every step come with something ridiculous? The next instant, a sharp bird-like cry burst from his hand. In the blink of an eye, his hands pierced straight through both sisters' chests. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Kenichi withdrew his hands, then gently closed their eyes. You. The merchant who had been chasing them stumbled back several steps, his face turning pale. Kenichi smiled at him. The birdsong rang out again. You are broke and you still want to rob someone. Kenichi squatted down and slapped the man's face with the money in his hand. Do you have any professional ethics at all? You are putting me in a difficult position. Two sisters in distress, a hero rushing in, and then they fall for him. Do not be ridiculous. This was the cruel ninja world. Kenichi had already seen it with his Sharingan. The sisters looked like they were grabbing his legs in panic, but they were actually holding syringes, likely filled with poison. So he simply connected them, clean and direct. A unique experience, in its own way. He had originally planned to kill the merchant on the spot too. Then another thought surfaced. Living sacrifices. Materials for the first Hokage's cells through Edo Tensei. So Kenichi spared him. Temporarily. After all, no one survived by becoming a living sacrifice. Humming a cheerful tune, Kenichi dragged the unconscious Chunin away. Along the way, people in the black market stared at him with strange expressions, but no one stepped forward to stop him. Those with experience could tell what kind of technique he had used just now. They also understood the gap in strength. No one was foolish enough to jump out. That disappointed Kenichi a little. What wonderful consumables. They were practically delivering themselves all over the black market. What a waste. Just as Kenichi stepped out of the black market, he saw a white-haired man walking toward him. The man glanced at Kenichi, then at the Chunin he was carrying. Kenichi narrowed his eyes. He actually ran into Jiraiya. P at Trian Christmas discount, 20% OFF. P at Trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 101, Chapter 101, Jiraiya's brand new work, absolutely unforgivable. Chapter 101, Jiraiya's brand new work, absolutely unforgivable. Kenichi glanced at Jiraiya, then kept walking, the unconscious Chunin still slung along with him. He had no intention of speaking. With his face swapped, Jiraiya would not recognize him anyway. To his surprise, Jiraiya followed. Hey, kid. Who's the guy you're carrying? Jiraiya asked, sounding more curious than concerned. Kenichi narrowed his eyes internally. Jiraiya had traveled the world for years. He had seen far worse than this. There was no way he was asking out of simple kindness or boredom. So what was he really probing for? Spoils of war. Kenichi answered after a brief pause. He deliberately lowered his voice, forcing it into a hoarse rasp. Jiraiya's interest seemed to vanish immediately. He chuckled, turned around, and started toward the black market. Kenichi let out a quiet breath of relief. He was not particularly afraid of Jiraiya, but dealing with him was always a headache. More importantly, Jiraiya was stubborn. Once he decided to do something, he usually saw it through. Like that time he declared he would capture Kenichi's teacher and Kenichi himself, then actually track them all the way to this point. That was why the teacher had abandoned those bases in the Land of Fire. Jiraiya never stopped searching. Annoying did not even begin to cover it. Kenichi was just about to leave when he felt movement behind him again. He turned sharply. Jiraiya had turned back as well, and his hand reached out as if to grab Kenichi's wrist. Kenichi's guard snapped up instantly. Then Jiraiya froze and withdrew his hand with an awkward grin, clearly realizing how suspicious that had looked. Hey, bro, quick question. Is there a bookstore in this black market? Kenichi's lips twitched. No wonder the teacher said talking with Jiraiya was exhausting. I do not think so. Kenichi considered it briefly. The black market was not large, but he had not explored every corner. He had only come to buy what he needed and leave. You can check yourself. What a shame. Jiraiya sighed, his face full of theatrical sorrow. I wanted to sell my new book here, earn some royalties, and fund my travels. Kenichi's interest rose despite himself. It was Jiraiya's book. Anyone who knew, knew. Jiraiya had written serious novels before, too. The Tale of the Gutsy Ninja, for example, had been especially beloved by Minato. Of course, the most famous title in the future would be Ika Ika Paradise, the kind of literature that could make Kakashi treat a bookstore like a sacred shrine. Lord Jiraiya writes books? Kenichi asked, sounding mildly impressed. Is it another Tale of the Gutsy Ninja? Oh. Jiraiya brightened instantly. You have read my work. He did not seem surprised that Kenichi knew who he was. As one of Konoha's legendary Sannin, Jiraiya had plenty of fame. I have read a little. Kenichi nodded honestly. He had read it, but not by choice. He had found it in the trash while cleaning up after his teacher. Back then, Kenichi had only just become Orochimaru's disciple. He had been prepared to work himself to the bone just to survive, because he knew exactly how ruthless Orochimaru could be. Instead, Orochimaru had been unexpectedly easy to deal with and had not dragged him onto an operating table as a test subject. That alone had made Kenichi's life dramatically easier. Still, chores like cleaning had fallen to Kenichi. And that was when he had found Jiraiya's novel. Only one copy, but he had finished it. He had to admit, it was genuinely interesting. Hearing that, Jiraiya looked even more pleased. His eyes gleamed, and he pulled out a thick stack of papers. "Want to take a look at my new book?" he asked eagerly. "I can only show you the first part." Kenichi paused, then nodded. Since Jiraiya did not recognize him, a little conversation would not hurt. Jiraiya laughed, delighted, and shoved the stack into Kenichi's hands. Kenichi barely glanced down before he spotted an embarrassing number of words that would get a manuscript banned on the spot. That alone made him silently conclude he had guessed correctly. So this really was Jiraiya's masterpiece. Ika Paradise. Kenichi had never expected to get his hands on an early draft. If Kakashi ever learned about this, he would probably pay a fortune for it, especially if it was a limited version. Too bad Jiraiya would never hand over the full manuscript. Still, Kenichi could always try negotiating later. Stranger things had happened. Then his eyes caught the title on the first page. The Untold Story of Me and Orochi. Kenichi choked. Cough, cough. What was this title? Was it not supposed to be Ika Paradise? How did it suddenly become The Untold Story of Me and Orochi? With Jiraiya standing right in front of him, and a name like Orochi in the title, Kenichi's brain immediately started running in directions it had no business running. He forcibly shook his head. No. Misunderstanding. It was probably just a different name. Then he read the opening properly, and his expression grew stranger by the second. This Orochi was basically Orochimaru with the name swapped. The story followed a poor boy who accidentally inherited the legacy of the god of shinobi, then became a disciple of the Hokage of Konoha, the strongest village. He had a proud blonde loli on his team and a seemingly aloof black-haired boy as well. Then, by accident, the protagonist discovered the true identity of that cold, long-haired figure. A beautiful girl with long, straight black hair. From there, all kinds of scenes unfolded, packed with dense descriptions and shameless detail. The writing was smooth, the pacing was confident, and the hook was strong enough to drag a reader along without mercy. Kenichi had to admit it. Even if this was a new work, Jiraiya's foundation was solid. His technique was sharp. It was captivating in the most dangerous way. But one thing made Kenichi's scalp go numb. Why was the beautiful girl with long, straight black hair called Orochi? Kenichi slowly lifted his gaze to Jiraiya, his expression turning complicated. "Lord Jiraiya?" he asked carefully, voice tight with disbelief. "What is this?" P at Trian discount, 20% OFF. P at Trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 102, Chapter 102, Jiraiya, this is art. Chapter 102, Jiraiya, this is art. Kid, it's obvious you've been living under a rock lately. Jiraiya grinned and threw an arm around Kenichi's shoulder like they were old drinking buddies. Kenichi's expression did not change. He simply glanced sideways at Jiraiya, waiting to see what nonsense he was about to sell. Jiraiya leaned in, voice dropping theatrically. "Let me tell you. According to reliable sources, Orochimaru, one of the 3 legendary Sannin, is actually a woman." Kenichi's eyes widened in genuine shock. He had not expected the rumor to spread that far. After all, the teacher only used impure world reincarnation after leaving Konoha, then took over Yuki's body. In that sense, the teacher really was moving around in a girl's body now. The problem was, the teacher had always kept using the same familiar face. He almost never changed it. And Kenichi had no idea where the teacher's original body had gone. It was probably preserved somewhere, or disposed of long ago. Kenichi had mentioned the teacher's current body to Sasori before, and Nagato also knew, but neither of them looked like the type to gossip. So how did this get out? And how did it end up in Jiraiya's ears? Seeing the stunned look on Kenichi's face, Jiraiya's grin turned smug. "At first, I didn't believe it either," Jiraiya said, waving a hand. "But the rumor kept spreading, so I asked around. Turns out it started with a bounty hunter. According to the story, that bounty hunter had been on the battlefield between Konoha and Kimogakure. He claimed he saw Orochimaru's face get shattered by Heavenly Demon's technique, revealing the face of a beautiful woman with long golden hair. Bounty hunters were veterans in their line of work. They had a certain credibility, so people naturally believed them more easily. Jiraiya still resisted at first, but when enough people repeated the same tale, he had to admit it was not completely impossible. Add in the rain that day, and the fact that he had drunk a little wine, and inspiration struck at exactly the wrong moment. Fueled by alcohol and reckless curiosity, he wrote a lot in one sitting. When he woke up the next morning and saw what he had created, Jiraiya went numb on the spot. But it was already written. So he decided to gamble and see if it would become a hit. So you. Kenichi started, still stunned. The sheer audacity was hard to process. If the teacher found out, he would probably explode. Orochimaru had been calmer lately, but that was only lately. Based on what Kenichi understood about him, Jiraiya's outrageous behavior would absolutely set the teacher off. Ahem. Jiraiya coughed twice. It's artistic creation. He was already thinking about what to write next. And if he really thought about it, Orochimaru turning himself into a woman was not impossible anyway. That guy was always gloomy, always creepy to look at, always doing dangerous research. Who knew what he had turned himself into by now? Jiraiya clearly did not realize how close his wild guess was to the truth. Orochimaru really had managed to continue living in the world under a completely new identity after developing new techniques. Well, Lord Jiraiya, Kenichi said politely, you're truly amazing. It cost him nothing to praise. Jiraiya was the one who wrote it, not Kenichi. If the teacher ever saw that book, the storm would fall on Jiraiya's head. And if the teacher went after Jiraiya and caused trouble, Kenichi could happily return to doing his research in peace. With that thought, Kenichi handed the manuscript back and left. He had no intention of keeping it. If the teacher found it on him later and decided Kenichi was involved, that would be a disaster. Jiraiya did not stop him. He gathered his papers and headed straight into the black market. Kenichi felt even more relieved. He had been genuinely worried Jiraiya might linger, stare a little too long, and notice something off about him. That would be troublesome. After all, Jiraiya was one of the legendary Sannin, famous across the ninja world. His combat experience and instincts were terrifying. Even in the stories where he died at the hands of Nagato, he still managed to uncover an enormous amount of information before the end. There was no question about it. Jiraiya was dangerous. Hopefully you can't actually buy that book in a bookstore, Kenichi muttered, rubbing his chin as he walked. But the teacher doesn't read leisure books anyway, so it should be fine. Right. Just imagining the teacher's expression if he ever saw that manuscript sent a chill down Kenichi's spine. Orochimaru these days were usually normal, aside from being aloof, quiet, and obsessed with research. Truly honest people. And honest people were the scariest ones to provoke. Kenichi used to think the real tough guys were the gangsters with big arm tattoos, the kind you saw in movies like Young and Dangerous. It was not until later, when an honest old man selling steamed buns in Kenichi's neighborhood suddenly snapped and became frighteningly ruthless, that Kenichi understood the truth. Honest people were the ones you did not mess with. If you did, it always turned into real trouble. Teacher. Dragging the unconscious man toward the entrance of the base, Kenichi spotted a familiar figure standing there. It was Orochimaru. It's Kenichi. Orochimaru turned his head slightly, eyes sweeping over him. His gaze also landed on the men Kenichi was carrying, but he did not look surprised. He seemed to treat it as nothing more than another consumable. Kenichi's expression turned subtly stiff. In Jiraiya's manuscript, at least in the part he had seen, there was nothing about the teacher's color at all, except when Tsunade was involved. But the Orochimaru Jiraiya wrote was different. After learning Orochimaru was supposedly a woman, Jiraiya wrote him as almost unnaturally alluring. Every small movement carried an exaggerated, suggestive meaning. Kenichi even remembered one scene where the so-called Orochi princess bent down to pick up a key. The writing was disturbingly vivid. Now, seeing the teacher calmly using facial recognition, those ridiculous scenes tried to flood back into Kenichi's mind. He forced them down and steadied himself in an instant. Still, with the teacher's beautiful face and long golden hair right in front of him, Kenichi could not help rubbing his nose, equal parts irritated and mortified. He honestly did not know whether he should admit he had just read someone's masterpiece that used the teacher as material. P at Trian discount, 20% OFF. P at Trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 103, Chapter 103, Hashirama Senju, when did our Hokage become so weak? Chapter 103, Hashirama Senju, when did our Hokage become so weak? Fortunately, the teacher did not know about any of that. That was normal. He was Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, not the toad sage of Mount Myaboku who could peek into the future. If the teacher somehow knew that Jiraiya had written that outrageous book, then he would have long since transcended ordinary ninjas and become something close to a sage himself. Why did you bring back a consumable? Orochimaru asked, watching Kenichi prepare tea. If I remember correctly, that thing you developed does not seem to require consumables. Teacher, the project I am researching does not need them, Kenichi said honestly. But I plan to use shadow clones to make several of them, so I can research something else on my own. Thermobaric bombs were dangerous. Even if explosives were generally stable, they could still detonate if they met open flames. Kenichi preferred to keep the critical part under his own eyes. At the same time, he could not ignore hybrid rice. If he neglected that, getting continued funding from Nagato would become a headache. So his plan was simple. He would use shadow clones to handle the hybrid crop research, while he focused on improving thermobaric bombs. The clones would specialize in breeding and improving crops, which required the first Hokages would release. With would release, plant growth could be accelerated, and the research time could be drastically shortened. Oh. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed with interest. So you want to resurrect the first Hokage with impure world reincarnation, then test whether he can accelerate crop growth. Good heavens. Orochimaru had never even thought of using Edo Tensei like that. In his mind, the greatest value of impure world reincarnation was combat support, and crushing an opponent's spirit. For example, if the second Hokage were summoned during a fight with the third Hokage, and then Sarutobi Biwako was summoned as well, that old man would definitely be very, very happy. Yes, teacher. Kenichi nodded seriously. Actually, if it were not for the fact that so many of the resurrected predecessors keep wanting to return to the Pure Land, we might even be able to bring back scholars and have them join our research. That was exactly what he believed. Impure world reincarnation could help in battle, sure, but in Kenichi's eyes, it could also help with research and countless other fields. Think about it. It was a tragedy when exceptionally talented people died young. If they could be brought back, they could keep using their gifts and perhaps contribute even more. But during previous tests, Kenichi had discovered something strange. None of the dead seemed willing to stay in the living world for long. Unless there was a necessary reason, they all preferred to return to the Pure Land. Kenichi truly did not understand what the Pure Land meant to those souls. If the Pure Land was not likely the territory of the Sage of Six Paths, he would have wanted to go study it himself. Your idea is good, Orochimaru said, shaking his head, but I am afraid not many would be willing. He had already tested Edo Tensei with Kenichi before, and they had confirmed the same thing. The Pure Land had a powerful pull on souls. Dan Kato was a perfect example. Even though Dan cared about Tsunade, he still wanted his soul to rest peacefully. He did not want to linger in the human world for long. Still, we should be able to get help from the first Hokage, Kenichi said, rubbing his chin. Hashirama's personality felt similar to Naruto's, maybe even more optimistic. Kenichi doubted Hashirama would refuse if it meant benefiting the ninja world. That said, it was better to have the teacher present. Having backup mattered. If something unexpected happened, at least they would not lose everything. Orochimaru had plenty of the first Hokage's tissue stored here. Those first Hokage cells were like demons. Their reproductive ability was terrifying. Kenichi even felt they could be used to create white Zetsu. In a way, the process of making white Zetsu also felt like genetic engineering. It really did seem like the most advanced technology in the ninja world was tied to those aliens. Kenichi slapped both hands against the ground. A coffin rose from the soil. The lid lifted. And the first Hokage was resurrected through impure world reincarnation. Where is this? Hashirama opened his eyes, confusion written across his face. He looked around, then saw Orochimaru and Kenichi. Naturally, he did not recognize either of them. Hashirama had died too early. Lord Hokage. Kenichi rushed forward, putting on a sorrowful expression. Konoha needs your salvation. The village is in grave danger, and the people are desperate. Orochimaru glanced at his disciple with a strange look. Kenichi's acting was certainly enthusiastic. Was he planning to debut as a star? The ninja world had movies, so naturally it had movie stars. It also had television stars. Still, in Orochimaru's eyes, Kenichi's performance was not exactly convincing. What happened to Konoha? Hashirama's expression instantly turned serious at the mention of the village. He still cared deeply about the place he had poured his heart into. It was the village where his friendship with Madara had begun, and where his dream had taken shape. Kenichi launched into a story that was half truth and half fabrication. He painted Konoha as a village on the verge of extinction, with food so scarce people were barely surviving. They had been forced to search for new ways to grow crops, and now they needed to see whether Hashirama could use wood release to accelerate crop growth and solve the food crisis. To be honest, even Kenichi did not know if that explanation would work. This was Hashirama Senju, after all. A figure that mattered. Hashirama listened with a serious face, but the longer he listened, the more confused he looked. Then he raised his hand slightly, as if stopping Kenichi in the middle of his performance. I will say this clearly, Hashirama said, voice solemn. Kenichi swallowed. Could it be that Hashirama saw through him? This was ridiculous. Who said Hashirama was an airhead and the easiest to fool? No, wait, Hashirama said, staring at Kenichi in disbelief, you mean the fourth Hokage of Konoha died because of the 9 tails? Kenichi froze. Good heavens. So that was what he latched onto. Yes, Kenichi nodded. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, did indeed die more than half a year ago. Obito had been the main culprit behind Minato's death, but it was not wrong to say Minato died at the hands of the Nine Tails. P at Trian discount, 20% OFF. P at Trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 104, Chapter 104, Given Chakra Output X and Chakra Mass Y, find the maximum power of the ninjutsu. Chapter 104, Given Chakra Output X and Chakra Mass Y, find the maximum power of the ninjutsu. It really was the Nine Tails. Hashirama's emotions were complicated. He genuinely had not expected that after his death, a future fourth Hokage would end up dying because of the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails was the strongest of the tailed beasts. In Kenichi's mind, with someone like Hashirama around, it should have been manageable. Yet somehow, it had still become a threat to later Hokage. He could not wrap his head around how a Hokage could fall to it. Thankfully, Hashirama did not dwell on that point for long. Even though I mastered wood release, it is impossible to use it to ripen crops, Hashirama said, waving a hand. He understood what Kenichi was aiming for, but wood release simply could not do that. If it could, I would have been out ripening rice every day back then, Hashirama added. Konoha would not have needed to rely on the surplus food from the Senju and Uchiha clans when the village was first established. Kenichi's lips twitched. He had expected that answer, but he still felt uneasy if he did not test it directly. Then, Lord Hokage, Kenichi said, smoothly shifting targets, how did you create wood release? His eyes flicked with curiosity. If wood release could not accelerate crop growth directly, then maybe he could learn the underlying principle and develop a jutsu specifically meant to speed up plant growth. That is all I know. Hashirama shrugged. Kenichi took a slow breath. As expected. For Hashirama, wood release was as natural as breathing. There was no step-by-step method to explain. Orochimaru smiled faintly. He had heard the old man say it before. The first Hokage was an unusual person. In a polite description, he had the heart of a child. In less polite terms, according to Hiruzen, Hashirama was overwhelmingly powerful, yet his personality could be so carefree it made people laugh and cry at the same time. Now Orochimaru was seeing it with his own eyes. Kenichi still refused to give up. First Hokage, could you come with me for a moment and demonstrate your wood release jutsu, he asked. It was rare to have an opportunity like this. Kenichi would feel restless if he did not study it while he could. Impure world reincarnation itself had little research value. There was no way to figure out how it connected the living world and the pure land. All they knew was that it used a power that dragged a soul back, and that it required a signpost. Those so-called signposts were the body tissues of the reanimated person. With that tissue, it was easy to pull a specific soul, instead of randomly grabbing an unknown one. All right. Hashirama agreed readily, and Kenichi followed him out. They entered the forest. Hashirama immediately demonstrated several wood release jutsu he had mastered, but he avoided anything too grand, like wood release, advent of a world of trees. That would cause far too much commotion. This was the land of rice fields. Small countries did not truly have much autonomy. Many of the land of rice fields missions were routed through Konoha's mission system. If Konoha ninjas discovered traces of wood release here, it would become a huge problem. After all, Konoha's founding was directly tied to Hashirama, and wood release was practically deified within the village. Kenichi recorded everything with pen and paper while several shadow clones worked alongside him. A few of those clones even made requests that sounded strange enough to make Hashirama blink. Lord Hokage, one clone said politely, could you use the chakra equivalent of fire release, great fireball jutsu and cast wood release with that output? Fortunately, that was not difficult for Hashirama. Still, he looked a little puzzled by the request. Kenichi's main body smiled as he accepted the data the clone reported and wrote it down. Using the chakra cost of a single great fireball jutsu, Hashirama's wood release could grow a tree 3 meters tall, thick enough for one person to hug. The effect was far more visually striking than the fireball itself. What is the use of this? Hashirama asked, scratching his head. I fight with ninjutsu. When I am dead, I am dead. Why ask so many questions? Hokage, if we calculate the relationship between chakra output and ninjutsu power, we can find the optimal output, Kenichi explained. That way, we can maximize power while minimizing chakra consumption. He knew results would differ from person to person, but this was a rare chance. That was exactly why he wanted to test it now. Take fire release, great fireball jutsu as an example. Sasuke's early fireball and Sasuke's later fireball were not the same thing. Same jutsu, completely different power. Even so, Kenichi wanted Hashirama's data. If they ever became enemies in the future, having records would be useful. Better to be prepared. And more importantly, Kenichi wanted baseline data. He wanted to eventually derive an accurate formula, like buoyancy. Plug numbers in, get answers out. So could ninjutsu be classified through a formula? If chakra output was defined as X and chakra mass as Y, then perhaps ninjutsu power followed a linear distribution. If so, finding an optimal solution might reveal the best chakra output, the point where power peaked for the lowest cost. If that were possible, it would be a revolution. But those questions could not be answered with a single dataset. It would take enormous data, countless reports, and a great deal of work to reach even a somewhat reliable conclusion. After that, it would still require extensive testing to verify. That could be done later. Right now, Kenichi was simply collecting sample data from the first Hokage for analysis in the future. Once the sample size was large enough, that would be the time to start serious summarization and verification. Thank you for your trouble, Hokage-sama, Kenichi said with a chuckle as he released Impure World Reincarnation. Hashirama had been worked so hard that he was out of chakra. Of course, if it were Hashirama's original living body, his reserves would have been terrifying. But this was Edo Tensei. The chakra available was limited. Kenichi turned to his shadow clones. Put all of this data into a special file box. It seemed he would need another approach if he wanted to study this further. For now, he could leave continued collection to the shadow clones. He still had thermobaric weapons to research. This was foreshadowing for future work, nothing more. It did not mean he was abandoning thermobaric bombs to chase theory. He would not do research in a messy, careless way. P at Trian discount, 20% OFF. P at Trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 105, Chapter 105, even if the soul is changed, the effects on the body still exist. Chapter 105, even if the soul is changed, the effects on the body still exist. Then I'll trouble you to take a look first, Kenichi said, rubbing his temples. Since wood release could not help crops grow faster, he could only move forward one step at a time on his own. Yes. Leave it to us, the other Kenichi said as they nodded. They understood their assignment. Thankfully, this kind of research did not consume much chakra, so it could be maintained for a long time. As long as the main body did not get dragged into a fight, there was basically no risk of the clones collapsing. Besides, Kenichi had the first Hokage's sage body. The chakra inside him was enormous, more than enough to sustain the cost. Failed. Orochimaru muttered. When he pushed open the door, he saw Orochimaru calmly drinking tea, sitting in a posture that felt strangely distinct. Even with the soul unchanged, the body still shaped habits. This body looked more delicate and reserved, and Orochimaru seemed to have subconsciously adjusted to it. Yes, Kenichi said, nodding. Wood release can't force crops to sprout and grow. He still could not understand the first Hokage's wood release either. It looked like a bloodline limit, yet it also did not. At the very least, no one in Konoha Senju clan had awakened wood release, and Kenichi had tested himself. He simply could not do it. That's normal, Orochimaru said with a faint smile. If wood release could do that, it would have been recorded in history. Or rather, if wood release really could make crops grow at will, far more people in the ninja world would be obsessed with researching it. No one ever thought they had too much food. The more food there was, the more ninjas a village could support. If wood release had that ability, it could decide a village's rise and fall. The road ahead really is long, Kenichi sighed. But he was mentally prepared. In his previous life, one of his friends studied mechanical engineering. Hand-making parts, running tests, watching metal fatigue again and again, it was brutal. Scientific research was often about creating something out of nothing. If progress came too fast, either the person was a genius, or they had a cheat like Kenichi did. Without the cheat that handed him blueprints, he had no idea how long it would have taken him to develop thermobaric weapons from scratch. By the way, teacher, Kenichi said, suddenly remembering something important, something he had put off for more than a year. Could you help me set up a laboratory? Oh. Orochimaru looked at him with interest. How much are you planning to offer? He clearly assumed Kenichi had made a lot of money and would not be as stingy as before. I'll keep 100 million ryo for materials, Kenichi said, pulling out his savings. Everything else goes into the lab. Orochimaru accepted the money. It was a considerable sum, enough for a decent setup, but he still wanted to talk it through properly so Kenichi would not suspect him of skimming anything. Then let's discuss the configuration carefully. Kenichi did not refuse. He already had a plan. First, the lab needed to be large. He could create multiple clones of himself to help with research, so space mattered. Right now, his main research areas were genes and thermobaric weapons. That meant the instruments and tools should focus on those two directions. After they finished discussing it, Orochimaru added something else. He had already found a construction team, all hired through the black market. Once the laboratory construction was completed, those workers would be handed over to Kenichi to deal with. They could become consumables, sacrifices, or simply be killed. Kenichi did not ask why Orochimaru did not use ninjas with face-changing techniques instead. Anyone capable of that sort of work was a ninja with real strength, and ninjas were expensive. Ordinary people could not afford them. Common construction workers were far cheaper. The construction company did not care who the client was. The client did not have to worry about the location being leaked. Two birds with one stone. Then I'll have to trouble you, teacher, Kenichi said with a smile. He wanted to return to his work as soon as possible. He needed to study the fusion of chakra and thermobaric explosives. That step was extremely dangerous, but if he solved it, the improvement would be enormous. Just as Kenichi turned to leave, Orochimaru spoke again. Kenichi, have you ever thought about becoming a village's Kage? Kenichi paused and looked back. Orochimaru's expression was calm, but his gaze felt faintly unsettling. With Yuki's face, he looked deceptively harmless, which only made those eyes stand out more. No, Kenichi said without hesitation. Being a Kage is a pile of trouble. Too much messy work. It would get in the way of my research. He curled his lip. A Kage. Even a dog would not want that job. Look at the fourth Hokage. Look at Naruto later on. Always busy, always dealing with problems, always exhausted. Kenichi had no intention of making his life harder for a title. What was the point? So someone could call him Hokage-sama. Status came from strength. Once his identity was exposed, even if he was not a Kage, people would still call him the heavenly demon and treat him with caution. Besides, what was the use of being a Kage if you still had to deal with clan politics and pressure like the Uchiha? He would rather spend his time doing what he liked, or go play around with Mei Terumi. You brat, Orochimaru said, shaking his head, amused and exasperated at the same time. Most ninjas dreamed of becoming Kage, of holding power over a village and deciding life and death. But Kenichi did not walk the normal path. He had no hunger for authority. He only wanted research. And honestly, that suited Orochimaru's taste. The fourth Hokage incident had left Orochimaru agitated, but looking at his disciple now, someone who had none of the lofty ambitions others loved to preach, he felt things might not be as bad as he had feared. At least, it meant they could focus on research. Go, Orochimaru said, waving a hand. I'll call you when the lab is ready. Kenichi returned to his own workspace with a smile and threw himself into the busy work of mixing thermobaric explosives. Orochimaru remained seated, thoughtful, sipping hot tea. The warmth eased the pain in his stomach. He exhaled softly. This body is a perfect match for my soul, he murmured, but it's still inconvenient in the end. He knew exactly what was happening, yet he still wanted to experience it firsthand. In the future, who knew what kind of jutsu might be developed specifically to target female bodies? He did not want to be caught off guard later. This kind of pain was something most ninjas could endure. Still, he dealt with it, and the discomfort vanished almost instantly. Just then, a voice reached him. "Ku, you can come to Amigakure to research that now," Nagato said. P at Trian discount, 20% OFF. P at Trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 106, Chapter 106, Third Uncle comes to repair the door. Chapter 106, Third Uncle comes to repair the door. Has teacher left? When Kenichi came out with the thermobaric explosives, the laboratory was already empty. Orochimaru was nowhere to be seen. Kenichi did not dwell on it. His teacher was a ninja, after all. It was normal for him to vanish from time to time to handle his own matters. Compared to that, Kenichi was far more eager to see what would happen when the thermobaric explosives in his hands fused with chakra. Of course, he could not conduct this research inside the laboratory. If he blew the place up again, all his money would end up going into repairs, and that would be a disaster. So Kenichi left the base, found a secluded valley with a lake, and prepared to begin his experiment there. My chakra nature is lightning and fire, but after learning nature transformation, changing attributes shouldn't be a problem. Kenichi pulled out his experiment logbook and steadied his breathing. He intended to record everything carefully, even if he did not yet know when the data would become useful. He had prepared 20 portions of thermobaric explosives, each one exactly 100 grams. The measurements were precise, minimizing the impact of weight differences between samples. With the mass fixed, any changes caused by chakra attributes would be far easier to observe. It was, in its own way, a controlled variable method. After lightning release chakra from Chidori was introduced into sample 1, the explosive properties became extremely unstable, triggering a powerful detonation almost immediately upon chakra fusion. As Kenichi watched his third uncle come to repair the door, he casually wrote down the next line as well. Power is significantly increased compared to ordinary thermobaric explosives. A large amount of electrical discharge can be detected on the Rashomon monitoring device. Kenichi frowned. Lightning chakra and thermobaric explosives did not work well together. Instead of stabilizing, the chakra behaved like a fuse. The explosion also carried a strong electrical discharge, but the practical value of that effect was limited. After all, a monster that could withstand a thermobaric blast head-on would probably treat an electric shock at this level like a muscle massage. He moved on to the next sample without hesitation. Sample 2 infused with fire release chakra. Fire release chakra is unstable, similar to lightning release chakra. Violent detonation triggered upon contact with thermobaric explosives. Damage to Rashomon is more severe than sample 1. Fire attribute chakra appears to amplify explosive effect, or chakra fusion causes the thermobaric reaction to become more violent. Kenichi rolled his neck, letting out a slow breath. Fortunately, he had learned summoning technique, Rashomon from Orochimaru. It was a defensive summon, and a very specialized one. It was not as flexible as other summons, but it was still extremely useful for absorbing the aftermath of dangerous tests like this. The fusion of chakra really isn't that easy, Kenichi muttered. Still, he was not discouraged. He continued testing, one sample at a time, even as the results stayed frustrating. Water release chakra was completely useless. It only soaked the mixture, forcing him to dry it out and remake the explosive. Earth release chakra reduced the blast strength. It added grit and weight, but the effect was not significant enough to matter. Yang release chakra had no visible effect at all, at least not one Kenichi could observe with his current setup. Wind release, however, surprised him. It dispersed the explosive mixture slightly, yet at the same time, it accelerated the detonation process. Kenichi fell silent, thinking hard. It was clear that water and earth were useless for now. Wind, lightning, and fire could all enhance something, but each came with problems. Stability was the wall he kept smashing into. Combining explosives and chakra while keeping the whole thing stable was not something he could brute force in a single afternoon. Let's try Sage mode. Kenichi adjusted his breathing, entered Sage mode, and let Sage chakra circulate. The change was immediate. The properties of his chakra became sharper, heavier, more oppressive. When lightning attribute Sage chakra was infused, the thermobaric explosive erupted with crackling arcs of lightning at the moment of detonation. When fire attribute Sage chakra was infused, the blast power multiplied several times over. It even blew a hole through Rashomon. This was only 100 grams of thermobaric explosive. Rashomon's defense was notoriously strong, yet it still got punched through. Kenichi's eyes lit up. So fire chakra really did enhance the thermobaric explosion. The amplification was real. The problem was the instability. That part still refused to cooperate. Wind was another story. Wind increased the diffusion speed several times over. Conventional thermobaric explosives had a detonation and dispersal speed roughly half that of conventional high explosives, but wind chakra dramatically accelerated the spread. That was both good and bad. A faster spread meant enemies outside would have less time to react and defend. It also strengthened the shockwave effect. But it also shortened the time required to form a vacuum, which could reduce the duration of the suffocating aftermath. Every advantage came with a cost. So theoretically, the best solution is a combination of fire, wind, and lightning, Kenichi said, pinching the bridge of his nose. That should produce the greatest power and the strongest effect. But saying it was easy. Doing it was another matter entirely. Could ninjutsu be fused? Yes. Fuse techniques existed, but they were famously difficult. Jiraiya Sage Art, Gomen was powerful, but it required 3 users and was not a true fusion technique inside one body, at least in Kenichi's eyes. If he had to name someone who embodied true fusion, it would be Hashirama. Earth and water, combined into wood release. Everyone understood the concept. The real problem was always the same. How did you integrate different attributes without the whole thing tearing itself apart? This is difficult. Kenichi murmured. Then his eyes narrowed slightly. But maybe I can avoid true fusion. He could use containers. If he stored chakra separately, then placed those containers inside the thermobaric explosive, detonating all 3 at the same time might achieve a similar effect without forcing the attributes to merge into one stable state. He had considered this before. Integrating chakra directly into explosives was too hard, but perfection was not required. Even if the solution was messy, even if it was like a mountain of code, as long as it ran, it counted. Kenichi packed up the remaining thermobaric explosives. He already had an idea, but there was another problem. There were not many materials that could hold chakra reliably. Chakra metal was the best choice, but it was expensive. Could he try detonation tags instead? The ninja world had many combined techniques, from sage art, Gomen to large-scale cooperative ninjutsu used by shinobi alliances. But those methods required chakra to be fused inside the body first. Kenichi stared at the sealed pack in his hands, thinking quietly. If he wanted to replicate a fusion effect without true fusion, what container would actually work best? P at Trian discount, 20% OFF. P at Trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 107. Chapter 107, is chakra fusion a fusion of particles or a fusion of quanta? Chapter 107, is chakra fusion a fusion of particles or a fusion of quanta? Chakra should be a kind of energy too. Kenichi leaned back, eyes half narrowed in thought. If it exists in the form of particles, then is fusion ninjutsu just different particles interlocking and moving in some special pattern? Chakra was an unusually strange energy. The ninja world had studied it, used it, and built an entire civilization around it, yet their understanding of chakra's essence still felt shallow. It was like people being able to reach the moon, yet knowing almost nothing about the deepest trenches in the ocean. Kenichi shook his head. That was not the problem in front of him. Right now, he needed a way to make thermobaric explosives hold chakra, then test whether his container idea was even feasible. If it worked, he could move on to testing its power. But the materials he needed were not out there. So he had to return to the laboratory. Kenichi remembered that his teacher's lab had the talisman paper used to make explosive tags. The paper for explosive tags was not just any white sheet. It had specific requirements. Otherwise, it could not withstand the power sealed inside, especially the force of fire release. Kenichi had considered using a metal that could conduct and contain chakra, but the price was brutal. Using talisman paper would be the best option if it could hold what he wanted. Explosive tags were expensive for two reasons. First, sealing a fire release technique inside demanded extremely precise chakra control. Second, the talisman paper itself was a specialty material. It was not limited to explosive tags either. Talismans with other functions often used the same kind of specially made paper. Kenichi wanted to try sealing sage chakra into it. If he could do that, the whole plan would become simple. He could create a trigger device, activate 3 tags at once, and simulate a triple attribute detonation without forcing the chakra to truly fuse. But Naruto and Jiraiya never did anything like this. Kenichi sighed. Naruto spent most of his time grinding the Rasengan, but his talent was still undeniable. And Jiraiya never figured out anything like Sage Mode talismans either. That alone suggested the success rate was not high. If the paper could not withstand Sage Chakra, then the moment he poured it in, it would detonate like an offended piece of stationery. Still, the ninja world did not even have hot air balloons. Kenichi felt it was worth trying. If everyone only did what was already proven, nothing new would ever exist. Obito, the war is over. At that moment, far away in Konoha, Kakashi sat quietly before 2 graves, the resting places of Obito and Rin Noara. He had a habit of coming here from time to time. He talked about recent events, about missions, about things he would never say anywhere else. He knew the dead could not answer, but speaking out loud was the only way he could ease the storm of emotions in his chest. What Kakashi did not know was that, in the seemingly empty cemetery, someone really was listening. That person was Obito. What's going on? In the past, Obito would have at least mocked Kakashi's hypocrisy in his head. But now, he stared at Kakashi with a blank expression. He saw the 3 tomoe Sharingan in Kakashi's eye, the eye he had given him. Yet this time, something felt wrong. Those eyes did not seem like the eye he had given Kakashi. They sat correctly in Kakashi's socket, and they were clearly a 3 tomoe Sharingan. Still, Obito's instincts kept screaming that something was off. What is it? Black Zetsu asked, his tone casual. He had not wanted to come, but Obito's temperament made him uneasy. He followed along as a precaution. If Obito saw too much of Konoha, if familiar places softened his resolve, he might abandon the plan. That could not be allowed. Both Zetsu's plan and Madara's plan required Obito to keep moving forward. Nothing. Obito shook his head. His feelings toward Kakashi were complicated, tangled with old memories and old debt. But the moment Rin's death surfaced in his mind, resentment surged so fiercely it almost blurred his vision. Obito turned his head away. How is it going with the 4th Mizukage? That one has a good relationship with the 3 tails, Black Zetsu said, letting out a low, sinister laugh. We can wait. The blood mist policy has already created a lot of dissatisfaction. It was not that they could not control the 4th Mizukage and the tailed beast inside him right now. It was simply troublesome. Far better to sit back and collect the harvest when the time was ripe. Obito nodded. He gave Kakashi one last deep look, then followed Zetsu into the shadows. He did not understand what was going on with Kakashi's Sharingan, but suspicion had taken root. He would investigate later. Yes, he had once wanted Kakashi to keep that eye. That had been his choice. But that did not mean he could accept the idea of someone else taking his eye away and replacing it with another. Back in the land of rice fields, Kenichi knew none of this. He was lying back in a chair, eyes unfocused, mind turning like gears. The explosive tag experiment had failed. Not partially, not ambiguously. It failed cleanly and decisively. The moment Sage Chakra entered the tag, it detonated. If Kenichi had not reacted fast enough, another piece of laboratory equipment would have been blown apart. This is troublesome. Kenichi exhaled slowly. So it really won't work. That means we have to use a metal that can conduct and contain chakra. And that meant higher costs. Worse, development costs would keep climbing, because even Kenichi was not sure this path would succeed. Failures were inevitable, and failures meant losses. Kenichi looked toward his shadow clones. They were still busy with various research tasks, moving with practiced efficiency. He forced himself to sit up, pulled his thoughts together, and called one of the clones over. Even though his teacher was not present, Kenichi still had work of his own, and that included supervising progress. His teacher had already asked Nagato to pass him a message. That meant the construction team his teacher bought from the black market had arrived. The team was handed over to Kenichi, and he was expected to choose the laboratory site and oversee construction himself. His teacher had no intention of stepping in. Isn't this a bit too distant for teacher and student? Kenichi shook his head, clicking his tongue. He's being way too formal. But he could not exactly walk up and declare, "Your lab is my lab from now on." That would be strange in a way that even he could not justify. Still, this was his first time selecting a site, so after a moment of hesitation, Kenichi decided to handle it personally. He went out and quickly found the construction team his teacher had mentioned. There were exactly 50 workers. 4 ninjas stood beside them as escorts, watching with the calm alertness of professionals. Kenichi scratched his head and walked over. "Hello," the ninja in front said with a friendly smile. "We're from the Hidden Construction Company." As usual, Dawn had arrived right on schedule. P at Trian discount, 20% OFF. P at Trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 108, Chapter 108, Specialization is Key. Chapter 108, Specialization is Key. The ninja from the Hidden Construction Company moved with frightening efficiency. The moment he confirmed Kenichi was the buyer, he completed the handover, exchanged what needed exchanging, and left without hesitation. No curiosity. No wandering eyes. No interest in snooping. Their job was to deliver the construction team, nothing more. If anyone wanted them to participate beyond that, it would cost extra. I have to admit, the company my teacher recommended is genuinely professional. Kenichi raised an eyebrow. The men below looked sturdy, all adults with the build of people who could swing a hammer all day and still have energy left to complain about dinner. They looked like the type who got things done. Of course, 50 men alone would not be enough to build a truly suitable laboratory. Kenichi still had to handle part of the heavy work himself, clearing massive chunks of mud and rock, then leaving the rest to them. As he looked at the workers' vacant, numb expressions, Kenichi felt no sympathy. He simply led them toward the location he had chosen. About 2 kilometers from his teacher's lab, there was a mountain. Kenichi planned to hollow it out and build the new laboratory inside. As for equipment, that was easy. The construction company provided a sealed scroll packed with tools sufficient for the job. Why not try those gentle persuasion methods, real body? One of Kenichi's shadow clones asked, lips curled in amusement. Kenichi snorted. You think I do not know what you mean? You actually believe that kind of talk? He narrowed his eyes at the clone. If I told them I would set them free right now, do you think they would thank me and build my lab out of loyalty? They would bolt the moment they saw an opening. They were on the same side. There was no point pretending they did not understand each other. It was not impossible for someone to be so grateful they devoted themselves to you after receiving a favor in a past life, but the odds were laughable. Kenichi hated testing human nature. It failed too easily. So he preferred to handle things the normal way. Fine. The clone shrugged. Leave it to us. Kenichi handed supervision to 2 shadow clones, then turned back toward the lab to continue his research. He had no special feelings about these consumables. Use them when needed, dispose of them afterward. The only difference between them was how many days they would survive. As for releasing them, Kenichi had no intention of doing that. If the experimental base's location was exposed, it would become an endless headache. Back at the base, Kenichi began preparing to make a chakra storage device. This step was critical. The amount of chakra the device could hold would directly determine the power ceiling of the thermobaric bomb. If this works, we should name it Wine Thunder Fire Temperature Pressure Bomb. Kenichi paused, then grimaced. No. That's too corny. It might even compete with the 4th Hokage. He shook his head hard. Thermobaric Bomb Type 2. Kenichi nodded to himself. That's clean. Now all he had to do was succeed. But when Kenichi began smelting the chakra-conductive metal, a new problem slapped him in the face. Sage chakra could not be stored inside it. The moment Sage chakra entered the container, it detonated and blew the device apart with shocking force. Fortunately, Kenichi's first attempt used wind release chakra. The instant he sensed something wrong, he threw up defensive ninjutsu, blocking the blast before it could chew through the lab again. One problem was not even solved yet, and another one had already climbed onto his neck. Kenichi was not particularly surprised. That was what research looked like. In his previous life, experiments were a parade of unexpected failures, and the only way forward was to solve them one by one. Besides, science in this world was bizarre. Some parts felt familiar, while others were practically stuck in the Middle Ages. Problems like this were not strange at all. In his previous life, this could have been handled through project bidding. He could have set requirements and only allowed companies that met them to participate. But this world was different. Here, if you wanted something, you did it yourself. Kenichi sighed and rubbed his temples. If only teacher were here. He had experience in genetic biology, but materials science was not his field. Everyone had their specialty. He was not some all-knowing monster who could master every discipline on sight. He could not help muttering, I should have studied something else in college. Biology is a major even a dog would avoid. Complaining did not change reality. Instead of charging ahead blindly, Kenichi decided to consult a professional. Experience had taught him that dabbling in things you did not understand was an excellent way to get yourself maimed. He had learned that lesson in middle school after nearly electrocuting himself while messing with electricity using half-baked knowledge. Ever since then, whenever he saw electricity, he avoided it like it was personally offended by him. So the question became simple. Who understood metal best in the ninja world? Craftsmen who forged weapons. Unfortunately, those people would not stroll into his base. That meant Kenichi had to go somewhere he could actually find them, somewhere he had visited before. After more than a week, Kenichi returned to the black market. The moment he stepped inside, he saw an old acquaintance being chased and beaten by a crowd of women. All sorts of objects flew through the air, nearly clipping the man's face. You bastard, one furious woman screamed. I'm 45 years old. How could you do this to me? She swung a fist, then, clearly unsatisfied, ripped off her shoe and hurled it like a kunai. You old pervert, another stunning female ninja shouted. I shower 5 days a week, and you're out 7 days a week. She flung an explosive tag in pure rage. It still missed. The explosion lit up the alley, flames reflecting off the fleeing figure and turning the scene into something straight out of an action film. Kenichi silently stepped to the side. The shameless rogue being chased was none other than Jiraiya. One of the legendary Sannin was currently running for his life, looking utterly miserable. Yet the grin on his face made it obvious he was enjoying every second of it. Kenichi genuinely did not understand how Jiraiya kept ending up like this. No wonder Tsunade wanted to punch him on sight in the future. Jiraiya's perversion was both pathetic and impressive, in the worst possible way. Jiraiya glanced toward Kenichi. In the next instant, Kenichi used the body flicker technique and slipped away. This is troublesome. He steadied his breath, then glanced at the ceiling scroll in his hand. But what's inside this thing? Just as he was about to open it, a figure dropped in front of him. Long time no see. Jiraiya sat perched on a toad, staring at Kenichi with an uncharacteristically serious look. Kenichi's eyes narrowed. He immediately put on a confused expression. Jiraiya-sama. Have we met before? Impossible. He had changed his face. There was no reason Jiraiya should recognize him. Jiraiya smiled, then held out a hand, silently asking for the scroll. Kenichi opened it on the spot. There was nothing inside. Just soldier rations. What? Kenichi blinked. Your curiosity is just as intense as your teacher's. Jiraiya shrugged, sounding equal parts helpless and amused. Then he hopped off the toad and strolled toward Kenichi, slow and casual, like he was taking a walk after dinner. Kenichi knew it was pointless now. His identity had been exposed completely. So he reached up and tore off the disguise on his face, revealing his real appearance. Jiraiya-sama, Kenichi said, watching him carefully, how did you recognize me? The disguise technique was not some cheap trick. Most people could not see through it. Kenichi genuinely could not figure out how Jiraiya had done it. Jiraiya threw back his head and laughed. Secrets make men more manly, kid. Kenichi's lips twitched. As expected of Jiraiya. Still, even as he kept his expression steady, Kenichi stayed tense. Jiraiya remained 3 meters away, but Kenichi did not relax for even a second. Jiraiya's strength was no joke. He was a legendary Sannin, and he had been one of the people responsible for pushing Kenichi and Orochimaru into defection. Even now, he was still tracking them. Being cautious was only reasonable. The only pity was that Kenichi had failed to extract the method from him. He still had no idea how Jiraiya had distinguished him. Don't be so nervous, Kenichi. Jiraiya noticed the wariness and waved a hand. You should know I mean you no harm. He reached into his pocket, pulled out a bag of jerky, and tossed it over. Kenichi caught it and examined the simple packaging. The aroma was surprisingly rich. He could not even tell what kind of meat it was, but it smelled good. This is jerky made by a widow in a hot spring town in the land of fire. Jiraiya pulled out another bag and bit into it, chewing happily. It tastes great. I patronize her business often. Then he paused, eyes brightening in a very dangerous way, as if he wanted to explain the widow part in detail. You'd better be talking about the jerky business, Kenichi said flatly. This old scoundrel had just tried to dump an entire mob onto him. Kenichi was still young and had already been branded a scoundrel by association. Truly outrageous. What are you thinking? Jiraiya rolled his eyes. Of course it's legitimate business. His smile turned lewd halfway through the sentence, immediately making Kenichi question how Jiraiya defined legitimate. Kenichi said nothing. He understood Jiraiya's personality well enough. Arguing would only make it worse. Ahem. Jiraiya coughed twice, suddenly looking oddly embarrassed. His eyes darted around like a guilty man. I have a question for you. Kenichi blinked. A question? And Jiraiya was actually hesitating. Then Kenichi remembered the book Jiraiya had shown him before, the one involving their teacher. In an instant, Kenichi had a strong feeling he knew exactly what was coming. What? Kenichi asked anyway. Do you know your teacher is a woman? Jiraiya asked. Kenichi took a deep breath. As expected. Silence hung in the air for a heartbeat. How was he supposed to answer this? If he said yes, and Orochimaru later decided to visit Jiraiya, would Kenichi get dragged into it too? If he said no, would Jiraiya believe him? And worst of all, Kenichi's mind flashed an image he really did not want, waking up in the lab, strapped to an operating table, with Orochimaru standing over him wearing that same calm expression, smiling gently and saying the experiment was about to begin. No. Absolutely not. Kenichi hesitated, then shoved the problem away with both hands. Why don't you ask my teacher directly? I don't know either. Personally, I don't think so. I see. Jiraiya unexpectedly fell into deep thought, his expression turning serious in a way that made it impossible to tell what was going on in his head. Kenichi did not want to be anywhere near whatever conclusion Jiraiya was about to reach. Then I'll be going, Jiraiya-sama. He turned to head back into the black market. Wait. Jiraiya lifted a hand. I'll give you a copy of my new book. He tossed a book over. Kenichi nearly incinerated it on reflex with fire release. How could he not know what that was? And Jiraiya wanted to hand it to him. Thank you so much. Truly. If Kenichi brought that back and Orochimaru found it, Kenichi would be hunted to the ends of the earth. Still, he forced himself to take it. Refusing too hard would only prove he had already seen it before. The moment it landed in his hands, Kenichi confirmed it. It was the same book as last time. The story I had to tell with Orochi Princess. Kenichi originally intended to throw it away immediately. But after glancing at the cover, he hesitated. It was annoyingly well made. He had to admit it, Jiraiya had found an excellent publisher. Kid, you want to learn Sage Mode? Kenichi shook his head without hesitation. He was not interested in Mount Myaboku's Sage Mode, especially since learning it meant developing toad-like features on your face. Besides, he had already learned Sage Mode. It's like this, Jiraiya-sama. Kenichi kept his tone polite. I heard Mount Myaboku has a kind of toad oil that can help people sense natural energy. Could you sell me some? He did not ask for it as a favor. He understood his relationship with Jiraiya was not that close. Buying it had a better chance of success. Oh. Jiraiya's eyes darkened slightly as he studied Kenichi. He did not answer immediately. After a long silence, he finally shook his head. No. Toad oil is a precious item from Mount Myaboku, and only those who have mastered Sage Mode can use it. Jiraiya's voice was calm, measured. There was also something he did not say out loud. Even among those who mastered Sage Mode, not everyone could use toad oil and receive the special treatment of the Black Rod method. After all, extracting toad oil from Mount Myaboku was extremely difficult. Otherwise, what did Kenichi think happened to the toads who failed their training and became stone statues? All right. Kenichi exhaled softly. He had expected as much. If toad oil were that easy to get, far more people would be practicing Sage Mode. Sage Mode is dangerous. Jiraiya hopped back onto the toad. If you want to learn it, ask your teacher. Then he left, clean and decisive, as if he had suddenly lost interest in continuing the conversation. Kenichi did not mind. He had only thought of toad oil because he happened to run into Jiraiya. If he could get it, great. If not, it only meant things would be more troublesome. After watching Jiraiya go, Kenichi put on his mask and walked into the black market. He had no intention of showing his real face here. He was an A-rank rogue ninja from Konoha. There were always people willing to trade a head for a bounty. S-rank rogue ninja were dangerous targets. A-rank rogue ninja were much more realistic. The black market was the same as ever. Kenichi did not linger and went straight to a weapons shop to ask his question. HM. Sir, you mean you want a chakra-conducting metal that can hold even more special properties? The shop owner was a sturdy middle-aged man. He looked tough, but his build was not the kind meant for swinging a massive forging hammer all day. Yes. Ordinary metal won't work. Kenichi nodded. It can't withstand this chakra. It's too fragile. The moment it tries to hold it, it explodes. The shop owner's expression turned awkward. He clearly had not received a request like this before. Kenichi could only demonstrate. He took out a piece of chakra metal, but he did not want to blow up the store, so he only poured in a tiny amount of chakra. Even so, the metal still burst apart. This kind of chakra. The man's eyes sharpened with interest. That's rare. He had checked the material just now. It really was chakra-conducting metal, and high quality at that, yet it still could not contain Kenichi's chakra. Yes. Kenichi nodded. So I wanted to ask if you have any solutions. If he researched it alone, he would have to start from scratch. But if he handed the problem to professionals, there might be unexpected gains. This will take time. The men sighed. We previously acquired a meteorite from outer space. It can absorb a large amount of chakra, but it's still being smelted. The meteorite's melting point was terrifying. They had not fully processed it yet, and removing impurities would take even longer. Kenichi's interest rose immediately. He suggested taking a look. The men hesitated at first, but once Kenichi paid a deposit, he led him there without another word. Is this the meteorite? Kenichi stared at the lump of dark material. Despite being baked by extreme heat, it had somehow kept most of its original shape. Yes. The men spoke with growing enthusiasm. Meteorite from outer space. It can absorb a lot of chakra, then release it all at once. With permission, Kenichi carefully poured in a tiny amount of sage chakra. The meteorite absorbed it. There was no explosion. Kenichi's eyes narrowed slightly, his curiosity sharpening. How much does this meteorite cost? He asked. If it truly released power after absorbing a certain amount of chakra, then in his hands, it could become a thermobaric weapon perfectly suited to his needs. Hee, you know how it is, ninja-sama. The man rubbed his hands together, clearly preparing a long story about rarity and market value. Kenichi was not interested in the performance. The goal was obvious, raise the price. He cut in directly. Name the price. The number the man finally gave made Kenichi inhale sharply. 100 million ryo. No more, no less. Exactly 100 million, the exact amount Kenichi had left. And that did not even include the cost of later smelting and forging. If he needed them to help finish the work, the price would climb even higher. Kenichi fell silent for a moment. Fine. He made his decision. I'll buy a portion first. If it works for me, I'll buy the rest. The man's enthusiasm cooled a little, but he still agreed. He sold Kenichi a piece of meteorite, neither too large nor too small. 10 million ryo. Kenichi took it, feeling the weight in his hand. I hope this works, he muttered. Improving the thermobaric weapon really was a long and brutal road. P at Trian discount, 20% OFF. P at Trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 111, Chapter 111, Orochimaru is practically the king of ninja scrolls. Chapter 111, Orochimaru is practically the king of ninja scrolls. As it turned out, these meteorites were incredibly difficult to melt. Even when Kenichi used Sage Art Fire Release, he could only barely soften them. That alone made him even more curious about what, exactly, was hidden inside. In the scientific community, meteorites were precious materials, especially the ones containing metal. Those were rare, expensive, and difficult to come by, which was exactly why Kenichi had been willing to pay for them. After all, meteorites came from outer space. Sometimes, they contained traces of unknown elements, the kind of discovery that could stir up a huge argument in academia. It was called a disturbance rather than a revolution for a simple reason. Meteorites were usually not large, which meant even if a new element existed inside them, it would only be present in tiny amounts. That made them valuable for observation and study, but not for widespread use. No one could expect a meteorite that weighed only a few kilograms to supply the research needs of all humanity. In reality, whatever new element was inside might not even add up to 100 grams. This thing is ridiculous. Kenichi stared at the small sphere in his palm, the final product he had extracted after forcing the meteorite to melt. It was not big at all, only about the size of a quail egg. Yet that tiny egg-sized lump had already absorbed an enormous amount of chakra, even sage chakra, and its surface had not changed in the slightest. Even so, Kenichi did not dare keep testing it inside the lab. If it suddenly reached some critical point and erupted, who knew what it would do? The teacher's laboratory did not have an explosion-proof room. So Kenichi planned to take the quail egg outside and test how much chakra it could absorb. He also needed to test whether it would explode after absorbing chakra, and if it did, whether there were warning signs and how long the delay would be. All of that needed to be recorded. It would be extremely useful for future research. If possible, it would be even better to preserve the results properly, in case the material could be reused later. Kenichi, what is that in your hand? Just as Kenichi was about to leave with the quail egg, he ran straight into his teacher, Orochimaru. Kenichi immediately felt uneasy. After all, there was still Jiraiya's so-called masterpiece inside his sealing scroll. If Orochimaru discovered that, things would get very interesting. But Kenichi also noticed something else. Orochimaru was not wearing Yuki's face this time, he was using his own. He was dressed casually, with a bag in his hand. Kenichi could not tell what was inside, but that was not the real issue. The real issue was the man following behind him, a man with both arms intact, named Mara. Teacher, it is a meteorite I bought. Kenichi explained quickly, while also stealing a glance at Mara behind Orochimaru. It has a very strong chakra absorption ability. The moment Mara saw him, the man gave a flattering smile. Aside from the fact that his body no longer triggered rejection, nothing about Mara seemed particularly special. He was a ninja, yes, but he was facing a genin. Kenichi's strength was average, but it was still enough to read the room. Kenichi gave a polite smile back. He vaguely remembered hearing about someone like this from the Naruto world, a character who appeared at some point, but he could not recall the name. Teacher, did your cloning technology make a breakthrough? Kenichi asked, watching Orochimaru take the quail egg and study the small metal sphere with clear interest. Before, Mara's left hand had been cut off and given to the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, to help Hiruzen recover. But now Mara had a left hand again. That meant the cloning work had advanced. Yes, there has been some progress, Orochimaru replied calmly. Kenichi almost wanted to complain in his head. His teacher's research speed was outrageous. Ever since Kenichi became Orochimaru's disciple, Orochimaru had practically stopped doing anything else. Most of his time was spent on research, and the most terrifying part was that he often used shadow clones for it. What was this? This was the true king of scrolls. While others rested, Orochimaru researched. While others fought for power, Orochimaru researched. Kenichi even suspected that during the Second Shinobi World War and the Third Shinobi World War, Orochimaru had still been doing research with shadow clones. It was more terrifying than a roommate who promised to go play games, then secretly went to the library to study. Kenichi had no idea how many shadow clones Orochimaru had scattered across the world doing experiments. All he knew was that, every so often, Orochimaru would casually pull out something that shattered his understanding, like the facial recognition device from before. Kenichi always had the same thought. If he ever explained the principles of nuclear weapons to Orochimaru, maybe one day his teacher would casually pull out a nuclear bomb like it was just another prototype. Kenichi, look over this experiment log, then store it properly, Orochimaru said, handing him a copy with the same casual tone as if he were passing over a grocery list. Then Orochimaru left with Mara. Danzo had been restless lately, constantly urging Orochimaru because his arm was not functioning well. Danzo wanted to replace it with an arm that would not react abnormally. Danzo also stated that he would begin planning an operation against the Uchiha clan as soon as possible, and that he should be able to deliver Orochimaru a large number of Sharingan. Hearing that, Orochimaru decided to test whether Mara's body could withstand the power of the Sharingan. Kenichi scratched his head, but he still opened the experiment log and began reading. The moment he saw the first page, his pupils tightened, and his focus sharpened instantly. Research log of the demonic statue of the outer path. It was Orochimaru's research log on the Geto Mazo. Kenichi's mood lifted slightly. The Geto Mazo. It might not look useful right now, but Kenichi knew exactly what it represented. The 10 Tails, or the Divine Tree, was the source of all chakra, a monstrous existence connected to the Otsutsuki clan. Kenichi was certain the Otsutsuki clan had the ability to reproduce Divine Tree seeds. That was why they planted trees across the universe. Kenichi had already guessed that Nagato must have agreed to let Orochimaru research something in exchange for Orochimaru doing a task for him. He just did not expect it to be the Divine Tree. P at Trian discount, 20% OFF. P at Trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 112, Chapter 112, Thermobaric bombs also have a youth version and a deluxe plus version, right? Chapter 112, Thermobaric bombs also have a youth version and a deluxe plus version, right? But even teacher doesn't know much about the demonic statue of the outer path. Kenichi finished reading quickly. The experiment log was not long, but it was packed with information. Orochimaru really was Orochimaru. Kenichi did not know how his teacher had done it, but Orochimaru had already judged that the massive thing was a living creature. It also seemed to possess a strange affinity toward chakra. Still, everything in the log was only the most preliminary stage of research. Kenichi, however, knew what it truly was, and he also knew what kind of transformation would happen once it gathered all the tailed beasts. Ah, if only he could tie it down in the lab and experiment on it for 3 days and 3 nights. Kenichi took a deep breath, forcing himself to suppress the surge of excitement. The temptation of the Geto Mazo was simply too strong. But now was not the time to study it. He steadied his thoughts, picked up his quail egg-sized metal sphere, and headed outside. Before long, he found the same valley again and began his tests. After pouring in a massive amount of fixed attribute Sage Mode Wind Chakra, Kenichi suddenly felt the quail egg in his hand grow lighter, then lighter still. His expression tightened. He slammed the stopwatch and immediately stepped back. A moment later, pure chakra burst from the small sphere like a floodgate shattering. The shockwave swept across the valley in an instant. Violent wind tore through everything around it, uprooting trees and hurling them upward from the valley floor and out into the open beyond. It was the kind of scene where the mountaintop felt like it had been ripped down to the foot of the mountain. The power was terrifying, but it ended just as quickly. Soon, the small metal sphere fell still. Kenichi approached cautiously, then frowned in surprise. It had lost its ability to store chakra. It was now ordinary metal, at most a little harder than normal. The good news was that it really could store sage chakra. The bad news was that it was a one-time item. That single fact dramatically reduced its practicality, but it also made the material far rarer, because nobody knew when a meteorite like this would appear again. It looks like I need to test what elements are inside this meteorite, and figure out why it can store sage chakra, Kenichi muttered, thinking hard. The meteorite he bought had melted down into 3 quail egg-sized spheres. He had already used one. That left 2. Each one cost about 3.33 million taels of silver. Following Kenichi's plan, a thermobaric bomb would need at least 3 of these. Before dropping it, he would keep feeding chakra into the spheres until they reached a critical point, then drop the bomb. That should create the fusion he wanted between chakra and a thermobaric explosion. The problem was the price. Now the cost had jumped by another 10 million taels, which was basically the equivalent of an S-rank mission. And that was not even counting the original production cost of the thermobaric bomb itself. If he added everything together, a single thermobaric bomb would be worth about 12 S-rank missions. Honestly, it was extravagant. But if it worked, then fine. Kenichi pulled out another quail egg sphere. He officially named this metal superconducting metal, since it was stronger than ordinary chakra-conducting metal and could store and guide natural energy itself. He took out his unused experimental thermobaric explosive, placed the superconducting metal alongside it, and began pouring in huge amounts of Sage Mode Fire chakra. The moment he started to feel the heat building, he withdrew quickly. He left the valley and stood at the ridge above. 7 seconds later, a blinding white light flashed across the valley floor. Then a fireball surged upward. A violent heat wave rushed out with the shockwave, slamming into the ridge. Kenichi narrowed his eyes, staring at the small mushroom cloud rising below, his mind racing. The power was definitely higher. Even the temperature felt different. But he did not have equipment capable of measuring the heat at the center of the blast, so he could not tell how much it had increased. Still, for now, this experiment could be called a complete success. Superconducting metal could indeed increase the power of thermobaric explosives. The only uncertainty was whether the increased power came from enhancing the explosive itself, or from the chakra's own destructive force being released at detonation. Either way, Kenichi's concept was feasible. He had successfully created a ninjutsu chakra thermobaric bomb, even if he achieved it through a clever workaround. The cost is higher, and I keep feeling like it might also be tied to the massive amount of sage chakra infused into it. Kenichi noted down his thoughts carefully. In his mind, the truly perfect chakra thermobaric bomb should be made by directly infusing chakra into the thermobaric explosive itself, not by relying on a trick like this. But how to make that happen would take a long period of research. For now, he had only created the youth version of the chakra warming bullet. I'll make one and test it the next time I get a mission. Kenichi looked at the huge crater carved into the valley, then turned and started back. For now, I should go to the black market and buy the rest of the meteorites. But that was enough. The wealthy still flocked to it, especially ordinary people who were not shinobi. The bigger the figure, the more they fear death, Orochimaru said calmly. Those who have tasted power and money are even less willing to let go. Orochimaru had feared death too, but what he feared was far simpler. He feared dying before he could learn more ninjutsu, more knowledge, more truths. That was why he developed the reanimation jutsu. In a sense, it was his version of immortality. Of course, there were flaws, but for now, aside from not being able to fully control some of the body's muscle instincts, the rest of the problems were not serious. And finding a suitable body was not easy. This one was the most compatible out of everything currently available. Then the impure world reincarnation could be used for business too, Kenichi said with a shrug. They're still alive anyway. Those people probably wouldn't mind living in a different body. It's not the same. Orochimaru did not agree. So far, none of the people resurrected through Edo Tensei had been willing to remain in the living world. And Orochimaru suspected that if the sacrificial body developed problems, the technique might automatically cancel itself. For example, if the body decayed, even though no decay had been observed yet. Kenichi nodded. Being able to live in a normal body was obviously best, especially for someone like the daimyo, whose situation was far more complicated. A daimyo was roughly like an emperor in Kenichi's previous life, but in reality, they did not hold the kind of absolute authority. The ninja world had no truly unified country. Each daimyo was simply the ruler of his own land, a minor emperor in his own court. And since they were still royalty, fighting for power and scheming against each other was normal. Honestly, if the daimyo died, the happiest person might be his son, finally able to inherit. If the daimyo lived as long as some legendary empresses from Kenichi's past, there would probably have been a bloodbath already. After all, who could endure being crown prince for 70 years? So he could not die. And if he did die, then he had to be resurrected immediately, or his rights would be torn apart before the funeral incense even burned out. But Edo Tensei had its own obvious problem. The cracks and marks on the body were extremely visible and nearly impossible to hide. Anyone with eyes could tell something was wrong. Still, the Land of Fire's daimyo is an interesting person, Orochimaru said, looking toward the familiar territory ahead. A faint smile appeared on his face. I've heard he's not the type to settle for mediocrity, Kenichi replied. He had heard a few things about the daimyo as well. Konoha had been founded in the Land of Fire, and a new Hokage's appointment required the daimyo's document. It was mostly symbolic, but it still showed that the village maintained at least a surface level of respect. Not much more than that. Whether it was because Konoha's status was too high or for some other reason, the Land of Fire's daimyo seemed to have opinions about the village's position. When Kenichi chatted with Kakashi before, Kakashi had mentioned that the daimyo appeared to have formed his own shinobi force. It was probably the 12 Guardian Ninja, a name that was honestly a bit of a mouthful. Kenichi remembered that group clearly, because on the night the Nine Tails rampaged, he had run into someone who resembled Kazuma. That man had tried to collect the Nine Tails chakra, but Kenichi had intercepted him. As for the Nine Tails chakra, Kenichi had his own ideas. He had even considered integrating it into thermobaric bullets. But that would be absurdly difficult. So he set it aside for now. Still, Kenichi remembered that someone in that small group had mastered a secret technique, rumored to have the power to destroy Konoha. Konoha was truly pitiful. It got destroyed every other day. It was almost like villains who could not destroy Konoha were somehow lesser villains. If Arkham Asylum existed in the ninja world, the admission requirement would probably be the ability to destroy Konoha. Of course, every one of those people who dreamed of destroying Konoha eventually got taught a lesson by Naruto or other Konoha shinobi. Yes. Orochimaru nodded. The daimyo has established his own organization, and it's quite strong. Kenichi hesitated, then asked what had been bothering him. But teacher, did you really need to bring me along for something like this? Up ahead, the city where the Land of Fire's daimyo lived was already in sight. It was a bustling capital, even larger than Konoha. You'd better put on a good show, Orochimaru said casually, so we can earn more money. Kenichi went silent. So he was just there to fill the head count. No, that was not quite right. He was there to help his teacher secure more research funding. Kenichi sighed in his heart, then accepted it. This was the capital of the Land of Fire, a place he had never visited before. Even if he was only here as decoration, he could at least broaden his horizons. Who knew? Maybe he would gain something unexpected. So Kenichi followed Orochimaru inside. As usual, it was dawn today. Happy New Year fireworks sparkler. Chapter 114, Chapter 114, The Night of the Clan Extermination Plan. Chapter 114, The Night of the Clan Extermination Plan. The Land of Fire, as the largest and most prosperous country in the ninja world, naturally had a capital where the daimyo resided, and that city was among the largest anywhere. In sheer scale, it was nearly 3 times the size of Konoha. It really doesn't matter where you go, Kenichi muttered as he looked at the city ahead. The gap between rich and poor is always painfully obvious. Konoha was not large, but it also did not have such a jarring divide. Here, though, the contrast was impossible to ignore. Outside the inner city were shantytowns and thatched roofs packed together like kindling. Yet once you stepped inside, the difference between the homes of the wealthy and the poor was so sharp it felt like a blade. Across a single street, it was like two separate worlds. One side had white walls and swept, spotless ground. The other side was a filthy lane that stank of old water and trash. This world has always been like this, Orochimaru said calmly. He had been observing their surroundings since they entered, and that alone made Kenichi curious. Kenichi glanced around as well, but nothing seemed particularly special at first glance. The capital of the Land of Fire was crowded, and the civilians barely spared these outsiders a second look. Still, Kenichi noticed there were many shinobi in the city, most of them wearing Konoha's presence in the subtle way professionals did. No wonder his teacher had insisted they use the technique that erased facial features. "Teacher, are we going straight to the daimyo's residence?" Kenichi asked. At first, he had been a little curious about the capital, but after a short walk, the novelty faded. The so-called Grand City was nothing like the cities from his previous life. It was not even as good as some county towns. To him, it felt strangely empty. That said, some street food still tugged at his nostalgia. The snacks in the Land of Fire were cheap, filling, and genuinely tasty. The three-color dumplings especially stood out. "We have other matters to handle first," Orochimaru replied, then led Kenichi into a store. The moment they entered, Orochimaru tapped the counter twice. The clerk's expression changed instantly. Without asking questions, he guided them into a back room. A shinobi sat inside, face hidden behind a mask that revealed nothing. Even so, Kenichi knew exactly who it was. A Root operative. Root showing up in the Land of Fire's capital was not surprising. Root was Konoha's shadow, and its reach crept into every place that mattered. If they were not present in a city this important, that would have been the strange part. Orochimaru said nothing. He simply handed over a document. The Root shinobi accepted it and checked the seal for flaws, but did not open it. "Lord Orochimaru," the Root shinobi said, placing a sealing scroll on the table. "This is from Lord Danzo." Orochimaru took the scroll and left, Kenichi following at his side. Kenichi remained silent the entire time. The Root shinobi did not even glance at him. Their eyes stayed locked on Orochimaru as if Kenichi was nothing more than air. Even without his teacher explaining, Kenichi could guess what kind of exchange was happening between Orochimaru and Danzo. It had to be connected to that monk's arm, or at least to what Danzo intended to do with it. But it was not the arm itself. If it were, it would have been delivered in a sealing scroll. Still, Kenichi had a bad feeling as they stepped back out into the street. The night of the clan extermination felt closer than ever. To gather Sharingan, Danzo would eventually move against the Uchiha. It was not a question of if, only when. Which meant Shursui would die too. The thought did not scare Kenichi as much as it interested him. As they walked, Orochimaru spoke without looking back. Root's influence reaches most major towns in the Land of Fire. When you move around later, be careful. Kenichi nodded and followed his teacher toward the daimyo's residence. The Land of Fire's daimyo looked to be in his 50s at least, which already counted as old in the ninja world. Very few people here lived that long. Especially shinobi. Most did not survive to that age unless they were exceptionally strong. And even then, strength did not guarantee a peaceful retirement. The daimyo was extremely hospitable. Despite his age, he made a show of welcoming both Orochimaru and Kenichi with the utmost respect. Even Kenichi could not find fault in his manners. There were even beautiful maids who approached to pour wine, dressed in loose clothing that made Kenichi keep his eyes very carefully above the neckline. "These are my guardian shinobi," the daimyo said, clapping his hands. 6 shinobi stepped forward. The one in front was familiar the instant Kenichi saw him. Kazuma. The men Kenichi had encountered in Konoha, the one who had tried to collect the Nine Tails chakra that night. Kazuma did not recognize Kenichi now because Kenichi wore a different face. Still, the way Kazuma looked at Kenichi and Orochimaru was far from friendly. "They look like elite shinobi," Orochimaru said with a faint smile. That alone surprised Kenichi. He rarely saw his teacher smile like that. In Kenichi's memory, Orochimaru was not the type to offer warmth, even as a performance. The daimyo sighed and set down his wine cup. "But they still aren't strong enough." The shinobi behind him showed no humiliation. They simply stood quietly, faces unreadable. Kenichi lifted an eyebrow. "Interesting. Your Highness is too modest," Orochimaru said smoothly. "Your basic protection measures are more than adequate. But I believe it would be better if my guard force had a legendary shinobi," the daimyo continued, smiling at Orochimaru. "Someone famous throughout the ninja world. The reward would be very generous. The status would be high, and the autonomy would be absolute. That was not a hint anymore. Kenichi did not know whether to laugh or sigh. The daimyo was ambitious, but not foolish. He dared to form the 12 Guardian Ninja and even tried to recruit Orochimaru, yet he likely would not dare to openly oppose Konoha. Your Highness, Orochimaru said, patience thinning, if Konoha is determined to kill, nothing can stop them, at least within the land of fire. They had agreed to come here to do business. Yet the daimyo was already asking for more before anything had even begun. Kenichi noticed the resentment flickering in Kazuma's eyes. The other shinobi remained indifferent, as if they had already accepted the daimyo's impossible appetite. The daimyo did not get angry. Instead, he chuckled, then waved his hand and dismissed his guards and servants. Only then did he finally steer the conversation back to the real purpose. Orochimaru's voice cooled into professional clarity. Your Highness, before administering the injection, I need to explain certain potential side effects first. From his teacher's tone alone, Kenichi could tell he was not in a good mood. P at Trian discount, 20% OFF. P at Trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 115, Butterfly Hands, Sarutobi Asuma. Chapter 115, Butterfly Hands, Sarutobi Asuma. After helping his teacher put on a proper show, Kenichi wiped the sweat from his brow and stepped outside, looking utterly worn out. There was nothing else for him to do now. He could have stayed inside, but he wanted air more than polite conversation. The moment he got out, he spotted the Guardian Shinobi from earlier. They were not as numerous as they would be in the future. For now, there were only 6, including Kazuma and a bald monk. The other 4 looked like background extras, but judging by their posture and the way they carried themselves, they were still elite. Kenichi's eyes lingered on those 4. He was curious whether they were the ones who would eventually master that strange lightning release technique. He could not remember the 12 Guardian Ninja incident clearly, but he did remember fragments, the 9 tails, Konoha, necromancers, and a crisis that supposedly could destroy Konoha. What left the deepest impression was one particularly unique jutsu. Kenichi could not recall the exact name, only that it was a lightning release technique with heavy limitations. It required 4 people to use together. If even one of them could not perform it, the jutsu simply failed. So Kenichi was not entirely sure whether they truly possessed the power to destroy Konoha. Compared to the elusive and hard-to-pin-down Lightning Release 4, Kenichi paid far more attention to Kazuma. The reason was simple. Kazuma had attacked him before. As for Kazuma's jutsu, Kenichi was not too worried. All this guy had was Lightning Release, Ultimate Creation, Soil of the Dead. That was basically a youthful version of the Impure World Reincarnation. When Kenichi and his teacher researched the Impure World Reincarnation, his teacher had even commented that the restrictions on Soil of the Dead were far more troublesome than those of the Impure World Reincarnation itself. And compared to those annoying preparations, Kenichi could now directly summon the undead on a large scale in land where people had already died. That was much simpler than hauling around soil from the dead. Of course, the skeletons he summoned were still cannon fodder at best. Hey, Kazuma. My mission is complete. A strange voice cut in. A man walked over, not very old, but with a gloomy face that looked like it had lost an argument with the sun. Kenichi stared at him for a moment. That face felt familiar, like he had seen it somewhere before. Asuma, Kazuma said, his expression darkening. Didn't I tell you could rest today? The name clicked into place instantly. Sarutobi Asuma. The 3rd Hokage's son. A Konoha Jonin. A man who would eventually die at Haiden's hands. Kenichi had not expected him to end up in this Guardian Ninja entertainment organization. I'll come back and see who this is after I'm done with my stuff, Asuma said, glancing at Kenichi with curiosity. He had never seen this face before. Kazuma's eyes shifted. This guy. Come to think of it, he has some connection with your Konoha. The daimyo had already told Kazuma Orochimaru's identity. Kazuma still did not know who the tag-along was, but it was easy to guess the man beside Orochimaru was likely connected to Konoha as well. Is that so? Asuma pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took a long drag, showing off lungs that clearly believed they were immortal. Kenichi's mouth curled slightly. Seeing Asuma smoke reminded him of Hiruzen, who had successfully developed lung cancer under his teacher's attentive care, and had also picked up bone cancer in his newly acquired left hand. Now Asuma was smoking too. Kenichi thought it might be amusing to plant a little seed in him. Are you a Konoha shinobi? Asuma exhaled smoke. If you're that old man's man, then go back. I'm not returning to that boring village. So it really was a Sarutobi habit, rebelling against Hiruzen. Asuma was like this, and even Konohamaru would be the same one day. The only difference was that Asuma's rebellion had more bite, to the point he actually left the village. Don't flatter yourself, Asuma, Kenichi said, curling his lip. I'm just here to finish my mission. Kenichi did not have any relationship with Asuma. When Asuma still enjoyed the privileges of being a Konoha shinobi, Kenichi had been an orphan struggling in an orphanage. While Kenichi went through hardship after hardship with his teacher, Asuma had lived under the shelter his father provided. Really? Asuma looked a little awkward, but he did not move. He only leaned against the wall and kept smoking. Yes, Kazuma added, voice heavy. He came with Orochimaru, one of Konoha's legendary sannin. Asuma's gaze on Kenichi changed instantly. Even if Asuma had left the village, he still knew about Orochimaru's defection. For a brief moment, Asuma felt the urge to attack, but the rational part of him crushed it immediately. He could not defeat Orochimaru, and he knew it. Asuma understood Orochimaru's strength. Orochimaru had once been a disciple under his father, and Asuma had even called him uncle back then. But hearing legendary sannin made Asuma think of someone else he had met recently. A blonde woman drenched in sweat, nervously slamming the table in a casino. The one he had called sister for so many years. Yet when they met again, that word felt distant. If Tsunade were willing to step in, she could probably take down Orochimaru, Asuma sighed. But how could Tsunade of Konoha possibly move? If it were about setting up a betting table, she would be very willing. Asuma still had no idea how Lady Tsunade accumulated so much debt. She had even borrowed money from him, though she did pawn a book to him. Thinking of it, Asuma reached for his pocket. He vaguely remembered it was still on him. He had not read it at the time, but he clearly remembered Tsunade calling it a very wonderful book. Where did he put it again? Then I'll take my leave, Your Highness. At that moment, his teacher's voice came from inside. Asuma finally found the book and pulled it out. Light slid across the cover, and his breathing hitched. It was stunning. But then he saw the name on the cover, and he froze. The next instant, the door opened. Orochimaru stepped out. Asuma tried to shove the book away, panicking. The more he rushed, the worse it got. The book slipped from his hands, hit the ground, and slid straight to Orochimaru's feet. Orochimaru glanced down. P at Trian discount, 20% OFF. P at Trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 116, Chapter 116, What did General MacArthur say? Chapter 116, What did General MacArthur say? Tonight, silence ruled the daimyo's capital. Outside the daimyo's mansion, Kenichi wiped the sweat off his brow and stared hard at Asuma. All he wanted to do was ask this guy if his brain had taken the night off. How could anyone be this clumsy? How do you even manage butterfly hands at this level? Even General MacArthur would probably have said it was a blessing Asuma was not the one carrying explosives during the Pacific War, otherwise the war might have been lost before it even started. And of course, Asuma had just happened to pull out the exact book Jiraiya published earlier, the story I had to tell about Orochi. And of course, it just happened to fall right at Orochimaru's feet. It was so perfectly timed that Kenichi almost suspected Asuma did it on purpose. Kenichi recognized it instantly because he had seen the cover before, and it left a deep impression on him. Now his teacher had seen it too. The air turned utterly still. Asuma had already learned from Kazuma who the shinobi accompanying the daimyo's guest today was. His legs trembled, and even the hand holding his cigarette shook like someone with Parkinson's. Asuma knew Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya. In fact, the legendary sannin used to visit his father during holidays. So when Asuma saw Orochimaru, he immediately understood who the book was referring to, and he also knew Jiraiya's pen name. That meant he also immediately understood who Orochimaru was supposed to be. Orochimaru said nothing. He simply bent down, picked up the book, and began flipping through it page by page. Kenichi glanced at his teacher. Good. His teacher was reading it. Right now. If there had been even the slightest chance that his teacher might have missed it or brushed it aside, that hope was dead. Unless his teacher was actually brain damaged, the meaning was impossible to miss. Kenichi silently lit a candle in his heart for Jiraiya and Asuma and hoped the Sage of Six Paths would bless these two unlucky men. Kazuma and the others had no idea what was happening, but the atmosphere alone forced them into silence. As the seconds dragged on, the pressure only grew heavier. Kenichi glanced at Asuma again. The culprit was in serious trouble tonight. Asuma clearly understood that too. He stared down at the ground like he was counting stones for his own funeral. Sweat poured off him so hard that even his neck gleamed. He, this is really interesting, Asuma. Orochimaru chuckled as he set the book down. He had already finished reading it. The book was not thick. It was only the first volume so far. On top of that, Orochimaru always read quickly, so finishing it this fast was not surprising. Uncle Orochimaru. Asuma stiffly raised his head and forced a smile so complicated it looked painful. Asuma, it's been a long time. You've grown up. Orochimaru gently patted Asuma's shoulder. Asuma froze, but he did not feel pain. Instead, warmth spread through his body. This book was given to me by Tsunade. I really didn't buy it. Asuma kept that stiff smile, because he truly did not dare provoke Orochimaru. Orochimaru was one of the legendary Sannin, a shinobi with Kage-level strength. Even if Asuma and the guardian shinobi fought together, they probably would not be a match for Orochimaru, and Orochimaru was also accompanied by someone whose identity was unclear. Where is she? Orochimaru's smile became even gentler, and Kenichi knew exactly what that meant. This was his teacher at maximum anger. Just hearing Tsunade's name made him ask for her location without a single pause. He clearly wanted to go have a very warm, very heartfelt conversation about their long friendship. At the Golden Rose Casino, not far from the daimyo's capital, Asuma said without hesitation, selling out his sister on the spot. What a joke. If Tsunade had not handed him that book, he would not be standing in this disaster right now. Yes. Orochimaru's smile widened. Remember to pass along my regards. This tobacco is for you as well. He patted Asuma's shoulder again, then pulled a batch of high-quality tobacco from a sealing scroll and handed it to him. Asuma went blank. He had expected a beating so severe he would not sit down for a week. Instead, Orochimaru did not strike him at all. He gave him premium tobacco. That made Asuma feel even more uneasy. Kenichi looked at Asuma with sympathy. The poor guy had no idea what was happening to him. Just now, Kenichi had sensed yang attribute chakra dispersing. He guessed his teacher had decided to give Asuma a taste of his own medicine. As for whether it would actually cause cancer, Kenichi could not be completely sure. But judging by how furious his teacher was, it was very likely the gift had already taken root. The Sarutobi father and son both loved smoking. This family really did have a hard fate. It was a good thing Asuma died early in the future, otherwise his wife and daughter might have suffered badly from two heavy smokers. Orochimaru waved Kenichi over, then led him out of the daimyo's residence and toward the location Asuma had just given. Do you know about this book? Orochimaru lifted the book in his hand and gave it a lazy shake. Kenichi glanced at it, then shook his head, acting like he knew nothing. In truth, Kenichi had learned a simple rule long ago. If someone asks whether you know something you are not supposed to know, do not deny it instantly. Hesitate, pretend to think, then deny it. Immediate denial only makes people more suspicious. Jiraiya is getting bolder and bolder, Orochimaru said, voice light, smile unchanged. Looks like it's time to catch up with him properly. He. That laugh made Kenichi's liver tremble. His teacher was completely enraged. If Jiraiya were standing here right now, Kenichi had no doubt his teacher would summon Manda and start fighting on the spot. The only reason he could stay controlled was because the culprit was not present. Kenichi forced an awkward laugh, unsure what he could possibly say. Before long, a luxurious casino appeared ahead, with the words Golden Rose emblazoned across it. Beautiful women dressed as bunny girls stood at the entrance, smiling as they beckoned customers inside. Tsunade was in there. P at Trian discount, 20% OFF. P at Trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 117, Kelly Formula. Chapter 117, Kelly Formula. Naruto was a classic series with a long history, and it was especially interesting when you looked at it from the right angle. Orochimaru taught Sasuke. Jiraiya taught Naruto. Tsunade taught Sakura. From another perspective, Team 7 was basically a replica of Konoha's legendary Sannin, except everyone but Sakura was an upgraded version. But if you asked Kenichi what his first impression of the three legendary Sannin was, the answer would be simple. Gambling, drugs, and prostitution. Jiraiya did not need an introduction. He was the kind of legend you could find outside a women's bathhouse 5 days a week, and he even wrote masterpieces like Ika Ika Paradise, inspiring countless hot-blooded young men to sweat through their nights. Orochimaru was not poisoned, but since his teacher was a master of deception, he often gave people the illusion that he was. And Tsunade was the biggest gambler in the entire ninja world, and also the biggest, easiest target. Back when Kenichi was thinking about making money, he had even considered approaching Tsunade. He did not need to gamble against her. He only needed to see which side she bet on, then bet the opposite. He would almost certainly win. After all, ever since Tsunade started gambling, she had only won a handful of times. And every time she won, something bad seemed to happen afterward. She was practically a walking omen machine in the ninja world. After following his teacher into the casino, Kenichi immediately found Tsunade. It was not hard. Half the casino was crowded around one spot, shouting so loudly it was impossible to miss. The moment Kenichi pushed closer, he saw her clearly. Tsunade looked young and stunning, as if time had never touched her at all. Of course, Kenichi knew that was the effect of her jutsu. With one glance, he could also tell what she was playing. Dice. An old casino staple. Big. 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 Tsunade's face was flushed as she slammed her palm down on the table. Then the result was revealed. A leopard. The dealer won both hands, and the table filled with groans. Tsunade was furious at losing, but then she lifted her head, looked past Kenichi, and locked onto Orochimaru, who was smiling at her. Let's talk outside. Orochimaru gestured to the side. Tsunade returned a smile, stood up, gave Shizen a quick instruction, and walked out with Orochimaru. The dealer at the center table looked like he wanted to stop them, but the moment he met Orochimaru's indifferent gaze, he swallowed his words. Shizen ne. Kenichi greeted her with a smile. With his teacher gone, the suffocating pressure finally eased. Huh. Shizen blinked, clearly not recognizing the face Kenichi was wearing. Kenichi calmly tore off his disguise. It's Kenichi, Shizen said, then smiled too. Their relationship had always been good. Back when Kenichi was still in Konoha, he had studied medical ninjutsu under Shizen for a time. Kenichi walked over. With Tsunade leaving, the crowd around the table thinned fast. Most of these gamblers had only been here because Tsunade's reputation made her look like a walking payday. Tsunade gambled everywhere, and people gradually discovered her terrifying losing streak. That was why gamblers constantly gathered around her, hoping to get rich. Of course, it was obvious the house was not stupid either. You really have it tough, Shizen ne. Kenichi sighed as he looked at her. Shizen's strength was honestly excellent, and her medical ninjutsu was strong too. If she stayed in Konoha, she would definitely be a Jonin-level medical ninja. No one would object to her serving as the director of Konoha Hospital. Yet she still chose to follow Tsunade. It's all right, Shizen said gently. Serving Lady Tsunade has always been my wish. Shizen did not talk much, especially not with strangers. But she was willing to say a few words to someone she knew. Kenichi leaned closer and glanced around the table. Even with Tsunade gone, a few gamblers still lingered, trying their luck. Kenichi, gambling is not allowed, Shizen reminded him quickly when she saw where his attention went. I know, Kenichi said, shaking his head. I'm not interested in those rigged tables. He truly was not. Kenichi understood gambling well enough. In his previous life, anti-fraud propaganda was everywhere, and he had even wandered through anti-gambling forums. He had read plenty of first-hand stories. If there was one conclusion that never changed, it was this. None of these places were clean. Even if you dragged in the world's top mathematicians, they would still lose. How much should we bet this time? I think it might come up as a triple, the gamblers beside him muttered to each other. Kenichi glanced at them and thought, abstractly, that the bet size question could be handled with a simple formula. F * equals B times P minus Q over B. That formula was the Kelly criterion. Of course, the Kelly criterion had rules. It only applied to perfectly fair probability games, and only when the expected payoff was positive. If the expected payoff was negative, you did not gamble. And casinos were the definition of unfair. The gambling dens in the ninja world had all kinds of cheating methods. Even legendary gamblers from Kenichi's previous life would walk out broke here. And when Tsunade was involved, the house had to be even more careful with their tricks. Otherwise, if she realized she was being played, the aftermath would be unforgettable. Kenichi watched for a while and quickly figured out the method here. It was simple magnetic manipulation. Some of the dice had metal hidden inside. The dealer was a beautiful woman, and she barely moved, but she could control the outcome precisely. Almost every time, the side with the biggest pile of money won. Occasionally, a triple would hit and someone would win big, but that was just the house tossing a tiny bone to keep people dreaming. Kenichi shook his head. Gambling really was one of the oldest businesses in the world. Then, suddenly, a thunderous bang exploded outside. The entire building shuddered, and a crack tore through the casino like it had been split by an axe. Kenichi whipped his head around. Outside, Tsunade's fist was buried in the ground. Her eyes blazed with rage, and the crack spreading outward made Kenichi's lips twitch. Tsunade was Tsunade. That monstrous strength was not a joke. So what happened? His teacher had only gone out to talk business, right? How did it suddenly turn into this? Had something gone wrong? P at Trian discount, 20% OFF. P at Trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 118, How many Tsunade doujinshi were caused by hemophobia? Chapter 118, How many Tsunade doujinshi were caused by hemophobia? Kid. Where's your master? Tsunade stormed over. Faced with her fury, Kenichi swallowed hard, the pressure hitting him like a physical weight. I don't know. Sensei hasn't come back, he said, genuinely confused. What just happened? His teacher had not sent him any messages. No hints. No warning. He had left without even saying a word, so Kenichi truly had no idea why Tsunade was this furious. All Kenichi could see in the chaotic street outside was Tsunade's silhouette pushing through the crowd. He could not spot his teacher anywhere. Hearing his answer, Tsunade's expression darkened further. But she did not lash out at Kenichi. Instead, she shot him a sharp glare, then turned and charged off. Kenichi had no choice but to hurry after her. "Kenichi, do you know what happened?" Shizen asked as she ran, clutching Tauntaun to her chest. Ever since leaving Konoha with Lady Tsunade, Shizen had rarely seen her this angry. The last time she was this angry was the time before that. "I don't know," Kenichi said with a shrug. "Though I think Sensei is the one who should be the angriest." He could understand his teacher's anger. After all, his teacher was Orochimaru, yet Jiraiya had written him into that kind of character. It would be stranger if he was not furious. But Tsunade's anger? Kenichi could not figure it out. It was not like Asuma had gotten mad because of Jiraiya's book. Asuma had said Tsunade gave him the copy, which meant Tsunade probably read it too. It would be absurd to claim she had never opened it. So why was she exploding like this? Did his teacher say something? Kenichi's thoughts sank deeper. Judging by Tsunade's outburst just now, his teacher must have stabbed straight into her sore spot. But what was Tsunade's sore spot? Dan Kato and her younger brother Nawaki, for sure. Hashirama and Tobirama were also possible. But the third Hokage? No chance. After the Konoha crush, Tsunade learned Hiruzen was dead and that was that. She did not react like this, like she wanted to fight Orochimaru to the death. "Ah, that thing," Shizen muttered. It was obvious she had read the book too. Seeing the look in her eyes, Kenichi silently offered Jiraiya another wreath in his heart. At this point, more and more people in the ninja world were going to read Jiraiya's book. Jiraiya was famous, and even if his readers included plenty of shameless perverts, the truth was he had a massive audience. Once those books spread, they would only spread further. Some younger ninja might not even know who Orochimaru was, but anyone with sharp eyes would figure it out. Which meant his teacher's anger would only keep climbing. As the saying went, the killing intent was rising. If Jiraiya popped up right now and got beaten half to death, it might actually help. The longer he stayed hidden, the higher the chance Orochimaru would actually kill him when he was finally found. A loud crash suddenly sounded ahead. Kenichi and Shizen exchanged a glance and rushed forward. They found Tsunade and Orochimaru facing each other. "Orochimaru, I will absolutely not allow you to insult the dead." Tsunade glared, her voice shaking with fury. Kenichi noticed his teacher's face was calm, completely unreadable. "Oh." Orochimaru smiled. "I only mentioned it casually." His teacher looked almost regretful, as if he should have prepared beforehand. But he knew Tsunade too well. Orochimaru bit his lip. Blood flowed down, bright red in the night. The color reflected in Tsunade's eyes. Tsunade instantly trembled and stumbled back, fear seizing her. "So her hemophobia still isn't cured," Kenichi murmured, exhaling quietly. Since his teacher clearly had no intention of fighting Tsunade, Kenichi had the spare mind to talk to Shizen. "And yes, I call her older sister because Tsunade won't let me call her aunt," Kenichi added under his breath. "According to her, she's forever young and beautiful, so she forces me to call her older sister." Back then, when Tsunade smiled kindly while hiding a clenched fist behind her back, Kenichi had very tactfully called her older sister in the sweetest voice he could manage. Later, he discovered calling someone older sister came with many benefits, like getting allowances and being treated to meals. After that, he leaned into it shamelessly. Shizen sighed. She could tell the Sannin were not going to fight each other, but thinking about Tsunade's hemophobia still made her feel helpless. This was a mental wound Tsunade had to overcome herself. Medical ninjutsu was useless. Kenichi stroked his chin, thinking. In truth, it was rare for girls to have hemophobia, since they dealt with blood regularly every month. They should be used to it. But Tsunade's hemophobia was born from the deaths of Dan Kato and Nawaki. That was not biology. It was trauma. The best method was to force Tsunade to confront it herself. Yet it was clearly not working, otherwise she would not have feared blood for so many years. A second method was sealing away the memories of Dan and Nawaki's deaths. That should cure it too. But Tsunade was one of the legendary Sannin. She was powerful, and she knew sealing techniques herself. Trying to seal her without her noticing would be anything but easy. "Tsunade, you're still the same," Orochimaru said calmly, looking at her trembling body. A legendary Sannin with this flaw. He had already discovered Tsunade's hemophobia long ago, but there was no particularly good cure. So the so-called legendary Sannin of Konoha were really only 2.5 Sannin now. Tsunade's strength was heavily limited by her fear of blood. If someone used the right tactics, a handful of Jonin might even be able to defeat her. You're despicable, Orochimaru, Tsunade forced out, shaking, but still barely standing. Then she noticed something on her head. Her instincts took over. She threw a punch. A snake exploded into pieces. Blood splattered across her face. The shock hit her like a wave. Fear swallowed her whole. Tsunade shuddered, dropped to her knees, and dry-heaved weakly. Kenichi's lips twitched. He remembered the bounty on Tsunade's head and could only pray that nobody ever learned she had hemophobia. P at Trian discount, 20% OFF. P at Trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 119, Chapter 119, There are always fools trying to get what they cannot have. Chapter 119, There are always fools trying to get what they cannot have. Kenichi, bring 2 ninja here, Orochimaru suddenly called out. Kenichi froze for a beat, then nodded and turned to leave. Shizen instinctively tried to stop him. Whatever Orochimaru wanted, it did not sound like anything good. But one cold glance from Orochimaru pinned her in place, and she could only watch Kenichi go with clear reluctance. What are you doing, Orochimaru? Tsunade snapped, still glaring. After Shizen wiped the blood off her face, she looked a little better. Only a little. Nothing, Orochimaru said lightly. A mocking curve lifted at the corner of his mouth. Just wait here for a moment. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what might happen to your precious student. Tsunade clenched her fists, furious and unwilling. But she also understood the reality. Shizen was absolutely not a match for Orochimaru. And Tsunade herself was crippled by hemophobia. As Kenichi moved away, curiosity stirred in him. What was Sensei planning this time? Still, curiosity did not stop him from following orders. He returned quickly to the capital of the Land of Fire, only to find it in chaos. People swarmed the streets, repairing cracked roads and damaged buildings. The place looked like it had been punched by a natural disaster with very specific anger issues. Kenichi soon spotted the ninja stationed there. One of the men even resembled one of the Lightning Release 4. Asuma was not present, and neither was the bald monk. Kazuma, however, was there, speaking loudly to the crowd like he owned the stage. Kenichi, intrigued, used transformation jutsu, then slipped closer. As he approached, Kazuma's words carried clearly. These Konoha ninja are truly heinous. Kazuma thundered. Look. This is proof of their unbridled audacity. He slammed his fist into the collapsed wall beside him, hard enough to draw blood. The gesture was so dramatic it practically demanded applause. Anyone watching could see how outraged he was, how deeply he grieved for the innocent victims. As expected of a staunch anti-Konoha faction, Kenichi muttered, unimpressed. Kazuma had chosen his timing perfectly. Tsunade's monstrous strength had damaged streets and turned plenty of houses into hazards. And Kazuma was using the moment to stir public hatred toward Konoha. His intentions were obvious. So was his stupidity. This was a world where individual power decided everything. If the Land of Fire were not so vast, and if Konoha were not so short on manpower that decentralized control was impractical, Konoha would not even bother keeping the Land of Fire's high officials in their current positions. They could turn the daimyo into a puppet, and if the puppet refused to dance, replace him with one who would. Konoha still had some sense of shame, which was why the formal appointment of the Hokage went through the daimyo. Of course, in reality, the daimyo did not get to choose whoever he wanted. Most of the time, Konoha informed him, and he simply wrote the document. It had the feel of a British royal title, prestigious but hollow in practice. Still, the daimyo did hold influence in one place that mattered. Money. The funds of the Land of Fire ran through the daimyo, and even Konoha needed financial support. Their relationship was economic and military, the daimyo funded, Konoha fought. A daimyo's job was simple. Build the economy, collect revenue, and pay what needed to be paid. But the current daimyo of the Land of Fire was clearly ambitious. Is this Kazuma's idea, or the daimyo's? Kenichi watched Kazuma perform with quiet interest. Underestimating a daimyo's awareness would be foolish, especially when the 12 Guardian Ninja were an organization created under the daimyo's authority. The daimyo had to know what Kazuma was doing. And he still allowed it. Was this a test of Konoha? After acting like a grandson for so long, he finally wanted to act like a grandfather. Kenichi did not care. The daimyo's resistance was pointless. The future daimyo would not cause much trouble either. In the end, he would still fold neatly and admit defeat. What Kenichi did care about was who to bring back. The first target was Kazuma, without question. Kenichi found him disgusting, and Kazuma had ambushed him before. Kenichi had never said it aloud, but he remembered. As for the second target, Kenichi's gaze swept across the 4 ninja standing nearby. He almost decided to grab one at random. Even if they had that powerful lightning release technique, they could not use it without all 4 anyway. Then he hesitated. Sensei might be more interested in that technique. He clicked his tongue in irritation. Then I should catch the bald monk instead. I can always sell his head for money, Kenichi thought, frustrated with himself. Those four needed to be captured, and they could not die. Kenichi planned to take them back to Orochimaru so his teacher could study the technique they had mastered. With that in mind, the bald monk was a clean choice to fill out the number, and his bounty was a bonus. Kenichi slipped into the daimyo's mansion. He had seen the bald monk earlier, and he was likely still here. Sure enough, he found Asuma and the monk together. Chiriku, you do not need to be so tense, Asuma said, sounding far more relaxed now that Orochimaru and Tsunade had left. He was smoking again, exhaling thick clouds like he was personally trying to remodel his lungs. Orochimaru and Tsunade would never attack a daimyo. The bald monk, Chiriku, waved a hand with a helpless look. Asuma, smoke less, Chiriku said. He had advised him countless times, and Asuma had ignored him every time. Still, hearing Asuma's words, Chiriku visibly eased. That was when a figure appeared behind him in an instant. A brutal kick slammed into the back of Chiriku's head. Chiriku. Asuma reacted on instinct, lunging in and blocking the strike. Only then did he fully see the attacker. A masked man. The moment the attack failed, the masked man retreated and spat out a roaring torrent of flame, aiming straight at the daimyo's residence. How dare you assassinate a daimyo? Asuma's eyes widened, shock and fury twisting together. He rushed forward, but the flames were terrifyingly strong, pressing down on him like a burning wall. It was not something he could brush aside easily. At the same time, a startled shout came from the side, then cut off into silence. Asuma's heart sank. He understood the enemy's intent. But he could not move. If he left, the daimyo of the Land of Fire would be reduced to ashes on the spot. You. Asuma ground his teeth, rage boiling under the strain. He forced out a water release, water dragon bullet technique, crushing the enemy's ninjutsu and buying the mansion a breath of safety. But when the smoke and heat cleared, Chiriku was already gone. Asuma stared at the empty space, his expression turning sharp and ugly. You're too weak, he sneered through clenched teeth. In a world where Konoha was written as overwhelmingly powerful, ruling the Land of Fire should have been easy. Yet here they were, with fools still reaching for what they could never hold. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 120, listen to this, is this even human language? Chapter 120, listen to this, is this even human language? Carrying the unconscious Chiriku, Kenichi left the daimyo's residence. The moment he spotted Asuma and Chiriku inside, a plan had already formed in his head. Anyone who has ever played an escort mission knows what the real nightmare is. It is not the endless waves of enemies, and it is not the elite monsters either. It is the person you are escorting. They cannot fight, they cannot defend, they die if someone breathes at them too hard, and they either walk painfully slow or run around like they are trying to get you killed on purpose. It makes you want to abandon the mission and become the bandit instead. If you did not have to protect that idiot, you could go all out and wipe the field clean. But because you must protect him, you also have to fight with one hand tied behind your back, terrified you will hit the escort target by accident. So if Kenichi attacked the daimyo's room with sage art, dragon fire technique, Asuma would have no choice but to block it. That would force Chiriku to face him alone. If Kenichi had actually wanted Asuma dead, Asuma probably would not have survived. Kenichi had far too many ways to deal with him and Chiriku. Asuma is too weak right now, and he is way too careless, Kenichi muttered, shaking his head. No wonder he dies in the future. He had lived as a second-generation Kage for too long. He had forgotten how cruel the ninja world could be. Fine. Kenichi would teach him a lesson using Chiriku's head. With Chiriku still slung over him, Kenichi went looking for Kazuma. Or rather, Kazuma found him. Kazuma might have been a fool, but at least he had some ability. The moment he noticed something was wrong at the daimyo's residence, he rushed over and ran straight into Kenichi. The instant Kazuma saw Kenichi, he attacked without hesitation. A barrage of earth release, earth dragon bullets erupted toward him. Just one look at the unconscious Chiriku in Kenichi's grasp told Kazuma everything he needed to know. Kenichi held Chiriku with one hand and stayed completely calm. Chakra condensed continuously in his left palm, forming a spinning sphere. It was not a Rasengan. It was a simple wind ball, packed with a massive amount of Sage Mode wind attribute chakra. Still, it resembled the Rasengan enough that the resemblance was obvious. Kenichi had heard of the Rasengan, the technique Naruto used through an entire anime. Once you understood the principle, copying the shape was not that hard. He's a rookie. Kazuma's eyes lit up when he saw Kenichi charge forward with wind release. Kazuma clapped his hands together. Kenichi's feet sank abruptly into mud. At the same time, Kazuma formed a clay spear and thrust it forward. The weapon pierced Kenichi's body cleanly. A flash of white lightning burst. Kenichi's body scattered into crackling electricity. Damn it. Kazuma immediately realized it. A shadow clone technique, or even lightning release, lightning clone technique. But before he could stabilize his breathing, a heavy strike slammed into his neck. Dizziness surged up violently. Kazuma tried to force chakra through his system to resist. He failed. A pair of Sharingan eyes, 3 tomoe rotating slowly, filled his vision. The next second, his consciousness went dark. What a weakling, Kenichi clicked his tongue. You want to rebel against Konoha? Asuma could probably beat you until you forget your own name. He grabbed Kazuma, kept Chiriku secured, and left the capital of the Land of Fire without looking back. Throughout the entire process, Kenichi never once set down the earthenware potion jar in his hand. When Kenichi finally reached Orochimaru, his teacher had already been waiting for a while. The moment Orochimaru saw the 2 ninja Kenichi had brought, a smile flickered in his eyes. Tsunade stared at Kenichi with a complicated expression. She recognized both of them. Asuma had mentioned before that one was Chiriku and the other was Kazuma, 2 members of the daimyo's 12 guardian ninja. She just had not expected Kenichi to drag them here like this. What exactly happened after I left the village? Tsunade-ne-chan, would you like some tea? Kenichi asked. He had seen what Orochimaru took out of the sealing scroll. He could guess what his teacher intended to do, so he simply started gathering firewood and boiling water. Tsunade did not answer. Instead, she looked at Orochimaru warily. Kenichi, what exactly is your teacher planning to do? She demanded. Kenichi scratched his head. He did not even need to turn around to know Orochimaru was watching him. I don't know, he said immediately. But you'll probably find out soon. Shizune, Kenichi said, handing over 2 cups. Tsunade and Shizune accepted them with equally complicated expressions. A moment ago they were fighting. Now they were holding tea. It made no sense. After Tsunade finished 1 cup, she started panting. Not because Kenichi had added computer parts or anything equally insane. It was because she understood what Orochimaru was planning. Orochimaru. Tsunade's fury detonated. The Een seal, the strength of 100 seal, released. Kenichi's eyes widened as Orochimaru spoke without even turning his head. Kenichi, don't let her bother me. Kenichi stared at his teacher for a full second, blank and stunned. Listen to this. Is this even human language? Tsunade, with the Een seal released, held herself together through sheer rage. Kenichi did not waste time arguing. He drove his fist into his own body and spat out a mouthful of blood. But Tsunade was Tsunade. Thinking 1 mouthful of blood would weaken her enough to control her completely was childish. Tsunade blew the splatter away with a violent gust and glared at Kenichi, anger rolling off her in waves. Kenichi, this has nothing to do with you. Move, she snapped. Her fear of blood had dulled slightly under the seal and her rage, but it was still there. I'm sorry, Tsunade-ne-chan, Kenichi said, his smile gentle. It was the same kind of smile Orochimaru wore. A smile Kenichi had learned from living around him every day. But I want to test my magnanimity too. Then be careful. Tsunade stomped. The earth split open, the shock racing toward Kenichi like a cracking jaw. Kenichi pulled on his mask and leapt, narrowly avoiding the tearing ground. In midair, he mobilized a massive surge of sage chakra. A piercing bird cry echoed through the forest. But this isn't Chidori anymore, Kenichi murmured. As he poured in more chakra, the sound changed. The bird cry sharpened into something even harsher, like standing in the heart of a thunderstorm, so loud it felt like it could rupture eardrums. Good lad. Tsunade's eyes flashed with admiration. The power gathering in Kenichi's hand was no joke. A pillar of lightning surged out from his palm, violent and condensed. Tsunade did not meet it with raw strength. She opened her mouth and unleashed wind release, vacuum giant ball at the lightning pillar. It shattered instantly. The moment she finished the vacuum giant ball, Tsunade used the body flicker technique, vanishing from the path of Kenichi's attack. p@trian.com/fanficlord03 Chapter 121, Chapter 121, It is dangerous to casually attempt to invent ninjutsu. Chapter 121, It is dangerous to casually attempt to invent ninjutsu. Ha! With a loud crash, Kenichi stared at the cracked ground and wiped the sweat from his brow. Tsunade's monstrous strength was no joke. How many people could take a punch with that kind of power and still breathe afterward? Kenichi had no interest in finding out firsthand. Even so, his mind drifted for the briefest moment. Jiraiya seemed to have feelings for Tsunade, yet the two never ended up together. The lecherous sage left no descendants. Honestly, it was a bit of a shame. Kid, you dare get distracted while fighting me. Tsunade snapped, her voice full of fury. Kenichi could only sigh. He did not want to be distracted. But this was Tsunade. With that light swaying around, it was hard not to lose focus. Besides, she was his elder, and their relationship was good. Surely he was not going to try to kill her for real. Then a thought struck him, sharp enough to cut through the chaos. The biggest trait of Sage Mode was that it could draw on Sage Chakra made from natural energy. Sage Chakra could be used for powerful Sage Ninjutsu. Sage Chakra itself was a blend of natural energy, physical energy, and spiritual energy. So what would happen if he mixed two other chakra attributes into Sage Chakra? What kind of effect would that create? Kenichi decided to try it. Taking advantage of the momentum from Tsunade's kick, he retreated deeper into the forest. At the same time, he began forcing his lightning chakra and fire chakra into Sage Chakra, mixing them together. It was far harder than he imagined. The moment the fusion began, a tearing pain ripped through his chest and abdomen, like something gnawing into him from the inside. The pain was unbearable. Kenichi had no time to think. He immediately tried to summon and stabilize the chaotic chakra. Before he could release it, an overpowering urge to vomit hit him. He threw up. Tsunade, who had just rushed after him, froze when she saw Kenichi open his mouth and spew out a fireball. Tsunade sneered and answered instantly. A water dragon surged forward, charging straight at the fireball. The moment they touched, the water dragon was vaporized. At the same time, the fireball deepened in color, becoming heavier, darker, more oppressive. A fire jutsu with this kind of power. Tsunade's eyes narrowed in surprise. Judging by its size, it should not have been that strong. Her water dragon bullet should have handled it easily. Instead, it was erased on contact. Seeing the attack still coming, Tsunade dodged. The fireball slammed into the ground. A blast of scorching air exploded outward from the impact point. Centered there, red flames mixed with deep black lightning spread in a wave. Tsunade was caught off guard and struck in the back by the heat. A tingling numbness swept through her entire body. She shuddered, then the hot wind hurled her into a tree. She smashed through 3 trees before finally stopping. This thing, hiss. Kenichi tried to speak, but he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. He pressed a hand to his chest. The tearing sensation still clawed at him, leaving his whole body trembling with discomfort. Still, when he looked at the aftermath, he had to admit it. The move was powerful. But the damage to the body was too severe. It was almost self-destructive, making it feel counterproductive. Even the blast pattern was strange. Within a 50-meter radius around the impact point, the ground had been completely flattened. Trees were scattered everywhere, and they were dark, almost black, yet none of them showed signs of being ignited. Kenichi guessed that was the effect of lightning release. Boy, are you all right? Tsunade hauled herself up. She was angry, but the moment she saw Kenichi coughing blood, her face went pale. Even so, she still frowned as she asked. I just had a sudden idea, cough, cough. Kenichi opened his mouth, but the metallic taste in his throat made him cough again. Your ninjutsu is pretty interesting. And? Tsunade curled her lip, about to continue. Then she turned her head sharply, looking behind her. She had been focused on fighting Kenichi and only now realized Orochimaru seemed to have finished his work. Shizen, come treat this brat. Tsunade barked as she rushed forward, anger flaring again. Orochimaru, that bastard. Shizen jogged over immediately. A large amount of yang attribute chakra gathered in her hands as she used the healing palm technique, something she was highly proficient with. Thank you, Shizen-ne, Kenichi said, coughing twice. As the healing palm technique worked, his throat eased. Earlier it had hurt so badly he felt like he was going to die on the spot. Now the pain faded quickly. Shizen waved it off, but her eyes kept drifting toward Tsunade. She had just witnessed what Orochimaru had done, and she could not stop worrying about what would happen next. The treatment finished quickly. Or rather, Kenichi's sage constitution gave him a certain level of recovery on its own. With Shizen's help, he adjusted his condition fast, stood up, and followed her. When they returned to the previous spot, Kenichi saw Tsunade facing his teacher. And beside Tsunade were 2 coffins. Tsunade, you're so weak now, Orochimaru sneered. Then, as the impure world reincarnation was completed, the coffins opened. 2 people stepped out. Dan. Then Nawaki. Orochimaru. How dare you desecrate the dead? Tsunade roared, fury burning in her eyes. She was furious because she had heard Orochimaru say he wanted to summon Dan and Nawaki. She just had not believed she would fail to stop him, even knowing he was using a forbidden jutsu. What can you do? Orochimaru replied coldly. A swarm of snakes lunged at Tsunade. As they closed in, they detonated, and blood gushed out. Tsunade's fear flared, but she forced herself to move. She used wind release, trying to blow the blood away. Then she saw someone she had longed for, running toward her with pure happiness. Nawaki. Sister. Nawaki called out in a childish voice. The seemingly unbreakable Tsunade shattered in an instant. Her wind release faltered, and in her panic, a little blood splattered onto her hands and across her face. But for once, she did not care about the blood that terrified her. She only stared, blank and trembling, as Nawaki ran up and jumped. Almost without thinking, she reached out and hugged her little brother, just like she used to. Sister. Nawaki laughed, snuggling close, rubbing his cheek against hers with innocent affection. Tsunade tried to widen her eyes. Tears welled up in them in the next instant. p@treon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 122, Chapter 122, Only by facing the darkness can we emerge from it. Chapter 122, Only by facing the darkness can we emerge from it. Alright. This sentimental reminiscing game is over. Orochimaru clapped his hands. Nawaki's innocent eyes went blank. In the next second, Tsunade felt a sharp pain in her stomach. She looked down and saw a kunai buried in her. Kenichi's lips twitched. He suddenly realized he had been far too kind. His teacher's methods were truly ruthless, especially when it came to Tsunade. Shizune, standing to the side, tensed as if she were about to rush forward, but Kenichi stopped her with a hand. Do not be so hasty, Shizune, he said in a low voice. Even though his teacher was cold, he still cared about Jiraiya and Tsunade. Otherwise, he would not have simply stabbed Tsunade in the stomach. If Orochimaru truly wanted to threaten Tsunade's life, he had plenty of other ways. If his teacher really meant to kill her, then Tsunade, with her hemophobia flaring, would not be able to stop him. Nawaki. Tsunade shoved Nawaki away. Nawaki fell to the ground with a cry, and Tsunade's expression wavered in shock. Before she could say anything, she saw Den pull Nawaki close, a kunai pressed to Nawaki's throat. Tsunade stared at the scene in disbelief. Dan was her lover. How could he do something like that? It had to be Orochimaru. Tsunade, choose, Orochimaru said with a faint smile. Who do you want to die first? At the same time, Nawaki drew a kunai of his own and aimed it at Dan's chest. You despicable bastard. Tsunade's fists clenched so hard her knuckles turned white. How could she not understand what was happening? Both her lover and her brother were products of the impure world reincarnation. Tsunade knew enough about that forbidden technique Tobirama created to recognize it. But knowing it and facing it were two different things. Looking at the two most important men in her life, Tsunade felt a pain so intense it nearly tore her apart. She had already lost them once. She had spent years running from that darkness, only to realize she was still standing inside it. Running had been shameful, but it had kept her alive. It had let her escape the pain for a while. Now she understood the truth. She had never truly moved on. The pain had only piled up, deeper and heavier, buried in her heart. Tsunade made her choice. She glared at Orochimaru, then charged forward without holding back and threw a punch with everything she had. She did not restrain the force at all. If it landed, Dan and Nawaki would be sent back to the Pure Land. This was Tsunade's decision. She chose to let her brother and her lover finally rest. Sister. Nawaki's terrified cry rang out at the last moment, and astonishment flashed across Dan's eyes. Tsunade grit her teeth, her strength nearly collapsing right there. That single word, sister, made her whole body tremble. Nawaki's death had always been her greatest wound. Then strange noises came from both of them. A large amount of blood burst out, spraying across Tsunade. Their eyes turned vacant again, and they lunged at her with their kunai. The attack was aimed straight for her neck and chest. If it struck, even Tsunade would be in serious trouble. Blood. The faces of her little brother and her lover. Nawaki's childish voice. In that instant, Tsunade's punch felt as if time had slowed to a crawl. Her heart was a storm of emotions, tangled and impossible to separate. Longing for Dan. Guilt toward Nawaki. Fear of blood. And beneath it all, an almost invisible thread of reluctance. Even though she knew it was all an illusion, and that her brother and her lover had already passed on, she still had them in front of her now. Even if it was only for a few words, even if it was only a final moment, it felt like too much to let go. There were so many things she wanted to say. So many regrets she wanted to fix. So much she did not want to release. Tsunade clenched her fists anyway. Tsunade, you are not that kind of weak person. Orochimaru stood behind her with his arms crossed. Just as Kenichi had thought, his teacher did not intend to kill Tsunade. Otherwise, he would not have gone to these lengths. Tsunade's punch landed. Her monstrous strength smashed into Dan and Nawaki. The force instantly shattered the Edo Tensei, sending them flying back as their bodies began to break apart and dissipate. Tsunade could only stare. Dan and Nawaki were thrown away, dissolving into fragments of ash and light. She heard Dan's voice in the moment her fist connected. You are still so beautiful, Tsunade. His voice was gentle, the same as always. He smiled at her, then vanished. I miss you so much. Nawaki's voice was still childish. He was still the same boy she remembered, innocent, cheerful, and stubbornly optimistic. Then he, too, disappeared. Tsunade stood there, stunned. Blood covered her. Her expression did not change. Kenichi felt his throat tighten. Shizen beside him had already started sobbing loudly. Kenichi thought he might cry too, even though he could not truly understand Shizen's pain. Their joys and sorrows were not the same. Then his eyes twitched. My money. Kenichi kicked the dirt under his feet in frustration. Ugh. Did Tsunade really not know how to hold back? That was Chirika's head. There might have been a bounty on that guy at the gold exchange. Kenichi had been planning to drag Chirika's dead head in and trade it for money. Even if it was not much, it was still money. Still money. Even if it was only 10 million, it was money. He could have bought a meteorite and padded his little savings account. Now Tsunade had wiped it all out with one punch. And Kazuma. Kenichi did not even know if there was a bounty on him. Sigh. Next time I see a valuable head, I am cutting it off first, Kenichi muttered. He watched Shizen run to Tsunade in tears. Then he glanced at his teacher, who remained expressionless, and walked over as well. Orochimaru looked cold and ruthless, but he was surprisingly gentle at heart in his own way. At least this time, he had forced Tsunade to confront her trauma and pushed her through her hemophobia. Would Tsunade keep wandering now that the fear was gone? Kenichi did not know. The offerings you found are quite powerful, Orochimaru said as Kenichi approached. Then his teacher turned and left, showing no intention of speaking to Tsunade anymore. Kenichi looked back. Tsunade was smiling now as she patted Shizen's back, then looked toward them and nodded at Kenichi. Kenichi knew that image was not exactly comforting. For some reason, his mind produced a ridiculous sound effect, like Shizen's back being smacked with a loud duang-duang, and he even imagined Shizen's ribs cracking. Then Tsunade would pat again and casually use the healing palm technique to fix Shizen's ribs on the spot. After all, Tsunade's strength really was terrifying. Even now, her power was still formidable. She truly deserved the title of fifth Hokage. But hemophobia was a fatal flaw. When it flared up, the drop in her combat strength was absurdly severe. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 123, Chapter 123, Agriculture Research frequently uses quarters and years as time units. Chapter 123, Agriculture Research frequently uses quarters and years as time units. Teacher, I thought you would be furious and fight Lady Tsunade, Kenichi said as he watched Orochimaru walking ahead. After all, his teacher had seen that book, and he had also learned from Asuma who gave it to him. Tsunade. To be honest, it would have been easier to understand if Orochimaru had stormed over and given Tsunade a brutal beating. That would have been a very direct, very Orochimaru kind of reaction. Instead, Orochimaru had helped Tsunade confront her hemophobia. That genuinely surprised Kenichi. Still, Kenichi was not completely clueless. He understood his teacher's thoughts, at least a little. Orochimaru looked strict and cold most of the time, but there was a gentler side buried underneath. When Orochimaru told Kenichi to find 2 living ninjas, Kenichi had already considered that possibility. When Orochimaru had Nawaki stab Tsunade in the stomach, Kenichi became even more certain. If Orochimaru truly wanted to punish Tsunade severely, or even kill her, he had countless ways to do it. He did not. He chose to have Nawaki use a kunai. A kunai could be lethal, of course, but Nawaki's strength was not great. It pierced the skin and got caught in Tsunade's muscle. To Tsunade, that kind of damage was basically nothing. Tsunade did not do it on purpose, Orochimaru said calmly, his expression unchanged. I do not casually vent my anger on others. That is a sign of incompetence. Kenichi clicked his tongue. Not intentional. Not taking it out on others. They were good principles, sure, but they also meant Orochimaru already had a target in mind. Which raised an obvious question. If Orochimaru was not going to vent on the innocent Tsunade, then who was he going to vent on? Of course. That white-haired man. Kenichi sighed inwardly, silently hoping Jiraiya would not die too tragically. Then he remembered the manuscripts Jiraiya was still holding, and the hope dropped a little. When the second part of that so-called masterpiece came out, Orochimaru's anger would climb even higher. Jiraiya's book had basically turned into a pile of kindling stacked at Orochimaru's feet. The more it piled up, the more terrifying the explosion would be later. It was hard to imagine what would happen when Jiraiya finally ran into his teacher again. Pain spoke to me before, Orochimaru said as they walked. Kenichi immediately shoved the weird thoughts aside and looked at him seriously. Orochimaru did not bring up trivial things for fun. He told me what you said to him earlier, Orochimaru continued. What are your thoughts on improving crops? Orochimaru kept a leisurely pace, occasionally glancing at Kenichi as he spoke. Teacher, this is what I am thinking. We can improve the genes of crops, and then. Kenichi explained his idea briefly. Truthfully, Kenichi had not done deep agricultural research. He did not study agriculture in college. But like the saying goes, even if you have never eaten pork, you have seen pigs run. Then again, when he thought about it, a lot of people these days had eaten pork their whole lives and still never actually saw a pig run. Even so, Kenichi did know enough to talk about it. In the ninja world, that alone probably made him count as an expert. Your idea is not wrong, Orochimaru said after listening. And it is correct to entrust repetitive, time-consuming work to shadow clones. The only thing you need to pay attention to is. Orochimaru began giving him advice. Kenichi listened carefully. He did not get arrogant just because he happened to know something about the topic. Compared to him, Orochimaru was the real genius, someone who researched and mastered enormous fields from scratch. In his previous life, Orochimaru would have been called an academician. After they returned to the experimental base, Kenichi purchased the remaining meteorites. While smelting them, he also had his shadow clones research crop improvement. He watched rice grains transform from seeds into ears of rice. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. The chakra pressure bomb is done, Kenichi muttered, staring at himself in the mirror. He touched the stubble on his chin, then casually shaved it off with a ninja sword. But I did not expect it has been over a year since I left Konoha. More than a year had passed since Jiraiya blocked the lab door and forced him out. Kenichi had adapted to his current life. When he had nothing to do, he did research, studied genetically modified crops, and tried to fuse chakra with thermobaric explosives. He nearly blew up the lab several times. In the end, his teacher could not take it anymore and outright forbade any research on thermobaric explosives inside the lab, which finally stopped Kenichi from turning the place into a crater. 6 months had passed, and his biggest achievement was that the laboratory was finally completed today. Was finishing a lab in 6 months fast or slow? Kenichi felt it was pretty fast. Once construction truly started, he realized how many flaws he had. He wanted to modify this, reinforce that, adjust another thing, then redo what he had just approved. The construction period stretched longer because of it, but he was not in a hurry. And honestly, half a year was still fast. In his previous life, digging a laboratory into mountains was painful, and there were too many things to consider. Fortunately, this was the ninja world. Ninjutsu solved a major problem. You now have your own fully fledged laboratory. Rewards: design drawings for a uranium or detection device and a uranium-235 refining device. Kenichi froze. Good heavens. He did not expect the reward to be this. Blueprint rewards were not new. He had received thermobaric weapon design drawings before, so it was not shocking for uranium-related blueprints to appear now. Still. Wait. Is this that targeted? Kenichi rubbed his temples, feeling both amused and exasperated. He had nothing to say about a device specifically for detecting uranium ore. But a uranium-235 refining device. What exactly was this trying to push him toward? Uranium-235 sounded harmless if you did not know it. Once refined, though, it became one of the main materials used in atomic bombs. So you want me to handcraft an atomic bomb? Kenichi stared at the 2 design drawings, 1,000 complaints lining up in his throat. Are thermobaric weapons not enough anymore? He paused. Then he frowned, even more irritated with himself. But why am I even more excited? p@treon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 124, Chapter 124, Gentlemen. I'm here to bring you peace. Chapter 124, Gentlemen. I'm here to bring you peace. Kenichi truly wanted to develop an atomic bomb and give the ninja world a small nuclear shock. Unfortunately, having uranium detection and refining equipment did not mean he could instantly build one. He was excited, not reckless. He looked at the men kneeling inside the laboratory, trembling so hard their shoulders shook. Kenichi scratched his head. Now that the lab was complete, it was time to deal with these people. Letting them go was out of the question. He had no intention of exposing the laboratory's location. Luckily, he had planned ahead. For the time being, he would keep them in the basement they had built with their own hands. Kenichi would provide enough food for them to survive each day, and when he needed manpower to haul supplies later, these men would finally become useful. Right after making that decision, Kenichi suddenly felt a new memory surface in his mind. He rubbed his temples, then straightened with a flash of excitement. The shadow clones from the crop improvement group had dispersed on their own. Along with their memories came one clear message. The crops were ripe. Kenichi did not care about anything else. He left 2 shadow clones behind in the laboratory and rushed out, heading straight for his farmland. "They're finally ripe," Kenichi murmured as he stared at the heavy ears of wheat swaying in front of him. He drew a deep breath. Reaching this point had not been easy. Only now did he truly understand why agricultural research took so long to show results. Crops needed time. No amount of impatience could make seeds skip maturity. Now, at last, he could see whether all those experiments meant anything. This time, since we needed to plant and observe a large number of samples at once, we didn't plant strictly according to the area of 1 acre, a shadow clone explained out of habit. Kenichi gave him a strange look. The clone froze, realizing what he had just said. Of course the original knew. Kenichi had already absorbed the clone's memories. The clone coughed awkwardly, then waved for his team to begin. They harvested the rice stalks carefully, planning to weigh everything later and determine whether the improvements had actually worked. Kenichi helped as well, but he could not hide his nervousness. He wanted success immediately. If it failed this time, it meant another 6 months of waiting for a full growth cycle. Experiments that only produced a clear outcome twice a year were, frankly, a pain. Sample 1, yield decreased. According to records, the fragrance during flowering was especially strong. Experiment failed. Sample 2, yield unchanged. No other abnormalities observed. Experiment failed. Sample 3, experiment failed. Sample 4, experiment failed. Sample 5, experiment failed. He kept reading. Most results were failures. Some samples had lower yields. Some looked plump, but when opened, the grains were empty. One sample even ended up focusing on aroma, making the ears smell better after flowering. Then he reached a line that made him pause. Sample 23, yield increased by 0.5%. It is unclear whether this was caused by other factors or successful genetic modification. Further observation is required. Sample 23 will be replanted. Seeds from sample 23 will be stimulated using the same method to observe whether yield continues to increase. Kenichi narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. It was not a complete loss. Sample 23 showed a yield increase compared to rice planted the same way without any improvements. The gain was small, but it was real enough to be suspicious. If I give these records to Nagato, he won't understand them, Kenichi muttered, stroking his chin. The key is sample 23. Nagato was not a scientist. He would not care about principles or methods. He would only care about one thing. Results. A 0.5% increase was decent, but it could not be taken at face value. It might have been the soil. It might have been chance. It might have been a small environmental difference Kenichi had not controlled perfectly. He needed to expand the planting scale and repeat the process. That meant another 6 months. And there was the real problem. The experimental period Kenichi had been given by Nagato was only 8 months. Even if Kenichi rushed, that timeline was tight. He could not hand Nagato a half-proven result and call it an answer. It would be humiliating if it turned out the ground around sample 23 was simply more fertile. So Kenichi decided to run more experiments, confirm the trend, and only then report. During the past 6 months, Nagato had not contacted him at all. Only Sasori occasionally reached out, asking about Unit 01, but even that had been quiet lately. Kenichi's eyes drifted. Should I mention the concept of telephones to the teacher, he wondered. Long-distance communication in the ninja world was still miserable. There were radios, sure, but no telephones. Kenichi and Sasori had to relay messages through Nagato. It was inconvenient, and it made private discussions awkward. It felt like trying to whisper to your best friend while the teacher stood right beside you, listening politely. The problem was, Orochimaru had been busy too. He had been leaving every day. At first, Kenichi did not know what he was doing. Then one day, Kenichi went to the black market to buy something and saw the astonishing release of the 3rd volume of the story I had to tell with Orochi Princess. He understood immediately. It had to be said, Jiraiya was truly prolific. Before anyone noticed, he had already written 3 parts, and each one was more exciting than the last. The covers were also becoming less and less suitable for children. They were the kind of covers that made Kenichi blush, then quietly hand over his money anyway. As Kenichi was still lost in thought, the ring on his finger warmed. His gaze sharpened. Another meeting. Nagato was summoning them again. The familiar sensation pulled him away, and Kenichi arrived once more in that mysterious space. He looked around and realized he had not been here for half a year. There were more people now. Orochimaru was there. Sasori was there. Kakuzu was there. Several other figures stood in the shadows, their identities unclear. Akatsuki had not stopped expanding. Jade, Nagato said immediately, his first words cutting through the air, tell me about your research progress later. Kenichi nodded. He had planned to speak with Nagato anyway. And here is the current arrangement, Nagato continued. Konoha and Iwagakure have gone to war. The other members will take war missions according to their previous groups. Kenichi's interest faded instantly. Another war. This time between the hidden leaf and the hidden stone. How dull. The ninja world was always fighting. It fought like breathing. Kenichi felt like his entire life had been spent watching wars rotate in and out. First the Third Shinobi World War, then the Hidden Cloud and the Hidden Leaf, and now even the Hidden Stone was involved. Nagato's gaze shifted toward him. Jade, Nagato said, Iwagakure, the Hidden Stone Village. Kenichi's eyes widened a fraction. He suddenly realized how stupid he had been. He had even mixed up Iwagakure with Tsushigakure, the so-called Hidden Earth Village. Unbelievable. p@treon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 125, Chapter 125, Art is an Explosion. Chapter 125, Art is an Explosion. Drink. The Tsuchikage of Iwagakure wants you to help deal with Konoha, Pain said, looking straight at Kenichi. Kenichi blinked, genuinely caught off guard. The Hidden Stone wanted to hire him. Of course, this had nothing to do with admiration or friendship. They had their eyes on the thermobaric bombs. After all, the only thing the so-called Heavenly Demon was famous for was bombing the Hidden Cloud Village twice, indirectly pushing the Hidden Cloud and the Hidden Leaf into a ceasefire. From that angle, Kenichi felt it was not even arrogant to call himself the peacekeeper of the shinobi world. How much did you take in as compensation? Kenichi asked, curious despite himself. Thermobaric bombs were not cheap. After his improvements, the cost had climbed even higher. On top of that, he still needed to amortize the earlier research costs. If the price was too low, he would not bother. If Konoha offered something outrageous, he might even consider doing business with Konoha instead. He wants to meet you in person, Pain said calmly. Kenichi raised an eyebrow. A face-to-face meeting. For some reason, that made him want to go less. A Kage suddenly asking to meet was rarely a good sign. What if he walked in and ran into the fourth raikage of the Hidden Cloud, that walking mountain of muscle? The Hidden Cloud hated him. His bounty was still hanging at the exchange. Even Kakuzu had started looking at him oddly lately. The men did not say anything, probably because he still remembered Kenichi daring to face a tailed beast ball head-on, but that silence only made it creepier. I asked around, Pain continued, as if sensing Kenichi's reluctance. He said one of his students strongly wants to meet you. A student wants to see me. Kenichi almost laughed. Who, exactly, was the Tsuchikage student? Kuratsuchi. Did she also have a friend named Shirakumo? Then another name surfaced in his mind, and his smile stiffened. The Tsuchikage had many students, but the most infamous one was the lunatic who would one day shout that art was an explosion. Deidara. Deidara was an oddity even by shinobi standards, someone with a unique bloodline limit that was very likely explosion release. He was strong, to the point that the Tsuchikage once considered him suitable as a successor. Unfortunately, Deidara's personality gave the Tsuchikage endless headaches, and later he would join Akatsuki, cutting ties with Iwagakure completely. If you do not want to, I can talk to him again, Pain said. Akatsuki, at least right now, operated more like a mercenary organization than the infamous villain group it would become in the future. Pain handled business with a certain calm politeness. That made sense. If you argued with every client, you would not make money. You would only make enemies and draw attention from the great villages earlier than necessary. It's fine, Kenichi said, nodding. I'll go. Deidara sounded interesting. And Kenichi was also curious about the Tsuchikage himself. Anoki was a ruthless man, and he possessed a Kekkai Toda, something even stronger than a normal Kekkai Genkai. Above that, supposedly, was the true bloodline limit. That was still far beyond Kenichi for now, but if he could get even a bit of Anoki's tissue, he could store it away and study it later. Collect first, research later. That was how a responsible mad scientist stayed productive. Besides, showing up in person made it easier to negotiate. A higher price meant more money, and more money meant smoother research. Pain nodded and moved on to other matters. Orochimaru glanced at Kenichi, expression unreadable, and said nothing. Soon, the meeting ended. One by one, everyone left, until only Kenichi remained. Pain, Kenichi said before he could be questioned, the research I started earlier still is not finished. It may take another 6 months or more. He already knew what Pain wanted to ask, so he answered first. 6 months. Pain repeated, then nodded. Fine. That response stunned Kenichi. He had prepared a full explanation. He had even lined up reasons in his head. Before he could say anything else, Pain had already agreed. Then Kenichi was pushed out of that space. His lips twitched. Pain really did not seem to like him very much. Whatever. Akatsuki still needed Pain to attract recruits and keep the organization running. Kenichi could live with being the barely tolerated contractor. But Deidara. Kenichi touched his chin, thinking. Deidara was formidable, especially his ability to fly. If Kenichi could pull him to his side. No. More precisely, if he could recruit Deidara into his own team, missions would become far more convenient. Hot air balloons worked, but they were not as fast as Deidara's flying birds. He just did not know what Deidara was like right now. Kenichi turned back toward the experimental base and issued orders immediately. Start new research based on Sample 23, he told his shadow clones. And keep an eye on the lab. Then he hurried out, heading toward the Land of Rain. Pain had also assigned Sasori to accompany him on this job. Kenichi intended to use the chance to visit the former site of the Land of Sky and confirm whether the things the survivors mentioned still existed. Research in the lab was interesting. Every success gave him a quiet thrill. But being broke was not interesting at all. This was a rare mission. He planned to profit properly. If we do not go through the Land of Fire. Kenichi hesitated. The fastest route from the Land of Fields to the Land of Rain was straight through the Land of Fire. Taking a detour would add a ridiculous amount of time, and the shortest distance between 2 points was still a straight line. So Kenichi threw together a simple disguise and stepped into the territory of the Land of Fire, moving quickly toward the Land of Rain. Because of the war between Iwagakure and Konoha, many ninja squads from the Land of Fire were heading toward the Land of Earth. Being a ninja is miserable, Kenichi muttered. These days, even Jonin were being sent to the battlefield, and they could die at any moment. Only those at Kage level were slightly safer, and even that was just slightly. As he traveled, Kenichi kept a careful distance, deliberately avoiding Konoha squads. He did not want to draw attention and delay his trip. But then he spotted 3 figures in the distance. His steps slowed. Kakashi. And beside him, Itachi and Shursui. Kenichi stared, momentarily at a loss for words. How did these 3 end up standing together? Something about that scene felt wrong in a way he could not explain. At that moment, Shursui turned his head, and his gaze locked onto Kenichi's position. Check out my new fanfic, guys. Title: In the Ordinary Streets of Tokyo, I Awakened as a Player. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 126, Chapter 126, New Elective Course and Katyusha Rocket Launcher. Chapter 126, New Elective Course and Katyusha Rocket Launcher. How did they spot me? Kenichi was genuinely surprised. Thankfully, Shursui did not actually notice him. He only swept his gaze in Kenichi's direction for a moment, and that tiny difference made Kenichi's shoulders loosen. Still, meeting Shursui's eyes made Kenichi curious. Had Shursui already awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan? If he had, then it should be Koto Amatsukami, the genjutsu once praised as the strongest. Some people even claimed Koto Amatsukami was stronger than the Infinite Tsukuyomi. Kenichi felt that was an oversimplification. Infinite Tsukuyomi and Koto Amatsukami each had their own strengths. Infinite Tsukuyomi trapped people inside the world they desired, letting them drown in a perfect dream. But it also had a fatal drawback. In the end, they would be used as nourishment by the divine tree and turned into white Zetsu. In a sense, it was trading short-term bliss for the destruction of an entire world. Koto Amatsukami was far more convenient. It could quietly twist a person's thoughts from within, altering their decisions subconsciously. The effect was simply terrifying. Even so, Kenichi could not help thinking Shursui's use of Koto Amatsukami was a problem. If Shursui had used it directly on the 3rd Hokage, and then on Danzo, the Uchiha clan would not have been wiped out. So while Kenichi acknowledged Shursui's strength, he also felt Shursui was too hesitant, not ruthless enough. That was exactly why he ended up being outplayed by that old bastard, Danzo. If Kenichi had transmigrated into Shursui's body, the Uchiha would have marched into a completely different future. Black Zetsu would have been pushed off the board. They might even have tried Koto Amatsukami on Black Zetsu. Of course, all of that was hindsight, built on knowing the plot. Without that knowledge, you would be stumbling through darkness with your hands out, and the wrong step could kill you. After the trio left, Kenichi slipped through the area quickly and crossed into the Land of Rain without delay. There, he met Sasori. Half a year had passed since their last meeting. Sasori looked the same as ever, but Kenichi immediately noticed something off about his arm. Sasori, what happened to your hand? Kenichi asked, curiosity rising. Sasori gave a smug little smile. Then he pointed at his arm. The skin on his left forearm split apart, revealing an electronic display screen inside. Words and simple symbols flickered across it. Kenichi blinked hard. Good heavens. What did Sasori even do to himself in the past half-year? I turned my left forearm into a mechanical one, Sasori said casually, and paired it with the Evangelion I developed. He pressed a button. A robot flew in from the distance and dropped down beside him, landing with a heavy thud. Kenichi stared at the scene, momentarily blank. We do not see each other for half a year, and your breakthrough is already this outrageous. It was also painfully obvious that Sasori cared about flying. He cared a lot. If he did not, he would not have built a flying Evangelion. Honestly, Kenichi suspected Sasori had spent the entire time doing nothing but improving Unit 01's flight capability. You could even try developing drones, Kenichi blurted out. Wouldn't it be cooler to press a button and have an entire swarm appear? Sasori looked at him in confusion. Drones. Kenichi immediately regretted opening his mouth. He genuinely liked Sasori. They were good friends now. Sasori always looked aloof, but once he acknowledged someone, he became surprisingly enthusiastic. The real issue was Sasori's curiosity. Unlike Orochimaru, Sasori's knowledge was mostly focused on puppets. So whenever Kenichi mentioned something new, Sasori would latch onto it and ask questions until it made sense. And explaining everything from scratch every time was a pain. A drone is an unmanned flying device, Kenichi said, forcing himself to explain. It can be controlled remotely, and it can carry different tools depending on what you want it to do. He kept it simple, then watched Sasori's eyes brighten. Kenichi was also looking forward to what Sasori might do next. After all, one conversation had produced Unit 01. Now Unit 01 could fly. Even if Kenichi did not know how far it could fly, it was still a huge leap. If Sasori really took the drone idea seriously, could he build an entire drone battle group? Kenichi, I gain a lot every time I talk to you, Sasori said, clearly delighted. He had been thinking about making more puppets like Unit 01. But now he realized drones could achieve the same kind of pressure. And if he followed Kenichi's suggestion, the cost would be lower than building full puppets. Even if losses were heavy, replacements could be produced in time. That was incredibly convenient. He just needed to think carefully about how they would attack. He could not simply throw explosive tags forever. He would go bankrupt in no time. Let's go, Kenichi said with a shrug. We will head to Iwagakure in the land of Earth first. These were just the basics anyway. There were far more advanced concepts like space fighters, cruise missiles, spaceships, and planet-destroying cannons. But those were still painfully distant from the current shinobi world. As they moved, Kenichi also checked his research cheat code. Current research subject, chakra parasite. Research progress, 37.9%. Secondary elective task 1, develop a solid fuel rocket with a strike range of 8 kilometers. Secondary elective task 2, achieve groundbreaking research results on the Sharingan. After receiving the blueprints for the uranium refining device, he had been assigned a new mission. His research on chakra parasites was crawling forward, but these two new elective tasks gave him a headache. Solid fuel rockets were not for exploring space. In his previous life, this was called a rocket launcher. And the 8-kilometer range instantly reminded Kenichi of a weapon that had once been famous worldwide. The Katyusha rocket launcher. A solid fuel rocket. Kenichi sighed. Good grief. What am I supposed to do with that? Still, researching it sounded fun. He might even find design inspiration for missiles, and eventually achieve long-range delivery of thermobaric weapons. Of course, missiles required satellite assistance, so Kenichi was now very curious about what reward would come from completing the elective mission. As for groundbreaking research results on the Sharingan, the description was vague enough to be annoying. Kenichi did not know what it meant exactly. But if he figured out a method to evolve the 3 tomoe Sharingan into the Mangekyo Sharingan, that would definitely count as groundbreaking. Check out my new fanfic, guys. Title, In the Ordinary Streets of Tokyo, I Awakened as a Player. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 127, Chapter 127, Unsolved Mysteries of the Ninja World, Can the Byakugan Really See Through Obito's Mask? Chapter 127, Unsolved Mysteries of the Ninja World, Can the Byakugan Really See Through Obito's Mask? Kenichi, what do you think is the best way to arm those drones you mentioned? Sasori asked as they traveled, his tone carrying genuine trouble. Following the logic of ninjutsu, using drones to release techniques sounded reasonable, but it came with a hard limit. It still relied on chakra control. Sasori could only handle around 100 puppets at most. If the number got too high, it would collapse. In theory, the best option is something that does not require ninjutsu at all, Kenichi said, frowning as he thought it through. The problem was obvious. The ninja world did not have machine guns. If they wanted drones to function like a true swarm weapon, then what exactly were they supposed to carry? I'll think about it when I get back. Kenichi shook his head. He could not pull a perfect solution out of thin air on the road. Developing a new weapon was never simple. Still, an idea lingered in his mind. White phosphorus bombs might work. White phosphorus was vicious. Once it stuck to skin, it was difficult to remove, and it burned at terrifying temperatures. It was also not especially complex in concept, which made it tempting. The only question was how well it would perform in the shinobi world. Then another thought followed, fast enough to make his eyes narrow. If that's the case, could I develop a white phosphorus fire release? Kenichi muttered. Mix it into a fire technique, and it becomes a cheap version of Amaterasu's effect. The idea felt uncomfortably feasible. Jiraiya Sage Art Gomen used oil to feed combustion. White phosphorus burned far more fiercely than oil. If it could be integrated, the lethality would jump sharply. Whether the enemy liked it was not Kenichi's concern. The real issue was storage. White phosphorus ignited easily. Exposure to air could make it combust on its own. So how was he supposed to combine it with chakra and launch it safely? That was the problem he could not ignore. The land of rain bordered the land of earth. This small nation had been allowed to exist as a buffer between the land of earth and the land of fire, a neutral zone meant to keep the two great powers from sharing a direct border. That way, even if conflict erupted, the flames of war would not easily spread into the heartlands. This time, however, the war between Iwagakure and Konoha was not being fought in the land of rain. It was happening in the land of grass, right next to it. A small, unfortunate country. When Kenichi and Sasori reached the border of the land of earth, they slipped inside together. Even though they were there by the Tsuchikige's request, entering openly would only invite trouble. Too many eyes, too many questions, too many opportunities for things to go wrong. Kenichi's plan was simple. Get close to Iwagakure first, then inform the Tsuchikage. He had no intention of meeting the Tsuchikage inside the village itself. A meeting outside was safer, cleaner, and far less annoying. Sasori, how high can Unit 01 fly now? Kenichi asked. The road was dull, so he might as well talk. It can reach about 20 meters, Sasori answered honestly. But only for 30 minutes at a time. After that, it needs to refuel. Kenichi shook his head. 20 meters. 30 minutes. That was not an air force. That was a target that had to pray nobody felt like poking a stick out of the grass. The altitude is still too low, Kenichi said. After we finish with the Tsuchikage, I want to visit the old site of the Land of Sky. Do you want to come? His purpose for leaving this time was to handle two matters at once. First was the negotiation. If the price was right, Kenichi did not mind throwing a thermobaric bomb at Konoha. Second was the Land of the Sky. Land of the Sky. Sasori hesitated. To be honest, he was skeptical of rumors like that. But his research had been stuck for a while, and an unknown variable was sometimes exactly what a craftsman needed. In the end, Sasori nodded. The Land of the Sky should be real, Kenichi said. If we find survivors, we will make them talk. If they have flight technology, we take it. Kenichi had stumbled onto the thought during experiments. Then he remembered something a friend once mocked, saying it was ridiculous that Konoha could win against an airborne mothership. It had been sarcasm, but the friend was a loyal Naruto fan. That meant the detail likely came from somewhere real. So the odds that the Land of the Sky had some kind of secret weapon felt high. Yes, Sasori said calmly. I learned some interrogation techniques back in the village. Kenichi gave him a strange look. Interrogation techniques. For a split second, Kenichi's mind flashed to the kind of torture characters from certain anime, and his eyelid twitched. Thankfully, Sasori looked normal. At least for now, Sasori was still very much a human being. The land of Earth was vast, but finding Iwagakure was not as difficult as it sounded. The village sat among towering mountains, surrounded by stone ridges that formed a natural fortress. That environment made it hard for outsiders to break in, but it also meant it was not easy for their ninjas to travel freely either. There are people up ahead, Sasori said, his gaze fixing on a point near the mountain's base. Kenichi's interest rose immediately. He had been traveling for 2 or 3 days since entering the land of Earth, bored out of his mind, and still had not located Iwagakure. Following Sasori's line of sight, Kenichi spotted a figure. A small blonde kid. He was doing something at the foot of the mountain, apparently playing with mud. Let's go, Kenichi said. He changed into Akatsuki clothing and pulled on a mask. Masks were a magical thing in the shinobi world. There were plenty of terrifying eyes, but even those eyes did not always see the truth under a mask. Later, when Obito wore one, even Kakashi failed to confirm his identity until the mask was shattered. Kakashi had doubts, especially with how similar the eyes felt, but he was never certain. That used to make Kenichi curious when he first watched it. Was Obito's mask truly something the eyes could not see through, or did nobody ever think to use a literal X-ray style gaze and check? And then there was the Byakugan. Kenichi remembered it had an X-ray-like vision. Hyuga clan members were even said to use it to peek during card games. Yet the original story never clarified it. So it remained one of those unsolved mysteries. Of course, now that Kenichi was wearing a mask himself, he sincerely hoped the Byakugan could not see through it. It would make causing trouble later much easier. As Kenichi and Sasori stepped forward, 4 ninjas appeared and surrounded them. Kenichi's mind flicked to another memory. There was that scene where a corrupted version of Neji used the Byakugan to see details through clothing, even down to an underwear brand. The anime also mentioned the Byakugan being able to read brand names. If it could do that, then seeing through cloth should not be impossible. Which meant the real question was simple. Could it see through Obito's mask, or not? p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 128, Chapter 128, When everyone around you is in the minority, the normal person becomes the minority. Chapter 128, When everyone around you is in the minority, the normal person becomes the minority. The Iwagakure shinobi were not idiots. If their ANBU could not tell that Kenichi and Sasori had stepped out so casually, that would have been the truly absurd part. Relax, Kenichi said with a smile, raising both hands in a harmless gesture. We're members of Akatsuki. We came at the Tsuchikige's invitation to discuss cooperation. For opponents was a little annoying. Capturing them alive without injury would be difficult, but if it came down to it, killing them would not be much trouble. Akatsuki. The ANBU leader stared at him through an animal mask. Are you Heavenly Demon? Kenichi sighed inwardly when he saw the masks. Konoha really deserved its reputation as the trendsetter of the shinobi world. The Land of Fire founded Konoha first, and the other nations followed by building their own hidden villages. Now even the ANBU fashion had spread. The Tsuchikage already briefed you, right? Kenichi kept his tone light. It sounded like some of them had been informed in advance, which made things easier. Wait here, the ANBU leader said. He did not answer directly. Instead, he spoke quietly to one companion, then pressed a hand to his ear and murmured a few words. Kenichi's eyebrow lifted. A wireless earpiece. He knew the shinobi world had radios, but actually seeing ninjas use them still felt strangely surreal. The level of technology here was always like that, advancing in a way that made no sense until you accepted it. After a short moment, the ANBU leader lowered his hand and spoke again, his tone more respectful. Please wait, gentlemen. Lord Tsuchikage will arrive shortly. Even with confirmation from the Tsuchikage, the ANBU leader did not relax. If anything, his vigilance sharpened. After all, the one standing here was the Heavenly Demon, a rising star who had already made the major villages uneasy. And the man beside him was recognizable too. No mask, red hair, that presence. Sasori of the Red Sand from Sunagakure. The ANBU did not expect Sasori to have joined Akatsuki as well. Then the ANBU's gaze flicked down. Dark green nail polish. Kenichi noticed immediately and could not help himself. I'm telling you, Sasori, you should have refused when they offered to paint your nails. Thinking about it made his head hurt. Akatsuki had strange little rules. Nail polish. Manicures. Like they were running a missing Nin compilation alongside their mercenary work. Kenichi was perfectly happy seeing Konan wear nail polish because it looked good on her. He did not care if Orochimaru wore it either because Orochimaru was currently in a female body and it suited the appearance. But Sasori? That was harder to accept. Sasori pouted at him. The leader said it's the rule. And you're the most unruly person in the whole organization. Kenichi did not argue. He was the only one who refused to wear it now. Sasori had felt pressure under Pain's gaze and could not bring himself to stop, even if he wanted to. Kakuzu, after joining, saw everyone else wearing it and started wearing it too. So in the end, only Kenichi remained bare-nailed. Kenichi sucked in a breath like he had been struck by sudden enlightenment. Wait. If you put it that way, does that mean I'm the normal one among a group of abnormal people, which makes me the abnormal one? If one person around you was a pervert, then that person was abnormal. If half the people around you were perverts, then anyone who opposed it got treated like the pervert. But if everyone around you was a pervert, then the one who was not became the outsider. At that point, abnormality became the norm, and normal became the exception. And exceptions were, by definition, abnormal. That makes sense, Sasori said seriously. Every time he saw Kenichi, he felt like tearing off the nail polish. If Kenichi painted his nails too, Sasori would feel much better. Kenichi fell into thought. There was no chance he would paint his nails. It would look wrong to him, and he could not unsee it. But if the minority was considered abnormal, then maybe avoiding minority status was the smarter move. Then again, the more urgent issue was Sasori's desire to stop wearing it. Maybe he could trick Sasori into accepting it willingly. Sasori. Kenichi pressed a hand on Sasori's shoulder, his expression solemn. You need to understand something, Kenichi said gravely. Painting your nails is a sign of the organization's trust. It proves the leader values you and accepts you as part of the family. Sasori stared at him, expression turning strange, as if he could smell the trap but could not locate it. Kenichi kept going, his tone unwavering. Family. Do you get it? Family. This is trust, and you should repay that trust. And nail polish is a kind of almost eternal art of beauty. This is the leader's subtle way of showing he cares about you. Kenichi was still talking. Other topics might not hook Sasori, but family and timeless art were exactly the words that could dig into his mind. Is that so? Sasori narrowed his eyes, suspicion rising. Before he could dig deeper into the argument, an old man flew in from the distance and landed in front of them. He looked the two of them over with a cold, experienced gaze. Kenichi released Sasori's shoulder and faced the newcomer seriously. Anoki. The owner of Kekii Tota. The men who wielded Dust Release. Heavenly Demon. Anoki's eyes sharpened as he assessed them. The two in front of him felt frivolous. If someone did not know better, they would assume Akatsuki was a traveling comedy troupe. Yes, Kenichi said, stepping forward. Curiosity flickered in his eyes as he studied the old man. This was Anoki. If he could get a sample of Anoki's blood and create clones, who knew whether those clones could master Dust Release? If it was possible, it would be incredible. Dust Release's power was no joke. At that moment, movement caught Kenichi's attention. The blonde kid at the foot of the mountain was sprinting toward them, visibly excited. As the boy drew closer, Kenichi recognized him. Deidara. But the Deidara in front of him still looked young. His eyes were normal, and he did not yet carry the future vibe Kenichi remembered. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 129, Chapter 129, Refusal is also an art. Chapter 129, Refusal is also an art. Does Deidara not live in the village? Kenichi was a little confused at first, but when he remembered the boy's bloodline limit, it stopped feeling strange. Deidara's power was dangerous. Letting him live alone outside the village made perfect sense. If he got bored one day and casually cooked up something like C4, the hidden stone village might end up destroyed by its own genius. At that moment, Anoki noticed the student running up behind him. He looked helpless, but still lifted a hand and motioned for Deidara to come closer. Heavenly Demon, this is my student, Deidara, Anoki said, pulling the blonde boy to his side. Then he laughed loudly and patted Deidara on the head. He's been clamoring to meet you. Deidara immediately puffed out his cheeks, dodged away, and hurriedly fixed his hair. All the while, he kept stealing glances at Kenichi, the look of a fanboy who had just seen his idol in person. Does your disciple not live in the village? Kenichi asked. He already had a guess, but he wanted to hear it from Anoki, and he also wanted to get a better read on Deidara's personality. At this age, most kids had already formed their basic values. You could usually see someone's temperament early. Of course, with the right guidance, it was not impossible for them to change later. This kid keeps saying he wants to be independent, so I let him go out and suffer a little, Anoki said with a smile, refusing to reveal the real reason. At the same time, he shot Deidara a glare. Deidara had been indignant, clearly ready to argue, but the moment he met that stare, he swallowed his words and shut his mouth in frustration. Kenichi kept his face calm, but his thoughts moved quickly. Anoki clearly cared about Deidara. But what kids Deidara's age craved most was recognition and like-minded friends, not the heavy-handed care of elders. That was the whole reason adolescent rebellion existed. If that gap kept widening, it made perfect sense that Deidara would eventually abandon the village and join Akatsuki. All right then, Lord Tsuchikage, Kenichi said, getting to the point. How much are you planning to offer? He was pressed for time. Once the deal was settled, he could leave. Talking business right next to someone else's village always felt a little unsafe. It was better to finish quickly. Once money entered the conversation, Anoki's expression turned serious. He waved his hand, dismissing the ANBU nearby, then signaled for them to take Deidara away. Deidara resisted, of course, but it was obviously useless. For shinobi meeting him the first time, Deidara was troublesome. But these ANBU knew his abilities well. With a single lightning release, they subdued him neatly and dragged him off. Kenichi watched without commenting. Future Deidara was genuinely terrifying. The current Deidara was talented, but he was not at that level yet, so taking a loss like this was not surprising. What mattered was how much Anoki was willing to pay. Sasori, meanwhile, did not care about Deidara at all. He focused only on Anoki. Even if the Tsuchikage probably would not attack, Sasori still preferred caution. Better safe than sorry. Heavenly Demon, I asked your Akatsuki organization earlier, Anoki said evenly. Konoha gave you 1 billion ryo, but that was for 2 transactions, and one of them was used on the battlefield. Kenichi did not mind that the number had leaked. Even if Nagato had kept his mouth shut, Iwagakure would have found out sooner or later. Personally, I think offering 1 billion twice and 500 million once for Konoha is a very reasonable price, Inoki continued. If it's on the battlefield, I'm willing to offer 400 million. Kenichi fell quiet, weighing it. The price was not unreasonable. Konoha had paid heavily back then because he had caused massive damage to Kumogakure itself. He had also severely injured Killer Bee, the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki at the time. That alone justified the extra money. Still, Kenichi shook his head. No. Add another 100 million. Inoki blinked, more confused than angry. Another 100 million. Why? Kenichi smiled, confidence overflowing. Because I improved my ninjutsu. This time, his thermobaric round was not the old version. He had upgraded it, and he had been reluctant to waste it on casual testing after it was finished. Every detonation meant making another one later, and that hurt. Worse, he did not even have enough raw materials to guarantee a replacement. If he was taking missions, he had to claw back his research costs. Otherwise, he would be bleeding money. I want to see the results, Inoki said, frowning as he studied Kenichi. After a moment, he nodded. If it's really as amazing as you claim, I'll add another 100 million. Deal. Kenichi rubbed his hands together, excited, then suddenly realized something and twitched. How had he ended up becoming an arms dealer? Inoki spoke as if it were obvious. Konoha. Can you do it? Kenichi stroked his chin. Konoha was not impossible, but it would definitely be troublesome, and it could cause changes to the plot he knew. Putting everything else aside, Anko should still be in the village. Kenichi was quite fond of his junior sister. But he also knew that if Inoki could somehow read his emotions right now, things could turn annoying fast. And if he wanted to persuade someone, there were better approaches than saying no directly. So Kenichi did not answer. Instead, he asked calmly, have you seen what the Cloud Village shinobi looked like after their village was bombed? Sasori glanced at his friend. That was a well-chosen line. Inoki understood immediately. When Kumogakure was bombed, even he had assumed they would stop fighting. Instead, Kumogakure had somehow become even more terrifying. They smashed Konoha hard on the battlefield. The A and B duo fought personally. They nearly invaded the Land of Fire. If Konoha itself were bombed and went berserk, it would not benefit the Hidden Stone village at all. Inoki wanted meat, but he did not want the meat to beat him into the ground. Fine, Inoki said at last. Keep it on the battlefield in the Land of Grass. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 130, Chapter 130, Takumi, I bought a really sexy swimsuit. Chapter 130, Takumi, I bought a really sexy swimsuit. Even if this was the ninja world, it was not that different from his previous life. The biggest difference was that ninjas existed here, and some of them possessed absurd individual combat power. But one thing stayed the same in any world. Between nations, only interests could truly be discussed. With enough benefit on the table, Konoha could make peace with Sunagakure. And if a village judged that fighting would not only be unprofitable but outright harmful, then even Iwagakure would not bear its fangs easily. The Iwagakure of the past had never been gentle. If anything, it had been radical. For example, they once gambled the village's fate by taking out the third raikage of Kumogakure. They lost that bet, and they nearly lost everything with it. So now, Inoki was much more obedient. He wanted benefits, not disasters. This war had only started because he believed Konoha could be pressured. The only regret was that Kumogakure ended the war too quickly. If Kumogakure had not stopped, Iwagakure could have joined in, applied direct pressure, and forced the Leaf Village to concede interests without needing any outside help at all. But now that the war had already ended, this was the only path left. Spend money to hire the Heavenly Demon to act, put pressure on Konoha, push negotiations to begin as soon as possible, then harvest enough profit at the table. If that worked, then every Ryo spent would be worth it. Once the interests were agreed upon, the atmosphere between Kenichi and Inoki relaxed. It even became downright harmonious. Lord Tsuchikage, please look forward to good news, Kenichi said with a smile. He extended his hand, intending to shake, both to celebrate the cooperation and to see if he could collect a little something, a skin fragment, a bit of blood, anything. Ha ha. This old man's health is not what it used to be, Inoki laughed, waving him off. I will not be shaking hands with you young people. Kenichi smiled back, but inside, his thoughts were different. No wonder this old fox had survived through the war years. Putting aside the fact that Inoki was strong, and that Dust Release was said to possess absolute destructive power, his age and experience alone were enough to keep him from falling into most traps. He had probably seen countless strange techniques and bloodlines in his lifetime. Of course he would be wary of Kenichi and Sasori. If a handshake would not work, then he would have to think of another method. It was a pity Inoki was not a woman, otherwise Kenichi could have rummaged through the trash cans. Cough. No. Even if Inoki were a woman, at that age, the chance of that kind of convenient material was lower than hoping Inoki developed hemorrhoids. Kenichi suddenly froze as he realized what he had just thought. Yes. Hemorrhoids. If Inoki had hemorrhoids, would that not actually be possible? The thought was perverse. But disgusting or not, the science itself was sound. DNA could be extracted even from fossils. And yes, there were shed cells in the intestines. DNA could be taken from those. The problem was accuracy. It contained a huge amount of bacteria and microorganisms. Those could interfere with DNA testing badly. If the person was bleeding from the anus, or had hemorrhoids, then the probability of extracting usable DNA rose sharply, but the process became even more troublesome. Most people simply would not be that insane. It did not even contain much meaningful information. It was full of noise and distractions. A terrible trade. And with Kenichi's strength, if he really wanted to, he could pluck a hair off Inoki and vanish immediately. More importantly, he had other options. He did not need to touch that final, cursed resort. The cleanest solution was Deidara. As Inoki's disciple, if Kenichi could take Deidara out for a trip and have him help collect Inoki's hair, it should not be difficult. The only question was how to get close to Deidara. Kenichi's opportunity arrived quickly. Once their business was finished, Inoki released Deidara. Hey! Are you the heavenly demon? Deidara blurted out, staring at Kenichi with shining eyes, practically vibrating with excitement. Kenichi's reaction was not surprising. Deidara was an obsessive artist too, just with a different creed. He believed art was the art of a single instant, and that an explosion was the moment art reached its peak. From that perspective, admiration made perfect sense. Yes, Kenichi replied with a smile. You must be Deidara. Sasori stood off to the side, resting his chin on his hand, looking bored. This was the first time he had seen Kenichi so enthusiastic toward a stranger. So what was special about this kid? Sasori did not know. Yes. I'm Deidara, and I really want to. Deidara tried to move closer, but Inoki stepped in and blocked him without hesitation. Inoki had agreed to let his good-for-nothing disciple meet Heavenly Demon. That did not mean he was willing to let Deidara get friendly with him. This man did not look like a good person. And Deidara had enormous potential. The only issue was his temperament. Inoki's mindset had shifted. Deidara was now the future fourth Tsuchikage he had the highest hopes for. Kuratsuchi was not bad, but Inoki, who had lived through war, understood one truth better than most. In the ninja world, strength was the foundation of everything. Only with enough strength could someone truly become Kage. Among his disciples, Deidara was the strongest. If his special explosion release talent was developed properly, he would become terrifying. Kenichi felt a flicker of disappointment. He had been hoping Inoki might allow Deidara to accompany them on the mission. But Inoki clearly had no such intention. With Inoki smiling protectively in front of his student, Kenichi and Sasori had no choice but to leave. Inoki watched them until their figures disappeared into the mountains. Only then did he turn and lead Deidara back. Teacher. Why won't you let me talk to Brother Heavenly Demon a little more? Deidara snapped, glaring up at him. Did I not already let you meet your idol? Inoki replied with a smile, the affection in his tone obvious. Now you can focus on your studies, yes. Deidara, your grades are truly awful. Deidara was fuming, but then his eyes suddenly lit up, as if a plan had clicked into place. Teacher, Deidara said, smiling with an innocence that did not match his usual expression, I developed a really powerful ninjutsu. Oh. Inoki's body stiffened. Deidara had never smiled like that before. And for some reason, Inoki felt a strange, uncomfortable chill crawl up his spine. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 131, Chapter 131, The Pledge of Allegiance and Konoha's Shortage. Chapter 131, The Pledge of Allegiance and Konoha's Shortage. Kenichi. I remember you were originally a ninja from Konoha, right? Inside the hot air balloons basket, Sasori glanced at Kenichi. Kenichi was crouched beside a ceiling scroll, adjusting its bindings and checking the contents like he was doing inventory instead of preparing to bomb a battlefield. Sasori hesitated for a moment before finally asking. Yes. Kenichi nodded without looking up. I'm a missing nin from Konoha. That much was true. He had left Konoha with his teacher and become a ninja without a village. Kenichi tied off the scroll, then turned to look at Sasori. He already knew what his friend meant. After all, they were flying toward the land of grass, the battlefield where Iwagakure and Konoha were currently clashing. I know what you're thinking, Kenichi said with a faint smile. Don't worry. I don't feel guilty. If anything, his only concern was whether Anko was down there. And whether Kakashi was down there too. But as long as they were not unlucky enough to be standing right next to the detonation point, it would not be a big problem. Besides, so much time had passed. Kenichi did not believe the great villages would still be helpless against him without developing some kind of countermeasure. War was the greatest engine for military development. In the beginning, before anyone had flying tools, nobody even thought about air defense. The moment a reconnaissance hot air balloon appeared, air defense methods started evolving immediately. Then, when aircraft appeared, those methods evolved again. Human ingenuity always burned hottest when war forced it to. If you brought out a new weapon, someone would find a way to counter it, then build something even nastier in response. The shinobi world was no different. The shinobi were not idiots. After learning how Kenichi attacked, they would absolutely be on guard. The only question was what solution they had found. Besides, Kenichi added, his tone turning lightly teasing, do you really think the leader offered a higher price this time because of the Tsuchikage? Sasori fell silent. He was an artist, but he was also a shinobi. A shinobi strong enough to stand at Sasori's level rarely lacked brainpower. He understood why the leader accepted Iwagakure's request. Konoha had already tasted the benefits of hiring Akatsuki once. Even if they did not hire them this time, they would still try to contact Akatsuki, if only to prevent Akatsuki from standing with Iwagakure. Yet Nagato still led them to Iwagakure without mentioning Konoha at all. Naturally, it was to cut off any remaining ties between Kenichi and Konoha. If Kenichi attacked Konoha this time, then whatever connection remained would be severed completely. Even if Kenichi never revealed his identity, and even if nobody knew that Heavenly Demon was actually an A-rank missing nin from Konoha, caution was still caution. This was a pledge of allegiance, in its own way. As for Sasori, the fact that he killed the third Kazekage and turned him into a human puppet was enough to make him a dead man in Sunagakure. There was no going back for him either. The leader is smart, Kenichi said, lowering his gaze. Far below, dark shapes were beginning to appear, scattered like ink stains across the landscape. He does not want Akatsuki to be labeled as Konoha's. Those shadows ahead were likely the land of grass battlefield itself, the place where Iwagakure and Konoha were grinding each other down. Kenichi's eyes narrowed. Something flashed with a cold gleam and streaked up toward them. It missed. Kenichi's brows knit together as he activated his Sharingan. An arrow, he muttered, genuinely surprised. They found me already. He knew they would guard against him. He simply did not expect them to locate him this quickly. Down below, in Konoha's command area, a shinobi strode in and dropped to one knee. Lord Shikaku, he reported urgently. The reconnaissance team has spotted an unidentified object high in the sky above the land of Earth. Shikaku pinched the bridge of his nose, already feeling a headache brewing. So they really came, he said quietly. Akatsuki. Insatiable wolves. Beside him, Hamura stared at the intelligence map spread across the table, his frown deepening. Ever since Sarutobi told them Akatsuki had not responded to Konoha's messages, they had been preparing for this possibility. Even so, seeing the enemy actually arrive was a different kind of pressure. Shikaku felt it most of all, because he never wanted this position in the first place. Commander-in-Chief sounded glorious, overseeing the whole battlefield. In reality, it meant scapegoat. If anything went wrong, he would be the first one blamed. A man like Shikaku did not need a crystal ball to see that risk. But Konoha did not have many choices. The village was in a transitional period. All three of the legendary Sannin were gone. In the past, Orochimaru and Tsunade had commanded wars, and Jiraiya could also play an important role. Now all three had left Konoha, and the fourth Hokage had sacrificed himself. It was not easy for the third Hokage to find someone suitable. Sarutobi could not come personally. The Tsuchikage himself had not appeared either, and it was not suitable for Sarutobi to walk onto the battlefield, or it would be too easy for the conflict to escalate. As for Danzo, Sarutobi kept him tightly controlled, giving him no chance to contribute. Frankly, Shikaku did not think Danzo was fit to command anyway. With that personality, the casualty rate would probably soar. So who was left? The Uchiha were even less likely to be included. After looking around, Sarutobi had a sudden inspiration and arranged for Shikaku to come, along with Hamura from the Elders' Council. Shikaku was commander-in-chief. Hamura was deputy commander. Deputy commander, in name only. In practice, he had plenty of authority, enough to supervise Shikaku whenever he pleased. Hamura spoke up, calm and measured. Let the lightning release shinobi handle it. That thing is far too high. Ordinary arrows and kunai cannot reach. Shikaku stepped out, squinting up at the tiny black dot hanging in the sky like an omen. Send 30 shinobi, he ordered. They must be proficient in wind release and fire release. Also send 5 lightning release shinobi. The altitude was too high. They could only rely on ninjutsu. Hamura looked like he wanted to say something, but he held his tongue. Let Shikaku try. If it worked, Shikaku would get the credit. If it failed, Shikaku would take the blame. Shikaku glanced sideways at him and curled his lip. That old man. But now was not the time to argue about politics. If they allowed the enemy to launch an attack from above, everything would spiral out of control. No matter what it took, they had to stop the heavenly demon. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 132, a small mistake can lead to a huge error. Chapter 132, a small mistake can lead to a huge error. Enemies in the sky. The shinobi Shikaku had rushed over arrived in a hurry, then instinctively looked up, confusion written all over their faces. The sky was empty. They could not see a single person, nor anything suspicious. Still, when they saw the commander-in-chief's serious expression, their own expressions tightened as well. In a moment like this, Shikaku would not be joking. Even so, some of them hesitated. Shikaku was known more as a support-type shinobi. Compared to legendary figures like Orochimaru or the fourth Hokage, he did not carry the same weight in their minds yet. A few of them clearly held back their trust. Shikaku kept his face calm, as if he had not noticed at all, but he saw everything. He understood their doubts. If the one issuing orders were Orochimaru or the fourth Hokage, nobody would question a thing. But he did not need admiration. He only needed execution. As planned, Shikaku said evenly, the fire release team will attack first with Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. I will mark the target zone with Great Fireball technique. You will launch in the direction of my fireball, nothing else. He took a deep breath and kept his eyes on the sky. He had witnessed countless battles and participated in multiple wars, but this was the first time he had faced a battlefield like this. The enemy could come from any direction. Now, even the sky had become a front line that had to be defended. He had already decided that when he got back, he would force his son to play war games with him. Shikaku had long sensed the shift in warfare after Heavenly Demon struck Kyomogakure, but he never imagined Konoha would be forced to swallow the lesson so soon. The fire release shinobi exchanged puzzled looks at the order, but none of them argued. They moved into their assigned positions and steadied their breathing. Right after that, Shikaku placed the wind release team and the lightning release team, then called over the observation squad, a unit centered around Hyuga shinobi. Hyuga Hanako, Shikaku said sharply, I want real-time tracking. Report its exact position and flight path continuously. The most terrifying part of Heavenly Demon was not just the strength of the attack. It was the height. From that altitude, most defenses were meaningless. After the attack on Kyomogakure, the major villages all acted like they did not care, but in truth, they had been quietly studying how to deal with this nightmare. The problem was that only Kyomogakure truly understood what had happened. Everyone else could only feel their way forward, cautious and half-blind. Even so, one conclusion was nearly universal. Heavenly Demon attacked from the air. So if they wanted any chance of countering him, they had to find him first. Konoha had an advantage here. The Hyuga and the Uchiha were both clans built around ocular jutsu. For this war, Shikaku had specifically brought members of the Hyuga branch family to deal with Heavenly Demon's possible appearance. Have the sealing team ready, Shikaku ordered, voice low but firm. If interception fails, we minimize the damage. No hesitation. He listened as Hanako continuously corrected the enemy's position and trajectory, her reports coming fast and steady. It was quick, and it was high. Even if wind release accelerated the attack, there was no guarantee they could hit accurately. A backup plan was mandatory. Without backups, you only got one outcome, defeat, and tears after the fact. After calculating the timing in his head, Shikaku formed seals and fired a great fireball technique into the air, marking the route. At his command, more than a dozen fire dragons roared upward in a single surge. A powerful wind rose from below, catching the flames and driving them faster, hotter, more violent. Within that formation, faint flashes of lightning flickered, easy to miss unless you were watching for them. High above, on the hot air balloon, Kenichi stared down at the approaching firestorm and scratched his head. That is, quite the welcome party. Before any true anti-aircraft weapons existed, Konoha had already built anti-aircraft ninjutsu. And the tactic was annoyingly clean. The fire dragons formed a surrounding net, forcing the balloon into the center. No matter which direction they tried to break through, they would be struck. Worse, Kenichi's Sharingan, rotating slowly, caught what most eyes would miss. Lightning hidden under the fire, waiting to bite. Fire fueled by wind. Wind amplifying the flames. Then a concealed killing move inside the chaos. If you were careless, you would be trapped and cut apart without even understanding how. Kenichi found himself genuinely curious. Who was commanding Konoha right now, and how had they come up with something this precise? Still, curiosity did not change reality. If anything, it helped him confirm Konoha's location. Sasori, Kenichi said calmly, get ready. Drop it on my signal. He remained standing at the edge of the balloon's basket as the first wave closed in. That is good thinking, Kenichi muttered, eyes narrowing as a second wave of fire dragons surged behind the first. Lightning patterns flickered at the corners of his eyes. If all we had were balloons, we would not survive this without real strength. Konoha's response was impressive. But being attacked by ninjutsu was always part of the expectation. In the shinobi world, the most practical air defense was still ninjutsu. Kenichi had planned for this from the beginning. He drew in the moisture from the air in a single ruthless pull, gathering a massive amount of sage chakra. A torrent of water formed above, then crashed down like a waterfall from the sky. The flood smashed through the fire dragons attacking from the left front, tearing open a path and forcing the hot air balloon through toward its predetermined position. Below, Shikaku watched the sudden waterfall appear in the sky, and a flash of surprise crossed his eyes. People called Heavenly Demon a terrifying enemy, but how strong was he truly? Nobody knew. All the world knew was that Heavenly Demon had dismantled the 8 Tails Gyuki's tailed beast ball. Now, Shikaku finally had a clearer sense of it. The sealing team will move, Shikaku said, gaze sharp. At the same time, a dark shadow cut through the falling water and dropped straight down at terrifying speed. Shikaku did not waste a breath. Based on Hanako's live reports, he instantly calculated the impact point. Sealing team, he barked, barrier formation. 1 kilometer northwest, now. Hanako blinked, her voice carrying a note of confusion despite her discipline. That thing, it looks like a metal block. Like a chunk of iron. A metal block. Not a ninjutsu. In that instant, Shikaku felt something go cold in his chest. Konoha had witnessed Heavenly Demon bombing Kimogakure and severely injuring the 8 Tails, but because of the tailed beast ball and the clash of lightning release, they had never clearly seen the method of attack. They had assumed it was ninjutsu. After all, only ninjutsu could create that kind of destruction. So Konoha's entire preparation had been built around countering ninjutsu. And now, one small difference had turned into a fatal error. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 133, Chapter 133, Your Major Isn't Even Relevant. Chapter 133, Your Major Isn't Even Relevant. It was like a priest performing an exorcism, pulling out holy water and a Bible to face a demon, only to realize the demon was actually a rice dumpling. Not that the tools were completely useless. They were just hilariously unrelated. The hidden cloud village is really well hidden. That was Shikaku's first thought, but he instantly snapped back to reality. The sealing barrier could weaken ninjutsu and resist chakra-based attacks, but this was not ninjutsu at all. All shinobi, immediately use lightning release and fire release on the location I marked. Shikaku did not have time to admire how ruthless Kimogakure had been with its secrecy. Right now, he only cared about one thing. Stopping what Heavenly Demon had dropped. If they could not solve this, how many people would die? At the same time, he issued a second order. After one wave of attacks, everyone was to immediately use the strongest defensive ninjutsu they had mastered. In theory, there was no way to notify everyone fast enough with only shouting. Luckily, he had an old friend beside him. Yamanaka Inoichi. Otherwise, yelling commands across a battlefield was just yelling into the wind. But even with Shikaku's quick response, the metal object slammed down at terrifying speed. It struck the sealing barrier the moment it finished forming. Shikaku's ninjutsu had been launched, but ninjutsu still needed time to reach its target. The barrier stalled the thermobaric bomb for a single second. Then it was pierced. Before it even hit the ground, the internal fuse triggered. The massive amount of sage chakra Kenichi had injected earlier became violent in an instant, forcing its way through the superconducting metal and mixing with the thermobaric explosive inside. Then, in the blink of an eye, the reaction detonated. People felt the heat first, a burning wave that arrived before their minds could even process what they were seeing. The explosive power really did increase by a lot. Kenichi sat on the hot air balloon, watching the mushroom cloud rise and then begin to thin, his lips twitching. He had expected the thermobaric explosive mixed with chakra from 3 sage techniques, wind, lightning, and fire, to be terrifying. He just did not expect it to be this violent. The moment it erupted, a brutal gust surged upward. Kenichi managed to steer the hot air balloon away from the center in time, but the shockwave still smashed into them like a giant hand. The basket lurched. The balloon bucked. In the next moment, they were thrown far off course. Kenichi could no longer see the center of the blast clearly. All he saw was the mushroom cloud shrinking in the distance while the hot air balloon carrying him and Sasori was blown farther and farther away. That thing of yours got a lot stronger, Sasori said, staring at the distant cloud, then glancing at the balloon with an unamused expression. For a moment, it had felt like falling from a cliff. Kenichi's eyes narrowed in thought. I tried to innovate a bit. Just mixing chakra and explosives created such a massive boost. If chakra and explosives could be fused perfectly. Kenichi imagined it for a moment. It would be glorious. Meanwhile, in the land of Earth, Deidara, who had gone through a ridiculous amount of effort to escape Inoki, happened to see the mushroom cloud rising at the edge of the horizon. His eyes widened. Then lit up with pure madness. This is art. This is the art of the heavenly demon. In that instant, Deidara discovered the meaning of his life. Explosions were art. Mushroom clouds were art. One day, he would create a mushroom cloud even bigger than heavenly demon. Back in the sky, Kenichi waited until the hot air balloon stabilized. The moment it stopped drifting, he tossed down a large stone with markings etched into it, then urged the balloon forward toward the battlefield again. He wanted to see the results firsthand and collect data along the way, to understand how the 3 chakra types had changed the thermobaric bomb. Sasori was curious too. He had seen what Kenichi threw before. The previous 2 times, it had never produced power like this. From above, the first thing that caught the eye was a massive circle. A dark circle, black as burnt ink, with hints of red mixed through it. Viewed from the hot air balloon, the ring on the ground looked eerie, like a scar carved into the land. Kenichi peered through binoculars, thinking. It did not match his expectations. Yes, he had added far more chakra, but the blast radius was too wide, and the shape of the circle was almost exaggerated. Then he noticed something else. There were shinobi still standing on the outer edge, and they did not look seriously injured. Kenichi's eyes sharpened. So that was it. The wind attribute chakra had accelerated the spread of the thermobaric blast and expanded the affected range. The grass on the ground was burned away by the heat, leaving that enormous ring behind. But the destructive power at the far edge was reduced. A trade-off. Range increased, edge lethality dropped. Still, in the crater near the center, there was no one left. The core of the explosion remained monstrously strong. It feels like something's missing if we cannot go down and see for ourselves, Kenichi said with a trace of regret. From up here, he could observe, but collecting detailed data on destruction was difficult. I think we should leave, Sasori said, looking down at the carnage. Otherwise Konoha might go insane. Kenichi had no intention of dropping into the middle of that mess. If he did, Konoha would swarm him. He was not especially afraid, but there was no reason to invite trouble. Besides, making too many enemies among the other villages would not help his future plans. If the shinobi world ever wanted to step out of this land and move toward an interstellar age, then the villages would eventually need to unite into something larger. Many hands made light work, even if it also meant many more problems to solve. Whether that step was possible depended on the situation. Right now, the shinobi world's own internal problems still had to be dealt with first. And before he had enough strength, Kenichi had no desire to clash head-on with Black Zetsu. Of course, there were other ways to move toward a goal, slowly and steadily. Kenichi glanced at his research progress. Chakra parasites, extinct parasites from the Sage of Six Paths era. He wondered if they could help him achieve what he wanted. Let's go back and ask Inoki for our reward, Kenichi said, shaking his head as he looked down at the ruined battlefield. Konoha was unlucky to run into Nagato. Nagato would never allow Akatsuki to be labeled as a village that belonged to Konoha. If Akatsuki only accepted Konoha's requests and ignored the others, it would clash with Akatsuki's development plan. So dropping thermobaric bombs on Konoha during this mission was only natural. After leaving the battlefield center by hot air balloon, Kenichi and Sasori destroyed the balloon and parachuted down, using the chance to search for the stones Kenichi had thrown earlier. Kenichi wanted to measure how far the shockwave had pushed them. That data would matter for future missions and improving thermobaric weapons. As they walked toward the marked stones location, Kenichi chatted casually. Sasori, by the way, do you know where the Land of the Sky is? The Land of the Sky was destroyed by Konoha during the Second Shinobi World War, Sasori replied as he moved at a fast pace. Its current location should be toward the Land of Fire, near the sea. As he spoke, Sasori held a strange little object in his hand. It was a drone, built according to Kenichi's description. But calling it a drone was generous. It could not truly fly. It was basically an empty shell. Kenichi raised an eyebrow. Speaking of that, why did you even make it? He had noticed Sasori assembling it while they were still on the hot air balloon. There was no flight mechanism installed. Sasori had just been turning it over in his hands. I'm testing wind resistance, Sasori said calmly. When I was improving Unit 01, I noticed the shape seemed to affect flight speed. He guided the shell upward using puppet control threads, spun it once in a circle, then pulled it back into his hand. Kenichi was surprised. He had not expected Sasori to reach this kind of conclusion already. It really had to be said, shinobi were frighteningly smart. Even Sasori had discovered the link between wind resistance and object shape. Your measurement method is not bad either, Kenichi said, looking at the chakra threads. For some reason, it reminded him of Doflamingo, the heavenly demon, Uchiha, from that other world next door. Strings controlling everything. It was different from puppetry, but the feeling was oddly familiar, and honestly, kind of interesting. Kenichi stopped by the marked stone and glanced back at the mushroom cloud, now beginning to fully dissipate in the distance. Even from here, it was still far away. Sasori, honestly, I did not expect it to end up this far. Sasori looked at him, puzzled by the sudden comment. Kenichi hesitated, then asked the question that had been bothering him. Have you ever thought about using puppet threads to directly manipulate living people? Is that even theoretically possible? It was an interesting idea. If it could be done, the applications would be terrifying. It's difficult, Sasori said, shaking his head. I tried it before, back in the village. If the chakra threads attach to a living body and the target has the will to resist, you cannot control them freely. He narrowed his eyes slightly, remembering the attempts. And chakra threads cannot be too strong. Anyone with chakra can break free. What a pity, Kenichi sighed. It would have been very interesting if it worked. p@treon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 134, Nuclear Blackmail. Chapter 134, Nuclear Blackmail. Even though the land of grass bordered the land of earth, the distance between them was still far. The shinobi world was vast, so Kenichi had already prepared himself for a long trip. He could have used a hot air balloon to save time, but he abandoned the idea after considering one simple fact. Inoki could fly. If the hot air balloon could stay hidden for just one more day, then Kenichi could keep his air dominance for one more day. Even if Inoki could take to the sky, it consumed chakra. For Kenichi, it was far easier. When Kenichi and Sasori reached the border between the land of grass and the land of earth, they spotted a group of shinobi waiting on the land of grass side. Then an old man descended from the sky, landing in front of them. There was even a trace of regret in his eyes as he looked at Kenichi. Who else could it be but the third Tsuchikage, Inoki? This old man really wants to pry into my flying methods. Kenichi forced a smile, complaining inwardly. He had already expected Inoki might come to investigate, but he did not expect him to rush out before Kenichi even crossed into the land of earth, and even take off before Kenichi had a chance to do anything. Still, money was money. Lord Tsuchikage, you got here fast. You're too kind. Kenichi's smile remained warm and polite. Making money was nothing to be ashamed of. Ha ha ha. The heavenly demon really is the heavenly demon. Inoki laughed heartily. One move and those Konoha brats scattered like frightened chickens. Of course I had to come welcome you. As he spoke, his eyes kept flicking toward Kenichi's back, again and again. That made Kenichi frown slightly. He glanced behind him. Nothing. Sasori was still standing calmly at his side. There was no drone, no strange device, no obvious trick. So what was Inoki looking at? It was not like supernatural nonsense could suddenly appear in the shinobi world. You flatter me, Kenichi said, still puzzled but unwilling to linger on it. It was business. I just want to know how you felt about the mission this time, Lord Tsuchikage. He cared about one thing. Money. Inoki had offered 400 million ryo for compensation. Kenichi had pushed the price higher, and Inoki had agreed, as long as he was satisfied. Now that the explosion's power had increased that much, if Inoki tried to pay less, Kenichi would turn around and pin the blame right back on Iwagakure. The 5 great ninja villages fought, schemed, and stabbed each other in the back often enough. Sooner or later, everyone paid a price. Kenichi did not care who handed him the bag, as long as the ryo was real. Oh, I'm quite satisfied, Inoki said, nodding. Then he sighed dramatically. But heavenly demon, you know our land of earth is poor. Look at me. The third Tsuchikage is still wearing patched clothes. He actually lifted his robe to show a large patch. Kenichi's lips twitched. Good heavens. He is really doing this. Is 100 million ryo worth going that far? Then Kenichi thought about it properly. If he could save 100 million, he would absolutely act pitiful too, and he would do it with a straight face. Suddenly, he understood Inoki a lot better. The Iwagakure shinobi behind Inoki stood expressionless, giving nothing away. Only one of them looked slightly moved, eyes watering as if he had been touched by Inoki's hardship. Lord Tsuchikage, Kenichi asked evenly, you are not planning to back out of the agreement, are you? If Inoki wanted to renege, then he had better be ready to fight. Kenichi was vindictive. There was an old saying from Kenichi's previous life. Cutting off someone's income was like killing their parents. If Inoki dared to snatch away that extra 100 million ryo, Kenichi would make him regret it. He would come to the land of earth every day to collect. If that still did not work, he could go straight to the daimyo's residence and demand payment from the daimyo of the land of earth. No. Inoki waved his hand, his face turning serious. Our Iwagakure can afford 500 million. That surprised Kenichi. If he was not trying to back out, then what was the point of acting poor earlier? Did he think Kenichi would suddenly soften and forgive the 100 million? Kenichi touched his chest. Seeing Inoki's behavior, his heart did not ache at all. Inoki's gaze shifted to Sasori for a moment, and Kenichi immediately understood. Inoki wanted to say something that involved Sasori too. Kenichi did not hesitate. Sasori is my best friend, he said directly. So speak frankly, Lord Tsuchikage. He knew Sasori's temperament, and nothing too dangerous was likely to happen here. If anything, it could deepen Sasori's trust. Why not? Sasori's expression did not change, but Kenichi knew this would bring them closer. Sharing secrets strengthened bonds, as long as you were not careless about who you trusted. Inoki nodded. Then I'll be direct, Heavenly Demon. Our Iwagakure is small, and our population is limited. Everyone struggles just to survive. His voice lowered. If a shinobi dies, he might be someone's husband, someone's child, someone's father. Kenichi listened quietly. If this was not about lowering the payment, then what was this really for? So I hope the Akatsuki, or rather you, Heavenly Demon, will stop throwing your metal weapons at Iwagakure, Inoki said earnestly. Kenichi fell into thought. He understood immediately. Inoki had seen the consequences of the thermobaric bomb on the battlefield. Now he wanted to prevent Iwagakure from becoming a future target of retaliation. Kenichi had bombed Kimogakure at the battlefield between Kimogakure and Konoha, then turned around and bombed Konoha without hesitation. The message was obvious. Akatsuki was a mercenary organization. Whoever paid, got results. Inoki had lived through the era of war and witnessed the rise of Konoha's two gods. He understood better than anyone that one day, another village might offer a higher price, and Heavenly Demon's weapon would fall on Iwagakure instead. Inoki had ambition, but he cared even more about Iwagakure's villagers and shinobi. According to reports from the front line ANBU, Heavenly Demon's strike had caused heavy losses for Konoha. After the explosion, Konoha retreated to the border of the Land of Fire and dug in. The chance of peace talks rose sharply. So Konoha's problem was temporarily solved. But Heavenly Demon's existence was a problem that did not disappear. If Konoha retaliated, how would Iwagakure defend itself? Heavenly Demon flew too high. Iwagakure's proud mountain terrain, its natural defenses, became meaningless. That was why Inoki wanted another solution. Not a counterweapon, not yet. A contract. A request for Akatsuki to stop accepting missions aimed at the village itself. Kenichi's mouth curved slightly. So what is the price, Lord Tsuchikage? The shinobi world had already witnessed the power of the thermobaric bombs. Kimogakure, Konoha, and Iwagakure had all seen it with their own eyes. Until someone found a reliable method to deal with it, the question every Kage had to face was the same. How do we keep the homeland from being attacked? Losses on the battlefield were painful, but acceptable. If a village was hit, the losses were catastrophic. If Kenichi reached an agreement with Iwagakure, then Kimogakure and Konoha might follow next, paying him to stay out of trouble. What was this? It was nuclear blackmail. Use overwhelming power and superior methods to force others to submit and make concessions. Refuse to yield. Fine. Stand your ground and see if you can endure the consequences. The 5 great ninja villages had developed to this point. They could not simply move their villages. They could not hide forever either, because they still needed missions to survive. Right now, the villages did not truly understand thermobaric bombs. Some were even trying to defend against them with defensive ninjutsu. And there was no clear way to deal with Kenichi's attack methods. If you fell behind, you got hit. If you did not want your village bombed, your people killed, your development ruined, then you had to solve the problem. Inoki hesitated, then spoke. Our Iwagakure will pay you 200 million ryo per year. It was embarrassing, but it was the best solution he could find to prevent greater losses until they developed a better answer. He had considered keeping the Heavenly Demon close, but if Kenichi refused, then Inoki would have to face Heavenly Demon's revenge. The price for that would be far higher. Better to compromise for now, then stop paying once a countermeasure existed. A year was more than enough. Inoki had learned more from the front line, Heavenly Demon's methods, Heavenly Demon's altitude, and even Konoha's countermeasures. After hearing all of it, Inoki could not sit still. He rushed out, wanting to see how high Heavenly Demon really flew and whether he could catch him. He had not expected Kenichi to be this slippery. Kenichi raised 3 fingers. 300 million. I will not make a move, and I will hand some over to the organization. 200 million was already a lot, but he still had to give the organization a share. He could refuse to pay it, but then he would have to hide it. And what would happen if Nagato ordered him to bomb Iwagakure anyway? Kenichi could leave Akatsuki. The organization did not impose strict chains on its members, and even his own teacher had left before. But Kenichi still wanted access to the Rinnegan and the Geto Mazo. Once he left, it would be extremely difficult to get close to those things again. 200 million is enough. We cannot afford more, Inoki refused immediately. Kenichi was not surprised. Business always started with a price fight. So he and Inoki pulled back and forth, arguing, pressing, retreating, and pressing again. By the time the sun dipped and the afternoon negotiations finally ended, the number settled. 245 million Ryo per year. That was the price that bought Inoki's refusal to make a move. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 135, Chapter 135, The idea of unifying the ninja world and giving Itachi a little shock from the Uchiha clan. Chapter 135, The idea of unifying the ninja world and giving Itachi a little shock from the Uchiha clan. Will the leader agree? Sasori asked, watching Inoki leave. He hesitated. This time, Kenichi had not contacted Pain at all and had negotiated with Inoki on his own. He will agree, Kenichi said, holding the sealing scroll. His mood was bright. Making money was already a good thing, but he still felt this way of earning was too slow. As for Nagato, Kenichi was not worried. Nagato would not care. Bombing could bring greater immediate profit, but too much killing would turn Akatsuki into the common enemy of the entire shinobi world. That was bad for Akatsuki's ability to hide, build strength, and wait for the right moment. Their plan required time, and it required space to move. They still made money this way, just less. The advantage was stability. Kenichi knew the villages would definitely study his weapons and search for counters. But as long as his technology iterated faster than theirs, it would be fine. If conventional thermobaric delivery got solved, then there were still rockets. If rockets got solved too, then there were missiles. Intercepting missiles was not easy. The shinobi world would need to leap forward several generations. Even if Kenichi wanted to complete missile development, it would not be simple. Research needed money, and it could be brutally expensive. Yet even so, this money-making method still felt slow. Kenichi fell into thought. Being a war shinobi was profitable, but he also knew the shinobi world would enter a rare period of peace in the next few years. When that happened, there would be far fewer war missions. So how should he raise money then? That was a question worth answering. Kenichi looked toward the land of Earth. Iwagakure's finances were tight. The other villages were not much better. But behind Iwagakure, behind Konoha, behind every great village, stood something larger. A nation. And the daimyo controlled the nation's revenue. Wealth enough to rival a nation. Kenichi murmured, stroking his chin. No need. They already hold the nation's wealth. Then another thought followed naturally, sharp and cold. Daimyo, Kenichi said softly. What right do a bunch of ants have to control the wealth of the shinobi world? He had always found it strange. Shinobi possessed overwhelming power. Some individuals could destroy a country by themselves, yet these same people played childish games with daimyo, obeying their politics while holding all the real strength. Even setting other issues aside, Hiruzen had power that could suppress a country outright. If Konoha wanted to, the land of fire could only bow. After thinking it through, Kenichi reached a conclusion. Shinobi were arrogant. They did not see ordinary people as their equals. So the Kage managed shinobi in villages, while leaving ordinary civilians to the daimyo, as if the two worlds were separate. Sasori, Kenichi said, glancing sideways. What does your hidden sand think of the land of wind? They were currently traveling toward the land of fire, because the land of sky had once been located south of it. The exact location was unclear. The land of sky had been destroyed by Konoha, and the sky village existed only as a memory now. But they only needed a general direction. If all else failed, they could ask locals. The fall of a country was not something people forgot quietly. It would become gossip, especially near the region. I don't have any opinion, Sasori said, shaking his head. To be honest, I don't even care about the land of wind. It's just a place that paid me. Kenichi was not surprised. When he first arrived in this world, he was the same. He only cared about Konoha, not the land of fire. But now, a new idea had begun to take shape in him. A strong, unified, sovereign nation was one of the keys to rapid technological growth. It could mobilize resources on a scale that no single village ever could. The shinobi world had too many countries. The land of fire, rich and powerful. The land of wind, vast. And countless smaller nations scattered around them. If these nations could be unified, then the shinobi world's development might finally step onto the right track. In a sense, Nagato's idea resembled this. Gather all the tailed beasts, wield absolute force, and force peace. That could work while Nagato lived. Once Nagato died, the cracks would show immediately. And Nagato himself was only a pawn of Uchiha Madara. Obito hid behind the scenes thinking he was the one playing the board, but in the end, he was a pawn too. Madara believed he was the true mastermind, yet Black Zetsu was the one who had been moving pieces for centuries. Nagato's defeat was inevitable. Kenichi thought he could try to solve it from another direction. Unify the shinobi world. Merge the villages. End the wars at their root. After that, the next step would be to shift people's mindset. Make civilians accept shinobi as citizens of the same world, not a separate class. Encourage shinobi to resist true foreign invaders, like the Otsutsuki. There's someone ahead, Kenichi said suddenly, stopping. His mask hid his expression, but his posture turned cautious. He had only just noticed the presence. The other person was extremely skilled at hiding. Foreign shinobi, a voice said from the shadows, what is your purpose in coming to the land of fire? As if responding to Kenichi's words, the other party stepped out. Kenichi's eyes narrowed in surprise. Uchiha Shursui. Shursui stared at them warily. Their clothes were strange. Their masks were stranger. Their identities were impossible to read. But people who hid themselves like this were rarely good people. The shinobi world did not have some lunatic Batman in a high-tech suit wandering the night skies for fun. Just passing by, Kenichi said simply. Shursui raised an eyebrow, clearly not believing it. When Shursui reached for his weapon, Kenichi scratched his head. What was Shursui doing hiding out here? When did he notice them? This was troublesome. Sasori glanced at Shursui, interested in testing him. But the moment Sasori noticed Shursui's eyes and the Uchiha clothing, he held back. This was probably someone from Kenichi's clan. Sasori knew Kenichi carried special eyes famous across Konoha and the shinobi world. Kenichi's gaze shifted slightly. There's a kid behind you, he said. Are you sure you want to fight us? He had noticed something off. Itachi was strong in the future, but right now he was still a child. He lacked experience. Kenichi had caught the small mistake, a tiny slip in concealment. Shursui instinctively shifted, blocking Kenichi's line of sight toward Itachi. A trace of embarrassment flickered across his face. These two did not look like good people. And they were not Konoha's Anbu or root. Konoha did not dress like this. His eyes flicked, silent, to Sasori's hand. Flashy nail polish. Konoha shinobi did not wear that either. Or was the one beside Kenichi actually a woman? But if so, the figure was strange. Kenichi sighed. I hate trouble. So I'll say this clearly. If you attack me without thinking, you will die. His voice cooled as he looked straight at Shursui. Such good eyes, wasted on hesitation. If someone did not know how to use them, they might as well become research material. Kenichi wondered if Shursui had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan yet. If he had, it would be annoying. Still, Kenichi had ways to deal with that too. Oh. Shursui's pride flared instantly. He had never seen someone speak so arrogantly. But then he remembered Itachi behind him, and the hesitation returned. If he were alone, Shursui would have rushed forward to test what gave this man such confidence. But Itachi was here. For Itachi's safety, Shursui stepped aside. Kenichi and Sasori walked past him, unhurried. Looking at Shursui's silence, Kenichi found it strangely satisfying. Getting the genius Shursui to give way was not something that happened every day. To be fair, Shursui was strong. He was not weak at all. If a fight broke out, it would be a headache. Behind them, Itachi emerged from the woods and stood beside Shursui, looking guilty. Shursui, Itachi said softly. It's fine, Shursui said with a gentle chuckle. Your safety matters most. He ruffled Itachi's hair. Shursui liked this little brother of the clan head, 3 years younger than him. Being with Itachi felt like being with family. Itachi secretly glanced at the two arrogant shinobi walking away. Their clothes looked impressive. Then one of them seemed to notice his gaze. The masked shinobi turned his head. Their eyes met. Itachi froze. Behind the mask, there was a Sharingan. 3 tomoe, slowly rotating. Sharingan. Itachi's mind sparked with confusion. Are they members of the Uchiha clan? A question entered his small mind. He had heard his father say the Sharingan was unique to the Uchiha. Yet he had seen it on 2 people. One was Kakashi, a powerful outsider. And now, this person. Itachi, Kenichi said with a faint smile, looking at the child peeking out from behind Shursui. Young Itachi was cute. Grown Itachi was another matter entirely. Kenichi admitted it frankly in his own mind. He could not accept what Itachi would do on the night of the massacre. There were many ways to solve problems. Itachi chose extermination, and he carried it out himself. It was far too cruel. Some people even claimed that in the beginning, Naruto was meant to be short, Itachi was written as a villain, and the third Hokage as a good man. Then the series exploded in popularity, kept going, and the plot began to strain. Kenichi did not know if that was true. But with Itachi, Kenichi always remembered one thing. The way Itachi tortured Sasuke. The way he controlled Sasuke's mind to deepen hatred. The way he made Sasuke relive that bloody night again and again. That trauma never faded. It also laid the foundation for Sasuke leaving Konoha later in pursuit of power. Kenichi's smile deepened. His eyes rippled. The next second, Itachi's body went rigid. His vision twisted into an ocean of blood. He saw himself suddenly grown, face cold, holding a blade. He saw himself slaughter his parents. Then he saw himself cut off Shirsui's head. Itachi. Shirsui snapped, instantly noticing something wrong. Genjutsu. When did it happen? He grabbed Itachi and broke him free, then spun and glared behind them. But the two masked shinobi were already gone. Itachi was trembling, shaking as if he could not breathe. Itachi, are you all right? Shirsui asked quickly, patting his back. Don't be afraid. That was just an illusion. Shirsui had no idea what that man had done, but Itachi had fallen into Genjutsu without warning. And Itachi looked genuinely terrified. It was the Sharingan, Itachi choked out, clutching Shirsui's sleeve. I saw a Sharingan, and then I saw myself kill my... He swallowed hard, eyes wet with fear. I saw myself kill my parents, he forced out. And then... I cut off your head. The Itachi of the future was the Itachi of the future. The Itachi of now was not cold, not ruthless, not someone who could do anything. He was still a child. Hearing Itachi's words, Shirsui's confusion deepened. That man had a Sharingan. Shirsui had not noticed it earlier. So the man could open and close his Sharingan freely. And he might actually be Uchiha. Shirsui fell into thought. The Uchiha's eyes were powerful, and there were always people trying to steal them. Even Kakashi, living in the same village, only had his Sharingan because an Uchiha had given it to him. But Kakashi could not close it. He did not have Uchiha blood. Only the Uchiha could freely open and close the Sharingan. That was common knowledge within the clan. That was why Shirsui now believed the masked man must be Uchiha. But Shirsui had never seen anyone dressed like that. p@treein.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 136, Chapter 136, Even eating barbecue can lead to unexpected gains. Chapter 136, Even eating barbecue can lead to unexpected gains. Kenichi was not sure whether he had left even the slightest impression on Itachi, but he hoped he had. If Itachi thought things through before taking action later, then Kenichi's goal would be met. The Uchiha clan, huh? Arrogant and conceited, Kenichi said as he walked beside Sasori. But there are also some among them who carry the will of fire. They kept moving. The land of fire was not as vast as the land of wind, but it was still enormous. Crossing it would take time, and to avoid drawing attention, Kenichi did not use a hot air balloon this time. He chose to travel on foot instead. The will of fire. Sasori turned his head slightly, studying him. I've heard you mention it, but the way you describe it sounds strange. Like it encourages shinobi to throw themselves away for the village. Strictly speaking, it's closer to brainwashing, Kenichi replied with a yawn. But it does have a few redeeming qualities. Without a large-scale war, it would be almost impossible for the villages and nations to unite. The Fourth Shinobi World War had essentially created a common enemy, forcing the villages to stand together. If the allied shinobi forces had been able to continue afterward, maybe a completely new shinobi world would have taken shape, and the core problems of the shinobi world could have been solved. Even though the third Hokage had many flaws, Kenichi had to admit one thing. The will of fire was effective. At the very least, it gave many Konoha shinobi a clear goal to live by. Sasori, I actually have an idea, Kenichi said, stepping out of the forest and looking toward a small town ahead. As long as there was no war in the land of fire, places like this could be considered peaceful and prosperous. Sasori's gaze sharpened. Kenichi smiled. I'll pass. Not the right time yet. He had not fully decided what to do. He wanted to wait and watch. Besides, even if he formed a plan, he would still need to ask whether Sasori was willing to work with him to make it happen. Sasori shrugged. He had never truly understood his friend anyway. Kenichi was a strange man. For example, they were already deep in the land of fire, within Konoha's sphere of influence, and Kenichi still wanted to walk into town and eat barbecue like he was on vacation. Sasori, you just don't understand, Kenichi said solemnly as he stared at the sizzling pork belly. Barbecue is the soul of life. A life without barbecue is incomplete. Soldier pills could fill your stomach, and some merchants even sold different flavors. But unless you were on a mission, what kind of shinobi ate soldier pills as a real meal? Barbecue, and things like it, were proof you were actually living in this world. So, Sasori said, tilting his chin toward the entrance, was this unexpected situation within your expectations? Kenichi sighed. He had already seen the newcomers too. A group of Konoha shinobi filed into the barbecue shop. They looked like a standard squad. None of them were familiar to Kenichi. No, Kenichi admitted. But we're just ordinary people right now. Eating barbecue won't hurt. He touched his face lightly. His face-changing technique was extremely solid. He would not expose any flaws just because he was chewing meat. The Konoha squad scanned the room, then found a table and sat down to eat. They did not pay Kenichi or Sasori any attention. Kenichi smirked to himself. Unless they were Hyuga, it was basically impossible to see through a face-changing technique. Even if they were Hyuga, whether they could see through it was still another matter. Kenichi felt it was risky, but he could not be sure without testing it personally. Speaking of which, wasn't the land of the sky already destroyed by us? One of the Konoha shinobi whispered. Why are we being assigned this mission again? Kenichi glanced at them, expression strange. If these people were not acting completely normal, he would have suspected they were delivering intelligence on purpose. That woman is way too arrogant, another shinobi muttered. She actually dared to say in public that the land of the sky will definitely take revenge on us. Kenichi raised an eyebrow. Hearing something like that while eating barbecue was not what he expected. After finishing their meal beside the Konoha squad, Kenichi left the shop with Sasori, rubbing his stomach. Sasori, did you hear that? Kenichi nudged Sasori with his elbow. Sasori's face stayed blank. Kenichi immediately understood. Sasori had not heard a thing. That confused him for a moment, until he realized the real reason. It was his own problem. He was still in Sage mode. When he faced Shursui earlier, Kenichi had entered Sage mode instantly. He knew it was unlikely, but if Shursui used Koto Ematsukami on him, that would be a disaster. Better to be cautious. Kenichi clicked his tongue. I never imagined Sage mode could enhance hearing like this. Then a ridiculous thought slipped into his mind. Does Jiraiya use that Sage mode helmet in the women's bathhouse every day? Kenichi muttered. That would be beyond abnormal. He had stumbled across one more strange use for Sage mode. Maybe next time he met Jiraiya, he could tell him about that bizarre saying from his previous life, and then mention using Shadow Clone Jutsu combined with Transformation Jutsu too. Kenichi cleared his throat. Well, the chances were low, but what if Jiraiya actually developed it? I heard those Konoha shinobi say they came out this time because of a woman who publicly declared the land of the sky would take revenge, Kenichi said, keeping it simple. No wonder the land of the sky's revenge failed. If their allies were this incompetent, success would be terrifyingly unlikely. Could it be a trap? Sasori asked. He genuinely had not heard anything, so he was being cautious. No, Kenichi said, waving a hand. They don't know I can hear them. If it were a trap, they would need to see through my face-changing technique first, then know what we're planning. Unless the other side is the Sage of Six Paths. Then we can find that woman first, Sasori said at once. Kenichi nodded. That was exactly what he was thinking. So the two of them chatted briefly, then quietly followed behind the Konoha squad after they finished eating. The squad's formation was standard, 1 Jonin leading 3 Chunin. A common Konoha team structure. Before long, Kenichi watched them enter a house. He exchanged a glance with Sasori. Then Sasori sent Unit 01 in. Through Unit 01's eyes, Sasori saw the interior clearly. There were only the 4 shinobi. No woman in sight. And the leader, the Jonin, had already noticed them. Kenichi was about to step in, but he saw Sasori raise a hand calmly. The next moment, a swarm of puppets leapt into the courtyard. A violent clash erupted inside, loud and chaotic. Then, just as quickly, it ended. Sasori spoke with the same serious tone he used to discuss art. The opponent was quite strong, but still a little weaker than me. Kenichi stared at him with a strange expression. Sasori did not flinch. He meant it. Next time, Sasori, you should do this gesture, Kenichi said, raising his hand in a pose that looked like the universe was resting in his palm, followed by a second motion that somehow resembled the collapse of the kimchi market. It'll be more convincing. Is that so? Sasori considered it seriously. After hearing Kenichi's reasoning, it did feel more humble. Kenichi tugged Sasori forward. The fight had already drawn attention. They needed to pull information fast, or finding that woman later would become annoying. The Jonin inside was breathing hard, eyes tense. Kenichi strode over and kicked him in the face. The impact was brutal. The Jonin's head snapped sideways, and he dropped unconscious instantly. The three Chunin trembled. They lowered their heads and did not dare speak. "Tell me," Kenichi said, grabbing one Chunin by the collar and staring into his eyes. "Where is your mission target, that woman from the land of the sky?" At the same time, Kenichi activated Sharingan Genjutsu. The Chunin's eyes turned blank. "She's at the onsen on this street," the Chunin replied in a dull voice. Kenichi nodded in satisfaction. He used the same method on the other two Chunin. After confirming their answers matched, he released them. Looking at the shinobi lying on the ground, Kenichi scratched his head. What a pity. Such decent experimental materials, but bringing them along would be far too troublesome. "Aren't you going to ask that Jonin?" Sasori asked, sounding genuinely disappointed. He had torture tools he had not used yet, and since learning interrogation techniques, he had been waiting for a chance. "Jonin don't give information easily," Kenichi said, shaking his head. "And they're more likely to feed you false details. Konoha's Jonin were always a headache. Anyone who reached that rank was an elite among shinobi. Of course, it would be completely absurd if Genin started beating Jonin or even Kage-level opponents later, but that kind of nonsense was not Kenichi's problem right now. "Do you want these people?" Sasori asked suddenly. "No," Kenichi replied without hesitation. Then he paused, and his eyes flicked to the bodies. "Ah. Right," Kenichi added. "You can turn them into human puppets." It was Sasori's old profession, after all. And there was a Jonin here. Barely qualified, but still usable. Not long after, the house became empty. It looked as if no shinobi had ever been there at all. Kenichi and Sasori left and walked down the street until they found the hot spring inn. p@treein.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 137, Chapter 137, What? Nobody likes a female Sasuke, right? Chapter 137, What? Nobody likes a female Sasuke, right? Kenichi stared up at the sign for a moment, then slowly exhaled. Judging by the atmosphere, this place felt uncomfortably similar to the red light districts from his previous life. Once he accepted that, he forced himself to calm down. He was not here to do anything in a place like this. At most, he thought, it might be useful to observe a little and learn some so-called advanced experience. I really did not expect the trail to lead somewhere like this. Sasori frowned as he looked down the street. He clearly knew what kind of district this was. Kenichi turned to him with a strange look. "Seriously? With a face like yours, you know places like this exist." Kenichi had only learned about things like this from Jiraiya's books. Then he narrowed his eyes. "Sasori, have you been here before?" Sasori nodded and admitted it without hesitation. Kenichi went silent. No. This was not how the conversation was supposed to go. You were supposed to get flustered so he could tease you properly. "This place is a specialty spot," Sasori said, tone flat. "It caters to shinobi with specific preferences." Kenichi blinked. He had not expected the shinobi world to have something this specialized. It felt like one of those ridiculous hot spring stories from his previous life, where people screamed about pure love while someone in a bull mask applauded from the corner. Kenichi's lips twitched. He used to look down on this world's entertainment, thinking it was primitive. Now he realized how shallow that judgment had been. They were not just playing. They were speed-running insanity. "I did not expect people here to be this dedicated," Kenichi muttered, rubbing his forehead. Still, none of it was his problem. As long as it was not some woman walking around calling herself Jiraiya or Hiruzen Sarutobi, he did not care what kind of business this district ran. Of course, he also had no intention of lingering. This was the land of fire. If he actually got involved in anything here, Konoha shinobi would crush him before he could blink. Once inside, Kenichi immediately noticed a large sign hanging high above the entrance. In bold letters, it read, "Special offer. The most beautiful courtesan from the land of thunder. Limited time auction for the first visit." Kenichi stared. Question mark, he thought. Why would someone from the land of thunder end up here? For a heartbeat, Kenichi actually considered joining the auction, if only to ask her how she managed to travel that far and still land in a place like this. Then he remembered why he was here. Business came first. Sasori was standing beside him, and this was not the time to get distracted. So Kenichi went straight to the owner and asked a few questions. The boss, a woman whose age was impossible to judge, turned out to be surprisingly cooperative. She told Kenichi that the courtesan had submitted her resignation yesterday morning. "So her name is Seiki Sasuke?" Kenichi repeated, eyebrows lifting. What a bizarre name. More importantly, Sasuke was a man's name. Why would a woman use it? Kenichi found it hard to understand. And of course, the name Sasuke immediately reminded him of someone else. Itachi's younger brother. At the same time, a strange memory surfaced. In his previous life, he had once seen a manga where Sasuke was drawn as a girl. It was oddly convincing. It did not just slap a female label onto the same face. The design actually felt thought out. "Sir," the boss said with a practiced smile, clearly familiar with this reaction, "it's for added fun. Some customers like our girls to dress as men. They say they enjoy the thrill of dragging someone into moral ruin." Kenichi went silent again. So that was the level of creativity here. No wonder Jiraiya was always running around and never going home. With entertainment like this, it was a miracle he remembered Konoha existed at all. Kenichi had not expected his target to run so fast, but the target had been clever. Knowing she might have slipped up and drawn Konoha's attention, she had fled in advance. That alone proved something. Either she really had a problem, or she knew something about the land of the sky. Unfortunately, she was gone. With no lead to chase, Kenichi could only leave the hot spring reluctantly. Part of him had wanted to sit down and calmly discuss the mysteries of the universe with the women inside. But the disappearance of that Konoha squad would not stay secret for long. It was better to leave now, while he still could. Over the next few days, Kenichi and Sasori kept traveling. 4 or 5 days later, they finally reached the southernmost town in the Land of Fire. It was called Sky Town. Sky Town, Kenichi muttered, then curled his lip. No way a place with a name like this has no connection to the Land of the Sky. The Land of Fire really was arrogant. After destroying and annexing a country, they even built a town to brag about it. No wonder the Land of the Sky would retaliate later. Even Kenichi felt irritated just hearing the name. After a brief silence, Sasori spoke. "The Land of Wind has a place called Rorin." Rorin. Kenichi's interest rose. He remembered hearing that name somewhere before, maybe from a movie, but he could not recall the details. He was not sure whether Sasori's Rorab was related to what he remembered, but the coincidence caught his attention anyway. In Sky Town, Kenichi managed to learn more about the Land of the Sky, including the rough location of their former site. Unfortunately, the old men who gave him information clearly misunderstood who Kenichi and Sasori were. "Listen, young ones," the old man whispered mysteriously, leaning in close. "If you want to pay respects to your elders, do it quietly. And do not leave offerings behind. Just pray in your heart." Kenichi's expression turned strange, but he still responded. "Are you saying, a shinobi from Konoha?" The old man waved him off sharply. "Just understand it. Do not say it out loud." Kenichi agreed with a solemn nod. Then he and Sasori left Sky Town and followed the location the old man had given them into a dense forest. Kenichi surveyed the place as they arrived. From the outside, it looked like an ordinary forest. Still, scattered across the ground were the remains of buildings, half buried and broken, as if time had chewed them apart. "This doesn't look like a place where you could hide anything," Kenichi said, lifting his chin to the sky. The blue above was vast and empty. There was not a single cloud, let alone anything flying. If the Land of the Sky truly had an aerial fortress, and it was as large as the name implied, Kenichi felt he should be able to see it just by looking up. But there was nothing. Unless the Land of the Sky had mastered invisibility, the fortress was not in the air. So, underground. It felt possible. The Sky Fortress was ancient, and if it could be called a fortress, its size should not be small. Hiding something like that beneath ruins would not be impossible. Kenichi stomped the ground. Thick soil. Nothing obvious. Still, since he was already here, it would be a waste not to dig. "Sasori, do you have any ninjutsu that can dig?" Kenichi asked. "A simple earth release is enough," Sasori replied, glancing at him. Sasori clearly did not think Kenichi had found the Land of the Sky's secret weapon. The place looked like it had nothing at all. But Sasori still acted. He formed seals and used earth release, tearing up large chunks of soil and exposing rock beneath. "Keep going," Kenichi said, still uneasy. "Dig there. I'll try over here." Black Zetsu had given him the information. Kenichi also remembered what a friend had told him in his previous life. In theory, there should be no way they came all this way and found nothing. If the secret weapon was hidden somewhere else, then this trip would be a complete waste. Just thinking about that made Kenichi's stomach ache, but he forced himself to keep digging. Then Sasori's voice cut through the forest. "Kenichi." Kenichi rushed over immediately, and his eyes landed on a large stone structure. It was well made, far too deliberate to be natural. Could this be the weapon? Kenichi stared at it, confused. It did not resemble the kind of sky carrier he had imagined at all. "It looks more like ruins," Sasori said. "Sunagakure unearthed ruins before. Like the temple of the desert god. This is the same kind of stone construction." Kenichi let out a long breath. Hope drained from his chest. Still, he forced himself to keep working. Let's dig around it, Kenichi said. If it really is ruins, we go in and look. Who knows what treasure might be inside? He had almost accepted the disappointment. These stones were massive. They did not look like they could fly in any way. Even in the shinobi world, something this heavy would need an absurd propulsion system. That felt impossible. But after digging a bit longer, Kenichi suddenly felt something different under his foot. Wood. A large wooden plank. The workmanship was obvious. It was not naturally formed. Kenichi pried it aside, and a deep hole opened in the earth. Chakra gathered in his palm. Kenichi flicked a small fireball down into the darkness. The flame struck rock below and lit the space for an instant, revealing a hollow passage. Since the fire burned normally, there was air. Kenichi jumped down. The moment his feet hit the ground, he activated Sage mode and scanned his surroundings, alert for traps or ambushes. But the place was silent. Empty. Cold. It really did feel like ruins, with no living presence at all. At the same time, deeper within those ruins, a different scene unfolded. A red-haired girl bit her finger, eyes burning with anger as she glared at a shinobi in front of her. The teacher was right, she said. Those filthy Konoha shinobi still came looking for us. Lady Amaru, the leading shinobi, asked carefully, then made a quiet throat-slitting gesture. Do you need us to handle it? No need, Amaru replied, smiling faintly. Her voice was soft, but her words made the sky shinobi around her shiver with excitement. The big thing the teacher put inside me is hungry. A flash of fanatic light ignited in the eyes of the sky shinobi who heard her. The embers of their hidden village would become karmic fire. Fire that would burn Konoha to the ground. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 138, Chapter 138, The villain who waited for others to reveal their trump card was already dead. Chapter 138, The villain who waited for others to reveal their trump card was already dead. I kissed your face, your legs were on my shoulders, Kenichi hummed as he and Sasori moved deeper into the desolate ruins. The place was empty, the light was dim, and every step echoed. Still, Kenichi could not shake the feeling that something about this ruin was off. If this truly was a relic sealed underground, his earlier fireball should not have burned for so long. The only explanation was ventilation. Kenichi, what are you singing? Sasori asked, glancing at him with faint curiosity. It was the first time he had heard a language like that. He could not understand it, but it carried a strange rhythm, almost like it followed rules. Just a song to lighten the mood, Kenichi said with a grin. He formed another small fireball, flicked it forward, and let it roll down the passage. Nothing. Only a narrow corridor, stone walls on both sides, and oddly shaped carvings set into the rock like ancient murals. The flickering light made the figures seem to twist. Kenichi studied the carvings as he walked. The layout, the texture of the stone, the way the carvings were arranged, it reminded him of a tourist site from his previous life. Angkor Wat. Not exactly the same, but close enough to stir that sense of familiarity. Then, suddenly. Rustle. Kenichi froze. Something was moving along the ground. It sounded like crawling. It looked like a person, but not quite. Sasori, did you hear that? Kenichi's brow furrowed as he scanned the darkness. In a silent underground ruin like this, even a small sound carried far. A strange noise in a dead corridor, that was the kind of setup that belonged in a horror movie. For Kenichi, whether it became a horror movie depended on one simple thing. Could the thing in the dark beat him and Sasori? Horror movies worked because the protagonist was weak, clueless, and trapped. But if Uncle Ben, Lin, suddenly stepped onto the set, nobody would be scared anymore. People would just sit back and wait to see how Uncle Ben beat the ghosts into retirement. Likewise, Kenichi did not care what the unknown thing was. If it could not win against him and Sasori, then this would stop being horror and turn into an Ultraman tokusatsu. Sasori gave a quiet then released puppets without hesitation. His expression did not change, but his movements were sharp and clean. He did not bring out the third Kazekage puppet. He rarely used it. And if he did, anyone who saw it would die. After all, the third Kazekage was still missing in Sunagakure. Everyone knew he was probably dead, but since the body was never found, the village could at least pretend, just a little, that he might still be alive somewhere. The crawling sound drew closer. A dark figure emerged at the edge of the firelight. Kenichi did not speak. He simply raised his hand and exhaled. Fire release, Dragon Flame Jutsu. The flame surged forward, but the attack was blocked. Still, the firelight illuminated the figures ahead, and Kenichi's eyes narrowed. A group of shinobi. They wore strange clothing, unlike any village uniform Kenichi recognized. And then he saw the source of the crawling. Several of them carried a bizarre object, and something like a tentacle dragged against the ground beneath it, making that wet, scraping sound. Kenichi stared at the thing they were hauling. The design was unsettling. It looked like a massive egg. A woman stepped forward from the group. She was not very old, but her posture and tone made it clear she was the leader. "Outsiders," she said coldly, "what is your purpose in coming here?" Kenichi's gaze swept over her, calm and curious. Slightly dark skin, red hair, delicate features. She was undeniably attractive, even with that hatred in her eyes. "Exploration," Kenichi answered plainly. "We came to find the land of the sky's flying fortress." "This is it, isn't it?" The woman's expression twisted. "As expected. You filthy Konoha shinobi are truly disgusting." Kenichi's lips twitched. He used to be from Konoha, yes. But he had already betrayed Konoha. He was not even wearing a headband. Still, Kenichi could tell these people did not care about details. With eyes like theirs, once they decided you were Konoha, you stayed Konoha. And judging by their anger, this was not going to end peacefully. The only problem was, Kenichi remembered a similar plot from a movie. If his memory was right, it should have happened in Naruto's era, not now. He did not know whether shifting the timeline by more than 10 years would change the outcome, but it certainly made the situation feel less predictable. "Stop talking," Sasori said quietly from beside him. His focus was on the egg-like object. "There's something wrong with what they're carrying." Kenichi's eyes sharpened as he looked again. It did resemble an egg, but it was the size of a boulder. Worse, it moved. It wriggled like a disgusting worm, and Kenichi could see faint shapes shifting inside, as if something lived beneath the surface. "The chakra they're using feels different," Kenichi murmured. This was the first time he had seen chakra operate in such a twisted way. Before he could analyze further, the Sky Shinobi charged. Wind release, great breakthrough. Wind release, vacuum sphere. The corridor erupted into chaos. Wind pressure slammed into the stone, dust and grit exploding into the air. Kenichi kept his attention sharp even while stepping back. In the confusion, he noticed something important. The red-haired woman who had been in front retreated to the rear. And the shinobi carrying the egg did not move at all. What were they trying to set up? Sure enough, as Sasori calmly dismantled the attackers with puppet strikes, the woman stepped forward again, her stare icy and filled with hate. Sasori glanced back. "Kenichi, are you going to do anything?" Kenichi was standing behind him with a notebook, scribbling enthusiastically like he was attending a lecture. Sasori's emotions were complicated. If he did not know Kenichi's personality, he would have suspected Kenichi made a living watching fights. Kenichi smiled. "I like watching men and women fight." "Kidding. I'm observing." "You can handle them, can't you?" He truly meant to watch first. He wanted to understand that egg, and he wanted to see how this group fought. The movie he half remembered had to be old, otherwise he would not have forgotten it this badly. If it was old, their strength should not be terrifying. That was why he dared to stand back. He could also collect combat data from Sasori, and later help him adjust future improvements. Kenichi took his notes seriously. "How arrogant," the woman snarled, fists clenched until her knuckles whitened. Sasori scoffed, but his puppet surged forward again. Then the enemy raised a hand. In an instant, every puppet Sasori controlled was blasted back, sent flying like toys. They crashed into the stone floor and wall with heavy impacts. Kenichi's eyes widened. "Shinra Tensei. No. That could not be right. The enemy did not have the Rinnegan. Without it, Shinra Tensei was impossible. So what was that?" Kenichi replayed the moment in his mind. He had seen something black flash over the enemy's hand, but it vanished too quickly to be certain. Kenichi wrote a note anyway. Sasori's gaze sharpened. "This is interesting," Sasori said, and for the first time, his tone carried a hint of excitement. He pulled out his strongest human puppet. The third Kazekage. Magnet release surged. The puppet thrust forward, iron sand driving like a spear. The enemy suddenly became far more agile, dodging in a blur. But the shinobi behind him were not as fast. One of them was pierced through the body and pinned to the wall, choking on blood. Kenichi's eyes narrowed. The enemy's physical speed had increased dramatically. And that force earlier, it still looked like some kind of repulsion. Kenichi hesitated, then drew a large question mark beside the words repulsive force in his notebook. He needed more confirmation. "You all deserve to die," the woman roared, eyes bloodshot. She lunged straight at Sasori, slamming the third Kazekage puppet hard against the wall. For a brief moment, she actually fought Sasori to a standstill. Kenichi frowned. Sasori was not in his absolute strongest state right now, but his strength was still terrifying. With the third Kazekage puppet, Sasori could threaten even Kage-level opponents. So how was she still standing? The woman's movements were wild, her face twisted, like her mind was slipping. "Himari," she screamed. Black mist erupted across her body. Her strength became even more unpredictable. Sasori's puppets were swatted away one after another, knocked back without contact, as if struck by invisible hands from a distance. It looked even more like Shinra Tensei now. Kenichi could not help asking, "Who is Himari?" Sasori did not look back, but Kenichi could feel the urge to roll eyes radiating off him. It was one thing to watch. It was another thing to ask questions mid-fight. But the woman answered anyway, voice shaking with rage. "My daughter. She was killed by you Konoha scum." Kenichi scratched his head. Would she believe him if he said they were not Konoha? Not a chance. Still, after watching long enough, Kenichi decided it was time to move. The woman's state was clearly wrong, and Kenichi was now convinced her power was connected to that egg. Sage art. Lightning release. Lightning flash. Kenichi shouted, in the most childish way possible. Sasori took a deep breath. People really announce technique names like that in battle. And yet, somehow, it sounded strangely cool. The next second, a blinding beam of lightning tore through the passage. It pierced straight through the woman's body. She did not defend. She did not even react in time. Her combat awareness was in shambles. A shinobi behind her tried to guard, but he was too slow. The lightning lanced through his head, and he collapsed to the ground without a sound. The egg-like cluster rolled away and thudded against the stone. The woman stared blankly. She looked down. Then, trembling, she reached behind herself and realized she could touch her own back through the hole. The lightning had punched through her body, leaving a wound as wide as a bowl. She coughed blood and collapsed, her face filled with disbelief. The teacher said Zero Tails' power was limitless. So why did she lose? Was it because Zero Tails had not fully grown yet? Amaru did not understand. Himari. Thinking of her youngest daughter, Mio's eyes filled with tears. She could not take revenge anymore. She was truly an unfit mother. Then her gaze locked onto the egg. Hope flickered. She knew what it was. The embryo containing Zero Tails. It was absorbing chakra, growing stronger inside. The teacher once said Zero Tails needed time. Once it matured, it could become the strongest existence. But if she met an invincible enemy before it fully grew? A voice echoed in Mio's memory, cold and persuasive. Mio. If you want revenge for your daughter, merge into the Zero Tails embryo. Then you can fight to the death. Mio's hand trembled as she reached toward the embryo. She did not care anymore. The teacher said this was a last resort, but the chances of the embryo growing safely were very high, and there should not be major problems. Konoha would never notice them. But now, they had been discovered anyway. She wanted revenge. Even if it meant falling into hell with no chance of reincarnation, she wanted to kill those who destroyed her village, to kill those despicable shinobi. And it was the teacher who had given her the ability to keep living. Mio's eyes went wide as she stretched out her fingers toward the embryo. Just a little more. Just a little more. Her fingertips were about to touch it. Then a pair of shoes stepped into her view. Clean shoes. Good leather. Even with mud on the soles, the craftsmanship was obvious. Mio had worked with leather before. She knew quality when she saw it. Those shoes blocked her hand. Then hands reached down and lifted her up in a princess carry, steady and controlled. Mio looked up. It was the same person who had been watching from the rear. Immediately after, a warm surge flowed into her body. So warm. Her eyes turned unfocused for a moment. Tell me, a gentle voice asked, what do you know? Was this person good? Mio tried to struggle, panic rising. No. These were filthy, evil Konoha shinobi. Then she saw his eyes. 3 tomoe. The Sharingan. Those eyes filled her mind, growing larger and larger until she could not think anymore. The only thing left was the spinning pattern, and the question carried by that calm voice. What do you know? Then everything fell away into endless darkness. p@treon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 139, Chapter 139, The Tailless Zero Tails and What is the Teacher Doing? Chapter 139, The Tailless Zero Tails and What is the Teacher Doing? So her village got attacked, her daughter died, and she ran to her savior and became his woman. Kenichi shook his head as he looked at Mio, lying motionless on the ground. She had already said everything she could. From her confession, Kenichi finally understood who she was. A woman who survived by sheer luck, then chose revenge. Her village had been attacked and wiped out by shinobi. She was saved on the brink of death by a so-called divine doctor named Shino. Later, she gained another identity, a shinobi of the Sky Village. Shino praised her potential, brought her here, and accepted her as his disciple. He also told her that her daughter had died at the hands of Konoha shinobi. That single lie ignited her. Her daughter had the same name as her, but she liked calling her Himari. Such a lovable child, gone just like that. The thought made her rage even hotter. Following Shino, she learned many things, and she was assigned to guard this base. At the same time, she was responsible for nurturing a strange creature. Zero Tails. A tailed beast without a tail. Zero Tails could turn someone into its Jinchuriki and grant them the ability to use dark chakra, which was exactly what Mio had used earlier. The price, however, was brutal. Her lifespan would drop sharply. It was a desperate, self-destructive power. No wonder she had been able to hold Sasori back for a while. Even so, she was still an unqualified Jinchuriki. The fact that she could even use Zero Tails' abilities at all was already impressive. She was even thinking about merging with this Zero Tails thing and forcing out even more power, Kenichi said with a shrug. He casually picked up the egg-like embryo from the ground. The moment it touched his hand, he felt it tugging at his chakra. It tried to absorb it. But maybe it was too weak, still too young. It could not take anything meaningful. Instead, it sent out a restless, anxious emotion, like a kitten that could barely speak but could still sense the mood of the person holding it. Zero Tails. Sasori stepped closer. He knew what tailed beasts were. Sunagakure had the one tail, and it was violent enough to make grown men regret being born. Yeah. I've never actually heard of something like this before. Kenichi weighed the embryo in his palm, then shrugged again. The name sounded impressive, Zero Tails. But Kenichi knew the origin of tailed beasts. The Sage of Six Paths created the tailed beasts, and in doing so, the 10 tails became the Gedomazo, waiting for a chance to be revived. The strength gap between tailed beasts could be massive with even one extra tail. And Kenichi had never once heard of a Zero Tails. Akatsuki in the future never talked about capturing Zero Tails either. That alone was enough to confirm it. This thing carried the name of a tailed beast, but it was not a real tailed beast. It looks pretty weak, Sasori said, staring at the embryo with obvious disgust. Kenichi almost laughed. Sasori's tone was not sincere at all. Mio's earlier outburst had sent Sasori's puppets flying more times than Kenichi could count. It's still in its early stage, Kenichi said, scratching his head. If it keeps growing, it might become stronger. Still, the idea of dark chakra caught his interest. He had never heard of it before. And that strange ability Mio used, the one that looked like Shinra Tensei, had been fueled by dark chakra. Which made this whole base even more suspicious. Now Kenichi was sure of one thing. This was not a ruin. This was almost certainly the old site of the Land of the Sky, and the massive structure beneath their feet was likely their aerial base. Sasori, I'm keeping this Zero Tails for now. I want to study it. Also, should we consider moving our experimental base here? Kenichi's thoughts shifted as he looked around. If this place could really fly, then it would be perfect. High enough, and it would be the safest research platform imaginable. Big enough to withstand natural disasters. Earthquakes would not matter if you were not touching the earth. Sasori frowned, then tapped the wall beside him. Cold, solid stone. This can fly, he asked, clearly unconvinced. It doesn't look like anything that could leave the ground. Even a hot air balloon couldn't lift something like this. I don't know, Kenichi admitted. So we explore first. Find whoever's in charge and ask. Zero Tails was here, guarded, and being raised. Shino clearly valued it. That meant this base mattered. Sasori nodded. Then we split up. We'll meet back here later. Kenichi agreed. Splitting up was always the moment people died in horror movies, but this place did not feel like it had anything stronger lurking in the shadows. The strongest threat had probably been Zero Tails, and Kenichi already had it. What happened next proved him right. There were no real threats inside the base. Kenichi dealt with every shinobi he encountered with ease, and as he moved, he learned more from them. The base's name was unclear, but it was still under construction. Materials were being transported through a cave connected to the outside, then assembled here. Their goal was simple. Build a weapon. Revenge against Konoha. What a ridiculous world. Kenichi stared at the device in his hand. It was a flight tool used by the Sky Village shinobi. After injecting chakra, it allowed the user to fly. A personal, single-soldier flight device. If the huge structure under his feet was the flying fortress his friend had once mentioned, then Kenichi could only say one thing. This level of technology was hard to comprehend. His teacher would probably love it. I wonder what the teacher is doing right now, Kenichi muttered, glancing at the Sky Village shinobi kneeling in front of him. The man was drenched in sweat, shaking like a leaf. Kenichi had not seen his teacher in quite a while. He genuinely wondered what he was up to. Meanwhile, On a lively street in the land of rice fields, a white-haired man squatted by the roadside, rubbing his chin as he stared at the women passing by with a shameless grin. The woman he was staring at did not get angry. She winked at him instead. Across the street, a shop with a bold sign read, Teacher's Guide to Private Courses. A voluptuous woman stepped out and blew Jiraiya a sweet kiss. Jiraiya curled his lip. He had seen countless beauties. A flying kiss alone was not enough to shake him. Seeing that it did not work, the woman twisted her waist, then slowly began to pull down her skirt. Jiraiya swallowed hard. For a moment, he thought he had seen a tattoo so outrageous it deserved its own mission report. He was suddenly very interested. He even wanted to walk over and seriously discuss whether tattoos could increase attack speed. Then his instincts screamed. Something was wrong. Jiraiya sprang onto the roof beside him in one leap. Looking down, he saw a white snake staring up at him from the street. Jiraiya, a familiar voice called out. It's been a long time. Jiraiya broke out in cold sweat on the spot. Orochimaru, he said stiffly, turning around. Long time no see. Orochimaru stood there with his arms crossed, smiling. Yeah. And I just found out something else. Orochimaru's smile widened as he lifted a stack of books in his hand. You've released 3 new ones, no less. Jiraiya did not even need to see the titles. The covers alone told him they were his. He took a slow breath. He had stopped chasing Orochimaru for some time now, partly because he felt guilty. He knew exactly what kind of nonsense he wrote. And he knew Orochimaru's personality. If Orochimaru truly read those books, he would absolutely lose it. That was why Jiraiya had wisely gone on a field trip to small countries. He never expected that even in a place like the land of rice fields, he would still run into Orochimaru. I know you're in a hurry, Jiraiya said quickly, raising a hand like the famous pose, but don't rush. Let me explain. Oh. Orochimaru kept his arms crossed, neither agreeing nor refusing. This man was getting more and more arrogant. He actually used Orochimaru as a female supporting character, some black-haired ice-cold beauty. Did Jiraiya really think Orochimaru was that kind of person? Jiraiya rattled off a few lines of explanation, but Orochimaru's smile only deepened. Did you really think I wouldn't notice? Jiraiya, it's been too long. Have you fallen this far? How are you still one of the legendary Sannin? Later, at the exit of the hot spring town, Orochimaru stared at Jiraiya with what looked like a friendly smile. Then Jiraiya suddenly stomped his foot and sprinted. Orochimaru snapped his sword forward. Shockingly, it hit its target. But the next instant, Orochimaru realized what happened. He had been tricked. Jiraiya left a body behind and escaped with shadow clones, using them to distract him while the real one fled. Manda. Orochimaru snarled, summoning his partner in fury. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 140, Who would not want an aerial fortress? Chapter 140, Who would not want an aerial fortress? What do you think of this base? Kenichi asked. By now, he and Sasori had finished searching the entire facility. The place was huge, but strangely empty. They barely saw any Sky Village shinobi, and the personal flight devices were nearly useless in narrow underground corridors. Some people had escaped, but Kenichi did not care. From one captured researcher, he had already pried out the secret behind the fortress's ability to fly. Not bad. It covers a lot of ground, Sasori said, eyes half-lidded as he examined several flight devices in his hands. A few corpses were still hanging from them. But it isn't sturdy. Feels like any little brat could blow this place apart. He was manipulating the flying tools with chakra threads like puppet strings, using them as practice. He had already figured out how to operate them. Now he was studying the structure, trying to understand the principles. He clearly wanted to integrate this technology into Unit 01 and whatever puppets came after. What you said makes sense. Kenichi tossed the men he was holding to the ground. The man trembled so hard it looked like his bones were about to rattle apart. He was the architect behind the Anchor Vantion Sky Fortress. Kenichi crouched and smiled at him. Tell me. How does this building fly? Then Kenichi's smile sharpened. And if you try saying something stupid again, like earlier, I will send you to meet your companions right now. This idiot had actually tried to fool him by pretending to be a gorilla. The arrogance was impressive in a way. Kenichi had not even known books like quantum mechanics even gorillas can understand existed in this world. This. The men swallowed, sweating. It requires the power of the Zero Tails. We must place the Zero Tails in Anchor Vantion's core, then supply Anchor Vantion with chakra from shinobi, or stamina from civilians. Kenichi raised an eyebrow. That answer, at least, made sense. It was far more believable than the earlier nonsense about using massive amounts of wind-release chakra to keep an entire fortress airborne. Kenichi knew exactly what kind of energy a structure this large would demand. In his previous life, you would need something like nuclear fusion to run it. But this was the shinobi world. Using Zero Tails as an energy source was not strange at all. If anything, Kenichi thought the Nine Tails would probably be even more efficient. "Take me to the core area," Kenichi said, helping the men up as if they were old friends. "Can Anchor Vantion fly right now?" "Not now, not yet." The men dropped his gaze, terrified. When he tried lying earlier, Kenichi had almost beaten him to death. In that moment, he had genuinely felt the pure land calling his name. Now he had a deep, instinctive fear of this man. He had always thought he was not afraid of death. Then death almost arrived, and he learned the truth. He was terrified. Extremely terrified. He would do anything to survive. Seeing Kenichi frown, the man panicked and rushed to explain. "It's because Zero Tails is still weak. It hasn't absorbed enough darkness yet, so its power is limited. Once it grows a bit, it will be able to absorb shinobi chakra and make Anchor Vantion fly." Kenichi watched him babble, then looked toward the eggs laid out on the ground and scratched his head. More accurately, Zero Tails' true form was the fleshy mass inside, not the shell around it. The egg was a restraint, Shino's method of controlling and protecting it. Even with that outer layer, Zero Tails itself was not large. It was only about the size of a big watermelon. "Then what about this base?" Sasori asked, tapping the stone wall. "Those who escaped will come back eventually." The fortress was enormous and already built. Sasori clearly did not want to abandon something this valuable unless there was no choice. "So what if they come back?" Kenichi said calmly. "This is the level they are relying on. I do not think they can be that strong." Kenichi was not worried about Shino. You could often estimate someone's level by looking at a few obvious signs. How strong was the first Hokage? Just look at the way he treated the Nine Tails like a pet. So what was the gap between Zero Tails and Nine Tails? Holding this little creature, Kenichi felt no pressure at all. If anything, it seemed almost cute, the kind of pet that would bite you once, then apologize with a guilty look. And it was his first time encountering dark chakra. That alone made it worth studying. "That may be true," Sasori said, still wary, "but are you not worried they will leak this information to other villages?" Kenichi hesitated. Anchor Vantion was too big. Sealing it away was unrealistic, and handling it on the ground was inconvenient. If he could not lift it into the air, then it was a sitting duck. "I do not think the odds are high," Kenichi said after a moment, shaking his head. "Anchor Vantion is probably their only chance at turning things around. If they lose it, I do not know what else they can do." He remembered what the architect had claimed earlier. Anchor Vantion's design included a main cannon powered by Zero Tails. Supposedly, one shot could erase Konoha from the world. Kenichi had almost laughed. Konoha really lived rent-free in every villain's head. Destroying Konoha was always used as the standard unit of bragging. It was like someone in his previous life boasting about how they could eliminate mold to prove their strength. Still, whether it was true or not, Kenichi could feel the obsession in that claim. These people were not going to casually hand their only trump card to other villages. He turned to Sasori. "Sasori. If Sunagakure was destroyed, and this was your only chance to avenge it, would you give this weapon away without even trying?" Sasori fell silent. After a moment, he admitted it with his expression. No. He would not. Kenichi nodded, then looked back at the trembling architect. "Let me ask you something. Does your energy extraction device have to use dark chakra converted from Zero Tails? Could another tailed beast work?" The man shook his head quickly. "No. Dark chakra is the most suitable energy source we can access right now. And besides, we cannot access the tailed beasts in other villages." A tailed beast. The Sky Village did not have one. They relied on flight tools and weapons. To them, tailed beasts were legends from another world. Kenichi dug through his things, then pulled out a sealing scroll and tossed it to the architect. "Try this." The men caught it, confused. Kenichi's eyes narrowed slightly. "This contains Nine Tails chakra. Only a portion, though. It was chakra Kenichi had collected during the Nine Tails attack. He had once considered researching it himself, but he had been too busy and set it aside. Now it was worth using as an experiment. If Nine Tails chakra could power Anchor Vantion, then he did not need to rely on Zero Tails. Even if the scroll ran dry later, he could always find other ways. He could take chakra from other villages' tailed beasts. Or he could go to Konoha and look at Naruto. Naruto's identity was no secret to Kenichi. Nine Tails chakra. Sasori's interest immediately rose. Sunagakure's one tail was already monstrous. So how terrifying was a beast with 8 more tails? I will try, the architect said quickly, wiping sweat from his face as he stood. Even so, he still asked Kenichi for help. Kenichi did not mind. 9 tails chakra was far too violent for an ordinary person to handle alone. With Kenichi's assistance, that ominous chakra reappeared in the world, thick and heavy like a living curse. The moment it surfaced, Zero Tail's egg began to tremble violently. It looked like it wanted to flee, but it could not even move properly. All it could do was wriggle on the ground in panic. It cannot absorb other chakra, the architect said shakily after testing. It can only absorb shinobi chakra. It probably would not even dare absorb yours. Kenichi clicked his tongue, disappointed. Zero Tails was too weak. Absorbing chakra sounded impressive, but it did not automatically make something invincible. Nagato could absorb chakra and devour ninjutsu, yet he was petrified when he absorbed natural energy. If Zero Tails dared to absorb Kenichi's chakra, Kenichi would teach it a basic shinobi lesson. Intelligence came first. Sasori stared at the ominous chakra, lips parting slightly. Then he licked his lips, eyes intent. Kenichi paused, then spoke with sudden seriousness. Sasori. Even if it looks like jelly, you cannot use that. Sasori's expression went blank. Then it turned strange. His gaze slowly shifted to Kenichi, carrying a level of complicated emotion that could not be summarized in one word. What do you mean, use it? Sasori's eyes practically accused him. What exactly do you think I am? There was a long silence in the ruin. Then Sasori's stare grew even stranger. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 141, we must eradicate the weeds at their root and return to Konoha. Chapter 141, we must eradicate the weeds at their root and return to Konoha. I meant it can't be used as an energy source for your puppets. Kenichi froze for a moment, genuinely confused. What else would I mean? Chakra is energy. Then he stared at Sasori. What do you think I was talking about? Sasori's expression did not change, but he silently turned his head away, refusing to admit he had overthought it. Fortunately, Kenichi did not press him. Right now, he was busy working with the architect, testing whether Nine Tails chakra could be converted into a power source for the fortress's flight system. No. The man shook his head, staring at the runes glowing along the wall. This chakra contains too much power. The machine can't recognize it, and it can't convert it. If we force activation, it will most likely explode. Kenichi rubbed his temple. To be honest, he had not expected this at all. This strange fortress could fly using Zero Tails chakra, yet it could not handle Nine Tails chakra. What, was Tailed Beast chakra too noble for it? Meaning the Nine Tails chakra is too advanced for it to process? Kenichi asked. The men hesitated, then nodded. Kenichi finally understood, as if some painfully obvious truth had only just clicked into place. A wild boar could not handle fine bran. Simple, clear, humiliating. So for this massive fortress, only dark chakra converted from Zero Tails was suitable. Meanwhile, Nine Tails chakra was simply too vast and too violent for the system to digest. Kenichi glanced at the ball of Nine Tails chakra, then at the trembling Zero Tails nearby, and sighed. So can you modify it? He could not help muttering again, half amused and half annoyed. Tailless tailed beast. We might as well rename it Tailless Coward. Kenichi had clearly forgotten how intense, even crushing, his own fear had been when he faced the Nine Tails back then. In that moment, the sheer pressure had shaken him to the core. Sasori stood off to the side, studying the ominous chakra in silence. Once his embarrassment had faded, a new thought rose in his mind. Could Nine Tails chakra be used as a power source for a puppet? Kenichi said it could not, but the amount of power inside that chakra ball was terrifying. Maybe the problem was not that it was unusable, but that the output was too extreme, impossible to balance with consumption. If you built a puppet as tall as a mountain, then maybe it could handle Nine Tails chakra as fuel. That's difficult. The man wiped sweat from his forehead. We have never studied something like this before. He was not lying. He had never seen a Nine Tails fox in his life. Back when Konoha crushed the Sky Village, who had led the campaign? Orochimaru, Tsunade, Jiraiya, the legendary Sannin, along with an elite shinobi force. Kushina, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, had not even shown her face. There had been no need to bring out the Nine Tails as a deterrent against a small village like theirs. It's fine, it's fine. Kenichi chuckled and patted the man's shoulder. We'll study it. If possible, I still want to see this fortress fly using the chakra. Understand? Kenichi had already learned the timeline. For the aerial fortress to take off with Zero Tails, they would need at least 10 years, because Zero Tails had to grow. That cycle could not be rushed. But 10 years was far too long. According to Kenichi's plan, he would not even need 10 years. By then, the shinobi world might have changed completely, and Zero Tails would be pointless. More than that, the fortress itself might no longer matter. What if they were already riding on an Otsutsuki ship while this fortress was still babysitting a half-grown Zero Tails? It would be completely useless. Like finally having enough money to consider buying a luxury car, only for some app to send you a coupon for 100 yen off an electric scooter. It was not that the scooter could not be used. It was just unnecessary when better options existed. Okay. We'll do our best. The man wiped his sweat again. What else could he do? He could only try, while secretly hoping Shino would return soon and save them. He also prayed the ones who escaped had already gone to find Lord Shino. As the Sky Village's leader, Lord Shino could definitely defeat these two monsters. Kenichi created 3 shadow clones to supervise the researchers' work, then turned to Sasori with a casual smile. Sasori, do you remember the Shino they mentioned earlier? I do. Sasori watched the Nine-Tails chakra being carried away, a trace of regret in his eyes. I think I've heard of him. A doctor. A doctor with excellent medical skills. Kenichi did not leave all of the Nine-Tails chakra behind. This stuff could be used to create a fake Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. If he handed it over completely, and it sparked ambition in these researchers, it would become a headache later. So he split it up, leaving only a small portion for experiments and sealing the rest back into the scroll. A doctor. Kenichi's brows lifted slightly. Hearing that, a vague memory surfaced. He had never watched the full movie, so he did not know the exact story of the Sky Fortress. But he remembered seeing compilations in his previous life, like those videos counting how many girls had fallen for Naruto. One of those stories mentioned a girl, the movie's female lead. She had studied under a miracle doctor since childhood. At the beginning, she fell for the miracle doctor, and later she confessed to Naruto. That miracle doctor's name had been Shino. A name that almost made Kenichi want to complain. Naruto really did have quite a few oddly familiar elements. That guy might come back, Kenichi said, narrowing his eyes. I don't know how strong he is, but he's definitely not stronger than me. If he was, he wouldn't need to restrain Zero Tails like this. It doesn't matter, Sasori replied calmly. We can leave some puppets and shadow clones here. It's better to kill him. Kenichi's voice stayed light, but his intent was clear. Also, my teacher will be very interested in this aerial base. Kenichi planned to discuss it with his teacher and invite him to move the laboratory here. For one, his teacher's research ability was frighteningly strong. With him involved, the fortress might be improved, reinforced, made safer. For another, his teacher was rich. Sasori was rich too, but upgrading a fortress this large would devour money. It would take a fortune. And Kenichi's teacher was a veteran shinobi with connections. Procuring materials through him would be far cheaper than Kenichi sourcing everything himself. Still, this was not something Kenichi could decide alone. Sasori had discovered this place with him, so Kenichi asked for his opinion. I'm not familiar with him, Sasori said after a pause, hesitating mid-sentence, but I feel like the body he's using right now is strange. To be honest, Sasori felt uneasy whenever Orochimaru appeared. Something about that presence rubbed him the wrong way. It was an instinctive rejection he could not explain. Even after learning Orochimaru was currently using a female body, Sasori still did not want close contact. However, if this is your idea, Kenichi, I won't object. Sasori nodded. I just hope my lab and your teacher's lab stay separated. He agreed entirely out of respect for Kenichi. If Kenichi had not asked, Sasori would never have volunteered to work alongside Orochimaru. He did not know why, but he simply could not get along with that person. It felt like their very auras were incompatible. Hearing that, Kenichi quietly exhaled in relief. He had been prepared for resistance. This small request was easy. The aerial base was massive. Even though it was still under construction, most areas were already complete. Kenichi had begun mapping it out in his mind. Left side for his teacher. Middle for himself. Right side for Sasori. If they later found new talent suited for research, they could bring them up and expand the team. Of course, it had to be done carefully. Someone like Deidara could not be included. If Kenichi came back one day and found the entire fortress missing, he would not be surprised. That man was not a researcher. He was a shinobi who worshipped explosions. Not scientific explosions, shinobi explosions. Unless they trained him in the future, taught him how to combine ninjutsu and science in a controlled way, he could not be allowed anywhere near the base. Even if Deidara started researching, he still could not come up unless he agreed, in writing and in blood, not to test his art here. After settling things with Sasori, Kenichi split up with him. Sasori would remain at the base, waiting for possible retaliation from Shino. Kenichi would go out, hunt Shino down, take the initiative, and ideally kill him in one clean strike. The air base was too important. Any potential threat had to be uprooted. But after asking around, Kenichi learned something that left him speechless. Shino happened to be practicing medicine in Konoha at that very moment. Standing on the soil of the Land of Fire, Kenichi could point toward Konoha's direction without even checking a map. His expression turned strangely distant. It would be a lie to say he felt nothing for Konoha. He had lived there for several years. Spend enough time in one place, and you will grow attached even to a dog. How much more a village you once called home. Kenichi did not expect that after being away for so long, the first reason he would return would be this. But he had no choice. If Shino wandered freely for even one more day, the base's safety could not be guaranteed. And truthfully, Kenichi was curious about him. How could a former Sky Village leader, someone who endured the annihilation of his village and the destruction of his country, act as if nothing happened, change identities, and become a famous miracle doctor? Universal love. God's love for humanity. Pfft. If this old man was truly some kind-hearted saint, Kenichi would rip his head off and kick it around like a ball. Kenichi had never met Shino, but Shino's actions screamed danger. This was not a good person. This was a man with the patience and cruelty to become a mature villain. If Kenichi had not uncovered the information, and if he had not remembered fragments from his previous life, he would never have known an aerial base was hidden there. And the researcher had mentioned a weapon designed to wipe out Konoha. That alone proved how dark Shino's heart was. A vengeful old devil who secretly planned to slaughter countless people, yet he wore the face of a divine doctor. That was like a butcher laying down his knife, becoming a monk, eating vegetarian meals, and chanting scripture as if he had never spilled blood. So what are you plotting? Kenichi muttered as he moved quickly through the forest. He knew Shino would never act without a reason. But what was it? Kenichi did not know. He only knew he would find out soon. As long as he reached Konoha while Shino was still there, even if the third Hokage and Danzo stood together, they would not be able to stop him from taking Shino away. Kenichi suddenly halted. He crouched on a tree branch and peered forward through the leaves. A group of Konoha shinobi were gathered ahead. 12 in total, split into 3 teams. They sat on rocks, eating boxed lunches. They looked like a unit preparing to return to the village. Kenichi could not tell if they were on a mission, or if they had just come back from the battlefield in the Land of Frost. Then his gaze paused. In one of the squads, there was a young woman with pale eyes. Her bangs fell over her forehead, hiding the spot where the caged bird seal would be. A Hyuga. Kenichi stroked his chin, watching from above. Down below, the Hyuga Kunoichi suddenly raised her head, confused. Her eyes shifted as she scanned the nearby woods. But it was empty. There was nothing there. Was that just my imagination? Hanako murmured, still uncertain. p@treein.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 142, Chapter 142, The Sufferings Not Mentioned in the Plot. Chapter 142, The Sufferings Not Mentioned in the Plot. Kenichi did not make things difficult for the 12 Konoha shinobi outside. Shinobi who traveled on missions already lived hard lives. They risked their necks for a paycheck, slept in the wild, and still had to deal with every strange, unreasonable disaster the world could throw at them. It would be a little too cruel for him to personally add himself to that list. What a shame. Kenichi sighed as he moved on. If the lab were nearby, it would have been perfect to restock with some spare supplies. What a waste. 12 walking supply packs, gone with the wind. He could not help thinking again, a little regretfully, I really hope teacher develops a sealing scroll that can store living people next time. It honestly hurts to see such high-quality consumables running around the world unsupervised. The thought made him a little melancholy, and it dragged up another idea he had back at the aerial base. Could he inject cancer cells and Hashirama cells into a person's body, then regulate them so they produced a steady stream of chakra? If he could do that, Zero Tails could absorb chakra continuously. Zero Tails could then supply energy to the fortress non-stop. And the fortress could finally take off. Cancer cells were easy to cultivate. All they needed was enough yang attribute chakra. And if they were cultivated properly, they could even be extracted from the host's body later, letting the person live out the rest of their life in peace. So before he reached the gates, Kenichi adjusted his disguise, fixed his forehead protector, and slipped into the flow of people heading toward the main entrance. Name. The guard looked up at him, eyes sharp with wariness. Konoha had been under pressure lately. They had made peace with Kimogakure, but Iwagakure was still making outrageous demands. With the village stretched thin, spies slipping in to stir trouble was a real possibility. Konoha wanted a truce with Iwagakure, but other villages might not want the same outcome. Koji Namiki, Kenichi answered calmly. I went out on AC rank extermination mission. He had borrowed the face from a lone chunin on the road. A shinobi assigned outside the village was the perfect identity for infiltration. Let me see. The guard pulled out a mission ledger and checked. There really was a record of that shinobi leaving the village. In the shinobi world, anyone leaving had to register. Those who went out without reason and never reported back would be classified as rogue ninjas. Only the truly strong usually earned an A rank or S rank label. Understood, Namiki. The guard's tone remained strict. We need to run a few checks. Please cooperate. Kenichi nodded. The guard used detection equipment, examined him closely, and even pinched his cheek to confirm it was real flesh. When nothing came up, the guard's attitude finally warmed. All right. You can enter. Kenichi stepped through the gates, quietly noting something as he passed. No Hyuga were stationed here. The transformation technique was useful, but a skilled Hyuga watching with the Byakugan could still expose him. Yet there were none at the entrance. The atmosphere had been tense, almost suffocating, but the Hyuga were absent. Interesting. Konoha looks the same as ever, Kenichi murmured as he walked deeper in. On the surface, everything was normal. Still, he noticed it. Some civilians wore grief on their faces. Some wore funeral clothes. Kenichi glanced at the street, then bought a skewer of 3-colored dango. He took a bite and headed straight to the mission desk to submit the mission report. He could not skip that step. Refusing to turn in a mission would immediately draw attention. After he handed it in, he received the payment and pocketed it without hesitation. Even a small grasshopper was still meat. Then he looked up at the kunoichi managing the counter and lowered his voice, pretending to be shy. I heard a famous doctor named Shino came to Konoha. Is that true? The mission desk was often staffed by women. The kunoichi smiled and answered easily, yes. He's been doing academic exchanges at the hospital lately. Kenichi's eyes brightened. So Shino was already well known here. That would make things convenient. The only issue was whether Shino knew what was happening at the aerial base. If he did, it could get messy. Kenichi exchanged a few more harmless words, then left the mission hall and headed toward Konoha Hospital. He walked for a while, then stopped. On the right side of the street, on the second floor, a window stood open. A woman was arranging flowerpots along the sill. When she noticed him looking, she smiled politely. Kenichi smiled back, then kept walking, never turning his head again. That place had once been his home. Now it was someone else's home. He had known this day would come the moment he defected, but seeing it with his own eyes still left a faint discomfort lodged in his chest. Then another thought surfaced. I wonder how my junior sister is doing. His and his teacher's defection had been abrupt. Kenichi still did not understand how Jiraiya had managed to sneak into the lab and stumble onto the experiment. Because of that, he did not know what happened afterward, or what became of his junior sister. Teacher should have already placed a curse mark on her and erased her memories of that period. Even so, Kenichi still remembered her. He remembered teacher, and he remembered the future version of Madarashi Anko. With that in mind, Kenichi changed direction and took another road. He still knew where Anko's family lived. But when he reached the house, she was not there. That traitor's daughter? A woman snapped the moment Kenichi asked. She spat on the ground in anger. We threw her away somewhere else a long time ago. Disgusting. A proper Konoha shinobi following a rogue ninja teacher. Shameful. Ugh. Kenichi stayed silent for a moment. Then he pretended he had no idea what she meant, chatted a little longer, and left. From what he gathered, after he and teacher defected, Anko had been abandoned by her parents and sent somewhere else, placed under supervision and investigation by Konoha. Even if Anko had lost her memories, Orochimaru had still defected. An investigation was inevitable. Only after Konoha finished questioning her and found no issues would she be allowed to live normally again. Kenichi's mood sank. He had assumed Anko would not be made to suffer. He had been wrong. Even her parents did not know where she was now. All they knew was that Konoha shinobi had taken her away for questioning. Her exact location was unknown. Umbu. Or Root. Kenichi hesitated for the first time in a long while. It should not be Root. But if it was Root, that might actually be better. Root had a partnership with teacher. Out of respect, they probably would not mistreat Anko. Probably. Still, it was hard to say. The third Hokage also had a partnership with teacher, yet Anko was still being investigated. To Konoha's higher-ups, Anko was just a child with only Chunin-level strength. She was not valued. So treating her like this did not surprise them. It looks like I have other things to do today. Kenichi exhaled slowly. If Anko were living normally in Konoha, he would not have interfered. But she was not. He and teacher had defected, yes, but Anko was innocent. She had been completely unaware. Why should she be treated like a criminal? And judging from the way her parents spoke, other shinobi in the village probably would not treat her well either. Kenichi could only imagine the pressure she was under. It reminded him of Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki, the future Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Despite being the son of a hero, his childhood was anything but happy. Ostracized. Insulted. Called a demon fox. That was the hardest stain for the third Hokage to ever wash away. Kenichi believed the third Hokage had done his best for the village. Whatever his style, Konoha maintained its top position and secured benefits. But when it came to Naruto, Kenichi felt the third Hokage owed him. Even if he wanted to protect the Jinchuriki secret, Kenichi muttered, "You still let people call Naruto a demon fox. Is that really keeping a secret?" If Naruto grew up into someone like Pain, floating above Konoha and delivering pain to everyone below, Kenichi would not be surprised. What was strange was that Naruto did not turn evil. Kenichi did not know whether that was the strength of Naruto's heart, or the influence of reincarnation. He could not be sure. He did a quick calculation. Naruto should be around 1.5 to 2 years old right now. Should he go take a look on the way? In the shinobi world, children matured early. Kakashi became a jonin at 12. Naruto's childhood was the third Hokage's biggest stain. Whether it was truly hidden or not was another matter entirely. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 143, Chapter 143, Minato Namikaze, how many floors does a bag of rice have to be carried up? Chapter 143, Minato Namikaze, how many floors does a bag of rice have to be carried up? Yes. Let's plan this properly. Kenichi nodded to himself. First, find Naruto. Then kill Shino. Finally, leave Konoha with my junior sister. Perfect. It really was a good plan. The only problem was that Konoha was huge. Naruto and his junior sister would not be easy to locate. Shino, on the other hand, was famous, which made him much easier to find. As for Naruto, Kenichi did have an idea. Naruto was ostracized and disliked by everyone. If that was true, then maybe the fastest way to find him was to ask around for the demon fox. Someone would surely know, right? Then Kenichi paused, expression turning strange. No, if it's really that easy to find, doesn't that just prove Konoha's handling of Naruto is unbelievably absurd? He fell into thought for a moment, but still decided to try. It cost him nothing to test. As Kenichi walked through Konoha's streets, the dark clouds overhead grew heavier and heavier, as if the storm was gathering its strength. Civilians and shinobi alike quickened their steps. Laundry needed to be brought in. Windows needed to be shut. Even shinobi did not enjoy watching freshly washed clothes get soaked. Master Shino. He's seeing patients at the hospital today. Shino's name carried real weight. Kenichi only needed to grab a random passerby to get the information he wanted. He had to admit, the men had nerves, openly practicing medicine inside Konoha's hospital. Still, with a reputation like his, it was not surprising. Kenichi tried his luck with the second question, without much hope. I've been away on a mission for a while. Could you tell me where that fox demon who wreaked havoc on the village is living now? To his surprise, he actually got an answer. I get it, I really do. The passerby's face twisted with disgust. But that thing is a fox spirit. Get too close and you'll invite bad luck. Kenichi's lips twitched. He glanced toward the Hokage building beneath the gloomy sky. It stood tall and solemn, noble even under the storm clouds. But what were the people inside doing? Weren't they trying to hide Naruto's existence? Weren't they trying to conceal the truth of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki? So their method of concealment was to let Naruto be hated by the entire village as a demon fox. Kenichi could not understand it. The shock sat heavy in his chest. When he followed the directions and finally found Naruto's home, his senses sharpened. There are still shinobi posted here. 2 of them, hidden nearby, watching and protecting Naruto. Then the scene turned even uglier. Fox spirit. Die. A middle-aged woman with bloodshot eyes staggered forward, screaming as she tried to throw rotten eggs. A shinobi passing by intercepted her immediately and dragged her away. Kenichi sat at a nearby stall, calmly eating tricolor dango as if he were watching someone else's nightmare. He could not help wondering what the 4th Hokage would think if he saw this. Would Minato regret using the Flying Thunder God technique to move the tailed beast ball away, if this was the result? Kenichi could almost hear it in his head. Minato Namikaze, time to make the shinobi world feel pain. Let the 5th shinobi world war begin in Konoha. 3rd Hokage, you really are a complicated man. Kenichi swallowed the dango in his mouth and took a sip of water. The 3rd Hokage clearly had some goodwill toward Naruto. But not much. And Kenichi was certain of something else too. If Naruto ever showed signs of losing control and unleashing the Nine Tails, the third Hokage would not hesitate to strike first. Kenichi did want to go see Naruto now. But this was not the right time. There were too many shinobi watching. And if he approached, given how highly Konoha valued Naruto, he would be swarmed immediately. Worse, the third Hokage might even be using that spying technique to observe Naruto at this very moment. So after watching the woman get hauled away, Kenichi bought another skewer of tricolor dango and left, heading straight for Konoha Hospital. That's a high level of vigilance, Kenichi thought as he walked. He could sense a shinobi tailing him, but he did not react. He kept his pace steady and went directly to the hospital. The shadow behind him withdrew as well, without alerting him. If Kenichi had not been in sage mode, he might not have noticed at all. Konoha Hospital was packed. Even shinobi caught fevers and headaches, and injuries were part of life. But today's crowd was ridiculous. The line stretched outside the building. After asking around, Kenichi learned why. They were all here for Shino. Is Shino really that incredible? Kenichi was genuinely surprised. He had assumed Shino was the type of swindler who used medical ninjutsu to fake miracles and trick people into worshipping him. But this reputation was too big to be fake. Of course he's incredible. A man in front of him in line snapped, clearly offended. Dr. Shino is a master of herbal medicine and his skills are terrifyingly good. Some people even say he's almost on Lady Tsunade's level. Kenichi smiled awkwardly. I was careless with my words. He truly had not expected Shino to play his role so flawlessly. The man acted like a saint, looked like a saint, and had the skill to match. It was absurd. Then again, devotion to your work really was a basic qualification for a villain. Kenichi looked at the endless line and sighed. With this many people, there's no chance I'm waiting my turn. So he simply walked in from the side. Today might be Shino's day to treat patients, but the hospital was still operating normally. Kenichi slipping inside did not draw attention, as long as he did not try to cut the line. If he did, the shinobi waiting outside would definitely teach him what the consequences of cutting in line looked like in the shinobi world. The moment Kenichi entered, he saw where the line ended, a large room. He leaned slightly to look inside. Several people nearby watched him warily, afraid this shinobi was about to barge in. Kenichi had no intention of cutting. He was only confirming which one of them was Shino. It took him seconds. A man with a gentle face, wearing strange clothes, sat calmly treating patients. The doctors around him wore white coats, and some even wore Konoha forehead protectors. Only that kind-looking man wore neither. That has to be him. Kenichi's lips curved faintly as he raised his voice. Dr. Shino. The man looked up, confusion flickering in his eyes, but no hostility. He did not know what happened at the aerial base. That made sense. Getting into Konoha was not easy. Those who escaped would not be able to slip in casually either. The village's barrier looked permissive, but if you were not strong enough, forcing your way in was a fantasy. Good news. Excuse me, Shino said kindly, still smiling. Patient, please wait in line. I don't want to wait in line. Kenichi stepped forward, brushing past the people beside him and walking straight into the room. You. A jonin nearby immediately flared with anger. Even if something urgent happened, it should be reported to the medical department first. Was this man blind to the comrades waiting behind him? Could he not see that a jonin was guarding this place? But before the jonin could finish, his body slammed into the wall. He spat a mouthful of blood and slid down, stunned. Watch your mouth, Kenichi said calmly, not even looking back. He kept walking. A doctor shot to his feet, face tense, signaling for someone outside to go call for help. This intruder had sent a jonin flying with a casual strike. He was monstrously strong. What are you doing, shinobi? The doctor demanded, legs shaking but posture firm as he tried to stand between Kenichi and Shino. It's nothing, Kenichi replied, eyes locked on Shino. I'm just here to kill someone. Shino's expression turned more frightened, like an ordinary doctor faced with a madman. This is the village, the doctor shouted, voice stiff with fear. Are you trying to betray Konoha? Kenichi paused. The doctor's heart lifted slightly. If he could stall just a little longer, reinforcements would arrive. Then Kenichi smiled apologetically. Betray the village? Ah, sorry. The doctor exhaled, a trace of relief slipping through. Good. If you understand, then leave now. Kenichi reached up, removed his forehead protector, and calmly took out a kunai. He dragged the blade across the Konoha symbol. A deep scratch carved through it. Then he put the forehead protector back on, the slashed mark displayed clearly. I'm sorry, Kenichi said, smile still there. I almost forgot about that detail. Thanks for the reminder. The doctor froze, hand half raised, then lowered it again as Kenichi's gaze swept over him. Kenichi moved closer, stopping before Shino. Shino, come with me. I need your help with something related to Anchor Van Tion. For the first time, Shino's eyes flashed cold and sharp. Then, in the same breath, he forced his face back into terrified trembling, as if he were nothing but a helpless healer. Kenichi noticed the movement behind him. Several figures were already rushing in. The Uchiha, Konoha's police force, had arrived. ANBU would likely follow. Kenichi wanted ANBU to show up. Otherwise, how was he supposed to ask about his junior sister's location? Konoha was too big. Searching street by street would be a waste of time. It was better to ask professionals who dealt in information and detention. Kenichi let out a low laugh, amused and dangerous. Keep acting, he said. Pretending will get you killed. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 144, Chapter 144, as the villain, isn't it normal for me to kidnap a village and negotiate with you? Chapter 144, as the villain, isn't it normal for me to kidnap a village and negotiate with you? I don't understand what you mean. Shino still insisted on acting innocent. I'm just a doctor. I came to Konoha because Konoha invited me. What are you talking about? Kenichi was already getting annoyed. He hated wasting time arguing with people like this. If he did not still have questions about Anchor Van Tion, he would have killed Shino on the spot. And Kenichi could see Shino's plan clearly. To put it bluntly, he wanted to use Konoha as a shield. He would pressure the village with this scene, let Konoha deal with Kenichi, and continue pretending to be a powerless, wrong doctor. This was Konoha, after all. If things escalated, the third Hokage would definitely show up. So Kenichi moved. In an instant, he appeared beside Shino and pressed a finger into the side of Shino's neck. That classic anime, one chop and they faint, was not reliable in reality. The force was hard to control. Too light and it did nothing. Too heavy and you killed them. Kenichi preferred using his fingers. There were many blood vessels in the neck, and if you struck or pressed the right area with enough force or for long enough, the body could shut down and lose consciousness. He had learned that from Shizuka. As for the exact spot, Kenichi had no intention of explaining it. It would be troublesome if someone tried to copy it. People always got fooled by medical ninjas. They looked gentle, kind, almost angelic. But when they actually moved, they could be terrifyingly ruthless. Shizuka once smiled and said that if anyone dared to bully her in the future, she could stab them 200 times and still not kill them. The scariest part was that she said it while eating barbecue. She had been calmly slicing grilled meat with a knife, smiling brightly, and Kenichi could only sigh and accept a simple truth. Women were not to be trifled with. Clang. Kenichi withdrew his hand as a blade nearly cut through it. He turned his head and saw a white-haired figure wearing a mask. He knew exactly who it was. Kakashi Hatake. What a coincidence. Kenichi smiled. He had not expected to run into Kakashi here. Of course, Kakashi had no idea who Kenichi really was right now, and that did not stop him from attacking. A sharp bird cry burst out. Lightning gathered in Kakashi's palm, and the Chidori drove straight toward Kenichi's chest. Kenichi watched quietly. Chidori was fast, truly fast, but if you looked at Kakashi and Sasuke's lives, you would notice something hilarious. Chidori got dodged a shocking number of times. It was like Itachi's Amaterasu. Flames that never stopped burning, yet somehow never finished the job. Chidori was deadly, but it did not always hit. For a brief moment, Kenichi even considered grabbing Shino and dragging him in front as a shield. Since Shino loved playing the weakling so much, Kenichi could let him play it all the way to the end. But Kakashi lived up to his reputation. The moment he noticed Kenichi's movement, he forced his aim aside, brushing past Shino instead of spearing straight through. Even so, the lightning still carved a bloody mark across Shino's body. Kenichi glanced at Shino, who was trembling in terror, and actually felt a hint of admiration. You really have patience, Kenichi said lightly. You don't care even if I kill everyone at your base. Kenichi had basically spat in Shino's face, and Shino still kept pretending to be weak. That mentality was impressive in its own disgusting way. But a fight was a fight. You could not expect enemies to stop attacking just because you felt like talking. Kenichi turned his head and met Kakashi's next attack head-on, a fire-style jutsu exploding toward him. At the same time, Kenichi grabbed Shino by the collar and vanished in a blink, dodging the strikes from two other ANBU members who had joined the assault. The moment he landed, 3 massive fireballs surged in from 3 directions, moving fast enough to seal off every retreat. Fire-style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Before the flames could swallow him, a fierce gust erupted from the center, tearing the fireballs apart and revealing Kenichi's figure on the rooftop. Who are you? The 3 who cast the jutsu wore the Uchiha crest. Konoha's police force had finally arrived in force. The disguise Kenichi was wearing was exposed the moment he dodged and repositioned like that. Koji Namiki. No. A rough, weathered voice spoke from behind. Outsider. What do you want in Konoha? An old man stepped out from the crowd, pipe in hand, eyes fixed on Kenichi. Hiruzen Sarutobi. The third Hokage. Kakashi instantly retreated to Hiruzen's side, gaze sharp and wary. Kenichi took a slow breath. Being watched by someone at Kage level felt different. It was not just pressure, it was a weight that dug into the bones. Hiruzen had plenty of flaws, but as a shinobi, he was terrifyingly powerful. He had been called the professor, the ninja hero, even the ninja doctor. When that man turned hostile, even weak-willed people would start trembling without understanding why. Kill someone, Kenichi said casually. He grabbed Shino by the head. Kenichi was done with this strange role-playing game. If Shino refused to admit it, fine. Kenichi could let him die still wearing his mask. But before Kenichi could finish the motion, he felt it. The body in his grasp suddenly surged with strength. A hand clamped onto Kenichi's wrist, and an enormous force twisted, like it wanted to rip Kenichi's arm clean off. The sudden reversal stunned everyone. A moment ago, Shino looked like he was about to be crushed. Now his face was dark and grim, and his arm muscles bulged grotesquely, swelling into something inhuman. He looked like a monster wearing a human skin. Kenichi used the force to spring up and flip over Shino, landing lightly and facing him with excitement. Not pretending anymore, leader of the land of the sky. You bastard. Shino roared, voice full of rage. I'm going to kill you. He had endured for years, hiding in Konoha, perfecting his body regeneration technique. And before he could complete it, this lunatic had come and smashed everything apart. Hiruzen frowned deeply as he watched. Land of the sky, Hiruzen murmured, pipe lowering slightly. Wasn't that village destroyed by Konoha during the Second Shinobi World War? The Land of Fire had even built a town called Sky Town to commemorate that expansion. Yet the enemy leader was still alive. And he was this famous Dr. Shino. Then let's see what you've got, Kenichi said, almost amused. Lightning flared in his palm. It looked like Chidori, but it was far more terrifying. The moment it formed, a bolt of light tore across the village beneath the storm clouds and punched straight through Shino's body. Kenichi used the impact to break free from Shino's grip completely. Shino coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed, weakly slamming to the ground. A massive hole had been blasted through his abdomen. Internal organs were shredded and missing. Kenichi looked down at him, bored. Too weak, Kenichi muttered, shrugging. This was not satisfying at all. If Kenichi did not still need answers about Anchor Vantion, he would have blown Shino's head off a moment ago. Kenichi lifted his gaze to the encircling shinobi and smiled. Third Hokage. It's been a long time. Then, in front of everyone, Kenichi removed the disguise. The face-changing technique peeled away, revealing his true appearance. Kakashi froze. He could not believe what he was seeing. Kenichi Amamiya. Kakashi's voice turned stiff, eyes snapping to the markings near the corners of Kenichi's eyes. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed as well. Of course he recognized him. Kenichi had been Orochimaru's disciple. The boy had even called him grandfather once. Hiruzen had never imagined their reunion would look like this. Kenichi's smile did not change. Third Hokage, where is my junior sister, Mitarashi Anko? Hiruzen did not answer. He took a slow draw from his pipe. And in the next breath, the shinobi around him moved as one, rushing Kenichi. They got 2 steps. Then they stopped. A cold certainty clamped down on the air. You'll die, Kenichi said softly. Above Konoha, the storm clouds churned, and something enormous pushed its way out. A massive thunder dragon lowered its head from the dark sky, staring down at the village like a god of destruction. Compared to that creature, Konoha itself felt like it had shrunk. The chakra contained within it was so immense that even Hiruzen fell silent. What kind of power was this? How did this brat possess something like this? Kenichi looked at the frozen shinobi and smiled, voice calm. Third Hokage, I'd like to make a deal with you. He beckoned. The thunder dragon lowered its head further, black and red lightning crawling along its scales, making it even more terrifying. The residents and ordinary shinobi of Konoha are my bargaining chips now, Kenichi said, tone almost polite. He understood Hiruzen's character. He understood his weaknesses. Faced with this, the third Hokage would likely compromise, because the entire hidden leaf was now within range of Kenichi's jutsu. Konoha had barrier techniques, yes. But would Hiruzen dare to gamble the lives of the entire village on the hope that Kenichi's thunder dragon could not breach it? Silence stretched. Finally, Hiruzen spoke. What do you want to discuss? Kenichi opened his mouth to answer. A sword pierced through his chest. Kenichi glanced down at the blade, expression unchanged. Then his body turned into lightning and vanished. The strike had hit nothing but a lightning clone. And the attackers were revealed. Shinobi wearing root masks. Kenichi reappeared nearby with a chuckle, ice cold. Danzo Shimura, you're still as shameless as ever. Above them, the Thunder Dragon extended its claws and slowly pressed them against Konoha's defensive barrier. Kenichi's smile faded. He was getting angry. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 145, Chapter 145, Miscalculation led to a further escalation of the battle. Chapter 145, Miscalculation led to a further escalation of the battle. Kenichi knew very well that a village like Konoha would not simply compromise because of a few threats and an unfamiliar ninjutsu. That was why, when he could not spot Danzo anywhere, he had stayed alert from the start. Danzo was that kind of man. He had spent his entire life doing two things, taking blame when it was convenient, and carrying out filthy schemes when it was not. Kenichi still remembered that Danzo might have already sent Yukushi Kabuto to deal with the woman who once saved him. Danzo was skilled at killing by destroying the spirit, and he had completely manipulated the Uchiha. So the moment Danzo did not appear, Kenichi had already taken note. And yet, Danzo still managed to strike silently in the end. The timing was so sharp that if Kenichi had not been prepared, he might have actually taken the hit. No wonder Black Zetsu used the same method when dealing with Madara Uchiha. A shinobi charging from the front drew everyone's eyes. A blade from behind was what people failed to guard against. Kenichi Amamiya, Danzo said, stepping out from behind Konoha Hospital with a group of root shinobi. You are the one threatening the village that raised you. He glanced at the dark clouds overhead and the Thunder Dragon coiled within them. A flash of gloom crossed his face. He had never imagined that the brat who followed Orochimaru back then, the boy who stood there like a servant, would grow into this. If only he had. At that moment, the Thunder Dragon's claws touched Konoha's defensive barrier. The barrier instantly trembled violently. Kenichi raised an eyebrow. Konoha really was clever. The barrier did not just cover the ground anymore. It sealed the sky as well, forming a hemispherical shell over the village. If he had tried to drift in on something as ridiculous as a hot air balloon, who knew what other defenses Konoha would have revealed? Kenichi ignored Danzo and looked back at Hiruzen. Lord Third, Kenichi said, voice steady. Hand over Anko, or I will not mind letting this jutsu fall on Konoha's head. Above him, the Thunder Dragon pulled its claws back and hovered in the storm clouds, ready to strike. Kenichi was already straining to keep it under control. If it expanded any further, he would lose his grip on it, and even if he did not want to, he would have to choose a place for it to crash down. Still, Kenichi felt that achieving his goal today should not be too difficult. He had come alone, and leaving would be troublesome, but the moment he realized Konoha was in the rainy season, he understood the opening he had been waiting for. He could cause chaos, and in this weather, he could still escape cleanly. Hiruzen Sarutobi had once been praised as a hero among shinobi. He owed Naruto a great deal, and his life was full of flaws, but one fact could not be denied. He cared about the village, and he was the kind of Hokage who would sacrifice himself for it. Orochimaru's evaluation of him echoed in Kenichi's mind. The teacher always compromised. Always backed down. It avoided sacrifices, but he never understood that respect was earned through battle and blood. Kenichi had always agreed. Yet right now, Hiruzen's habit of compromise would actually be convenient. It would let Kenichi take Anko, leave with Shino, and vanish. Hiruzen took a long drag from his pipe, smoke spilling out and blurring his eyes. Kenichi Amamiya, Hiruzen said. Do you think I will let you leave after you have already invaded Konoha? Kenichi froze. That was not right. That was not Hiruzen's usual style. Before Kenichi could process it, 4 figures snapped into position around him. Their hands moved in unison, seals flashing, and 5 ninjutsu attacks erupted toward Kenichi in rapid succession. Kenichi's shock turned into fury. He had not expected Hiruzen, the man who always hesitated on the battlefield, to strike without hesitation now. Did he truly not care about the lives of Konoha's shinobi and civilians at all? In that instant, Kenichi made his choice. He called the Thunder Dragon down without hesitation. Even if he was within its range too, the moment Konoha attacked first, if he held back, would that not prove he was bluffing? Summoning Jutsu. Multiple Rashomon. As the Thunder Dragon roared and lunged toward the village, countless defensive techniques rose at the same time. Kenichi even saw multiple Rashomon gates appear, one after another, their massive frames slamming into place. All of it had one purpose. Stop the Thunder Dragon. Kenichi Amamiya. Hiruzen's voice boomed. Did your teacher never teach you not to lose focus in a fight? In the blink of an eye, Kenichi took a heavy blow to the chest. A golden staff struck him and sent him flying backward. At the same time, scorching flames swept past him. Hiruzen had used the Sarutobi clan's fire technique, a fierce blaze that surged like a wall. Kenichi's lips twitched. You actually came in person. To be honest, he truly had not expected Hiruzen to refuse him with a smile and then attack without hesitation. The Hiruzen of today was not the frail old man he would become a decade from now. He had aged, yes, but his strength had not declined nearly as much. Kenichi could not hide his strength anymore. The three tomoe Sharingan spun into existence in his eyes. Genjutsu flared. At the same time, lightning gathered between Kenichi's hands, brilliant and violent. His own technique, Lightning Flash, modified from Chidori, burst forward at terrifying speed, aiming straight for Hiruzen. But the ninja professor lived up to the name. Hiruzen shattered the Genjutsu's influence almost instantly, then used wind style, great breakthrough, the gust forcing his body to shift just enough to barely avoid the lightning strike. You transplanted the Sharingan. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed, surprise flickering across his face, though not for long. Of course, it would be strange if Orochimaru's disciple did not. Aren't you the same, third Hokage? Kenichi sneered, his gaze sweeping across Hiruzen's left hand, the meaning obvious. While Kenichi and Hiruzen fought, the Thunder Dragon above smashed through layers of defenses. It tore through barrier techniques and crashed into Konoha's defensive shell. Reinforce the defenses. Where are the barrier teams? Hurry. Konoha erupted into chaos, but the shinobi were still fighting to defend. They threw up defensive jutsu again and again, trying to divert and blunt the dragon's strike. In the end, the Thunder Dragon became a streak of light, and the barrier beneath it fractured. The defensive barrier was breached. But the Thunder Dragon was already running out of force. It was stopped by the defensive techniques used by Danzo and his root, and it did not cause any damage inside the village. Kenichi's eyes hardened. If one Konoha can hold, he said coldly, what about two? A massive amount of chakra surged upward again. The storm clouds twisted. Then, with a roar that shook the air itself, another Thunder Dragon pushed out from the clouds and stared down at Konoha. Hiruzen's brows tightened. He knew how his disciples viewed him. He had always believed they simply did not understand him. He had retreated in battles because he did not want more people in the village to die. He had lived through too many wars. He knew that pain. That was why he had always believed harmony mattered most. But today was different. If the outside world learned that someone could stroll into Konoha, threaten the village with a powerful jutsu, and walk away after getting what they wanted, then Konoha would be mocked endlessly. That precedent could not be allowed. So he had acted without hesitation, determined to keep Kenichi here. Yet once the battle began, Hiruzen realized something bitter. He was old. Or perhaps it was that he was too old to understand this young man in front of him, just as he could not understand how Kenichi's chakra could be so vast. The Thunder Dragon's destruction was real. Even with the barrier reinforced, it had still been breached. Hiruzen had judged, based on experience, that after such a massive technique, Kenichi could not have much chakra left. A shinobi could refine chakra, yes, but they could not spend it endlessly. Completely draining chakra meant death. So Hiruzen had believed Kenichi would not be able to keep going. He had even thought that if they captured Kenichi, they could have Orochimaru find a way to ransom his disciple, and they could also warn anyone else who wanted to cause trouble. Konoha was not a village you could threaten at will. But Kenichi's strength had shattered that assumption. The Sharingan itself was not the surprising part. Hiruzen knew what kind of research Orochimaru did. With Kakashi as an example, obtaining a pair of Sharingan was not impossible. What shocked him was something else entirely. Kenichi could deactivate the Sharingan. That was an ability usually reserved for those with Uchiha blood, something outsiders could not truly master. And yet Kenichi could shut it down. That alone gave Hiruzen new thoughts he did not want to admit. Take Anko and leave Konoha, Hiruzen finally said, staring up at the furious dragon in the clouds. That is the bottom line. If Kenichi struck again, Konoha would suffer heavy casualties. Hiruzen had misjudged this. Kenichi's chakra was monstrous. His combat ability was terrifying. And those markings around his eyes. Hiruzen had never trained in Sage mode, but he understood it. Jiraiya had pursued that path. Yet Kenichi's appearance did not resemble the Sage mode of Mount Myaboku or Ryuchi Cave. And Shino, Kenichi said, voice flat. I'm taking him too. Hiruzen took another draw from his pipe. All right. He gave Kenichi a long, heavy look. Then he bent slightly, letting Enma work his back as if he were exhausted. Getting old, Hiruzen sighed. Kenichi's lips twitched. This old man really knew how to act. The strike from that golden staff earlier had been anything but weak. Hiruzen turned and ordered the ANBU to retrieve someone. Soon, Anko was brought out. She looked panicked, fear trembling in her eyes. And the one escorting her was someone Kenichi knew well. Kakashi. Kenichi looked at him and forced an awkward smile. Kakashi. I'm sorry I left without saying goodbye back then. He had approached Kakashi with a purpose, but he could not deny the truth. He could see it clearly in Kakashi's attitude. Kakashi had truly considered him a friend. That was why Kenichi could never bring himself to be ruthless every time they met. Perhaps Obito had felt the same way, even if Obito eventually chose violence. Kakashi removed his mask. Beneath the silver hair, his eye watched Kenichi in silence. Kenichi felt the weight of that gaze, awkward enough that he reached out and ruffled Anko's hair. Anko stared up at him, trembling. She did not recognize the older brother in front of her. And yet, for some reason, looking at him made her feel safe. She did not understand why. Kenichi had thought Kakashi might say something dry, something like Chidori had improved. But Kakashi said nothing. He only nodded once. Then he put his mask back on and watched. Kenichi did not dare delay. Maintaining the Thunder Dragon was already pushing him to the limit. He grabbed Anko with one hand, and with the other he took hold of the half-dead Shino who had been thrown over earlier. Then he turned and left Konoha. Before he crossed the village boundary, he looked back once. He had not achieved one of his goals today. He still had not seen Naruto. But that day would not be far off. The moment Kenichi left, the Thunder Dragon in the sky shot toward a distant mountain. The next second, an explosion erupted, and blinding light flashed across Hiruzen's face. Danzo stormed up, furious. Hiruzen. You disappoint me. Facing a rogue ninja, you actually. Raise Kenichi Amamiya's rogue ninja ranking, Hiruzen said coldly, cutting him off. Issue a kill order. Danzo froze. Hiruzen's gaze was sharp and threatening, and Danzo swallowed whatever else he wanted to say. After the Orochimaru incident, Hiruzen had struck root hard, shattering its authority in the village. Danzo was still licking those wounds. That was why he hated Orochimaru, and why he hated Kenichi as well. Humph. Danzo turned and stormed away. He would become Hokage sooner or later. He definitely would. Hiruzen did not bother looking after him. He knew perfectly well what Danzo wanted, what Danzo planned, and even that Danzo had once tried to assassinate him. But Danzo was not suited to be Hokage. That had been true in the past. It was true now. It would be true in the future. Hiruzen took another slow draw from his pipe. What a pity, he murmured. Such a promising talent. Kenichi's vast chakra, and that powerful state that resembled Sage Mode, reminded him of the first Hokage, the man who made Konoha a force the world could not ignore. If a child like that could have been nurtured properly, if he could have been taught the will of fire, it was hard to say he could not have become the fifth Hokage one day. What a pity. Hiruzen had countless flaws, but as Hokage, he still had merits that could not be denied. p@treein.com/fanficlord03 Chapter 146, Chapter 146, The Heartless Senior Brother wants his junior sister to be his part-time worker. Chapter 146, The Heartless Senior Brother wants his junior sister to be his part-time worker. Are you a weirdo? Kenichi's lips twitched as he looked at the pitiful Anko. Who was this strange kid in front of him? Where was his sharp, loudmouthed junior sister? Why did she look like she had lost half her brain along the way? Stop squirming, Kenichi said, sounding annoyed. I'm not a weirdo, and I'm not taking you to look at goldfish. He casually rested his palm on Anko's head, sending a thin thread of chakra through her body to find where their teacher's seal had been placed. Kenichi knew Anko's memories had been sealed. She could not remember anything about their teacher, or even about herself. But he also knew that seal was not particularly strong. At the very least, Anko had broken it later under extreme stimulation and recovered her memories, so it should not be difficult for him to locate it now. As for why Konoha never tried to force the seal open to see what was hidden inside, Kenichi could not understand it. He could only chalk it up to how many odd setups existed in early Naruto. He had even heard that Itachi had originally been designed as a pure villain. Later, the plot expanded, and everything shifted. But Kenichi was not Kishimoto, so he had no way of knowing what the author had been thinking. Clang. Kenichi lowered his head slowly. Anko was holding a kunai, stabbing herself right in the kidney like she was testing if it worked. Kenichi stared into her eyes, then stared at the kunai again, and for once, he did not know what expression to wear. Are you having fun? Kenichi sighed. He had noticed her movements earlier, but he had decided not to stop her. If she clearly understood the difference between friend and enemy, it would be easier for him to search for the seal without her panicking at every touch. Tears swelled in Anko's eyes. She widened them quickly, trying to force the tears back down with stubborn pride. That's right, Kenichi said with a laugh. Next time you feel like crying, punch yourself a few more times. You'll cry even louder. He remembered Anko crying back then during their teacher's hellish training. Anko froze. For a heartbeat, she felt like someone had said the exact same thing to her before. But who? No matter how hard she tried, she could not remember. A struggle flickered in her gaze. Kenichi immediately sensed a strange chakra fluctuation in a specific spot, and his hand moved to her neck without hesitation. He pressed down just below the curse mark. There it was. The real seal was hidden on her neck, tucked beneath the curse mark like it was trying to hide behind a bigger problem. This is really interesting, Kenichi muttered. The seal was not particularly complex, but it was disguised well. Once you discovered it, dealing with it would be straightforward. What made it truly irritating was the layering. The curse mark had already been sealed, so now it was seal plus curse mark plus seal. What kind of weird Oreo was this supposed to be? Kenichi studied the pattern carefully. This sealing style looks a lot like the third Hokage's work. When Kenichi first followed Orochimaru, he focused more on genjutsu and sealing. His strength was not enough, and his talent was only average, so he had relied on technique and preparation. Because of that, he had done plenty of research into seals. Still, this seal was not powerful. It was decent, nothing more. Konoha's best sealing once depended on the Uzumaki clan, but the land of whirlpools had long since been destroyed. Now, there were probably only a few Uzumaki left in the entire shinobi world. Kenichi exhaled and looked at Anko. Sorry, Anko. He pinched the seal between his fingers and pushed chakra through it. The seal snapped. The moment it released, the curse mark reacted, spreading violently across Anko's skin like a living stain. Kenichi clicked his tongue. Natural energy gathered in his palm, and he pressed down, suppressing the curse mark before it could fully flare. When he studied the curse mark with their teacher, he learned the truth. It was an alternative path toward immortality, but it depended on special bodies like Orochimaru's and Yugo's. That was why Kenichi also knew how to restrain it. Teacher really is a pervert, Kenichi muttered as he watched Anko's face twist in pain. He suspected that when Orochimaru placed the curse mark on her, he might have bitten directly into her neck. That was beyond questionable. If anyone had to handle something like this, it should have been done properly, not in a way that left her suffering like this. Kenichi would never seal someone by biting their neck. His methods were far more normal, and far easier for anyone with a functioning conscience to accept. While suppressing the curse mark, he used the opening to release the hidden sealing technique beneath it. For a moment, Anko's eyes went blank. Then she focused on him like her soul had finally returned to her body. Senior Amamiya. Kenichi's shoulders loosened slightly. Good. She remembered. And more importantly, staying in Konoha was no longer an option for her. Sorry, Anko. Kenichi smiled and shrugged, though his head still ached when he thought about what had just happened in the village. Fighting felt great in the moment. Cleaning up the mess afterward was always the real nightmare. He had abducted Anko and Shino from Konoha. He had even breached Konoha's sealing barrier. It was easy to imagine what kind of ripples this would send through the shinobi world. Fortunately, besides Akatsuki and their teacher, no one knew he was the heavenly demon. Otherwise, his bounty would probably climb even higher, and then he would be achieving something like becoming one of the 4 emperors in the Naruto world. Anko's eyes were full of tangled emotions. She did not know how to face her senior brother, and she did not know how to face their teacher. Don't talk about that now, Kenichi said, glancing back with irritation. Those dog noses have already caught up. Root was a headache. They clung like hunting hounds, and they threw away their lives like they were worthless. On top of that, their tongue seal made them even more troublesome. Even Kenichi found it annoying to use them as consumables. Anko understood what kind of situation Kenichi was in. She sniffed, stood up, and followed him as they sprinted forward. Stay close, Kenichi said, annoyed. They're still on us. He turned, lightning gathering in his hand. A thicker, harsher bolt snapped outward. Without stopping, he formed seals and used the hidden mist jutsu. Fog surged behind them, swallowing the forest in a gray wall. Kenichi's lightning slammed into the dense mist, and only then did he turn back with grim satisfaction, leading Anko onward. For now, Root would not be able to keep up. Senior brother, you've become so strong. Anko's eyes practically lit up. Stop worrying about the basics and just keep moving, Kenichi said, waving it off. This battle had looked smooth, but that was because he had played it with tricks and timing. If the Ino Shikacho clan, the Uchiha, and the Hyuga had truly coordinated and piled in at once, he might not have been able to successfully summon a second Thunder Dragon. Escaping would have been much harder. As they ran, Kenichi glanced at Anko again. She had been dragged into this because of him and their teacher. Even if she eventually became a Jonin of Konoha, who knew how much she had been forced to endure and how much effort she had spent crawling her way there. Anime flashbacks were only fragments. They never showed everything. Just like Naruto. He was still so young, yet he was already being treated like that, and he had more than a decade of the same misery waiting for him. All Kenichi could say was that Naruto's mental fortitude was absurd. Still, Kenichi said with a faint, amused edge, I'm curious. If Naruto had been taught differently from the start, what would he think of Konoha? Would he still want to become Hokage? Kenichi knew exactly what Hiruzen's plan was. The third Hokage wanted to pour the will of fire into Naruto and make him willingly serve the village. And it had worked. Even surrounded by darkness, ostracized by villagers, and mocked by shinobi, Naruto still wanted to become Hokage and earn everyone's acknowledgement. Kenichi could not help thinking that if people in his past life had a mindset like that, depression and emo would probably go out of business. He glanced at Anko and slowed his pace slightly to match her. Anko, he said, do you want to live with teacher and me? Anko's gaze wavered. Even with her memory sealed, she still remembered this stretch of time. Her parents' disgust. The village's suspicion. The agents who spoke kindly while interrogating her with smiles. It all left a bitter taste in her mouth. Of course she understood that it was all because of their teacher and her senior brother. But today, it was her senior brother who had come to Konoha, taken her away, and ripped her out of that suffering. I want to keep learning with teacher, Anko said. She wiped at her reddened eyes and nodded, suddenly firm. If I'm never going to be accepted in Konoha anyway, then I'd rather learn with teacher and you. Anko did not notice the strange smile that spread across Kenichi's face. If she had noticed, she might have felt something was off. But she did not. Kenichi's smile grew brighter. He had taken Anko away because he could not stand seeing her crushed like that in Konoha. But there was another reason too. As everyone knew, shinobi research required money. Kenichi already had ideas, but those ideas were still only seeds buried under winter soil, waiting for spring to arrive so they could sprout and claw their way into survival in this cruel world. Neither he nor their teacher had much time to make money. So why not find someone who could? Just like Akatsuki found Kakuzu, Kenichi had found Anko. Great, Kenichi said cheerfully, clapping her shoulder with a bright grin. Teacher will definitely be happy. He values you a lot. And best of all, Kenichi would not have to worry so much about funding ever again. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 147, Chapter 147, Two Choices, Mechanical Ascension and Biological Ascension. Chapter 147, Two Choices, Mechanical Ascension and Biological Ascension. Senior brother, is this where we live? Anko stared up at the absurdly large building in front of her, eyes wide with curiosity. Yes, Kenichi said with a nod. The lab will most likely be moved here in the future, so I brought you early. You should get familiar with the place. Anko looked exactly the same as before. There were no signs of an attack. So the shinobi who escaped, and the shinobi from Konoha, had not come here after all. Good news. Next, they only needed to find a way to improve Anko's flight capability. Once that was done, Kenichi would have an aerial fortress. After he led Anko inside, they immediately saw Sasori, who also noticed the girl beside Kenichi. Kenichi, who is this? This is my junior sister, Anko, Kenichi said simply. Then he tossed Shino onto the ground like a sack. Catching up with Anko and chatting with Sasori could wait. The urgent thing was saving Shino, because this man was about to die. Kenichi had deliberately avoided vital points when he used lightning flash, but a penetrating wound like that was still more than lethal. Worse, Shino's wound had clearly become infected, and he had already fallen into a coma. Kenichi had learned some medical ninjutsu basics from Shizun, but he was not skilled. He could only use yang-release chakra to keep Shino barely alive. Even so, the time it took to return from Konoha had aggravated the injury. Shino looked like he could die at any moment. I don't think there's any point saving him, Sasori said after a glance, shaking his head. Sasori knew some basic medical techniques. That was exactly why he could tell Shino was already at the end of the road. If someone like Tsunade had treated him back then, it might have been possible. But now, too many days had passed. The wound was infected. It was practically unsalvageable. What a pain, Kenichi muttered, annoyed. Why are people so fragile? The guy next door gets beaten into the ground, does a few sit-ups, and keeps fighting. In the next world over, the Pirate King was basically unkillable. Here, Shino took one clean penetrating wound and decided to clock out permanently. I have no idea what kind of jutsu lets someone recover their fighting spirit with one sit-up, Sasori said, giving Kenichi a strange look. Kenichi pressed his lips together and decided to take Anko to find a place for her to rest first. But the moment he turned, he noticed Anko staring straight at Sasori. Kenichi tugged her sleeve. Anko did not move. She just kept staring blankly. Anko. Kenichi looked at her, confused. What was wrong with his junior sister? Staring at Sasori like that, it could not possibly be. His expression turned complicated. At that moment, Anko suddenly snapped out of it. She lowered her head shyly, face flushing red. Kenichi really wanted to light a cigarette. Unfortunately, he did not smoke. "Sasori," Kenichi said, turning back and patting Sasori's shoulder. Sasori looked even more confused, clearly not understanding why Kenichi had suddenly done that. Kenichi's feelings were complicated. He did not know how to say it, but it was obvious Anko seemed to care about Sasori. What was this supposed to be? Still, considering Sasori's obsession with art, Kenichi had a feeling Anko's feelings would not end well. And for a shinobi, setbacks and crawling back from them were also part of growing up. So Kenichi did not plan to interfere. He would let it play out naturally. You could not force something like this anyway. Shino, did you really think you could escape death? Kenichi sneered. There were not many techniques in the shinobi world that could manipulate the dead, but they existed. And Kenichi was a master of the impure world reincarnation. The only problem was that while impure world reincarnation could raise the dead to fight, it seemed impossible to make them obediently reveal information. That greatly reduced its value. Even so, forcing the dead to fight was already terrifying enough. The soul transfer method from before could also summon the dead, Kenichi thought, frowning slightly. But it didn't seem to have much combat power. If we could improve it from that base. Shino's importance was obvious. Kenichi had already confirmed, through the researchers, that Shino was the leader of the Sky Ninja Village. And Shino had clearly developed a very unique jutsu. Kenichi had been caught off guard by Shino's sudden burst of strength, those arms turning insanely powerful in an instant. It was ridiculous. Even Guy, who screamed about youth every day and forced himself through non-stop high-difficulty training, was only around that level of raw power. Yet Shino had exploded with that kind of strength on demand. That had nothing to do with consistent training. It had to be some special technique, something Shino created himself. Kenichi just did not know what it was yet. Sasori stared at Kenichi, unsure what was wrong with him. One moment Kenichi looked like he was about to give a final speech, the next he was lost in thought again. Then Sasori glanced at the girl beside Kenichi. Anko was secretly watching him. When she noticed his gaze, she immediately lowered her head, avoiding his eyes like she had done something criminal. A question mark practically formed in Sasori's mind. Could it be that Kenichi's junior sister, Anko, had hemorrhoids? She looked so uncomfortable. But how would she know he knew the hemorrhoid cutting technique? Oh. Right. Kenichi must have told her. Girls were usually shy about things like that. She was probably too embarrassed to ask him directly. Sasori's eyes filled with pity. It was tragic. A young girl suffering from such an embarrassing condition. Anko froze. She had just been sneaking glances at Sasori, and then realized he had looked at her too. For a second, she felt oddly smug. Then she noticed the look in his eyes. It was not interest. It was sympathy. What was going on? Sasori, Kenichi said, shifting to business, how's the research on Anker's energy conversion device coming along? He handed Shino off to the medical ninja team that had rushed over. They carried Shino away with sorrowful expressions. When it came to serious matters, Sasori's expression also sobered. This was the field he oversaw at the base. He had left puppets behind for security, and found nothing wrong. The fortress was unchanged, safe. Even the Sky Village shinobi who escaped had vanished completely and never returned. So he focused on research. But he quickly discovered a major problem. The chakra you provided is very powerful, Sasori said, and it's fundamentally different from the chakra converted from the Zero Tails. And when Anker was designed, it was built around the Zero Tails chakra supply model, Sasori continued, voice steady. If you want to convert and use the Nine Tails chakra instead, then everything needs to be rebuilt from scratch. He handed Kenichi an experimental logbook. Kenichi took it. He was the one who had recommended keeping such logs, and now it was paying off. After reading, he confirmed Sasori was right. Using Nine Tails chakra would cause failures across the entire system. It simply was not compatible. If Kenichi had to describe it, it was like trying to fuel a normal car designed for 92-octane gasoline with nuclear fusion. The energy source was advanced, sure. But it was not interchangeable. Senior brother, what are you talking about? Anko could not help asking. After arriving here, she had suddenly realized she could not understand what her senior brother was saying at all. As shinobi, were they not supposed to train, practice jutsu, and exercise every day? Why was Kenichi talking about design and energy conversion devices? What were those even supposed to be? Anko, Kenichi said, glancing at her, you need to understand something. In this world, ninjutsu is the most common path to power, but it's not the only one. There are other ways to make people stronger, and to improve life itself. Then Kenichi remembered something important. Anko was also Orochimaru's student, but strictly speaking, she was only Orochimaru the shinobi's student, not someone involved with Orochimaru's true research. Anko had never participated in their experiments. She had never entered their real laboratory. She had no idea what Kenichi and their teacher had been doing. That was exactly why their teacher had left Anko in Konoha in the first place. Now that Anko planned to live with him and their teacher, whether she could truly accept all of this was another matter. I see, Anko said seriously, nodding like she understood everything. Kenichi stared at her in silence for a moment. No, you definitely did not understand. But that was fine. Explaining it was annoying anyway. He could just have Anko participate in a few experiments later. She would learn faster that way. And Kenichi remembered Anko had talent in genjutsu. Maybe he could have her specialize in it later. Who knew, she might produce real results. Besides, Anko was following him and their teacher now. Her future achievements should be even higher. Kenichi's attention returned to the real problem. Can the Zero Tail's growth be accelerated? He asked, frowning at Sasori. We can't just wait more than 10 years, can we? If Anchor could not fly, then its value dropped sharply. A fortress fixed underground was meaningless, and even harder to defend. If Konoha came searching, where could they hide? Even if Kenichi was strong enough, being swarmed by mosquitoes every day would still be unbearable. As for the Zero Tails, there isn't a good solution, Sasori said, his expression turning strange. But I tried feeding it chakra, and its growth rate increased somewhat. During his time with the Zero Tails, Sasori discovered it was, strictly speaking, like a pet. It would whine and cling to him for chakra. It reminded Sasori of the dog he used to keep in Sunagakure. It really did resemble the Zero Tails. Based on my observation, Sasori added, its growth rate only increases by about 100% if the chakra supply is sufficient. Even then, it will still take 5 or 6 years. Kenichi paused, then made his decision. Then we dismantle it. We take the energy conversion device with us, and we let this place become a true ruin. If Anchor could not fly, then it was no longer an asset. It was a burden. Sasori did not object. He had already considered the same thing while alone at the base. If you could not take it with you, then you took the most valuable part and abandoned the rest. Still, Kenichi had other thoughts. This device seemed tied to the Zero Tails, but if he discussed it with their teacher, it was hard to say what new research results Orochimaru might produce. As for Kenichi himself, he planned to focus on his current research. He could do some elective projects too, but ordinary rockets likely would not be very effective. His main focus was still the fusion of chakra and explosives. Once that problem was solved, the power of gunpowder-based weapons could be amplified dramatically. And as for the uranium refining device still stored in a sealing scroll. With current technology, refining that material was not very valuable. Nuclear weapons were not something you solved with uranium alone. There were many other problems that had to be addressed. Thinking about all of this, Kenichi glanced at Sasori. Come to think of it, Sasori was walking the path of flesh and blood weakness, and mechanical ascension. From a scientific viewpoint, there were two paths of ascension. Mechanical ascension and biological ascension. Mechanical ascension was more stable and controllable. Biological ascension was far harder. It was a completely different level of difficulty. So-called biological ascension meant evolving genes toward an optimal state. For example, improving the way humans obtained energy, so they could gain enough energy through photosynthesis without eating. That was also a form of ascension. But it was too difficult. That was why so much science fiction focused on mechanical ascension, while biological ascension was rare. Or to put it another way, turning humans into super scions was basically a research route for biological ascension. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 148, Chapter 148, Growth Always Comes at a Price. Chapter 148, Growth Always Comes at a Price. The advantages of mechanical ascension were obvious. At the very least, human technology still had a chance of reaching it. But the drawbacks were just as clear. The level of technology decided the ceiling and the floor. If the tech level was low, you could only become a robot. If the tech level was high enough, one person could destroy a planet. So the biggest problem with mechanical ascension was simple. It demanded an absurdly high level of technical mastery. Biological ascension was a completely different route. Turning humans into super scions was already a form of it, yet the difficulty was brutal and the drawbacks were hard to ignore. Sasori walked the mechanical ascension path. As for biological ascension, Kenichi felt Orochimaru was moving in that direction. At the very least, their teacher had already mastered a form of immortality. If biological ascension could be completed successfully in the future, then it was absolutely possible. Kenichi, what about those technicians? Sasori looked at him. They were preparing to leave. The only truly valuable thing in Anchor had been the energy conversion device, and now that device had been removed. That meant the technicians were no longer useful. Worse, transporting them all the way to the land of rice fields would take time and create risk. Among those people, only the one in charge was a shinobi. The rest were ordinary civilians who could not run fast, could not fight, and could not keep up. If they brought them along, they could only move slowly. Just crossing the land of fire would take more than a month, maybe even longer. Kill them all, except the highest-ranking researcher, Kenichi said, shaking his head. Keeping the rest is pointless. They'll only cause trouble. He said it casually, but he noticed Anko beside him. Her face had gone a little pale. Kenichi understood. Even for a shinobi, killing an enemy and killing an unarmed person were not the same thing. His eyes narrowed slightly. If Anko could not accept this, then he would seal her memories again and let her live as an ordinary shinobi. Simple. Senior brother, let me do it. To his surprise, Anko stepped forward on her own. Her expression was determined, even though the color had not fully returned to her face. All right, Kenichi said, nodding. I'll leave it to you. Be quick and efficient. He had considered using these researchers as consumables for experiments, like testing jutsu that targeted the soul. But he had been out too long already. It was time to return. Staying even one more day increased the chance of exposure, and if Konoha surrounded them again, it would be a headache. It was not impossible, just time-consuming. So it was better to end it cleanly. By the time Kenichi found Shino again, the man was already dead. Shino was old, and he had suffered heavy injuries. The only reason he had held on this long was because Kenichi had poured a large amount of yang-release chakra into him. Kenichi stroked his chin, eyes cold and practical. Cut off some flesh, then burn the body. He reached down and removed one of Shino's arms. Not the normal one. It was the mutated arm. Kenichi had a strong interest in whatever strange secret technique Shino possessed. He searched the corpse thoroughly, hoping to find scrolls or notes. There was nothing. The lack of any written record left him irritated. Senior brother, it's all cleaned up. Anko walked back over. Her body trembled slightly, and her voice shook a little too, but she had completed the task Kenichi gave her. Yes, Kenichi said softly. You did well. He smiled and patted her head. This step mattered. People had to grow. If someone started out cold-blooded, killing without a burden from the very beginning, Kenichi would always suspect something was wrong with them. Even Anko needed to go through things like this to change. That was just how people were. After settling everything at Anchor, Kenichi and Sasori left the fortress. Koji Tadakoro traveled with them as well, along with Anko, and the group headed toward the Land of Rain. The journey was uneventful. Kenichi heard no rumors of Konoha suffering an attack, but he was certain his rogue status had been updated. After everything he had done, he was at least an S-rank rogue shinobi now. While resting in a small town, though, he heard fresh news. Did you hear? A shinobi at the next table said excitedly while Kenichi ate barbecue. A hot spring town in the land of rice fields got destroyed by Jiraiya and Orochimaru, two of the legendary Sannin. Kenichi almost threw the meat in his hand straight into Anko's face. What was going on? How did their teacher run into Jiraiya again? And in the land of rice fields of all places? There was no way Jiraiya was bold enough to go hunting Orochimaru under these circumstances, right? Anko clearly was not ready for a bomb like that. Her mouth fell open, her small eyes full of disbelief. She knew their teacher and Jiraiya had history, but she never imagined it escalating this far. It sounds like something interesting happened, Sasori said calmly, with a hint of gloating. Kenichi glanced at the special bonus book in Sasori's hand, titled The Story I Had to Tell with Princess Orochimaru, and pinched the bridge of his nose. He truly had not expected Jiraiya's writing speed to be so frightening. What was even more outrageous was that the publisher actually dared to print it. Not only that, they even hired a famous shinobi illustrator for a special edition, and included a popularity poll to vote for the most loved character. It was modern, shameless, and annoyingly well produced. When Kenichi first learned about it, he lit a candle in his heart for that entire publishing house, and vowed that when they died, he would absolutely attend the funeral. Senior brother, what book is Brother Sasori holding? Anko could not help poking Kenichi's waist. Kenichi's face stayed blank. Did she not know the basic rule that a man's kidneys were not to be poked? Then again, at the moment, he did not really need his kidneys. When you thought about it, it was a bit tragic. Ahem, Kenichi said, clearing his throat. Kids shouldn't read weird books like that. He refused to tell Anko the title. It was for her own good. If their teacher discovered Anko was reading that, her future would become extremely miserable. Even if Orochimaru acted indifferent, he probably had plenty of thoughts about it in his heart. Huh. Anko's eyes filled with confusion. But it looks like you bought one too, senior brother. I remember you even sent out something. Like a poll. Kenichi's face darkened. He flicked Anko on the forehead. You unlucky kid. Is that all you pay attention to? Then he lied without blinking. That's a book only jonin can read. When you become a jonin, you can read it. Oh, Anko said immediately, accepting it like it was law. I see. The effect was outstanding. Kenichi watched his naive junior sister and suddenly felt uneasy. When he arranged for her to go out and take bounty missions, would she be able to do it properly? If she got scammed, it would be a disaster. She looked so clueless, nothing like the Anko Kenichi remembered. He casually stuffed the grilled pork belly into Anko's bowl and continued listening to the shinobi next door. They had been talking about Orochimaru and Jiraiya fighting, but the topic suddenly drifted into a long discussion about hot spring town girls reforming themselves. Kenichi had to endure it until the conversation finally returned to something useful. So who won? One of the shinobi asked, voicing the exact question Kenichi cared about. I don't know, another said, but I heard Jiraiya got chased off by Orochimaru. He ran away, and then he jumped into a bunch of women's bathhouses along the way. Yes. That sounded exactly like Jiraiya. Still, no one could say clearly who won. Kenichi felt helpless, but it sounded like their teacher had the upper hand. Just then, a man walked in from outside. He sat down leisurely to the right of Kenichi's group and called the waiter over to order. Kenichi glanced at him. The man looked unique. His hair was shaped like a flattened rooster comb, bald on both sides, with long hair in the middle tied back into a ponytail. There was a Roman numeral under his left eye, and a strange protrusion under his chin. Kenichi looked once, then lost interest. The shinobi world was full of weird-looking people. After finishing their barbecue, Kenichi led Anko onward toward the Land of Rain. Soon they left the border of the Land of Fire and stepped into Rain territory. Senior brother, aren't we living in the Land of Fire? Anko could not help looking back. Since she was born, she had basically never left the Land of Fire. Most of her missions had been carried out there too. Well, Kenichi said with a helpless shrug, both our teacher and I are rogue shinobi. And now, Anko, you're a rogue shinobi too. He had only recently learned that Konoha had already classified Anko as AB rank rogue shinobi. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 149, Chapter 149, Rain Tiger Technique. Chapter 149, Rain Tiger Technique. Another rainy season, Konan. Inside the Akatsuki base in Amigakure, Nagato stared at the weather outside and let out a quiet sigh. Another rainy season. And once again, his mind drifted back to the day he met Konan and Yahiko, and the day Yahiko collapsed in front of him. It's the rainy season again. Konan stepped out from the shadows and stopped beside him, keeping him company as the steady rain tapped against the world outside. She stared at Nagato's back, expression distant. She knew exactly what he was thinking. Yahiko's death was a scar that would never fade, no matter how many years had passed. Even though they had avenged him by killing Hanzo the salamander, Konan understood one thing clearly. The fire in Nagato's heart had never gone out. It still burned, stubborn and furious. Konan did not know whether that fire would eventually burn down Konoha and the sick world, or whether it would burn down Nagato himself. Nagato, she said after a pause, forcing a lighter tone, speaking of which, what about that guy, Jade? It was not easy to distract Nagato once he fell into that silence. But Konan quickly thought of someone Nagato rarely brought up. Jade. Or, more precisely, Kenichi Amamiya, the S-rank rogue shinobi from Konoha, also known in the shinobi world as the Heavenly Demon. Konoha had already updated his bounty information. Kenichi had officially been classified as an S-rank rogue shinobi. When Konan first heard, she was genuinely curious what he had done this time. Only that men could ease the pressure in Nagato's chest, the kind built from years of revenge. Kenichi's personality had something of Yahiko in it, and he was just as troublesome in a completely different way. Nagato did not like talking about him. I assigned him a mission, Nagato said, unable to hold it in once he heard the name, and then his trail showed up on the battlefield in the Land of Frost. But for some reason, he never came back. Kenichi Amamiya was a challenger and a walking violation of Akatsuki's rules. He had clearly been told that after completing a mission, he needed to return as soon as possible, hand in the organization's share, and report completion. And yet Kenichi ignored all of it. Every time Kenichi attended a meeting, Nagato felt like the meeting might turn into some strange comedy show. Just thinking about him made Nagato's head throb. Nagato's expression darkened. When Kenichi returned, he was going to have a serious talk with him about Akatsuki discipline. Nagato's eyes narrowed slightly. He felt it. The presence of an Akatsuki ring. The rings were communication tools. They could not be used to locate members across long distances, that would consume far too much chakra. However, chakra could be used to perform an illusion body technique, as long as the members' thought waves helped form the link. And if the ring was close enough, it could still be sensed directly. Now, Nagato felt 2 rings approaching. He recognized them instantly as Kenichi's and Sasori's. So he controlled Pain and went to meet them. Yo, Pain. Long time no see. Kenichi lifted a hand with a bright grin. Sasori stood off to the side and covered part of his face. Could his friend not see how awful their leader's mood was? At least Kenichi understood basic boundaries. He had not brought Anko or Koji Tadakura with him. It was not appropriate to expose Akatsuki matters right now, even if Kenichi believed those 2 would not leak anything. It was a matter of attitude. Jade, Pain said, voice flat and cold, why did this mission take so long? The expression on Pain's face did not change, but the irritation in his tone was obvious. Found something interesting, Kenichi said easily. It delayed me a bit. He took out a sealed scroll and handed it over. It contained the payment he had obtained from a Wagakure in the land of Earth. He also very thoughtfully added 1/3 of his own money. Nagato had said before that the organization only wanted 1/3 of Kenichi's income, while other members usually split theirs in half with the organization. As for Kakuzu and Kenichi, nobody knew what kind of strange deal existed there. Kakuzu was a man possessed by money. Kenichi truly could not understand how Nagato had convinced someone like that to join Akatsuki. Getting money out of Kakuzu was like trying to squeeze blood from a rock. Nagato opened the scroll and glanced at the contents. There was a large amount inside, and after using a wealth summary technique, he immediately knew the exact figure. How much did you negotiate? Nagato asked, eyebrow lifting as the dissatisfaction in him eased slightly. This brat was irritating, but he did get results. Every time he moved, he brought back a frightening amount of money. That personality was the problem. If only it could be corrected. The total is 745 million ryo, Kenichi said, giving the precise number without hesitation. There was no point hiding it. If Nagato wanted the truth, he would get it anyway. So much. Nagato's eyes widened slightly, then he noticed the detail. Kenichi had indeed handed over exactly 1/3. Hey, Kenichi chuckled. Because I discussed a business deal with the 3rd Tsuchikage. He briefly explained the agreement he had reached. Nagato understood immediately. He also thought the same model might be worth testing with Kimogakure and Konoha, even if those villages might refuse to pay. But if they refused, they would have to find a way to counter Kenichi's method of attack. If they could not solve it, then their village would remain in a constant state of being threatened at any moment. Aren't you afraid you'll go too far and force Konoha and Kimogakure to join hands against us? Nagato asked, gaze sharpening. Konoha might agree. Their leader prioritized the village, and he had personally seen the kind of weapon Kenichi used. When the Land of Frost incident happened, Nagato had sent people to gather information. He had learned that Kenichi's attack method did not seem like ninjutsu, but rather some strange weapon. So Konoha might be forced to pay. Kimogakure was different. Based on Nagato's understanding of those stubborn, muscle-headed shinobi, the most likely response from Kimogakure was to go to war on principle. Even if it was said that the 8-Tails Jinchuriki was still in the hospital, Nagato did not completely believe it. Tailed beasts were not that fragile. He suspected Kimogakure was planning something unpleasant behind the scenes, so he had specifically asked Zetsu to investigate. Don't worry, Kenichi said with a shrug. The strength I'm showing right now is still within what they can understand. And besides, don't organizations only bomb after they've received a mission? In the shinobi world, countries could cooperate closely. Cooperation was possible, but true unity was difficult, especially among the 5 great nations with blood debts stacked on blood debts. To put it bluntly, every great village secretly wished the others would drop dead so their own could dominate the entire shinobi world. In this situation, there were only 2 cases where villages truly united. First, all 5 villages became targets at the same time, with no obvious mastermind, and every one of them faced the same overwhelming threat. That was how it happened with Akatsuki in the future. Only when the villages discovered Akatsuki was collecting tailed beasts, and only after their Jinchuriki started suffering heavy losses, did they finally consider joining forces. Second, an unconventional military force appeared, something no one could even comprehend. Something like a single strike that instantly vaporized an entire village, leaving no way to resist. That kind of gap was rare. If it happened, you would have to start asking whether the attacker was an alien. Nagato nodded slowly. What you said makes sense. Kenichi was not only strong, he was also smart. He had clearly thought this through. That was why he could stand there smiling. And now that Nagato understood Kenichi's view of the filthy politics between villages, he sneered in his heart. Those who did not know pain, and could not understand pain, would never understand the value of peace. The 5 great villages had endless dirty deals. The 4th Raikage and Iwagakure had a blood feud, one that involved the deaths of their fathers. And across 3 shinobi world wars, the hatred between the great villages had piled up to the point of rot. The 3rd shinobi world war had only ended a year or 2 ago. Did anyone truly expect Konoha and Kimogakure to shake hands and make peace just to deal with a small mercenary organization made of rogue shinobi? Impossible. And Kenichi also possessed the ability to fly. Even if the villages managed to track them down after exhausting themselves, it was hard to say Akatsuki would still be there when they arrived. So the villages would not do something so costly and foolish. "Hey, leader," Kenichi said, smiling as he stepped closer to Pain like they were old friends. Nagato stared at him through Pain's eyes, suspicious. What was this brat trying to do now? "Get to the point," Nagato said curtly. He manipulated Yahiko's body to step back in disgust. If he did not, Kenichi's hand would probably end up on Yahiko's shoulder. Ahem. Kenichi rubbed his hands together, expression bright with curiosity. "I noticed that sometimes the rain in Amigakure feels unnatural. There's a faint flow of chakra in it. Is that your ninjutsu?" He had been eyeing the Rain Tiger Freedom technique for a long time. A huge area surveillance ninjutsu. Worried your house will get robbed while you are gone? Then use the Rain Tiger Freedom technique. Oh. Nagato was genuinely surprised. Kenichi Amamiya had actually detected it. That was Nagato's masterpiece, the method he used to monitor all of Amigakure. It was highly concealed, and he never expected Kenichi would notice it. Kenichi had done some research before. The information he found did not claim it was a Rinnegan ability. He personally leaned toward one conclusion. Nagato developed this technique himself. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 150, Chapter 150, Mitarashi Anko, Why are the teacher's pectoral muscles so exaggerated? Chapter 150, Mitarashi Anko, Why are the teacher's pectoral muscles so exaggerated? Damn it. So stingy. Kenichi slumped into his chair with a frustrated look, then grabbed a piece of grilled meat. He truly had not expected Nagato to make him exchange contribution points for it. Worse, the requirement was absurdly high. It was basically priced at the same level as getting a chance to study the demonic statue of the outer path once. Kenichi was naturally unwilling. He could accept that the demonic statue was expensive. There was only one in the entire shinobi world. A full monopoly. If Nagato wanted to charge extra, fine, that at least made sense. But the Rain Tiger technique being that expensive? He could not accept it. These days, the shinobi world had developed all kinds of bizarre techniques. There were even jutsu made specifically for counting money, able to instantly tally how much cash was on hand. Practical to the point of being shameless. Rumor said it was invented by an anonymous shinobi who insisted he had once attacked the first Hokage. Kenichi had even heard of a charging jutsu that could power home appliances as long as the user kept channeling chakra. The village banned it because it was supposedly bad for health. The inventor protested, saying he could supply his own electricity and even cover his neighbor's needs. The next day, an unknown force placed a bounty on his head. On the 3rd day, he was dead. After that, rumors spread that the power company had issued the reward. It was a truly magical world. Kenichi admitted the Rain Tiger technique was strong and ridiculously useful, but there was no way he was giving up a chance to research the demonic statue of the outer path for it. The Rain Tiger technique simply was not worth that price. "Senior brother, what are you talking about?" Anko asked curiously. It was the first time she had ever seen Kenichi lose his temper like this. "It's nothing," Kenichi said at once, forcing a friendly smile. "I was just thinking about when to hang all those guys from streetlights." After being alone for so long, he had nearly forgotten he even had a junior sister beside him. But looking at Anko now, Kenichi also felt a bit awkward. Nagato definitely would not allow Anko to join Akatsuki. Nagato recruited with an elite mindset. Whether the future Anko would ever catch Nagato's eye was questionable, let alone the current Anko. If she joined now, she would be a mascot at best, or an errand runner. So relying on Akatsuki was not an option. Kenichi had considered asking Kakuzu to help train Anko, since Kakuzu was a veteran bounty hunter. But thinking about Kakuzu's habit of turning on his own comrades, Kenichi immediately killed that idea. Otherwise, he might end up attending Anko's funeral, or discovering she had simply vanished. Given Kakuzu's personality, the second outcome was more likely. Kakuzu valued money above all else, and Anko's looks were honestly quite good. For now, Kenichi could only bring Anko back to his base in the land of rice fields. As for taking her to his teacher's base, he had no such plan. He could decide matters for his own base, but he could not decide for his teachers. Right and wrong had to be separated clearly. You did not make decisions for other people in places that did not belong to you. That was one of Kenichi's principles in life. Otherwise, he would not have survived his teacher's experiments and made it this far as his student. Koji Tadakoro, right? Kenichi put a piece of grilled meat onto Anko's plate, then looked at the man sitting across from him. How much were you paid for working for Shino? This guy's name was almost exactly the same as a certain beast senpai, and it made Kenichi feel extremely uncomfortable. The moment he looked at him, those ridiculous interjections almost echoed in his head. Koji raised a hand. 3,000 ryo a month. Kenichi slowly formed a question mark in his mind. Then your job must have been completely unimportant, right? Kenichi asked, staring at him. You're a chunin. 3,000 a month. If they could not, they fought to the death, because nobody wanted to be captured. Unless you had special status and your village would redeem you, so you could enjoy so-called preferential treatment. Otherwise, you were already incredibly fortunate just to still be alive. Those with bloodline limits, or those from clans with eye techniques, suffered even more. They could be directly treated as breeding stock. And Koji Tadakoro was still thinking about pay. He should have been ready to work himself to death even knowing he might die. It was already a miracle Kenichi had not killed him. Kenichi was only keeping him alive to squeeze out advanced technology from the Sky Village. Seeing Koji's fawning smile, Kenichi stretched lazily. He had not been back to the land of rice fields in a long time. He wondered how the experiments were progressing and where his teacher had gone. Kenichi was also curious about that. His teacher had been missing for a while, as if he could not be found at all. As for Sasori, Kenichi had invited him along, but Sasori said he had an inspiration to modify Unit 01, so he would not be coming. Kenichi did not stop him. Kenichi knew that feeling. When inspiration hit, nothing could drag you away. So Kenichi brought Anko and Koji back to the land of rice fields. However, before Kenichi could even reach his own lab, he spotted a figure standing at the entrance of his teacher's lab. Long white hair. Kenichi frowned slightly. He had never seen this person before. But it was not Jiraiya either. Jiraiya was not that small and thin. Before Kenichi could get close, the person turned and looked at him. Kimimaro. Kenichi was surprised, but he recognized him immediately. A descendant of the Kagaya clan, and a wielder of the Shikatsumiyaku bloodline limit. Of course, the Kagaya clan had nothing to do with Kagaya Otsutsuki. Lord Amamiya. Kimimaro bowed deeply, a full 90-degree angle. His voice was respectful, but his face remained expressionless. It sounded stiff to the point of being like a recitation. You know me? Kenichi raised an eyebrow. Kenichi knew Kimimaro because they had met before, but Kimimaro knowing him was strange. Had his teacher mentioned him specifically? Thinking about it, that did sound like something his teacher would do. I do, Kimimaro said evenly. Lord Orochimaru told me. He remained the same, but the moment Orochimaru was mentioned, Kimimaro's expression softened just slightly. Kenichi fell into thought. If Kimimaro was here, then his teacher had returned. Otherwise there was no reason for Kimimaro to be standing guard at this place. But why had his teacher called Kimimaro here? Speaking of Kimimaro, Kenichi remembered something else. His teacher had once considered using Kimimaro as a vessel for reincarnation. Shikatsumiyaku was terrifyingly strong, but perhaps because it was too strong, nature imposed a balance. Hereditary illness. Kimimaro carried an illness that would not let him live long. That was why his teacher ultimately gave up choosing him as a vessel. A short lifespan was not suitable, and forcing repeated reincarnation over a short period could easily create problems for the soul. The only issue was that no one ever clearly said what disease Kimimaro had. Even so, Kimimaro was extremely loyal to Orochimaru, the kind of loyalty that would die on command. It's Kenichi. Another person rose from the ground. He recognized Kenichi immediately, and also noticed the girl beside him staring with reddened eyes. Anko, Orochimaru said with a warm smile. You've worked hard. He had done countless shady things, but at least on the surface, he could appear very attentive to his students. Teacher. Kenichi remained polite as always. But Anko could not hold back. She ran forward and threw herself into Orochimaru's arms, crying loudly. The moment she saw her teacher, everything she had suffered during this time suddenly felt unimportant. This was probably a privilege reserved for girls. Kenichi watched without any change in expression. If a cute girl ran up asking for a hug, most people would not hesitate. But if a rough-looking man ran up crying and asked for a hug, most people would call the police. Anko hugged her teacher tightly, almost instinctively pressing against his chest. Then she froze. Something felt wrong. Why wasn't there something firm against her teacher's chest? How had he suddenly developed such ridiculously exaggerated pectoral muscles? Anko paused, her mind blank. Her teacher's pectoral muscles felt even more outrageous than her mother's. She even wanted to reach out and confirm her suspicion. Before she could, Orochimaru pushed her away without changing expression. Then he opened a hidden underground entrance and called Kenichi inside. Kenichi glanced at Anko, who still looked stunned. He suspected she had discovered something truly dangerous. The way she had moved just now looked like she was jumping back and forth on the edge of the Pure Land. Even Kenichi only dared to use an excuse like plucking gray hairs to try touching his teacher's head. Anko nearly went all out. If she actually touched what she wanted to touch, then this touching reunion between master and disciple would turn into a purge of former students before it even truly began. "Who is the one you brought?" Orochimaru's eyes shifted to Koji, who followed behind Kenichi obediently, looking honest enough. He did not seem like a complete waste. "Teacher, do you know about the Sky Village?" Kenichi asked immediately, sounding excited. He remembered that during the Second Shinobi World War, his teacher had gone to the battlefield. Theoretically, he should have encountered them. "I know," Orochimaru said calmly. "My team wiped them out." Of course he knew them. A group of arrogant fools who relied on special devices and acted like they stood above the shinobi world. A tiny country that dared to claim it would trample Konoha underfoot and punch the Hokage, openly disrespecting the leaf. So Orochimaru and his forces erased them. But judging from his disciples' words, the person behind him might have some connection to the Sky Village. "Teacher, it's like this." Kenichi briefly described his experience in the Land of Fire, explaining the Sky Village aerial fortress in detail. Orochimaru stopped walking and listened. At first, he showed little interest in remnants of the Sky Village. But once he heard about a stone fortress capable of flying, his interest stirred. When Kenichi mentioned the Zero Tails, Orochimaru's interest deepened even more. These people are researching the Zero Tails too. Orochimaru sounded indifferent, but Kenichi noticed it clearly. Did his teacher already know about the Zero Tails? Koji, standing to the side, felt uncomfortable seeing the Zero Tails, which they believed could defeat the Nine Tails, being dismissed so casually. But under someone else's roof, you bowed your head. So Koji stayed silent. "Teacher," Kenichi asked, genuinely curious, "is there a problem with the Zero Tails?" Orochimaru answered bluntly. "That thing is junk." p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 151, Chapter 151, Scientific Progress Sometimes Begins in Strange Places. Chapter 151, Scientific Progress Sometimes Begins in Strange Places. The so-called Zero Tails was actually an ancient product researched in Konoha, Orochimaru explained. But later, it was discovered that it could not absorb abnormal attribute chakra. Once it did absorb it, it would be greatly weakened. The Zero Tails could be considered an ancient research product. According to records, it was first passed down from the era of the Sage of Six Paths. Konoha studied it afterward and found that, while the dark chakra it produced could enhance physical fitness, it also drastically increased stamina consumption. The cost was not worth the benefit. So Konoha eventually recorded everything about the Zero Tails into a scroll and left it alone. Orochimaru had never expected that the remnants of the Sky Ninja Village would somehow find the Resurrection Scroll and drag this abandoned relic back into the present era. Hearing that, Kenichi felt his teacher's explanation fit perfectly. The Zero Tails did look powerful on the surface. The Sky Ninja even boasted that it was a tailed beast without a tail. Yet the moment they saw even a single ball of chakra from the Nine Tails, they became terrified. Comparing the two was a ridiculous exaggeration. Still, Kenichi could not help thinking that Konoha might have abandoned the Zero Tails simply because they already had the Nine Tails. To the first Hokage, the Nine Tails was probably just a large summoned beast. With something like that in hand, of course they would not care about a flawed substitute. With that thought, Kenichi looked at Koji with pity, then at the already dead Shino in his memory. Those two unlucky fools probably never imagined that the trump card they treasured, the Zero Tails they worshipped as a miracle, was just defective junk Konoha did not want. To believe they could sweep through Konoha with it was nothing but wishful thinking. By the time Naruto was forced into using tailed beast mode, the Zero Tails would likely already be smashed to pieces. But they found a use for the Zero Tails that even I did not expect, Orochimaru said with interest. He poured Kenichi a cup of tea. Kenichi quickly accepted it, feeling oddly flattered. In the lab room, Anko sat on the sofa with a bewildered expression. For the first time, she felt like her teacher and senior brother were complete strangers. She could not even understand what they were talking about. "Teacher," Kenichi asked with genuine curiosity, "if this kind of dark chakra converted from the Zero Tails can be used as energy, then can the Nine Tails chakra also be used as energy?" Tailed beasts possessed a terrifying amount of chakra, and their recovery speed was absurd. Strictly speaking, unless they were continuously forced to use techniques that consumed enormous chakra, their reserves were basically limitless. "It's difficult," Orochimaru said, shaking his head. He had been interested in the Zero Tails Dark Chakra before and had studied it, but he stopped the moment he confirmed the damage it caused to the body. Also, the Zero Tails Chakra is different from the Nine Tails Chakra. Tailed Beast Chakra is far larger, and it carries a particularly strong destructive nature. Extracting it is much harder. Kenichi was not surprised. It was a tailed beast. If someone could casually build a machine that extracted tailed beast chakra as a stable energy source, that would be beyond absurd. Even food had to be eaten one bite at a time. Orochimaru kept Koji behind. He also kept Anko behind. He was extremely interested in the Sky Village's flying techniques and wanted to study Koji's knowledge first. Kenichi could only let his teacher handle it for now, and honestly, it saved Kenichi a lot of trouble. His teacher's research ability was beyond question. He could even do outrageous things like facial recognition. If someone told Kenichi that Orochimaru might build a spaceship one day, Kenichi would not dare dismiss it outright. Back when Kenichi watched Naruto, he had always wondered why Orochimaru, a man who mastered so many technologies and strange advances, never once thought about space exploration. Later, Kenichi realized it might be a matter of perspective. In ancient times, no one believed humans could fly, much less touch the moon. They would never have guessed the world was a sphere either, though even now, some anti-intellectuals still clung stubbornly to the flat earth theory. How's the rice planting going? Kenichi left his teacher's laboratory and shifted his attention to his shadow clone. He was a little disappointed he did not see Kimimaro, but that thought passed quickly. Even though farming research was simple and did not consume much chakra, Kenichi's shadow clones still took damage over time. In truth, shadow clones were always being depleted. Maintaining a shadow clone's existence required chakra, and a shadow clone itself could not refine chakra. Once its chakra ran out, it vanished. If shadow clones could exist forever, the shinobi world would be even more terrifying than it already was. Kenichi also knew the memory that returned when a shadow clone dispersed. The problem was that his clone had not dispersed since he left Anchor, so Kenichi had no idea how things had progressed during that period. Still planting, the lead clone said, shaking his head. He looked bored out of his mind. Agricultural students had classes and graduation projects every day, but even so, there was only so much land to manage. With ninjutsu, many tasks became trivial. The problem was that there was no way to speed up crop growth. So every day was just checking, recording any data that needed attention, and waiting. Until the final results came out, nobody knew whether the yield increase was a coincidence or a true breakthrough. That uncertainty was maddening. Kenichi was not surprised. Science was often like this. Experiments, again and again, while people foolishly hoped the answer would appear just by thinking hard enough. That was unrealistic. Most scientific progress was long-term accumulation, then a sudden burst, like how Kenichi was now trying to build a tailed beast chakra extraction device with one hand. Without borrowing other people's experience, all he could do was summarize data, propose theories, and test them. If it failed, he started over. It was not uncommon for researchers to receive funding and spend 4 or 5 years producing no meaningful results. Thanks for your hard work, Kenichi sighed. This kind of life really was boring. And since it could not be accelerated, all they could do was wait. His thermobaric explosive research was better in that sense. Whether the fusion worked was immediately obvious after a single detonation. Of course, it was also far more dangerous. Kenichi suddenly paused. In a way, was he just thanking himself? Shadow clones would eventually disperse, and when they did, all the exhaustion would return to the original. So expecting shadow clones to suffer while the original enjoyed life was not realistic. Once a whole batch of 996 shadow clones dispersed, the fatigue from days of continuous work could probably kill someone instantly. Kenichi looked at the clones in front of him, then silently released them all. The instant wave of exhaustion slammed into him. It felt like he had stayed awake for 3 straight nights without sleep, and it was almost thrilling in how brutal it was. Kenichi froze. If a shadow clone's memories and sensations return when it disperses, then pleasure returns too, doesn't it? He had just realized something important. Fatigue was hard to accumulate safely, but pleasure was easy to accumulate. If someone faced an enemy's shadow clone and forced that clone into a peak state, then once it dispersed, wouldn't that sensation rebound onto the enemy's original body and crush their will in an instant? The idea was not impossible, but it was troublesome. Unless the user deliberately prepared for it, shadow clones did not have any special organs beyond what the technique provided. And in the middle of a fight, it was not like you could suddenly find a gigolo or a prostitute on demand. That was too absurd. So Kenichi's thoughts expanded in a different direction. If he could research a way to stimulate a person's nerves and brain to generate extreme pleasure, then the reverse should also be possible. In other words, Kenichi muttered, stunned by his own chain of logic, if you stimulate the nerves and brain, you could also generate extreme sadness, and then achieve the goal of opening the eyes. It might not be a bad idea. After all, the Sharingan's evolution was born from overwhelming emotional upheaval in the Uchiha. Obito witnessed Kakashi kill Rin. In that extreme grief and rage, he awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan on the spot. Put differently, the Sharingan's evolution required intense emotional stimulation. And in the shinobi world, spiritual energy could be observed. It was not some vague concept. So what if the brain was directly stimulated to produce overwhelming sadness? Could that trigger the Sharingan to evolve? Sure enough, scientific progress sometimes came from strange places. Kenichi had never expected that his casual, twisted line of thinking would expand his research ideas so far. Because Kenichi felt it was not easy for him to experience emotional fluctuations strong enough to meet the Sharingan's requirements. That meant conventional methods of opening the eyes might not work well for him. As for genjutsu, Kenichi had seen cases where it might help awaken 2 or 3 tomoe, but he had never seen anyone use genjutsu to awaken a Mangekyo. The Sharingan was naturally good at seeing through illusions. And whether a genjutsu on the level of the infinite Tsukuyomi could stimulate the Uchiha to awaken their eyes was impossible to prove. At that point in time, there were probably only 2 Uchiha left in the entire shinobi world. Madara, and Sasuke. All other members of the Uchiha clan had long since been wiped out. p@treon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 152, Chapter 152, Success is sought through repeated failed experiments. Chapter 152, Success is sought through repeated failed experiments. Looks like I'll need an Uchiha as a lucky audience member, Kenichi muttered to himself. The human brain was a mysterious place, and also a dangerous one. Until he could guarantee absolute safety, there was no chance he would run experiments on his own mind. These days, anyone reckless enough to experiment on their own brain often ended up dying in a particularly ugly way. The Nobel Prize in Medicine had once been awarded to a so-called medical butcher who treated mental patients by destroying their prefrontal cortex. In reality, what looked like a cure was often nothing more than reducing a living person into a blank shell. So Kenichi had no intention of gambling with his own head without proper verification. That was basically courting death. Naturally, the best solution was to find a consumable test subject. And among the people in the shinobi world who possessed the Sharingan, the Uchiha clan was the most suitable. Which meant he would need to think of a way to return to Konoha and get his hands on an Uchiha. Kakashi also had a Sharingan, even a 3-tomoe one, but Kakashi was not an Uchiha. He could not even deactivate his eye. It was impossible for the Sharingan to evolve simply from emotional fluctuations if the bloodline itself was not there. If it works, I can test it on myself afterward and complete my elective task too. That's a pretty good deal. Kenichi stroked his chin, feeling more and more satisfied with his own idea. On one hand, it helped him clear a task. On the other, it could strengthen him. The only problem was the Mangekyo Sharingan. It was powerful, absurdly so, but it consumed ocular power, an annoyingly mysterious concept. Even a 3-tomoe Sharingan only consumed chakra. Yet if you used the Mangekyo too much, you went blind. It was a ridiculous price that also created endless confusion. Is the so-called ocular power actually the retina being consumed? Kenichi thought quietly. It's unlikely, but if you asked what part of the eye was directly tied to vision, the answer was obvious, the retina. If someone's retina detached, they were basically blind. Nearsightedness and farsightedness were also tied to eye structure. So Kenichi could not help wondering whether the Mangekyo was, in some bizarre way, a retina product. Still, the probability felt too low. The retina was not that hard to examine, and there was no reason the Uchiha would never have noticed. Then again, the shinobi world's technology tree was so twisted that Kenichi could not fully dismiss anything. This world did not even have hot air balloons. That alone told you how strange the development path was. If he wanted to solve Mangekyo blindness once and for all, the cleanest method was obvious. Upgrade the Mangekyo into the eternal Mangekyo. Then there would be no need to fear blindness anymore. But the requirements for that upgrade were brutal. You needed a brother's Mangekyo Sharingan to evolve into the eternal Mangekyo. Maybe cloning can solve this. Kenichi considered it seriously. It was not a crazy thought. After all, the exact mechanism of the eternal Mangekyo had always been unclear. The only consistent successful cases suggested it required the Mangekyo of a close brother. But Kenichi had his own observations. Madara and Izuna's Mangekyo patterns had differences, one with a solid center and the other with a hollow center, and they fused successfully. Itachi and Sasuke also had different Mangekyo styles, one solid, one hollow, and they merged into the eternal Mangekyo. So Kenichi believed the eternal Mangekyo might require 2 conditions. First, a blood relationship, which could be understood as similar DNA sequences. Second, the difference between hollow and solid patterns, which might correspond to recessive and dominant inheritance of genetic information. Both conditions might be necessary for the Mangekyo to become eternal. We need a way to bring in an Uchiha for research, but now isn't the time, Kenichi said, shaking his head. He changed clothes and headed into the laboratory. He had just been to Konoha and even kidnapped Anko from there. If he went again, the third Hokage might get furious enough to do something extreme. It was better not to poke that hornet's nest for now. For the time being, I'll focus on chakra and gunpowder fusion, and keep tracking the rice project too. Kenichi made the decision quickly. He created several shadow clones to handle the rice, then entered the lab to begin mixing thermobaric explosives. He had built a special room inside the lab, reinforced with a defensive barrier, specifically to act as a bomb shelter. That way, he would not need to make another trip elsewhere whenever something exploded. Explosives are basically made of tiny particles and grains, Kenichi thought as he stared at the material in front of him. If chakra is infused, it could disrupt that stable structure and trigger detonation. The amount in each test was not large. For safety, he used only 5 grams of thermobaric explosive each time. The advantage was obvious, it was safer and would not blow the whole laboratory apart. The downside was also obvious, the sample size was so small that the amount of chakra had to be controlled with extreme precision. If only I had a proper optical microscope. Even an electron microscope would do, Kenichi muttered, feeling a headache coming on. Every time he did serious research in the shinobi world, he could not help lamenting the environment. There was nothing here. The microscopes were still at the level of junior high school lab equipment. Nothing more advanced. At times, Kenichi even wanted to develop a microscope himself. Fortunately, I have the Sharingan. I can see more clearly with it, Kenichi said, rubbing his eyes. If I had the Mangekyo, I might be able to see even more. If the Uchiha heard how he was using a 3-tomoe Sharingan, they would probably explode on the spot. 3-tomoe users were rare even among the Uchiha, and reaching that stage carried enormous combat value. Yet Kenichi was using it to study explosives. After injecting a small amount of fire attribute chakra, Kenichi saw the thermobaric explosive display a faint trajectory for an instant. Before he could observe it properly, the thermobaric explosive detonated. Fortunately, the blast room held. Nothing went wrong. Kenichi was very satisfied. Every Ryo spent on this room felt worth it. Did I just see a change in the thermobaric explosive? Kenichi did not waste time admiring the shelter. He grabbed pen and paper and quickly sketched what he remembered. It looked like an ice flower, but not a snowflake. The shape was rougher, more jagged, less elegant. Coincidence, or the result of fire chakra? Kenichi's interest flared. He infused a small amount again, and the thermobaric explosive reacted once more. This time, the pattern was slightly different from the previous one. No, even with identical proportions, there are subtle differences inside the explosive, Kenichi murmured. He recorded the second pattern, then performed 2 more tests. The patterns differed, but the overall structure stayed similar. At that point, Kenichi was certain. Infusing fire attribute chakra did cause some kind of internal response in thermobaric explosives. And it produced a consistent style of change within the material. Could this be interpreted as a possible trajectory of fire chakra moving through the thermobaric explosive? So what does this mean? Kenichi asked himself, frowning. The pattern was fascinating. It probably contained a lot of information. The problem was learning how to decipher it. Kenichi then tried other chakra attributes. He discovered that every chakra in nature produced different patterns. Earth attribute chakra produced the smallest pattern, but it was extremely dense. Interesting, Kenichi muttered, writing it all down. He tried other materials too, but nothing showed the same behavior. Only thermobaric explosives caused chakra to reveal these patterns. Kenichi did not yet understand why. He kept testing. Again and again. He even found himself thinking about chakra integration while eating, as if he could chew the answer out of the meat. But every attempt failed. Eventually, the failures made him numb. Was it truly impossible to fuse chakra directly into thermobaric explosives? Was the only viable method to use superconducting metal as a carrier? And what happened when that metal ran out? After all, that metal came from a meteorite. It would eventually be used up. And there was no guarantee another material like it existed anywhere in the shinobi world. This is getting troublesome, Kenichi said, rubbing his hands together. More than 3 months had passed inside the lab. During that time, Orochimaru came by a few times, then vanished again. He likely went out on a mission. Kenichi temporarily stopped chasing him down, partly because the experiments had burned through his remaining resources. He needed new raw materials to make more thermobaric explosives. Kenichi stepped into the rice lab next. For shadow clones were still stationed there, handling the crops. These rice plants look the same as always, Kenichi said, studying them. Not entirely, one of the clones added. Sample 23C is more vigorous. It's noticeably coarser than the other samples. Oh. Kenichi leaned in, curiosity sharpening as he moved closer to inspect what was different. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 153, Chapter 153, Shocking. A loving couple gave birth to a child that was not their own. Chapter 153, Shocking. A loving couple gave birth to a child that was not their own. Sample number 23 was the batch Kenichi obtained after infusing rice seeds with yang attribute chakra. In his previous lab, sample number 23 was the only one that showed any sign of increased yield. None of the other samples displayed that effect. Only number 23 had that special trait. So Kenichi chose it as the main line for this entire study. He also had his shadow clones run a follow-up test using seeds taken from sample number 23, repeating the exact same method he had used on the original batch. The plant in front of him now was one of those test samples, a descendant taken from number 23 and cultivated for verification. It really is much thicker, Kenichi said, quickly picking out the unusual stalk in the field. It stood out too clearly. The grain head looked larger and coarser than the other varieties, almost twice as big. That was why he recognized it at a glance. Yes, but we still don't know if the final yield will increase, his shadow clone replied, continuing to tend the plants carefully. In the shinobi world, ninjas were still people. People had to eat. Rice was the main staple. If this yield problem could be solved, it would be a huge help for everything that came afterward. More importantly, Kenichi had already talked about this with Nagato. If he wanted stronger support from Akatsuki, he needed to show real results. Rice was what Kenichi planned to put on the table. Take care of these samples. When harvest time comes, we calculate the yield, Kenichi said, staring at the field and feeling his mood lift. If this succeeded, it would support his future plans in a very direct way. Kenichi glanced toward the direction of the Land of Fire. The daimyo sat safely in the seat of authority there, and it only made Kenichi's eyes narrow. In his view, those daimyo were stupid beyond saving. The shinobi world's order needed a complete overhaul, but compared to Akatsuki's violent reforms, Kenichi's method was far more covert. After checking the rice, Kenichi went to look for Orochimaru and Anko, but neither of them was at the base. Maybe they had gone out on a mission. The only movement in the entire experimental site was the cleanup work being done by the supplies Kenichi had taken prisoner. That made Kenichi set aside the idea of speaking with Orochimaru for now. Instead, he left alone and headed toward Konoha. He planned to take advantage of the Uchiha clan's current population and quietly obtain some experimental supplies from them. Kenichi had not given up on fusing thermobaric explosives with chakra, but it was becoming clear that this was a long-term project, the kind that demanded endless repetition before producing anything useful. So he decided to leave that research to shadow clones, while he used this window to quickly collect some consumables from the Uchiha clan. Time waits for no one, Kenichi clicked his tongue. The Uchiha were once a major clan in Konoha. After the future massacre, their numbers would drop to almost nothing, and research in this direction would become painfully difficult. Kenichi remembered that the extermination night should still be in the future, and at the very least, it should not happen before Shirsue's death. But ever since Kenichi arrived in this world, he had already changed too many things. If some butterfly effect dragged that night forward, everything would become a mess. That was exactly why he left the lab now. During this period, the shinobi world was relatively calm. There were still small frictions between the Land of Earth and the Land of Fire, but the scale and intensity were controlled. They kept fighting mainly because they could not reach an agreement on reparations. Kenichi did not know how much Iwagakure intended to demand, but it would not be a small number. The third Tsuchikage was famously shrewd, and this negotiation was guaranteed to drag on. Fortunately, the Land of Rice Fields was not part of the active battlefield. The main fighting between the Land of Earth and the Land of Fire was still happening in the Land of Grass. That meant Kenichi's entry into the Land of Fire went smoothly. This time, he also gave himself a new identity. A merchant from the Land of Fire. I wonder how Konoha is doing now, Kenichi murmured from inside his carriage. He had already used the transformation technique. As the horse pulled the wagon forward, he practiced ninjutsu out of boredom. He was researching the Rasengan, the technique Naruto used through practically an entire era. People even joked that Naruto, the 7th Hokage, only knew how to make Rasengan. Strictly speaking, the fact that Naruto preferred Rasengan over other techniques proved one thing. Rasengan had something special. It was practical, reliable, and still had room to evolve. No wonder Naruto spent his life making them. Kenichi watched the spinning sphere of chakra in his palm, lost in thought. Rasengan training was complicated for Naruto. But Kenichi had his own angle on it. At its core, Rasengan demanded balance. You had to spin chakra at extreme speed, keep it contained within a stable range, and then pack in as much chakra as possible to increase power. But what if he mixed in two chakra natures? What if he reduced the size of the Rasengan further? Could he compress it down to a molecular level and then incorporate other constituent elements of matter? If he could find balance that way, could he also solve the explosive fusion problem? Maybe he could even develop entirely new ninjutsu from it. The thought excited him. He tried immediately, attempting to incorporate wind and lightning attributes into the rotation. Then the carriage exploded. "Looks like it won't work," Kenichi said with a tight mouth, disappointed. He had assumed it might succeed, but the moment he mixed two attributes, the difficulty of maintaining balance skyrocketed into something absurd. If balancing one chakra spiral was like an adult soccer team playing against elementary school kids, then balancing two attributes felt like trying to qualify for the Men's World Cup. That comparison made Kenichi's scalp itch. If two attributes were this hard, then three or more would be exponential insanity, and the starting difficulty was already enormous. Wait. Then why can Kagaya Otsutsuki use a bloodline limit like that? Kenichi fell into deep thought. A bloodline limit that encompassed multiple chakra nature transformations was, strictly speaking, a supreme enhanced version of a bloodline limit. But the problem was that it seemed to exist only in people connected to the Otsutsuki clan. The strongest known bloodline ability in the shinobi world was probably Dust Release, mastered by the third Tsuchikage. It combined three attributes and was called bloodline elimination. Above that were 4 or 5 attribute combinations, which had not been demonstrated at all. A genetic issue. Kenichi muttered. That was the only explanation he could come up with. Even the Sage of Six Paths possessed that level of power, yet outside the Otsutsuki line, nobody else had it. Even the 2 reincarnations of the Sage's children did not seem to naturally display that ability, unless the relevant genes were hidden and never expressed. Biology was strange like that. Some genes were inherited, but expressed differently from person to person. Some people showed the trait. Some did not. The simplest example was hereditary disease. Not everyone with a family history displayed symptoms. Kimimaro was a clear example, carrying a hereditary illness that was difficult to cure. Some relatives might show nothing, which made it look like they were healthy. But that did not mean they did not carry the gene. It could simply be unexpressed, hidden, and passed to the next generation. That was why premarital checkups mattered. You could not see genetic risk with the naked eye. You needed scientific confirmation. If that's true, then the Otsutsuki clan must have some special genetic information, Kenichi said quietly, arriving at a clear conclusion. And that information is what lets them use that kind of bloodline limit. The simplest way to verify it was to obtain genetic information from an Otsutsuki, compare it to bloodline limit and bloodline elimination samples, and isolate the genes that differed. Then test them one by one. The process sounded miserable. Genetic information was the world's biggest mountain of disgusting code. If you wanted accurate answers, you first had to find a way to crack that code. That was why biological evolution was so difficult. The problem was, who could he even use? Among Otsutsuki-related beings currently active in the shinobi world, the only known ones were Black Zetsu, the defective one, and the guy who was fed to the god tree by Kagaya. That second one came from the Boruto storyline. After finishing Naruto, Kenichi stopped watching Boruto. He had only heard people complain, so he did not know much about that guy. Aside from them, there were only Naruto and Sasuke, the reincarnations of the sage's children. Which raised an even stranger question. Could reincarnation affect genetic information? If it could, then. To some extent, if it really changes Naruto and Sasuke's DNA, then Minato Namikaze and the Uchiha clan head are truly doomed, Kenichi's lips twitched. Did that count as being cuckolded? But it also felt like it didn't. If reincarnation altered paternity at the genetic level, then a paternity test would not identify the father as the biological father, because the genetic information would no longer match his own. Which meant he could not be recognized as the father at all. What was this? The child my wife and I had wasn't mine. Worse still, a pure love story could be twisted into a cuckold story without either partner actually cheating, simply because the genetic signature did not match. Kenichi sucked in a breath. If we keep digging into this, it's going to run straight into philosophy and ethics. He squatted on a tree trunk, leaned back against it, and shook his head. If he kept thinking, he would not get anything done today. After all, the conditions of this idea were absurd. The parents were in love. Neither had cheated. The pregnancy happened normally using cells from both parents. The child grew in the mother's womb and was delivered by the father. But a DNA test said the child was not the father's. If this were an old season of approaching science, it could have been a year-long documentary. Kenichi thought of the gentle Minato and Kushina, who had an excellent relationship, and his expression turned complicated. Fortunately, this world did not have paternity tests. And Kenichi already had biological tissue from Minato and Kushina, along with Naruto's blood. Verifying the issue would actually be simple. Those materials are back in the lab, Kenichi muttered. I'll think about this after I finish the mission and return. He was honestly eager. If he were not already in the land of fire and so close to Konoha, he would have turned around immediately just to verify the idea, because it fascinated him that much. And if he could confirm it, he could also study reincarnation itself, this wonder of the shinobi world, and find out what it really was. That would be a discovery capable of shocking the entire scientific community. While Kenichi was still thinking, Konoha came into view. Since his carriage had already exploded, he simply changed identity again, drove the horse forward, and approached the village gate. The inspection process was the same as last time. Kenichi calmly accepted the search and entered Konoha once more. But he also noticed something new. Security had clearly tightened. This time, there were even Uchiha clan members watching the entrance. Kenichi admitted he felt a flicker of excitement when he saw their eyes. But there were only 2 of them. Not enough. The more, the merrier, Kenichi told himself. And haste makes waste. He could only let the 2 Uchiha at the gate pass for now. If he tried to fully unpack this whole paternity problem today, even 10,000 words would not be enough. It was simply too surreal. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 154, Chapter 154, The Ninja World is a land of outstanding people and abundant resources, is that a problem? Chapter 154, The Ninja World is a land of outstanding people and abundant resources, is that a problem? Konoha had not changed much. At least, on the surface, it looked just as it always had, as if Kenichi's previous strike had never happened. Still, that was not entirely true. There were noticeably more shinobi stationed around Konoha Hospital, and the ceiling barrier in that area also seemed to have been reinforced. It piqued Kenichi's curiosity, but with the sky clear today, he could not use his Thunder Dragon technique to test anything. That technique required rain and thunderclouds. Ninjutsu could imitate the atmosphere, but there was a clear difference between an artificial setup and a storm that formed naturally. In any case, Kenichi had not come back to measure Konoha's toughness. After selling his goods, he headed straight for a ramen shop. Ichiraku Ramen, the shop that would become legendary in the future, was already well known. By the time Kenichi arrived, there were no seats left, and he had to wait. While eating, he overheard 2 villagers whispering nearby. "Those guards are damned. They trampled my flowers to death this morning." "Are you crazy?" the other person hissed, quickly tugging his friend back. "How can you say that out loud? They're Uchiha. They're all shinobi." Kenichi remained indifferent. Giving the Uchiha clan the role of guard sounded prestigious, but in reality, it was the kind of false honor that slowly pushed them toward a dead end. Just look at how Konoha's villagers and shinobi spoke about them now. And those guards, no matter how visible their posts were, still had no voice in Konoha's top-level decisions. Of course they did not. When Minato was alive, things were better, at least on the surface. Minato's family had a decent relationship with Fugaku and the clan. But now Hiruzen held power again, and the future the Uchiha had finally begun to see was suddenly out of reach. Kenichi did not deny Hiruzen's abilities. Whatever Hiruzen was as a shinobi in his teacher's eyes, he was undoubtedly a capable politician. Danzo probably won't be able to hold back much longer, Kenichi thought, slowly. That old man has been staring at the Sharingan for a long time. A new idea surfaced. He could pin his upcoming actions on Danzo. Kenichi knew exactly what root masks and clothing looked like. He had also seen the cursed tongue eradication seal before. If he wanted, he could draw a fake version on his own tongue, let it be accidentally exposed, and shift suspicion toward root. It might not solve everything, but it would at least irritate Danzo. And Kenichi found that men disgusting. "Ramen." A childish voice rang out. Kenichi did not react at first, but he noticed the villagers around him quietly pulling away, their faces filled with disgust. He turned his head and saw a small child with bright blonde hair. The whisker-like marks on the child's cheeks made his identity obvious. Naruto Uzumaki. Kids in this world really are frighteningly early developers, Kenichi thought, watching Naruto walk in and speak so clearly at such a young age. Even after living here for so long and getting used to the shinobi world's strange logic, he still could not help feeling that it was absurdly magical sometimes. Kenichi kept his seat and calmly continued eating his tonkatsu ramen. Naruto tiptoed to pay, then deliberately chose the most secluded spot. He did not sit beside Kenichi. There was no dramatic coincidence, no warm scene. Only silence. Kenichi watched and found himself at a loss for words. He had known Naruto's childhood was miserable, but seeing it with his own eyes still pushed past what he considered normal. He could hear the whispers around the shop, the ugly word demon fox slipping between bowls and chopsticks. Kenichi suddenly wondered what was wrong with the spies from other villages. So many people openly ostracized a child and called him a demon fox, and nobody thought to investigate. Were they just pretending they could not hear? If it were Kenichi, he would absolutely look into it. Even if it turned out to be nothing, there was no loss. How much effort could a little kid possibly cost? But if it was true, if the child really was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, then it would be a jackpot. Yet those foreign spies seemed blind and deaf, ignoring everything about Naruto as if it did not exist. It was incomprehensible. It's a fox spirit. How terrifying. Don't go near him. He'll bring misfortune. Kenichi lifted his bowl, took a sip of broth, and licked his lips with satisfaction. Ichiraku's greatest feature was its soup. Rich, deep, and layered, the kind of broth that made you understand why it would become famous. Kenichi glanced at Naruto again. The child was staring down at the table, seemingly busy with something, shoulders small under the weight of the room's hostility. Kenichi's gaze dropped thoughtfully toward Naruto's stomach. So that was the Nine Tails. A pity it was only half. The other half had been sealed into the Shinigami's stomach. How interesting. It was said Minato could see everything Naruto experienced as he grew up. Kenichi wondered what Minato would think if he witnessed this scene. After finishing his ramen, Kenichi left. He found a suitable spot, drew the cursed tongue eradication seal on his tongue, changed into a mask and clothing, and then leapt up to crouch on a telephone pole. From above, he watched the ramen shop in silence. Running into Naruto here was an unexpected surprise. More than that, Kenichi had already noticed something else. There were not many shinobi watching Naruto. Only 2. Kenichi genuinely did not understand how Hiruzen could be so carefree. "Sasuke, be a good boy." A voice reached his ears. Kenichi looked down and saw a woman guiding a child along the street not far from Ichiraku. Mikoto. And beside her, a young Sasuke. Kenichi raised an eyebrow. Meeting these two here was unexpected. Looking at Mikoto, he remembered something else. Mikoto had been close friends with Kushina. Did Mikoto know Naruto's real identity? At that moment, a commotion broke out at the ramen shop. Kenichi glanced over and saw an ordinary old man crying as he hurled rotten eggs at Naruto. One of the eggs struck Naruto's head and fell straight into his ramen bowl. Naruto did not cry out. He only stared for a moment, then carefully scooped the rotten egg out with a spoon. Tucci, the owner, stood nearby with his fist clenched so tightly his knuckles whitened. In the end, he said nothing. He silently took the ruined bowl away and went to cook Naruto another. Tucci had done everything he could. He was only a shopkeeper living in Konoha. If he openly defended Naruto, the shop might not survive. So all he could do was replace the ramen, and try to stop people outside from throwing eggs into his business. Throughout the entire process, the 2 shinobi assigned to guard Naruto did not move. Not once. Kenichi's eyes narrowed slightly. He could not help suspecting those guards held grievances of their own. Kenichi shook his head. Naruto's situation could only be described as miserable. He also noticed Mikoto watching Naruto with a complicated expression, and that made his earlier suspicion deepen. Mikoto might have guessed the truth. But for reasons Kenichi could already imagine, she could not reach out. She could only watch, silently. "Mom, who is that?" Sasuke asked, tugging on her hand. "It's nothing, Sasuke," Mikoto said. She glanced once more at Naruto, who was forcing a grin at the world that hated him, then took Sasuke's hand and left. Kenichi watched Mikoto's back, then looked down at Naruto again, and finally turned away. He had no intention of interfering with Naruto's life. He had come to Konoha for one reason, to lure some Uchiha clan members out. If he appeared beside Naruto, it would draw Konoha's attention immediately. It was not worth the risk. Finding the Uchiha district was not difficult. It sat at the edge of Konoha, quiet and barren compared to the rest of the village. The closer Kenichi got, the fewer ordinary villagers he saw. The number of Uchiha increased instead. Even other shinobi were rare in this area, and several shops were clearly owned by Uchiha clan members. So many people, Kenichi murmured, crouched on a distant tree trunk and observing. If Itachi ever truly slaughtered the clan from one end of the street to the other, it would take days and nights. And there was probably root involvement too. Kenichi's experiment was meant to verify something about the Sharingan, and the method was not gentle. Working on the brain rarely ended well. One wrong step could leave someone with dementia, or turn them into a living corpse. To burn through the risk, he estimated he needed at least 5 test subjects. More would be better. The best option would be to wait for the night of extermination, but Kenichi had no way of knowing when it would happen. So he had no choice but to kidnap people early. It's best to pick ones I've already seen before, Kenichi decided, scanning the street. His gaze settled on an Odin stall. 6 Uchiha were seated there, eating. The stall owner also wore a 1 tomoe Magatama pendant. 6, plus the owner makes 7, Kenichi calculated quietly. That should be enough. The people were found. Now came the real problem. How was he supposed to take 7 Uchiha out of Konoha and bring them to the land of rice fields without resistance? p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 155, Chapter 155, Still Water. I am your ancestor. Chapter 155, Still Water. I am your ancestor. How do you safely move 7 living people out of a heavily guarded village, then transport them into another country? The simplest answer was to control the 7 targets, then leave using aerial mobility. Kenichi had the first part covered. He had ways to control people, and his 3 tomoe Sharingan was more than enough. There were tools in the shinobi world that could knock people out, but they were unreliable against trained ninja and nowhere near as convenient as the Sharingan. As for aerial mobility, the solution was simple too: hot air balloons. But Kenichi had no intention of using one inside Konoha. First, it could create unnecessary trouble. What if Konoha had already prepared weapons specifically meant to counter hot air balloons? Even if they had not, the moment a balloon was spotted, it could be copied. So the best approach was to leave Konoha first, then take to the air. That meant the immediate problem was clear. He needed to get those Uchiha out of Konoha before doing anything else. Fortunately, Konoha's own arrangements gave him a small advantage. The Uchiha district sat in a remote corner of the village. Not many people came here without a reason. Kenichi had considered using a diversion, like attacking the opposite side of Konoha, or sending shadow clones to target Naruto. But he dismissed it. Even during the Nine Tails incident, Danzo had kept the Uchiha under watch. If something major happened, the first group scrutinized would still be the Uchiha. A diversion would not pull attention away. It would only tighten the net. So Kenichi did not choose misdirection. He chose patience. I'll get close first, he planned quietly. Then I'll use the Temple of Nirvana technique, and after that I'll control them with the Sharingan. Before he could finish the thought, he felt a gaze on him. Kenichi's eyes narrowed slightly. Shursui. Uchiha Shursui was here. Kenichi had been carefully observing the area earlier and had not spotted him at all. He had not expected Shursui to appear now, of all times. In the next instant, Shursui flickered beside him. Danzo sent you? Shursui asked. Kenichi was not surprised by the speed. Shursui's strength was well known, otherwise he would not have earned the title Shursui of the Body Flicker. And in truth, that title was not just about moving fast. Shursui's phantom body flicker technique was something he had developed himself, and it was terrifyingly effective in real combat. Shursui's words also gave Kenichi a new angle to use. Kenichi nodded, slipping a hand into his pocket and slowly rubbing a small piece of wood between his fingers. Didn't I tell you? Shursui's expression tightened, as if irritated. Kenichi studied him in silence and immediately noticed something was off. Shursui's emotions were unstable, pressed thin under control. What happened to you? Shursui took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Never mind, he said. What is it, Lord Danzo? Kenichi raised an eyebrow. So Shursui had already made contact with Danzo, and had even mistaken Kenichi for Root. That was not hard to understand. Kenichi's current disguise leaned into the same oppressive, anonymous style. Kenichi almost said, Lord Danzo ordered you to take a few Uchiha and leave with me. But he knew Danzo's habits too well. Saying it like that would expose him instantly. Root did not operate with warm phrasing or vague orders. So Kenichi changed his wording on the spot. Lord Danzo orders you to take 2 squads of Uchiha shinobi and accompany me to Yusen Town in the Land of Lightning, Kenichi said evenly. There are exposed spies that need to be eliminated. This sounded like Root. Root handled what Konoha could not do in public, including cleaning up exposed intelligence assets. Sometimes they did even dirtier work, like sabotaging organizations. Even the Akatsuki's troubles had Danzo's fingerprints on them. Some of it, Hiruzen likely did not know. But even with Hiruzen suppressing Danzo, he would still have some idea of what Root did in the shadows. Most of the time, Root followed Danzo's orders without question. There had even been missions aimed at assassinating Hiruzen himself, but those were given only to Danzo's most trusted confidants. Shursui could not possibly know about that. Shursui nodded slowly. It really did sound like Root. He did not know why 2 squads of Uchiha were needed this time, but a possibility flickered in his mind. Something they promised me before? A way out for the clan. Kenichi almost felt stunned. Was Shursui truly going to accept it that easily? Then Shursui turned his head slightly. By the way, he asked, voice casual, what's the password for today? The air went still. Kenichi did not have any password. He had not alerted any Konoha shinobi when he entered today, and he could not ask a Root operative for information. Root members carried the cursed tongue eradication seal. Even if someone wanted to leak information, their own tongue would stop them. Was he about to be exposed? There's no password en route, Kenichi said calmly. He pulled the piece of wood from his pocket and held it up. It bore a distinctive pattern, twisted lines that resembled roots. Shursui looked at it, then nodded once. I understand. And he vanished. Kenichi released a slow breath. Back when he was still in Konoha, he and his teacher had been monitored by Root while they assisted Danzo with experiments. Kenichi was familiar with Root's habits. He had gambled. As far as he knew, Root did not use spoken passwords at all. They used tokens. Those wooden plaques had special raised coded text, and they were rotated daily. 2 codes existed on each plaque, one to prove the mission, one to identify the operative. Even if someone stole a plaque, it would be useless without the matching code. These systems were meant to be airtight. But Kenichi had Orochimaru as a teacher. Orochimaru had quietly cracked the codes back then and taught Kenichi as well. That was why Kenichi had dared to show the plaque. As for the identity code itself, Kenichi had deduced it from the Root identification patterns he had seen in the past. The moment he sensed Shursui, he had already reached for the plaque, ready to prevent a direct identity check. What annoyed him was that Shursui had nearly trapped him with that sudden question. If Kenichi had asked about a password first, he likely would have exposed himself immediately, and then he would have had no choice but to use brute force right there. Still, Kenichi could not relax. What if Danzo really had introduced a new verification method during this period? What if Shursui had already identified him and had only left to gather reinforcements? Kenichi did not trust Danzo, and he trusted luck even less. So he took precautions. He left a shadow clone behind, then withdrew and followed Shursui from a distance, careful and quiet, determined to see what Shursui planned to do. As expected, Shursui did not return to the Uchiha district. He ran toward another location entirely. Kenichi frowned. So my identity really was exposed. Had Root truly changed their verification process? If so, then he could only call it bad luck. Luck mattered more than people liked to admit. If this were a game, Kenichi would assume his luck stat was buried in the dirt. What a hassle, he muttered. Can't you just accept the trick? He exhaled, then made a decision. If stealth failed, then he would do it the way the shinobi of Kumogakure did things. Those people had been ruthless enough to kidnap the Hyuga clan's young main branch princess right out of Konoha, and they had almost escaped with her. Compared to that, Kenichi was practically being polite. Fine. Brute force it was. The shadow clone that remained in place moved first. It rushed straight into the heart of the Uchiha district and launched a merciless strike, instantly igniting a raging fire inside the clan settlement. At the same time, Kenichi acted. He used the Temple of Nirvana technique. Then his Sharingan took over. The 6 Uchiha at the Odin stall fell under control. The older man was different. His will resisted more fiercely because he had already awakened his Sharingan. Kenichi did not hesitate. He killed him on the spot. Then he drove the 6 controlled Uchiha toward Konoha's edge at full speed, aiming to cross the border before the village could react properly. He was almost there. Then the wind shifted behind him. Kenichi's instinct screamed. He used the body flicker technique the moment he heard it, twisting away as a massive fireball tore past where he had been. Who are you? A voice snapped. Shursui. Shursui had caught up. Kenichi also saw it clearly now. Several Shursui appeared beside the real one, moving together as they attacked from multiple angles. Kenichi's mouth curved slightly. I am your ancestor, he said. His eyes flashed, 3 tomoe turning as he activated Jinjutsu. It shattered instantly. Shursui dispelled it without pause. 3 tomoe Sharingan. Shursui looked genuinely startled. He had seen Kenichi moments earlier without Sharingan showing at all, yet the technique just now was unmistakable. Only the Uchiha could freely activate and deactivate the Sharingan like that. Could this stranger's ridiculous statement actually be true? Was he really Uchiha? But if he was, why steal Uchiha in this way? It made no sense. Kenichi answered before Shursui could press the point. The Uchiha are oil poured onto a raging fire, he said bluntly. If this continues, your clan will be destroyed by fools sooner or later. If you want to preserve the last bloodline of the Uchiha, then coming with me and leaving Konoha is the better choice. Kenichi could see what Shursui wanted. Shursui was trying to find a path between the village and his clan, a way to keep peace without betrayal. But Shursui had chosen the worst possible partner. Why choose Danzo? Even choosing a dog would be better than choosing that old man. Danzo was poison. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Every 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 156, Chapter 156, Since peaceful coexistence is impossible, let us flip the table. Chapter 156, Since peaceful coexistence is impossible, let us flip the table. Shirsue's expression wavered, just for a moment, and Kenichi actually froze when he noticed it. He had not expected Shirsue to be swayed. So talk no jutsu really was useful sometimes. If you understood someone's background and what they truly wanted, words could be sharper than kunai. Shirsue's greatest dream was to find a way for Konoha and the Uchiha to live in harmony. For that, he was even willing to cooperate with Danzo and leak information about his own clan. His intentions might have been good, but the outcome was cruel. He would lose his eyes, die, and still fail to stop the widening rift between the village and the Uchiha. In the end, the Uchiha were wiped out, or rather, almost wiped out. Only Sasuke remained, and one person could hardly be called a clan. Unless Sasuke turned into a womanizer who ran around having children everywhere, it would be extremely difficult for the Uchiha to ever become a true clan again. Once Sasuke died without leaving any bloodline, the Uchiha would be completely gone. You're not stupid, are you? Kenichi pressed while the opening was there. Can't you see what state the Uchiha are in right now? He already had the captured Uchiha bound together. If he wanted, he could package them up and haul them away immediately. More importantly, the battle inside the Uchiha district was growing more violent by the second. Kenichi knew he had to leave fast, or he would be surrounded again by Konoha's ANBU en route. Retreating was not hard for him. Losing these readily available supplies, however, would be annoying. So what do you plan to do? Shirsue asked. He clearly thought the stranger claiming to be the Uchiha's ancestor was trying to trick him, yet he still could not stop himself from asking. Shirsue had seen the rift with his own eyes. He had tried to change it, but it was too difficult. Without someone powerful speaking for the clan, nothing would shift. And inside the clan, there were indeed arrogant people who damaged the Uchiha's reputation. Their existence stained everyone. Sometimes, Shirsue heard villagers cursing them as red-eyed black dogs, saying it would be better if all of them died. Every time, it left him hollow. That was why his early enthusiasm had faded into exhaustion. He understood how low the chances were. Even so, Danzo's bait still made him move. It's simple, Kenichi said, shrugging. Leave Konoha. In truth, Kenichi could think of an even better method. He could have Shirsue use Koto Amatsukami to change Danzo and the third Hokage's minds. If those two changed, the Uchiha problem would shift from an urgent crisis to a persistent nuisance. Still troublesome, but no longer immediate, giving room for gradual correction. But what benefit would that bring Kenichi? If Konoha and the Uchiha truly reconciled and the clan genuinely fixed its internal problems, it would be good for both sides. The Uchiha would become true members of the village. An Uchiha Hokage might even appear one day. Konoha would remove a destabilizing factor and gain tremendous fighting power. None of that helped Kenichi. He had already defected. Returning was impossible. Konoha growing stronger would only interfere with his future plans. So for Kenichi, the best outcome was persuading Shirsue to leave Konoha. If he could take a large number of Uchiha with him, even better. Konoha would not sit still. If war broke out, he could collect supplies by the cartload. There was even a perfect ending. Some Uchiha might follow Shirsue out, giving Kenichi a large workforce and letting him treat the opposition as resources. And with Shirsue as a powerful fighter, Kenichi was genuinely curious what would happen if Shirsue used Koto Amatsukami on Black Zetsu and rewrote his will. Leave Konoha. Shirsue hesitated. He had never truly considered it. His dream was coexistence, not exile. If you really want to talk, we can talk outside, Kenichi said, impatience rising. Do you think this is an anime where time stops when someone starts a speech? It doesn't. His shadow clones were about to be destroyed. If he dragged this out any longer, he would have to abandon the supplies he had worked so hard to seize. So Kenichi acted. He dragged the captives with him and leapt out of Konoha. At the same time, he used Sage Mode and blasted open Konoha's defensive barrier. To his surprise, the barrier was far stronger than before. It took several attempts before he finally broke through. It seems we really can't underestimate the foundation of the number one village, Kenichi muttered with a sigh. At this rate, their barrier is going to evolve into something ridiculous. An arms race, huh? The moment he cleared Konoha, he sensed someone pursuing him. Shirsue. Kenichi's lips curved. Shirsue catching up meant the fish had bitten. For Shirsue, that wish had become a demon in his heart, the thing he cared about more than anything. In battle, you could build a special genjutsu around that desire and show him a perfect dream where the village and the clan lived in harmony, or a nightmare where the village slaughtered his family, and either one could shake him. You say you're a senior of the Uchiha, Shirsue said as he followed behind, so why do you only have 3 tomoe? Kenichi's mouth twitched. That was an excellent question. It was basically, Senior, why are you so weak? He answered without hesitation, as if he had prepared it long ago. Don't you know what it takes to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan? Kenichi said calmly. I refuse to gain those eyes through tragedy. I don't want to witness that kind of evil. Shirsui's doubts eased slightly. Someone who could speak so directly about the Mangekyo likely knew what it was. Still, Shirsui could not help touching his eyes. The very act of awakening the Mangekyo made him uneasy. No wonder people said the Uchiha's eyes were cursed. Senior, Shirsui said slowly, do you have any other methods? He had caught the hidden meaning. Kenichi's words implied there might be other ways to obtain the Mangekyo. I have ideas, Kenichi admitted. But we still need experiments. He glanced at Shirsui. From what he had seen earlier, Shirsui had indeed awakened the Mangekyo. He simply kept it hidden, maintaining 3 tomoe in public. That made Shirsui dangerous. If Shirsui insisted on becoming his enemy, dealing with him would not be easy at all. If Danzo had not used underhanded methods, Danzo would never have been qualified to beat Shirsui. It made Kenichi think. How many powerful shinobi in this world died because someone else played dirty? An experiment. Shirsui frowned, then looked at the captured Uchiha and fell silent. Did these experiments require using his own clansmen? Is there danger to my life? Shirsui asked, and even he seemed to think the question sounded foolish the moment it left his mouth. Yes, Kenichi replied without hesitation. But if it succeeds, the Sharingan will no longer be a cursed eye. There was no point hiding that. Better to say it cleanly and wear the honesty like armor. As expected, Shirsui's emotions grew even more complicated. Kenichi kept moving, and before long, he reached a place that felt strangely familiar. The Valley of the End. He glanced at the towering statues of Hashirama and Madara, hands locked in the reconciliation seal, and a strange nostalgia rose in his chest. This place had witnessed too many unforgettable moments. It had seen bloodlines reconcile, and it had seen 2 shinobi emerge who surpassed those who came before. Kenichi stopped and turned to Shirsui. What's your decision? He asked. Let me be clear. It's impossible to expect Konoha and the clan to reconcile. They were far enough from Konoha now that using a hot air balloon would not be an issue. Kenichi already had the tools for it sealed inside a scroll. He could pull them out at any time. Shirsui's face tightened. Really not? He asked quietly, forcing himself to look up. No, Kenichi said, cutting through the hope without mercy. The 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, is Tobirama Senju's disciple. He inherited Tobirama's hostility toward the Uchiha. It's impossible for the clan to be entrusted with real authority under him. Danzo was also Tobirama's student. Shirsui fell silent again. His head lowered. His thoughts churned. Kenichi did not interrupt him. When a man goes silent, struggles internally, then finally raises his head again, it means a decision has been made, one that can change his entire life. If we leave Konoha, Shirsui asked at last, where do we go? Kenichi smiled faintly, the roar of the waterfall echoing around them. To establish a new village, he said. A new shinobi village. Shirsui's eyes widened slightly, as if a piece of the puzzle finally clicked into place. It was exactly what he had expected. If they joined another village, the outcome might not be better than Konoha. As outsiders, they would face hostility and division. Building a new village avoided that trap. The question was where to build it, and how to avoid Konoha discovering it. Will you join me? Kenichi asked, extending his hand. Let's build a new shinobi village and establish a new order in the shinobi world. Shirsui stared at the hand. A new order. The man in front of him was clearly not satisfied with a quiet life. Shirsui did not know if the decision was right. But it had to be better than staying in Konoha. Shirsui reached out and clasped Kenichi's hand. Kenichi smiled. Talk no jutsu really was effective. Then go back first, Kenichi said seriously. Win over the clansmen you think will join us. Be careful. Do not expose our purpose. Shirsui was still technically pursuing an intruder. If he did not return, he would become a rogue ninja. And if he became a rogue, how would he bring the Uchiha over? So Shirsui had to return to Konoha, rally supporters, and build their strength as much as possible. As for the stubborn hardliners, there was no need to win them over. The new village and the new order had no tickets for those people. And one more thing, Kenichi added, voice sharp. Be careful of Danzo. That old man has no good intentions toward the Uchiha. Do not let him see your eyes. Shirsui paused. He had always kept his Sharingan at 3 tomoe and never exposed the Mangekyo. No one else knew. Yet this man knew. That surprised him. Even so, Shirsui took the warning seriously. Now that he had chosen to leave Konoha and build something new, he had to be wary of Konoha, and especially of Danzo. In the end, Shirsui lacked life experience, but he had seen enough cruelty to understand what must never be done. Good, Kenichi said with satisfaction. I'll give you 3 months. In 3 months, I'll return here and wait for you. Shursui nodded, then vanished into the distance. Kenichi watched him go, then let out a quiet breath. One fresh, living consumable after another was about to walk right into his hands. Wonderful. With this many test subjects, Kenichi refused to believe he would not uncover the Sharingan's secrets. The only issue left was the Mangekyo Sharingan's mysterious consumption of ocular power. That problem, he would solve too. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Every 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 157, Chapter 157, Amygdala, Hypothalamus, Hippocampus, Emotions are a joint function of the brain. Chapter 157, Amygdala, Hypothalamus, Hippocampus, Emotions are a joint function of the brain. 4 men and 2 women. The genders aren't balanced, but it doesn't matter. Kenichi stood in his laboratory, looking at the bound Uchiha laid out before him. A satisfied smile tugged at his lips. 6 Uchiha were enough to run his experiments. The only real issue was deciding who would go first. He knew a little about the brain, but not enough to pretend his knowledge was complete. Which meant the first consumable had the highest chance of failing. So Kenichi did what tradition demanded and played a crude game of picking carrots. In the end, he selected a lucky one, a handsome male shinobi. He strapped the man down on the operating table and studied him with a thoughtful gaze. The part of the brain that controls emotion should be the amygdala, but that position. The human brain was astonishing. Even in the shinobi world, brain research was rare. It was far too easy to kill someone by accident. Tsunade might understand more, but Kenichi only had what he remembered. He remembered it because an old classmate in his previous life studied medicine, specifically neurology. During casual conversations, Kenichi had heard him mention it. If it's under the brain, opening from above won't be convenient. I remember that area is below the brain. Kenichi reached for a book his teacher had given him. He had seen several texts about ninjutsu used for human experimentation. One of them contained a technique his teacher had developed, something strangely specialized. He flipped pages quickly. Found it. This one. Kenichi nodded, genuinely impressed. His teacher really was his teacher. The talent was absurd. Developing a technique like this was not something ordinary shinobi could do. Kenichi could not help wondering how it had been created in the first place. He examined the technique carefully. The hand seals were not complicated. The main caution was preparing a special nutrient solution. Fortunately, he already had it. Kenichi picked up a scalpel and tested the edge. As expected, the blade sliced through scalp easily, but it barely bit into the skull. No wonder my old classmate said craniotomy feels like carving stone. He clicked his tongue, set the scalpel down, and took out a small circular saw. The blade whined as he began cutting through the Uchiha's skull. Before long, Kenichi lifted away a large section of bone. Now came the crucial step. Hand seals formed. Chakra flowed. The technique activated, extracting the Uchiha's brain and placing it into the nutrient solution, while chakra-based structures spread densely from the container and linked down into the man's empty head. When the nutrient solution was fully added, the Uchiha shuddered. The brain itself trembled. Kenichi recorded it immediately. It suggested the brain had not fully adapted to the new environment. Blood vessels and nerves were now transmitting signals through chakra-formed connections, so instability was possible. Still, it was the first time Kenichi had ever witnessed something like this. A unique scene. The fact that a human brain could be removed without immediately destroying normal function made Kenichi dispel the Uchiha's genjutsu at once. He needed to confirm it directly, or there was no point continuing. Where am I? The lucky Uchiha woke up, blinking blankly as he tried to understand his surroundings. Log, cognition and the 5 senses appear unaffected. Pain caught up a heartbeat later. The Uchiha instinctively raised a hand toward his head, only to touch something hard and cold. Glass. Log, motor nerves appear normal. The brain-affecting technique shows minimal impact, consistent with the teacher's notes. Kenichi felt satisfied. With results like this, the experiment could proceed cleanly. You're awake. Kenichi said while checking the equipment. Don't move around. If you mess up the connections, you'll actually die. He was not joking. The equipment monitoring brain fluctuations was expensive, and Kenichi had no desire to replace it. Log, brainwave recording device operational. Subject shows no clear awareness of the current condition. Kenichi adjusted the device with careful hands. It mattered. Still, to prevent the subject from panicking too hard and causing trouble, Kenichi kept talking, even though the man's whole body was restrained and he could not do anything strenuous. Then Kenichi held up a mirror. Instantly, the brainwave spiked violently. Kenichi's eyes narrowed in delight. The reaction was that strong. The Uchiha stared into the mirror with pure horror. Everything above his eyebrows was gone. There was only empty space, and above that sat a glass container filled with deep blue liquid. Inside the liquid floated a pale brain, covered in densely packed attachments. Those attachments stretched downward, linking into the hollow space where his head should have been. "Don't panic," Kenichi said evenly. "This is a sterile lab." The man shook as tears pooled in his eyes. His emotions surged, and his eyes opened reflexively, revealing a Sharingan with a single tomoe. Kenichi watched carefully. Even that level of stimulation did not push it into 2 tomoe. That made sense. If it were that easy, it would not be called a cursed eye. So did Sharingan evolution require a connection to sadness? Kenichi frowned. Sadness looked simple on the surface, but it was actually complex brain activity. First, humans had to perceive, identify, and recognize sadness. That involved the amygdala. Then, people needed memory. They needed learned knowledge of emotion and stored emotional experiences. That involved the hippocampus, which stored long-term memories and memories tied to feelings. Only with those foundations could a person truly understand something invisible like sadness. An infant, for example, cried because it was hungry or uncomfortable. Pain made it wail. But an infant could not truly feel sadness. Even if a loved one died in front of the infant would not understand what death meant, and therefore could not experience that kind of grief. Only after growing up, learning, forming memories, and then encountering a sorrowful event, could a person recognize the emotion and be overwhelmed by it. Sadness also had physical responses. That involved the hypothalamus. Once sadness was perceived, the brain triggered bodily changes, making the chest ache, tears spill uncontrollably, breathing tighten, and more. So even though the amygdala was a key region for recognizing and regulating emotions, sadness itself was more like the entire brain working together to produce an intense experience. The most fascinating part was that sadness began in the brain, yet it could affect the whole body. People said heartbreak like it was only a metaphor, but sometimes it was not. Extreme sorrow could cause myocardial tearing and lead to a fatal heart attack. In a brutal way, heartbreak could be literal. Kenichi turned back to the Uchiha, who was crying silently, eyes red, face twisted with terror. "All right," Kenichi said flatly. "Stop crying. You're not dead yet." He reached out and wiped the tears from the man's face, not gently, but efficiently, as if clearing moisture that might interfere with observation. "You could not die now. Not until the experiment was finished." Kenichi sent a thread of yang-release chakra into the Uchiha's brain, aiming to stimulate the amygdala. Then he realized what he had overlooked. When yang release acted on the brain, it carried a stimulation effect, something close to a forced excitation. And when it acted directly on the amygdala, the Uchiha began laughing uncontrollably. It was immediate. Violent. Impossible to suppress. Even in a so-called wise calm state, the men could not stop. The lab filled with a horrible mix of giggling and sobbing. The Uchiha's mind was drowning in despair, and he wanted to sink into it, but the unnatural joy boiling up from inside him would not allow it. The laughter forced its way out, twisting his face into something obscene. He was going crazy. Kenichi inhaled slowly, forcing himself not to curse. "Fine. Fine. My fault." He used ninjutsu to clean the subject, who was now flushed and shaking on the operating table, his laughter still spasming through him. If someone saw this without context, they would misunderstand everything. Only Kenichi knew the truth. He was genuinely conducting an experiment. "It seems yang release can't stimulate sadness in the way I expected," Kenichi muttered, thinking quickly. "Then should I use yin release instead?" Yin and yang chakra were not discussed much in the early years of shinobi history. People liked to repeat, but in practice, mastering chakra's transformations was essential for any shinobi who wanted to climb higher. The only problem was that Kenichi did not have much yin chakra in his body. He had more than the average shinobi, but not enough to waste. Kenichi suspected that the yin chakra was connected to the birth of his Sharingan. At least for now, it would provide him some convenience. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Every 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 158, Chapter 158, only through comparison can the most subtle differences be found. Chapter 158, only through comparison can the most subtle differences be found. Yin attribute chakra was closer to spiritual energy. Most shinobi in the ninja world possessed at least a little of it, using it for techniques like summoning jutsu and similar arts. The difference was quantity. After awakening his 3 tomoe Sharingan, Kenichi's process of extracting yin chakra was not particularly complicated. Once he drew out a portion, he guided it into the test subject's amygdala. The brainwaves immediately shifted in a different direction. When infused with yang attribute chakra, the body's energy, the subject had shown abnormal excitement, accompanied by physiological reactions and an overwhelming sense of pleasure. Yang attribute chakra seemed to produce mostly positive effects on the subject, but Kenichi could not rule out hidden drawbacks. More observation and repeated trials would be needed to eliminate other possibilities. Log: after infusing a trace amount of Yin attribute chakra, the test subject exhibited strong. Kenichi glanced at the Uchiha strapped to the operating table. The man stared blankly at the ceiling, as if he had gone numb in an instant. Kenichi frowned. Was the amount too small? He checked the EEG recording. The brainwave pattern looked strange enough that he could not interpret it at a glance. So he stopped hesitating and poured more Yin attribute chakra directly into the amygdala. The change was immediate. The test subject began to cry. His speech turned incoherent. Then he even lost control of his bladder. This was not what Kenichi wanted. His goal was to create an image of extreme sadness, not this chaotic collapse. Watching the trembling subject, and the fear creeping into his expression, Kenichi sighed. The Yin infusion did have an effect, but it also seemed to activate fear. This method failed to produce pure sadness. Whether it could ever reach the result Kenichi wanted was still questionable. Still, he pushed forward. Kenichi increased the amount of energy he was feeding in, wanting to see if the subject could awaken a tomoe Sharingan under this level of stimulation. Instead, the subject began to scream. He roared wildly and struggled with everything he had, thrashing against the restraints like an animal trying to tear free. The agitation was extreme. The amygdala region showed abnormalities, and the tissue there looked as if it were slowly maturing. Kenichi ignored the screaming and focused on the amygdala itself. As he injected a large amount of Yin attribute chakra, the amygdala began to change color, like meat simmering in a pot. Kenichi did not know whether that meant it was ripe and ready, or whether something had gone horribly wrong. Then the EEG recording displayed something even stranger. The waves would drop to an unusually low peak, then spike upward in an instant, followed by a stretch of high-frequency ripples. Kenichi could not decode it. He was not a medical professional. He wrote everything down anyway, intending to consult his teacher later. His teacher had studied this field and should understand what these patterns meant. Ugh! With a final scream, the Uchiha's body went limp. His heart stopped. The brainwaves on the device flattened into silence. Log: after being infused with a large amount of Yin attribute chakra, the test subject died. Heartbeat ceased. Brain activity ceased. Kenichi stared at the corpse with mixed feelings. The subject was dead, and he had contaminated the sterile lab. More importantly, even in death, he had not awakened a tomoe Sharingan. Until his final moment, the Sharingan remained stuck at a single tomoe. So even stimulation this intense was still not enough to force evolution. A significant mutation had appeared in the amygdala region, but the moment the subject died, that mutation began to dissipate. Kenichi cut into the amygdala area. Before, it had been grayish-white. Now it was flesh-colored, like meat boiled in water. But after he removed a portion, the discoloration faded rapidly. In almost the blink of an eye, the tissue returned to its original appearance. Kenichi performed a basic dissection of the brain. At that point, it looked no different from an ordinary brain. No obvious changes could be seen. Of course, appearances meant little. He could not claim there were no differences just because he could not immediately detect them. Kenichi called in a prisoner to clean up the lab, then went to the cell, dragged out another prisoner, and dissected that brain as well. A one-to-one comparison. Is this hell? Some of the captured Uchiha had regained their senses while he worked. They had witnessed what Kenichi had done, and fear flooded them so hard their bodies trembled. 2 of the female shinobi lost control of their bladders as well. The stench spread through the laboratory. Kenichi glanced back in irritation, but he endured it. Then he called the consumable supplier over to clean again. The cleaner moved with frantic care. He had seen the same kind of person dragged away earlier, and now that person lay cold on an operating table, head opened, life gone. That sight made him scrub the floor as if his life depended on it, polishing it so thoroughly it felt like he wanted to clean it until it could be licked spotless. This is just a trivial experiment, Kenichi said as he walked over. Don't be so afraid. He tightened the bindings on all the Uchiha again, ensuring none of them could move. Then he glanced at the device beside him. Their brainwaves had shown noticeable fluctuations, but they still had not reached the level of the previous subject. Have you opened your Sharingan yet? Kenichi asked, looking at the Uchiha in front of him. They stared back at him in terror and did not dare speak. If you don't answer, Kenichi said calmly, you'll be the next one. That did it. Voices spilled out immediately. The remaining 3 boys all had 1 tomoe. The other female shinobi also had 1 tomoe. Only one girl, thin and withdrawn, kept her head lowered, trembling, refusing to meet his gaze. My lord, the female shinobi beside her said shakily, speaking for her, Shirori hasn't awakened her Sharingan. Kenichi looked at the girl named Shirori. She still had not awakened it. That was not surprising. Even within the Uchiha, there were people who never awakened the Sharingan in their entire lives. Fine. I understand. Kenichi waved a hand. If she had not opened her eyes, her luck was excellent. Kenichi planned to use her companions to provoke her, to see if he could force the Sharingan to awaken. Then he could observe what happened after the awakening, her changes, her reactions, and everything that followed, which would make later research much easier. He returned to his workbench and continued dissecting. It was slow, exhausting labor. To observe with maximum precision, Kenichi even activated his 3 tomoe Sharingan and compared every structure carefully, one by one. A full day passed like that. Only when his eyes began to ache did he finally find something abnormal. What is this? Kenichi picked a tiny object from the brain tissue in front of him. It was an extremely small tumor, so small it had fused into the surrounding amygdala tissue. If Kenichi had not used his 3 tomoe Sharingan to compare the brain tissue of an ordinary consumable and an Uchiha, he would never have noticed it. Interesting. Kenichi licked his lips. He had not expected to find such a small lump in the amygdala of an Uchiha. It did not resemble cancer cells. Kenichi had studied many cancer samples and seen how they looked at the microscopic level. This was different. It was complete and orderly, like a cluster of cells that naturally belonged inside the brain. The problem was that the ordinary person beside him did not have this tiny thing in their amygdala. It was absurdly small, like trying to find a sesame seed that was only a quarter the size of a normal white sesame seed, buried inside a white pig's brain. Kenichi carefully removed it, placed it in preservation fluid, and continued dissecting. It took him 3 full days to finish comparing the differences between the Uchiha shinobi and the ordinary person. There were differences, but not many. The biggest discovery remained that small fleshy granule in the amygdala region. There were also a few other structural differences, but those were located on the surface of the brain. Kenichi did not believe they mattered much, but he preserved them anyway. What he cared about most was that small fleshy lump. It was in the amygdala, and the amygdala had shown the most intense reaction in the earlier experiments. That made it highly likely this thing was connected to the Sharingan. Kenichi turned to look at the Uchiha prisoners behind him. The experiments and dissections he had performed in front of them were meant to provoke them. Yet none of them evolved. The result disappointed him. Forget it, Kenichi muttered, shaking his head. I'll treat it like playing Pokemon. You only get experience when the opponent dies, and if you get enough, you level up and evolve. So now the question was simple. Which shinobi would sacrifice himself for science next? The 5 remaining Uchiha trembled violently. The girl who had not awakened her Sharingan trembled the hardest, head lowered so far it looked like she wanted to bury herself in the floor. Kenichi pointed. You. He reached out and grabbed a boy named Shin. This one was interesting. And from what Kenichi could tell, he seemed to be the strongest among them. That meant he should be able to endure the experiment longer. Kenichi hoped he would not die too quickly. Otherwise, he would have to find someone else. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Every 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 159. Chapter 159, is the Sharingan a talent or a return to ancestral nature? Chapter 159, is the Sharingan a talent or a return to ancestral nature? The experiment had failed. Ein attribute chakra could provoke intense negative emotions, but it could not steer those emotions into sadness with any precision. Even worse, his observations showed no new chakra being produced in the process. Kenichi let out a slow breath, looked at the dead subject on the table, and quietly removed the brain. He cut open the amygdala to examine it and, just like before, found a tiny piece of flesh embedded inside. The amygdala also displayed the same obvious mutation reaction as the previous subject. That only reinforced his conclusion. The formation of the Sharingan was directly tied to the amygdala. So what are the actual conditions for the Sharingan to evolve? Kenichi murmured. And how do I use Ein attribute chakra to specifically trigger sadness? Does it really have to be sadness for the Sharingan to change? To eliminate the chance of error, he still dissected the rest of the brain. After a careful examination, he found nothing else worth alarming him. There was also nothing in Shin's brain that matched the previous subject's other strange tissue components. Shin had some unusual structures, but nothing consistent with the earlier case. Still, Kenichi recorded everything. Then he called the supplies over to clean up, take the corpse away, and preserve it properly. Even as a corpse, it could still be used later to improve the impure world reincarnation. This is annoying, Kenichi muttered, scratching his head. What exactly are the conditions for these Uchiha to awaken the Sharingan? At this point, he was forced to admit something unpleasant. Extreme emotional stimulation alone might not be effective. Both subjects had died from the stimulation, yet neither awakened. It made him wonder if awakening, and even the number of tomoe, depended on talent. The idea was not impossible. Itachi had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan at a young age. Shursui had awakened it as well. Kenichi's interest rose. He stood up quickly and grabbed his experiment log, flipping through it again. Talent was hard to measure, but it was real. Someone could study like everyone else, never get tutoring, never stand out in class, and still take first place in the entire grade every time. Another person could be terrible at textbooks but become a monster in games, rise to the top of the national server, and get recruited for tryouts. Different fields, different instincts, different ceilings. That was talent, even if you could not hold it in your hand. If I could get some of Shursui's tissue, I could do a full comparison, Kenichi said, irritation creeping in. Why didn't I think to draw a vial of blood from him before he left Konoha? He froze. Then his eyes lit up. No. I don't have Shursui's tissue here, but I do have someone else's eyes. He slammed his fist into his palm as the memory hit him. That night, during the Nine Tails rampage, he had dug out the 3 tomoe Sharingan Obito had given Kakashi. After that, he had placed another 3 tomoe Sharingan back into Kakashi's eye socket. Obito had once been mocked as a failure, but he had still become a Mangekyo user. His Mangekyo had evolved under intense emotional stimulation. Kenichi could not say for sure how much of that was influenced by Madara's training or the white Zetsu material grafted into Obito's body, but it was still a valuable comparison sample. So he retrieved the Sharingan that had been preserved for a long time. Kenichi held Obito's eye in his hand and studied it in silence. This eye could use Kamui and absorb targets. At first, Kenichi had thought the target was being sucked directly to some unknown place. Later, he learned the truth. It was being pulled into Kamui space. He had even considered tossing a thermobaric bomb inside, but he still did not know how to properly open the kaleidoscope, so he had not tested it. Scraping off a little should be fine, Kenichi muttered. He carefully scraped off a tiny amount of debris from the preserved eye, then placed the eye back. It looked the same as before. No visible damage. With the sample secured, Kenichi left several shadow clones behind to watch the remaining Uchiha prisoners, then departed his own lab. He intended to compare Obito's Mangekyo genetics with the genetics of ordinary Uchiha prisoners. To extract and separate chakra properly, he needed the equipment in his teacher's laboratory. His own lab had research tools, but his teacher's facility was far more complete when it came to genetic work. The moment Kenichi entered, he saw a blonde girl sleeping on the sofa. He recognized that body instantly. His teacher, Orochimaru. The teacher is actually back. Kenichi was genuinely surprised. He moved carefully past the sofa, went straight into the laboratory, placed the scraped debris into a specialized test tube, and added a prepared solution. Then he placed the sample into the separation and extraction device. He processed the blood from 2 other Uchiha in the same way, running them through the same pipeline. Now all that was left was to wait for the instrument to finish, and then compare the results. With that done, Kenichi stepped out and closed the lab door. Teacher is different today, he thought, glancing at Orochimaru, still asleep on the sofa. Normally, his teacher was alert enough to wake the instant someone entered. Any competent shinobi had to be. Otherwise, sleeping would become a very embarrassing way to lose your head. Under normal conditions, Kenichi could not have approached his teacher without being noticed. The moment he got close, Orochimaru would sense him. Yet even while Kenichi waited for the machine to run, Orochimaru still did not stir. Too sleepy. That makes no sense. Curious, Kenichi walked over and crouched to examine him. The body was that of a young blonde girl. Long hair spilled across the cheeks, smooth and neat. The features were small and delicate, with long eyelashes and fair skin, convincing enough to fool anyone at a glance. The sleeping posture was also unusual. Orochimaru lay on his side with his calves curled up, toes pale under the dim laboratory lights. His hands were folded against the sofa, and his breathing was slow and steady. Kenichi felt awkward. It was the first time he had watched his teacher sleep this closely, especially without being noticed. Even if it was some kind of test, the situation still made his skin crawl. Then he noticed the blanket had slipped to the floor. He picked it up and draped it over Orochimaru, even though shinobi rarely caught colds. The moment the blanket settled, Orochimaru's eyelashes twitched. The next second, his eyes opened and fixed on Kenichi. Ahem. Teacher, Kenichi said quickly, raising both hands, I only did that because I saw you were asleep. It's you, Kenichi. Yawn. Orochimaru rubbed his eyes, then sat up, stretched, and yawned again. Kenichi watched him carefully. Had he really been asleep? Kenichi had half believed this was some strange trust test, the kind people used when they wanted to see who would betray them. Why did you suddenly come to my lab? Orochimaru asked casually, still rubbing his eyes. Then he pulled out a pair of socks and put them on with complete ease. Kenichi's lips twitched. He silently accelerated the chakra circulation through his body, and his 3 tomoe Sharingan surfaced. I'm not under genjutsu. Kenichi blurted, honestly surprised. He had assumed this whole scene had to be an illusion. But there was no distortion in his senses at all. What are you doing, gathering chakra like that? Orochimaru's eyes narrowed. Kenichi immediately waved his hand. Nothing. I was just worried I might be under a technique. Since it was not a technique, it meant Orochimaru was truly wearing socks, and they went past the ankle. Not stockings, but still, strange. Kenichi could not shake the feeling that his teacher had become oddly unpredictable lately. Teacher, I came to borrow your DNA separation and extraction machine, Kenichi said, forcing his expression back into something polite and normal. If Orochimaru wanted to explain what was going on, he would. Kenichi was not eager to ask. Then use it. Do you want one for your lab? Orochimaru yawned again as he stood. Only then did Kenichi realize the body's height was the same as before, still a bit shorter than him. It looked like this body had stopped developing, yet the proportions were oddly well balanced, making the disguise even more convincing. How much would it cost to buy one? Kenichi hesitated. To be honest, he did not want to. The price would be painful. But the moment he imagined how much easier his work would become, he could not help asking. His lab was nearly complete, with plenty of empty rooms waiting for instruments. The lab had become essential to him. Even if the land of rice fields were destroyed one day, he could not allow the lab to fail. If someone dared to ruin it, Kenichi swore he would make them pay. That depends on the brand, Orochimaru said, suddenly interested. If you want something economical, a full set is around 80 million ryo. If you want high-end precision, it's over 170 million ryo. Then Orochimaru pulled out a sheet of paper and started explaining the differences between the devices he knew. Kenichi watched his teacher enthusiastically discuss quality and cost-effectiveness, and his unease only grew. Something really was off. Then we'll go with a high-end one, Kenichi decided, nodding. The cheaper machines were tempting, but for DNA work, precision and cleanliness mattered. Contamination would cause endless trouble, and high-end systems had clear advantages. During the half-day wait for the instrument to finish, Kenichi went on a spending spree and bought a large amount of high-precision equipment. By the time he stopped, he only had 30 million ryo left, which was probably just enough to buy the head of a jonin. But bounties on jonin were rarely easy. Once the results came in, Kenichi sat in front of the computer and began comparing them one by one. Even with the Sharingan, this kind of work devoured time. Are you looking at Uchiha genetic information? Orochimaru asked from behind him, tea in hand, sipping as he watched. Yes, Kenichi said, nodding. I want to see whether the timing of awakening the Sharingan has anything to do with genes. The Uchiha were descended from the Sage of Six Paths, and a question had been growing in Kenichi's mind. When he awakened his own Sharingan, and whether he could awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, might be tied to his genes. The closer a person was to Otsutsuki blood, the stronger they seemed to become. So for the Uchiha, if someone's genetic sequence was closer to their ancestor, could that determine whether they could reach the Mangekyo Sharingan? Kenichi was inclined to believe it could. Otherwise, if emotional stimulation alone was enough to evolve the Mangekyo, the Uchiha would not have produced only a handful of Mangekyo users across such a long history. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Every 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 160. Chapter 160. Is this difference brought about by the Sharingan or superior talent? Chapter 160. Is this difference brought about by the Sharingan or superior talent? Oh. Orochimaru's interest clearly rose. He pulled a chair over, sat beside Kenichi, asked for the data, and began comparing it with him. In the ninja world, most shinobi share extremely similar genetic sequences. The real differences are hidden inside a small set of variant genes, but even pulling those out one by one was enough to give anyone a headache. Thankfully, the Uchiha were a true bloodline clan, so their genetic similarity was even higher. Kenichi's task was straightforward in theory: compare each sequence, mark every difference between the first sample and the 2 Uchiha samples, then categorize what changed. In practice, it was still a slow, time-consuming grind that felt like torture. If his goal were to separate and analyze the genetic differences between shinobi and ordinary civilians, the difficulty would explode several times over. Luckily, Kenichi had no intention of tackling that nightmare right now. That kind of work could wait until later. After all, once a unified foundation existed, they could pool national resources and do something truly outrageous, like collecting genetic sequences from the entire ninja world, building a massive gene bank, then launching a full-scale decryption project. If every gene could be deciphered, genetic programming would become possible. At that point, anyone could potentially learn ninjutsu and become a shinobi, and productivity across the world would surge. But that was the future. Kenichi had no plans to take steps that big right now, unless he wanted to invite disaster. Teacher, can this computer be programmed to automatically identify genetic differences? Kenichi rubbed his eyes. Staring at the screen for so long was exhausting. He had not expected that even after coming to the ninja world, he would still be glued to a computer. Orochimaru gave him a strange look. Can you do it? Kenichi rubbed his face, then quietly shook his head. He could not. He had not majored in computer science back in college. Knowledge was never enough. If he had the right skills now, he would not be sitting here rubbing his eyes raw while manually comparing line after line. Even with the Sharingan, the strain made his eyes feel like they were burning. The knowledge Kenichi carried over from his previous life was his greatest asset. If he could bring entire libraries of professional books into this world, shinobi technology would explode overnight. Unfortunately, he had no portal and no way back. A ridiculous thought suddenly crossed his mind. If people in his previous life had carried Sharingan genes, would students awaken their eyes in a burst of rage under exam pressure? The odds were low, but the image almost made him laugh. That's research, Orochimaru said, sounding almost amused as he watched Kenichi struggle. It's like developing ninjutsu. It always takes time. He was not wrong. First you identify the variant genes, then label and number them, then test what each one actually does. Every step was tedious. I know you're not really comforting me. You're complaining too, Kenichi said with a smile. He understood better than anyone how brutal research could be. Sometimes you worked for years and got nothing. In extreme cases, a decade passed with no meaningful result. The fact that he had already made progress was impressive. Kenichi glanced at Orochimaru, seated beside him with his chin resting on one hand, calmly studying the screen. The scene felt wrong in a way. It did not look like a shinobi world at all. It looked like an internet cafe from his previous life. Kenichi's gaze drifted for a split second, then he caught himself and immediately refocused on the data. Once he cleared the distractions from his head, his speed improved noticeably. Comparing and marking everything line by line was still annoying, but with the computer, the Sharingan, and Orochimaru's help, the progress remained fast. Before long, they completed the gene comparison between the first sample and the two other Uchiha samples. Most genes are the same, Kenichi said, resting his chin on his hand as he studied the statistics. A total of 39,728 genes were detected. Whether there are undiscovered genes still hiding in the sequence needs further verification. The human genome generally contained over 39,000 genes. Only laboratories truly obsessed over the precise count, and it might include regions not fully detected or recognized. But the more interesting question was always the same. How different was a human from a pig? Most people assumed the gap was enormous, but it was not. Humans and pigs shared up to 83% similarity. Humans and gorillas were even closer, around 99%. Of course, similar genes did not mean humans and pigs shared the same ancestor. The differences between humans were even smaller. Modern research suggested the genetic difference between two people might only be around 0.5%. In that sense, the ninja world should not be wildly different. And yet Kenichi had found something strange. The first sample and second sample differed by 278 points, almost 300. Or rather, it was not just differences. The first sample contained 98 more genes than the other Uchiha sample, and the remainder were genes with variations. Kenichi frowned and pointed at the table. The difference between sample 2 and sample 3 is more normal. Only 197 differences, and no extra genes. Unless there were still undiscovered genes, there should not be a sudden jump like that. How did you get this first sample? Orochimaru's expression turned sharp with surprise. The difference between the second and third samples was within expectations. But the first sample having 97 or 98 extra genetic information appearing out of nowhere was bizarre. The total number of human genes rarely changed. Even when it did, it was usually an isolated case. This kind of surge was not normal. I got it from Shursui, Kenichi said without hesitation. The moment he saw the extra genetic information, he knew he needed a reasonable explanation. Shursui. Orochimaru paused, then immediately connected the name to his memory. That Uchiha genius. Kenichi was not surprised Orochimaru knew him. Shursui had earned a frightening reputation during battles against Kimogakure and Iwagakure. That title carried the same weight as White Fang of Konoha. If Kenichi followed that naming style, he might end up being called Demon of Akatsuki. Just thinking about it made his skin crawl. Yeah. When I brought the supplies out before, I fought him and got a bit of tissue, Kenichi said with a smile. He could not talk about Obito's eye. The owner of that thing was still alive. If Obito ever found out, the situation would become entertaining in the worst possible way. Kenichi had no idea whether Obito had any special feelings about his missing eye. But what if he did? That would be a headache. Interesting, Orochimaru said, smiling now, clearly intrigued. So much genetic information, but he's still Uchiha. He looked at the data like it was a treasure map. It had been a long time since anything had truly grabbed his curiosity like this. It's from the Uchiha, and it has the Sharingan, Kenichi said, rubbing his temples. But the sample size is too small. I can't tell whether every Mangekyo user looks like this, or whether awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan is what causes these genetic changes. There was not enough proof yet. Kenichi did the math in his head and spoke in his head. Right now, Shursui still has Mangekyo in the ninja world. We can also look forward to Itachi later. As for Sasuke, that's too far in the future. Itachi could wait. Sasuke was out of the question. If Kenichi waited for Sasuke, he suspected he would not even need Sasuke's Mangekyo by then. So for now, the most convenient target was still Shursui. As for Madara, Kenichi shook his head, he no longer has the Sharingan. He has the more advanced Rinnegan. And the real problem is that the Rinnegan is with Nagato. Getting close enough to scrape anything from Nagato's eyes would not be easy. So Shursui was still the best option. The Sharingan. Orochimaru fell into thought again. He was considering what those extra genes truly meant. Finding different genes, extra information, and identifying differences were not the same thing as understanding what those differences did. Teacher, I want to draw another sample for comparison, Kenichi said calmly. Shursui was still in Konoha, and in the future, countless Uchiha lab rats would be delivered to Kenichi's laboratory anyway. He was not in a rush. Besides Shursui, he still had 4 little shinobi who needed his careful guidance. He could draw their blood as well and build up a sample pool. That would be interesting in its own way. Uchiha? Orochimaru asked. Kenichi nodded immediately. Of course it was Uchiha. If it was not Uchiha, he would not even bother drawing it. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Every 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 161, Chapter 161, Gene Programming. Chapter 161, Gene Programming. That demon is here. The moment Kenichi walked in, the 4 Uchiha who had been sneaking glances around the cell instantly became far more obedient. He heard the whisper clearly. He did not care. After what he had done before, the title Devil was well earned. If anything, it was the sort of work that would make an actual demon nod respectfully and ask for pointers. Relax. It's just a blood draw, Kenichi said, keeping his tone even as he reassured them. He had no interest in using them for experiments right now. More importantly, he did not want extra trouble. If he frightened them too badly and they lost control of their bladders again, cleaning up would be a nuisance. Even though he had moved them from the sterile laboratory to ordinary cells, cleaning a cell was still annoying, and Kenichi hated hassles. A prison cell did not need the same level of hygiene as a sterile lab. In a sterile environment, even one puddle meant filth had spread far more than it looked, and it had to be scrubbed down meticulously. Even with his warning, the 3 shinobi still showed obvious fear when he drew their blood. Their bodies shook as if they were ill. Their trembling nearly made Kenichi jab the needle into a carotid artery. He did not care about their feelings, but he cared about efficiency. If you keep shaking and I hit a major artery, he said calmly, you'll be the next one on the operating table. That single sentence made them stiffen and behave. Even so, their hands still trembled faintly. When he reached the 4th person, a steady arm extended in front of him. Kenichi looked up. It was Shirori. He remembered her. She was the only one among the captured Uchiha who had not awakened the Sharingan. The others all had one tomoe, but Shirori had none at all, making her look like an ordinary person. Aren't you scared? Kenichi raised an eyebrow, genuinely curious. During the blood draw, the 2 men and the other woman had been shaking like they had caught some strange disease. Shirori, by contrast, stayed calm. I'm scared, Shirori replied without hesitation. Kenichi had expected something like I'm not, so the honesty caught him off guard. Oh, he said. Then why aren't your hands shaking? Drawing blood won't kill you, Shirori answered, voice steady. But shaking might. Kenichi could not decide whether to laugh or sigh. She was right. A blood draw would not kill you, but a trembling arm that pierced a major artery absolutely could. For someone her age, Shirori had a knack for cutting straight to the point. Not bad, Kenichi said. He drew a vial of blood, labeled it, ordered his shadow clone to deliver food to them, and left without wasting another second. He needed to extract and separate the DNA from these 4 Uchiha as soon as possible. If he found a case similar to Obito's, it would prove there was a real possibility of ancestral atavism within the Uchiha clan, and that the Mangekyo Sharingan required ancestral genes. As for the 4 Uchiha behind him, Kenichi gave them no further attention. After he left, faint sobbing echoed through the dim cell. Kenichi's shadow clone glanced over, then touched his own pants and let out a long sigh. What a perfect opening for a story. What a shame it was all nonsense. Kenichi had no idea what ridiculous thoughts his shadow clone was entertaining. With the blood samples secured, he returned to Orochimaru's laboratory and worked with his teacher to separate and extract the DNA. As he fed the samples into the machine, Shiori's calm eyes surfaced in his mind again, and a strange thought slipped in. She had not awakened the Sharingan, but what if she carried the same kind of genes as Obito? What if she was also beyond ordinary people in a way that did not show on the surface? It can't be that dramatic, Kenichi muttered, shaking his head. Curiosity was useless right now. All he could do was wait for the machine to finish. After the anxious wait, the tedious comparison began all over again. In the dim underground lab, Kenichi lost track of time. When he got hungry, he ate whatever he could find, mostly soldier rations. He did not even remember how many he had eaten. He only knew that once the comparisons were finished, he wanted nothing more than to collapse into bed and sleep. Teacher, the comparison results are in, Kenichi said, rubbing his temples. They're similar to samples 2 and 3. No new additions. Compared to sample 1, the difference in quantity is the same as before. It's the same here, Orochimaru said, frowning as he held the file. He leaned back in his chair. There were differences between the samples, but none of them were major, which was normal and matched what they had seen earlier. The key point was this. Every sample differed from sample 1 by the same amount of genetic information. That proved sample 1 truly was not an ordinary Uchiha shinobi, at least in some sense. Is there something special about Shursui? Orochimaru stared at the information and fell into deep thought. He's strong, Kenichi answered honestly. And he should have a 3 tomoe Sharingan. Shursui had never shown Mangekyo in front of him, so Kenichi did not mention it. 3 tomoe. Orochimaru's eyes went distant, as if he had fallen into a separate chain of thought. Kenichi did not sit idle either. He admitted he was disappointed, but only slightly. At first, he had hoped one of these 4 might be an exception, maybe even Shiori. He found her strangely compelling. A powerless underdog turning out to have the same rare genes would have been the most classic story imaginable. But reality did not cooperate. The results were ordinary. Shiori was ordinary. They were all ordinary. In the end, there were never that many protagonists in the world. Most people were just people. Ordinary was the true shape of most lives. Even if I don't know what these extra genes are, Kenichi murmured, pinching the bridge of his nose, if it were possible to insert this genetic information into someone else's genome. He stopped himself. No. That's too difficult. Inserting a gene did not mean gene programming was complete. At best, it was a crude cut and paste. At worst, it created entirely new problems. In theory, it could be done. The risk was not the issue. With so many consumables, if they died, they died. That did not matter. The real problem was difficulty. The technical barrier was brutal. And genetic information was usually inserted in infancy, or even while a fetus was still developing. These people were adults. Doing it now would be extremely hard. It would have been a nightmare even in his previous life. In this world, it was worse. He could only ask Orochimaru later and see if there was any room to work with. If there was, great. If not, he would accept it and move on. Kenichi glanced at Orochimaru and noticed his teacher was staring blankly at the ceiling, still deep in thought. Kenichi did not disturb him. He returned to the data and kept studying the tangled genetic sequences. Damn it, Kenichi breathed. No wonder people call genes ready-made garbage code. Just looking at them for too long gives me a headache. Still, there was no other path. He could only take it step by step. First, he could temporarily ignore the genes that were nearly identical. He could study those later when he had time. Right now, Kenichi's focus was the extra genetic information Obito had shown. That I had been given to Kakashi when Obito believed he was going to die. That meant the extra genetic information had nothing to do with White Zetsu or Madara. Just as Kenichi rubbed his eyes and prepared to rest, he noticed Orochimaru had already moved and was doing something nearby. Kenichi, Orochimaru said, tossing a scroll without even looking. Take this and study it. Kenichi froze for a moment, then opened the scroll immediately. Gene editing ninja technique. His eyes lit up. He read carefully and quickly realized the technique was most likely Orochimaru's own creation. The effect matched what Kenichi needed, but the limitation was absolute. It could only be performed during the fetal stage. Adults could not be altered with it. Teacher, Kenichi asked, unable to hide his curiosity, is there a ninjutsu that can be used directly on a normal person? Orochimaru was like some mythical toolbox. Kenichi had learned not to assume anything was impossible until he asked. Yes, Orochimaru replied, raising an eyebrow as he looked at Kenichi. But it's extremely risky. Basically, everyone who uses it dies. So far, nobody has survived. Do you want it? Kenichi nodded immediately. The risk was high, but there was at least a chance. If he could take it apart and improve it, then the value would be enormous. In the future, gene programming could reshape a person directly, without needing to start from early childhood. It would save a ridiculous amount of time. Of course, it was also far more troublesome. A baby only needed one session. An adult would need their entire body rewritten. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Every 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 162, Chapter 162, A Death or Death Experiment. Chapter 162, A Death or Death Experiment. Adults have far too many cells in their bodies. Modifying the genes of a single area is rarely effective unless the target is something localized, like a tumor or a specific hematopoietic function. But if you want to truly change someone's physique, you have to program them in every aspect. That is a complicated, brutal task. Even with the technological level of Kenichi's previous life, it would have been extremely difficult. How many cells does a normal human body have, anyway? The number is so large it becomes meaningless. You cannot truly count it, only estimate it as tens of trillions. And what does a trillion even mean? If cells could be exchanged for money, the world economy would probably collapse on the spot. That was the terrifying reality. If you wanted to program that many cells, the difficulty would far exceed current technology. It was not just hard, it was an entire generation gap in capability. Teacher is really incredible. After reading the ninjutsu scroll in his hand, even Kenichi had to admit it. Orochimaru's creativity was absurd. His research ability was completely beyond the norm. The technique in the scroll was overflowing with imagination. According to its principles, it really was possible to program all the cells at once. The problem was the cost. The damage inflicted during the process was enormous, to an alarming extent. Multiple organ failure was a very real possibility. Of course, if you were lucky and the damaged cells did not immediately hit something fatal, then it might not be a big problem. Medical ninjutsu in the ninja world had limits, but its short-term healing ability was terrifying. Broken bones, as long as they were not shattered beyond repair like Guy's injuries, could usually be healed quickly. External wounds were even easier, and they often did not leave scars. If someone returned to Kenichi's previous life with a technique like the healing palm, getting rich would not be a problem. Still, the mortality rate is indeed too high. Kenichi rested his chin on his hand, thinking. Teacher's technique relies on a huge amount of yang attribute chakra, so there isn't much room to modify the method. At this point, they had basically done everything they could. There was not much left to change. Of course, it might take another attempt to find the precise issue. After saying goodbye to Orochimaru, Kenichi returned to his own laboratory. He planned to begin as soon as possible. Orochimaru had already extracted the extra genetic information Obito possessed, and it was now in Kenichi's lab. Even with both of their abilities, complete purification was impossible. Inevitably, the sample still contained other genetic information, which increased the chance of failure. But that was the point of experiments. In Kenichi's previous life, there was even a memorial day for laboratory animals, a day researchers used to remember the animals that sacrificed themselves for science. Of course, that kind of thing was supposed to be reserved for necessity. Using people would bring fierce condemnation. But this was the ninja world. Human life was cheap. Kenichi looked at the 4 Uchiha prisoners and decided this time he would take 1 man and 1 woman. It would make a comparative experiment easier. If there were differences between male and female bodies when receiving the technique, he wanted to see them clearly. This experiment is extremely dangerous, Kenichi said simply, sweeping over the 3 frightened shinobi and the one who looked indifferent, Shirori. The chance of survival is slim. But if you survive, you will gain a major opportunity. Even with that promise, none of them looked better. They stared at him with the same evasive fear as academy students being called on by an instructor who already knew they had not done the homework. Kenichi did not have any special cruelty in him. They were consumables either way. He simply pointed at a man and a woman at random. Wait a moment. Kenichi turned, slightly surprised. Shirori had spoken. She was chained, but she still lifted her head. Her expression was calm, yet there was tension in her eyes. What is it? Kenichi asked. If it were anyone else, he would not have bothered. But Shirori had left an impression. He had even deliberately avoided choosing her, yet she still called him back. May I take her place in this experiment? Shirori asked. Kenichi stared at her. He had been very clear. This experiment was dangerous. Yet she still volunteered. Shiori's face remained indifferent, her eyes steady. Kenichi gave a noncommittal nod. It was the same to him. If Shiori died, she died. If she survived, though, he would give her preferential treatment. He needed to see the results of genetic programming on a living subject. Thank you, Shiori. The woman Kenichi had chosen blurted out, voice shaking with relief. She looked so grateful she nearly dropped to her knees to bow. Kenichi did not comment. He simply watched with his arms crossed. You're welcome. Shiori smiled faintly. I just wanted a chance to change my fate. Thank you. From her expression and tone, she meant it. Kenichi raised an eyebrow. This girl kept surprising him. Her personality was not particularly likable, though. She spoke too directly, almost as if she lacked basic social sense. Are you sure you want to come with me? Kenichi asked, amused. If we succeed, you benefit greatly. If we fail, you die. The probability of failure is as high as 99.9%. The male shinobi beside her trembled at those words. Under the cold gaze of Kenichi's shadow clone, he barely managed to suppress the urge to wet himself. Kenichi glanced at the trembling men, then looked back at Shiori, curious how she would answer. Go away. Shiori's expression did not change. I've never been talented. It takes me a full year to learn even a single fireball jutsu. My father told me the best future I could hope for was to find someone to marry. She spoke as if she were talking about a stranger. So if success has benefits, why not try? Shiori continued, eyes steady. It's not like we're guaranteed to die anyway. Kenichi clapped his hands once, satisfied. This girl had guts. Unfortunately, her talent was average. Taking a year to learn fireball jutsu, never awakening the Sharingan, this was not the profile of someone with obvious potential. Her likely future was exactly what she described. Marriage, children, low-level missions to support a household. That was also the fate of many shinobi. Not everyone could climb higher. Advancement demanded talent, chakra growth speed, chakra reserves, learning speed, and more. Even among academy graduates, aside from the few who became famous, how many could keep pace with the stronger young shinobi? Forget catching up to Naruto and Sasuke. All right. I've warned you. Kenichi said nothing more. He led the two of them toward the laboratory. This time, it did not need to be a sterile lab. Who goes first? Kenichi asked. The male shinobi immediately glanced at Shiori. Shiori stepped forward and lay down on the operating table without hesitation. He had already guessed it. Most people feared life and death. Shiori was the only one who seemed unafraid. Still, when Kenichi looked into her eyes up close, he saw it clearly. There was fear. And there was attachment. Her expression was complicated. Good luck, Kenichi said. He formed hand seals and began the technique Orochimaru had taught him. A large amount of yang attribute chakra surged through the method, and the ninjutsu activated successfully. Is it over? Shiori asked, disbelief creeping into her voice. She had felt warmth spread through her body, then nothing. She looked down at herself. Her body seemed normal. That left her unsettled. She had volunteered to gamble. She was prepared to die. But now it felt like the start had been fierce, only to end quietly, so much so that she wondered if this mysterious strongman had simply played a trick on her. The male shinobi nearby was filled with immediate regret. If he had known it would look like this, he would have volunteered. Now Shiori had taken the chance for herself. That's it, Kenichi said, holding his experiment log as he observed her carefully. Now we leave it to fate. Gene programming was never easy. Orochimaru's technique could indeed program all cells, but the chakra consumption was massive, to a terrifying degree. Even with Kenichi's physique, performing it was difficult. The method was simple and crude. It forced those gene fragments into someone else's genes and hoped the body did not tear itself apart. That was why it ended so quickly. The gap in their capabilities was too large. To put it plainly, Orochimaru's technique was like using explosives to dig a tunnel. You might create an opening, but everything depended on chance. Would it succeed? Unknown. Would the tunnel immediately collapse into a landslide? Unknown. Would it remain stable afterward? Unknown. But the blast happened. The goal was attempted. That was all. As for the success rate, that was up to fate. A truly complete genetic programming process should have been complex and meticulous, like using a tunnel boring machine. It would be slow, but the success rate would be high, and fatalities would be far less likely. Unfortunately, gene programming was too difficult. For now, Kenichi could only attempt research and improve as he went. The technique had been used. The genes were being recombined. That process took time, and after that, it was fate again. If you were lucky, you lived. If you were unlucky, you died instantly. Almost as soon as Kenichi finished speaking, Shiori's body convulsed. Then, blood burst from her pores, as if her entire body had become a spray of red. It splattered in every direction. Aya! Shiori screamed, pain ripping through her voice. The boy beside her trembled so hard his knees nearly gave out. Kenichi used wind release to block the blood and calmly wrote down what he saw. After undergoing the gene editing process, Subject 1 exhibited symptoms such as blood spraying from pores, extreme pain, and rapid muscle trembling, which may indicate genetic collapse. Kenichi's expression did not change. She had done everything she could. Whether she survived depended on her own fate. Shiori suddenly opened her mouth and spat out a blood-red chunk. Kenichi stepped closer, frowning as he examined it. It was lung tissue. She had coughed up part of her lung. Kenichi let out a quiet sigh. It seemed Shiori was not a protagonist at all. Just an ordinary person who tried to change her fate and failed. He continued recording the experimental results. He checked Shiori's pupil dilation. He filled a small sheet of paper with physical data. Soon, Shiori lay motionless on the operating table, eyes empty. The experiment had failed. The first subject's heart had stopped. Kenichi shook his head. Pathetic. A poor girl, but it was the path she chose. Call someone to clean this up, Kenichi said, looking at the blood, the scattered tissue, and the unidentifiable organs on the floor. The consequences of genetic collapse were terrifying. Even looking at it for long was unpleasant. Next, he needed someone to clean up, and then the experiment would continue. Kenichi turned his eyes toward the male shinobi slumped nearby. Then his keen hearing caught something faint. A heartbeat. Kenichi snapped his head back toward the table. Shiori, who had stopped breathing and had no heartbeat moments ago, was breathing again. Her chest rose and fell slowly, as if her body had remembered how to live. She survived. Kenichi breathed, genuine delight flashing through him. Was he really that lucky? How could she have survived? The scene felt like a flower blooming in the middle of a desert. p@treein.com/fanficlord03. Every 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 163, Chapter 163, A Sudden Mission from Pain. Head to the Land of Rivers. Chapter 163, A Sudden Mission from Pain. Head to the Land of Rivers. Seeing Shiori still breathing, with a heartbeat to match, was enough to light a fire under Kenichi. Encouraged, he immediately moved on to the second subject. This time, there was no miracle. The shinobi died on the spot, bleeding from all 7 orifices in a grotesque, instant end. Kenichi could only sigh as he watched the body go still. So the mortality rate really was that accurate. What happened with Shiori was the real mystery. How did she survive something like that? If Kenichi had to name it, he would call it fate. This corpse is worth studying while it's still warm. He dissected the dead Uchiha at once, and what he found inside was even worse than the outside suggested. The organs were in terrible condition. Some had already begun to dissolve. This body was beyond saving, even for Tsunade. And Shiori? Kenichi's eyes narrowed. What's different about her genetic sequence now? And did she awaken the Sharingan? He was itching to check, but Shiori was still far too weak. He shelved the idea. If he got careless and killed her after she had survived the impossible, he would regret it so badly that even months later he would still wake up at night wanting to slam his own chest in despair. When he dissected the brain, he originally planned to inspect the amygdala for any unique small lumps, but he quickly discovered there was nothing to examine. The brain had already turned to water. No lumps. No structure. Nothing. Kenichi leaned back, thinking it through. To summarize, the current results suggest the Sharingan's evolution is definitely related to emotional stimulation. But whether it evolves at all might also be tied to gene sequence. The problem was the sample size. Too few Uchiha. Too many unknowns. Shiori's original genetic sample had not been meaningfully different from the others, and yet she had never awakened the Sharingan. That meant it was possible one of those small genetic differences was the key, the switch that decided whether an Uchiha could ever open their eyes. Now that Shiori had assimilated Obito's genes, Kenichi could not predict what she would become later. He could only take it one step at a time. Shiori did not wake until 7 days later. During those 7 days, Kenichi observed her constantly, recording every shift in her condition. Overall, her recovery developed in a normal direction. Beyond that, there were no obvious changes. She did not develop any masculine traits either, which suggested the extra genes Obito carried did not affect her in that way. When her eyelids finally fluttered open, Kenichi was there. "You're awake?" he asked, watching her closely. "Check your eyes." Did you open the Sharingan? Shirori was still Shirori, but there was confusion in her gaze, as if she could not fully trust her own senses. I think I activated it, she said quietly. And then Kenichi saw it. 2 tomoe. A double tomoe Sharingan formed in her eyes in one go. Kenichi's pulse kicked. Subject 1 had survived. And after regaining consciousness, she had awakened the Sharingan, skipping straight to 2 tomoe. It was a massive breakthrough. Kenichi made a calm note in his log. 2 tomoe Sharingan. That alone supported his theory. Obito's genes had influenced Shirori, and the influence might even be positive. But what exactly those extra genes were still needed research. More observation. More time. For a moment, Kenichi even considered giving Shirori additional mental stimulation to push further, but the mortality rate tied to that approach was too high. He scrapped the thought immediately. Not yet. Until the follow-up experiments were more stable, Shirori was not a disposable subject. She was an asset, and assets needed protection. All right, Kenichi said, setting down his pen. He looked at Shirori, who still seemed dazed by what she had become. You're very lucky. He decided to take her to his teacher. Orochimaru would have more to say about this, and Obito's genetic analysis had depended on Orochimaru's help from the beginning. So Kenichi brought Shirori to the lab where Orochimaru was still buried in research. When Orochimaru turned around, Kenichi immediately noticed the dark circles beneath his eyes, sitting starkly on that delicate face. It was obvious. Kenichi had been busy, but his teacher had likely been working without stopping. That was simply Orochimaru's nature. Once he entered research mode, time stopped existing. What's going on with this girl? Orochimaru asked. Teacher, Kenichi said, keeping it concise, she survived a genetic modification experiment. I want to test the genetic components in her blood. Orochimaru's reaction was instant. He almost rose from his chair, staring at Shirori like she was a rare treasure that had crawled out of a grave and decided to keep breathing out of spite. Shirori looked slightly flustered under that gaze. After studying her for a moment, Orochimaru took a syringe, spoke gently to her, and drew a small vial of blood with careful precision. Kenichi's lips twitched. The scene felt unreal. Orochimaru was usually rough during experiments. He did not draw blood like this. He took what he needed and moved on. But considering the technique's terrifying mortality rate, Kenichi forced himself to calm down. After Orochimaru developed that ninjutsu, thousands of consumables had died in his hands. None had succeeded. That was why Orochimaru rarely used it. Now, a living subject had finally appeared. For Orochimaru's future research, this was priceless. Come with me for a checkup, Orochimaru said. After drawing blood and beginning DNA separation, he led Shirori into another room for tests Kenichi had not performed. Kenichi stayed close, watching everything while his fingers brushed the ring on his hand. It had just warmed. Nagato wanted to see him. But the timing was awful. Orochimaru was in the middle of examining Shirori, and Kenichi could not tell what the summons was about. Nothing unusual happened recently, did it? Kenichi frowned, still touching the ring. There were still a few days before the rice would be ripe. If this was about that, Nagato would have to wait. Still, with Orochimaru occupied, Kenichi stepped outside the lab and focused his mental energy into the ring. At once, he felt an opposing force latch onto him. The next second, he was pulled into the space of the illusionary body technique. Jade, Nagato said directly, I have an urgent mission for you. Kenichi raised an eyebrow. Oh. What is it? He disliked missions, but Nagato's tone was decisive. Refusing now would be asking for trouble. 2 new members of the organization went missing while on a mission in the Land of Rivers, Nagato said. Investigate. Kenichi froze for a beat. Missing contact. The Land of Rivers was a small country. How did 2 Akatsuki members vanish there? Either the situation was strange, or those 2 were not strong enough to handle what they walked into. Kenichi wanted to say this was more suitable work for Zetsu, but he also understood something simple. If Nagato called him, Nagato had already decided. So Kenichi accepted, his gaze drifting toward Nagato's Rinnegan. He really wanted to study it. His fingers almost itched for a blade, as if he could scrape a few shavings off those eyes and run the tests right there. Nagato had no interest in small talk. The moment Kenichi accepted, the illusionary body technique ended. Back in reality, Kenichi exhaled. The Land of Rivers, he muttered. How troublesome. Another mission, right when the experiment had finally started showing results. Still, he decided to wait a few days before leaving. The rice would be ripe soon. He needed to see whether this research actually increased yield. If it did, it would be a major discovery. A 10% increase might sound small, but once the planting area expanded, it would become enormous. At that moment, Orochimaru stepped out of the lab. Shirori was still inside being examined. Orochimaru had clearly noticed Kenichi's brief lapse earlier. "Did Pain assign you a mission?" Orochimaru asked. "Yeah," Kenichi said with a shrug. "Two members went missing in the Land of Rivers." "The Land of Rivers is right below the Land of Rain," Orochimaru said, frowning slightly. "Why didn't Pain go personally?" That could only mean Pain was busy with something and could not spare the time. And since Pain was always disappearing with Konan, then Konan likely knew what was going on with the leader. Orochimaru licked his lips. His tongue stretched far too long, and it looked genuinely unsettling. Kenichi nodded. "It's not too far. We can pass through the Land of Fire." The Land of Fire was surrounded by small countries. Passing through them was common. As he spoke, Kenichi glanced at another project's progress report. Current research progress, 71%. It still had a long way to go. At this rate, by the time Naruto grew a bit more, the research would probably be completed. And then Kenichi's plans could finally begin. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Every 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 164, Chapter 164, is the evolution of the Sharingan actually a case of atavism? Chapter 164, is the evolution of the Sharingan actually a case of atavism? Teacher, has Tadakoro Koji produced any results yet? Kenichi suddenly remembered someone he had almost forgotten. Ever since he brought Tadakoro back from Anchor, there had been no news at all. If Orochimaru had not said the man was still alive, Kenichi might have suspected his teacher had already turned him into expendable material. "It's nothing." Orochimaru shook his head. "The Zero Tails you captured is still growing." Orochimaru did remember Tadakoro. At first, he had been mildly interested, since Tadakoro had mastered the so-called secret of flight. But after some research, Orochimaru concluded there was nothing especially mysterious about it. It was simply extracting the Zero Tails chakra, then outputting it through a propulsion device to drive flight. The energy required increased along with the total weight of the structure. The situation Kenichi had mentioned earlier would need a massive energy supply. The efficiency was terrible. Orochimaru planned to refine the design using Tadakoro's work as a base, reducing consumption and increasing output to achieve a cleaner result. "Their energy utilization is extremely low," Orochimaru said with open disgust. "They need an absurd number of batteries just to keep it running. Pointless. According to those people, it would take at least several jonin just to support the Zero Tails energy conversion. Yet the conversion itself was wasteful, and with the Zero Tails acting as an intermediary, the whole system was unstable. That was exactly why the Sky Village installed a limiter on the Zero Tails in the first place, because they feared it would stop cooperating." Kenichi felt both amused and exasperated. His teacher truly was a perfectionist. Then again, maybe only someone like Orochimaru could produce so many results. "A flying structure needs full internal linkage," Orochimaru said, eyes bright with excitement. "Relying on only 4 thrust points to force flight consumes too much. Precision is better." Linkage. Precision. Kenichi froze, his thoughts snapping back to his own ongoing experiments. He told Orochimaru what he had been working on, then returned to his laboratory. The rice still was not ripe, which meant he had time. His teacher's words had sparked an idea. In the earlier tests, Kenichi had directly stimulated the amygdala, but it had proven ineffective. The subjects could not endure it. They died without opening their Sharingan. Now he had a different thought. Since that strange little fleshy granule only appeared in the amygdala of Uchiha who had awakened the Sharingan, why not stimulate that specific point directly? And if he stimulated the hippocampus and hypothalamus at the same time, maybe the result would change. With that decision made, Kenichi dragged out the last remaining male shinobi from the cave and brought him into the lab. There, he removed the man's brain and placed it into nutrient solution. "Don't be so nervous," Kenichi said, offering a thin comfort. Then his chakra flowed, slowly probing into the man's amygdala. Before long, he found it. The small fleshy granule. Kenichi marked the spot with chakra, then used Yin chakra to stimulate the bump directly. A moment later, the granule absorbed a small amount of Yin chakra. Once the Yin chakra entered, the subject's emotional fluctuations became obvious. His body trembled. Tears spilled. His breathing turned rapid and uneven. Kenichi then used a small amount of Yin chakra to stimulate the hypothalamus and hippocampus as well. He did not dare use too much, only a careful thread. Even so, the reaction exceeded his expectations. After stimulating the hippocampus and hypothalamus, the subject began hallucinating. He called out the name, Mina, then his body trembled violently, and his heart rate climbed to 158. Kenichi increased the Yin chakra infusion into the fleshy granule. The heartbeat accelerated again, climbing quickly to a terrifying 189. Strangely, the subject stopped crying. Instead, he made low, meaningless growls. The phenomenon that appeared before the amygdala began to fail was what Kenichi tentatively labeled the overclocking phenomenon. Based on previous cases, overclocking lasted roughly 80 to 92 seconds. After that, irreversible damage would occur, and the subject would die immediately. Kenichi stopped infusing chakra into the amygdala. But he noticed the amygdala was still slowly changing color. Even after the chakra infusion stopped, the overclocking phenomenon continued. The amygdala's temperature began rising. This appears to be irreversible and requires further investigation. Kenichi frowned, watching the subject convulse. If this continued, the men would die just like the others. In that case, Kenichi might as well squeeze out one last piece of data. He increased the Yin chakra infusion into the hypothalamus, hippocampus, and the amygdala granule. Soon, the subject lost control of his bladder. His heart rate exceeded 200, climbing to 203. Kenichi abandoned all hope of gentle indoctrination. It was pointless. With one last violent tremor, the subject stopped struggling. Then, to Kenichi's surprise, the heartbeat began to drop. The breathing steadied. The overclocked amygdala began returning to its original state. I observed a strange flow of chakra emerging from the subject's amygdala, then instantly entering his eyes. Was the experiment a success? Kenichi could hardly believe it, but he forced himself to be patient. He waited for the subject to regain consciousness, then ordered him to activate the Sharingan. Two tomoe appeared. Two tomoe. Kenichi's eyes widened. This worked. He flipped through his experiment log, excitement surging. In other words, the amygdala is crucial to the Sharingan's evolution in the Uchiha. Some mysterious chakra flows out from the amygdala and enters the eyes. He paced the lab, unable to sit still. But he knew better than to celebrate too early. One success meant nothing unless it could be reproduced. He needed multiple trials. If he could repeat it, then his conclusion would hold weight. Let's confirm it first, Kenichi muttered. My guess was right. That fleshy piece played a key role. He gathered yang chakra and probed into the subject's amygdala again. The subject had begun laughing, but Kenichi ignored him. He found the location of the fleshy mass and sensed that it had grown slightly larger. If this existed in my previous life, it would be diagnosed as a brain tumor. Kenichi licked his lips, staring at the brain with a researcher's hunger. He wanted to cut it open immediately and see whether the composition of the lump had changed. But he forced himself to stop. Verification came first. After the lab was cleaned, Kenichi brought in the last remaining Uchiha shinobi and followed the procedure exactly. Remove the brain. Stimulate the fleshy granule in the amygdala. Simultaneously stimulate the hippocampus and hypothalamus. When overclocking appeared, increase stimulation. When the timing was close, stop the Yin chakra infusion and wait. This time, as the subject's heartbeat steadied and his breathing slowed, Kenichi clearly felt it again. A stream of chakra flowed from the amygdala into the eyes. But this chakra did not belong to Yin or Yang. It was something different, something more peculiar. What kind of chakra is this? Kenichi was practically elated. He had unlocked part of the Sharingan's secret, but now a new question rose immediately. One problem solved, another created. There were 7 chakra natures, yet this chakra matched none of them. Kenichi suspected it was a fused chakra. Could it be a fusion of Yin and Yang? He thought of a possibility. When it came to creating something from nothing, Yin-Yang release was the perfect fit. If Yin-Yang release was involved in Sharingan evolution, it was not impossible. The Uchiha were descendants of the Sage of Six Paths. Their inherited bloodline had thinned. They no longer possessed the Sage's physique or unique chakra. But they were still descendants. And the Sharingan's ultimate path led toward the Rinnegan. So could it be, Kenichi said slowly, that the Sharingan's evolution is actually a kind of atavism? A return toward ancestral traits. It still needed confirmation. When the female shinobi regained consciousness, Kenichi discovered she also had awakened a 2-tomoe Sharingan. No 3 tomoe. So is this method only enough to push them to the second tomoe? Kenichi frowned. Do I need something else to reach the third? He even checked the elective tasks, only to find he had not completed them either. That proved it. This was not yet a truly groundbreaking breakthrough in Sharingan research. Looking at the 2 exhausted, weakened subjects, Kenichi had no choice but to stop for now and let them recover. In his personal judgment, Sharingan evolution looked like bloodline purification, drawing closer to a higher-level bloodline, something nearer to the Otsutsuki. He just needed proof. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Every 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 165, Chapter 165, The Weight of Time Bears on Thin Paper. Chapter 165, The Weight of Time Bears on Thin Paper. Kenichi spent a few more days in his laboratory before receiving news that the second batch of experimental samples, sample number 23, had matured. He immediately harvested the rice, a rare thread of nervousness tightening in his chest as he weighed it. A full year had passed since he started planting. Whether all his effort meant anything would be decided today. Even Kenichi, who was usually calm to the point of coldness, found himself tense. Lord Amamiya, the statistics are in. A girl with long black hair ran over, her eyes carrying two tomoe. She was Shiori. Shiori's genetic information had already been verified. She truly was a lucky shinobi. The genetic programming had succeeded, and her genes had changed. In essence, she had become a female version of Obito. Her genetic sequence was largely aligned with Obito's, and she also carried extra genetic information compared to other Uchiha. Kenichi still did not know what those extra genes actually did, but he intended to find out in time. For the sake of further research, Kenichi had also kept Shiori by his side for now. He had pulled her out of the role of disposable test subject and reassigned her as a subordinate. Shiori did not object. Even with two tomoe, she remained respectful and composed. She was smart. Kenichi liked dealing with smart people. Conversations were cleaner, and there was less screaming, less begging, and significantly less mess on the floor. Let me see. Kenichi took the simple report and read it. 2 thin sheets of paper. Yet they carried the weight of half a year. In that instant, Kenichi finally understood the hardship behind those brief news segments about agricultural research, the kind people mentioned in passing for a few seconds, or the kind of graduation defense that looked effortless from the outside. Behind it was years of grinding work. He hoped those experts and students would have good luck. He, at least, had been lucky. The increase was 1%. About 1% higher yield. But the sample Kenichi had previously focused on, the one that looked noticeably thicker, had a 20% yield increase compared to ordinary rice. From now on, we focus on cultivating that special sample and observing whether the yield increase holds long-term, Kenichi said, satisfied. At the same time, we will perform another round of targeted mutation on that sample and see if we can breed an even better seed. At least he had a concrete result in hand now. Even if he brought it to Nagato, he had the confidence to stand by it. This time, the planted samples were the same as before. Only sample number 23 maintained the yield increase. And now they had found an even better seed on top of that. The prospects were bright. The past year of cultivation had not been wasted, even if there were still problems. The problem was control. When performing targeted mutations on rice seeds, it was not easy to control the degree of variation. It was far too easy to miss the desired outcome entirely. After assigning his shadow clones to carry out the plan, Kenichi decided it was time to leave. He had stayed in the land of rice fields for a long while. If he delayed any longer, he was genuinely concerned Nagato would come knocking in person, furious and demanding answers. Then Kenichi glanced at Shiori at his side, and a familiar headache returned. He could not take her along. This was a mission, not a sightseeing trip. So he decided to hand her over to Orochimaru for a while. His teacher understood her value better than anyone. In fact, the moment Kenichi delivered Shiori to the lab, Orochimaru drew a vial of her blood and then kicked Kenichi out. No one knew what experiments Orochimaru ran during that period. Of course, based on Kenichi's understanding of his teacher, it had to be related to genes and gene programming. Kenichi's success had clearly stimulated Orochimaru, which meant the consumables in the lab were about to receive an unforgettable opportunity to restart life early. When Kenichi brought Shiori into the laboratory, he found Orochimaru in a state that could only be described as research-induced madness. His hair was a mess. Draft papers covered in dense formulas were scattered across the desk and the floor. The trash bin overflowed. The room looked as if it had been attacked by a storm made of calculations. Shiori followed behind Kenichi obediently. She looked mildly startled. The last time she had been here, it had been far cleaner. "Teacher," Kenichi said, helpless, "is it really necessary to conduct experiments like this?" He was not surprised. This was exactly the kind of thing Orochimaru did. As for why no one cleaned up, the answer was simple. When Orochimaru entered this state, no one wanted to be the brave soul holding the broom. Still cleaning. Kenichi's gaze landed on blood stains on a broom, and a scale that had fallen to the ground. He could already imagine the fate of the unfortunate person who attempted to tidy up. Fed to the snakes, most likely. "Didn't I tell you to shut up?" A furious roar exploded through the room. In the next second, a snake lunged forward with terrifying speed. In Kenichi's eyes, it was slow. He stepped aside, caught the snake by the head, and crushed it with brute force. Then he put the snake away. Snakes looked unpleasant, but in some places they were considered a delicacy. In the shinobi world, venomous snakes held low status, since most shinobi were not threatened by venom at all. It only posed a real threat to ordinary people. Kenichi did not intend to eat it himself. He had no interest in snake meat. But it was large enough to improve the meals for the lab supplies. One snake could become a solid bowl of snake soup. Don't be afraid, Kenichi said quietly to Shirori. Teacher only acts like this when he is completely absorbed in research. And he added another reassurance, half dry, half practical. Also, even if that idiot Manda shows up to bite me, teacher will not bite you. Given Shiori's value to Orochimaru, if an earthquake split the building in two, Shirori would be the first thing Orochimaru carried out. She was the most valuable asset in the laboratory. Kenichi bent down and picked up a sheet of paper from the floor. It contained a list of names. 37 in total. It seemed that during Kenichi's absence, 37 unlucky people had died in Orochimaru's experiments. No, Orochimaru snapped, turning around. His eyes were practically radiating killing intent. Then his gaze landed on Shirori. Shirori. The killing intent vanished. Orochimaru instantly broke into laughter. Kenichi's lips twitched. So even a maniac's mood could flip in an instant. Teacher, Kenichi said quickly, the leader assigned me a mission. I want Shirori to stay with you for a while. That was the point of bringing her here. Otherwise, Kenichi would not have dragged her across the lab's minefield of half-finished experiments. Fine. I understand. Orochimaru glared at him, then waved impatiently. Go. Do not disturb me while I work. Kenichi was not surprised. Orochimaru was always irritable during experiments. Today was mild by his standards. If anything, Orochimaru's temperament had changed a little. In the past, the glance alone would have felt like a blade. Now it was still sharp, but restrained. Shirori, Kenichi said, you'll stay with teacher for now. Shirori nodded immediately. I understand. I won't run away, and I won't have improper thoughts, she said bluntly. Kenichi liked that about her. She spoke directly, with no wasted air. After settling Shiori's arrangement, Kenichi left the laboratory. Now he had to head to the land of rivers, passing through the land of fire on the way. As he moved, another thought surfaced. He wondered how Sasori was doing, and whether there had been any progress in his research. Hopefully it would not be too outrageous. The last time Kenichi left, Sasori had been muttering about the Nine Tails chakra and how its energy was far too massive to consume. Kenichi felt uneasy. Would Sasori do something ridiculous with it? No. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Sasori was an honest boy. He would not do anything outrageous. With that thought, Kenichi quickly crossed the border into the land of fire. There were not many shinobi stationed at the border, and there were barely any patrols. That was normal. Border squads rotated regularly. Their missions were longer, and typically higher level. It was mandatory to have a jonin leading them, or at least a chunin. Often, for such squads were assigned to guard a stretch of roughly 100 kilometers, purely to ensure rapid response to emergencies. Of course, in reality, reacting in time was difficult. For squads guarding such a long border was never easy. It only worked at all because the shinobi world had sensory types. Without them, far more manpower would be required. With this many shinobi, feeding them, supplying them, training them, all of it costs money, Kenichi muttered, shaking his head. No wonder there were so many shinobi wars. If you do not burn through manpower, the finances cannot sustain it. Peace in the shinobi world was a brutally complicated problem. In his previous life, Kenichi had read comments claiming that Madara had to be written out because Naruto could not offer a better path to true peace. But it was not just Naruto. Even on Earth, peace was rare and precious. Small countries lacked the power to resist old rogues. If they struck oil and gained wealth, it only made them more visible and more vulnerable. The shinobi world was similar. Kenichi believed the 5 Kage power structure was built on the model of 5 major powers. Mutual confrontation kept them from wanting war to reach their own homelands, so smaller countries were allowed to exist. But if war truly broke out, the voices of those smaller countries did not matter. The conflict would proceed anyway. In that situation, peace was almost a fantasy. Nagato's method was not very feasible. And in comparison, even Madara's infinite Tsukumi had seemed more feasible at first glance. Of course, everyone later learned the truth. Infinite Tsukumi was a trap. Those caught within it would be transformed into white Zetsu by the Divine Tree, turned into backup weapons for Kagaya Otsutsuki to use against the Otsutsuki clan. Kenichi was genuinely curious what use those supposedly worthless white Zetsu were meant to serve. In terms of combat power, anyone at the level of Naruto, Sasuke, or the Kage could cut through tens of thousands of white Zetsu. And then there were the Otsutsuki themselves, creatures that were absurdly overpowered. Still, it was hard to say whether the true purpose of white Zetsu was fully in Kagaya's hands. After all, Kaguya was also a woman who married and had 2 sons, only to be sealed by those sons later. She was still capable of having children. So the Otsutsuki are a civilization capable of space travel, Kenichi thought, but they still use the most ordinary method of reproduction. Their technological level had to be high. At minimum, they had mastered cultivating the divine tree and interstellar travel. Yet there seemed to be a limitation. Their travel did not resemble instant wormhole leaps. Otherwise, it would not make sense that it took so long for them to arrive after realizing Kaguya and the others might have encountered a problem. Peace, Kenichi murmured. Nagato's obsession was tied to fulfilling Yahiko's wish. It would be difficult to steer Nagato onto Kenichi's path with rice alone. Kenichi still needed a solution, even if it was only a proposal, a possibility that looked more realistic than the others. And above all, there was still Black Zetsu. A truly troublesome opponent. Even if Koto Emitsukami is called the strongest Genjutsu, Kenichi said quietly, slowing down, it is hard to say whether it would work on Black Zetsu. In the end, dealing with Black Zetsu would likely require direct force. That should not be too difficult. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Every 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 166, Chapter 166, The Hidden Hot Spring Village and the Immortal Haiden. Chapter 166, The Hidden Hot Spring Village and the Immortal Haiden. We want peace. We don't want war. Keep those damned wars away from us. The god of shinobi says he dislikes war. Peace is our only desire and our future. As the sign holding rabble streamed past, Kenichi's expression turned strange. He never imagined he would see a place like this in the shinobi world. The land of rivers had only one shinobi village, Yugakure, the hidden hot water village. In the past, it had been a gathering place for mercenaries, packed with hired blades and wandering ninja. But after the 3 great shinobi wars ended, the place slowly became desolate. If it were not for earlier conflicts involving Konoha, Kumogakure, and Iwagakure that occasionally tossed missions in their direction, Yugakure might have collapsed even faster. After entering the land of rivers, Kenichi headed straight for Yugakure. Nagato had said 2 Akatsuki members had come here to carry out a mission, then vanished without a trace. So Kenichi followed their footsteps. What he did not expect was that the once famous Yugakure, a village known for mercenary work, had turned into this. Villagers marched through the streets with placards, chanting about peace. Kenichi even spotted a few ninja among them. Did those 2 get inspired and decide to join a peace march? Kenichi watched the crowd pass, momentarily speechless. There was a bizarre pattern in the shinobi world. Small countries chased peace, while big countries chased profit, and the methods big countries used to chase profit often involved war. Kenichi had lived in Konoha for a long time, and he had never once seen a protest like this there. People in Konoha talked about revenge far more often than peace. Generations of blood debt had carved hatred deep into the bones of the 5 great nations. Peace. Kenichi snorted. He did not believe in it. Not with the shinobi world the way it currently was. Peace, right now, was vague and unreal. Even Naruto, the future 9-Tails Jinchuriki, the child of prophecy, and the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths Son, could not truly bring lasting peace to the shinobi world. After the 4th Shinobi World War, the 5 great nations remained the same 5 great powers. The so-called peace was simply a result of everyone yielding to Naruto and Sasuke's overwhelming strength. Once Naruto and Sasuke died, if no new absolute powerhouse appeared, a 5th Shinobi World War would only be a matter of time. Right. These guys are disgusting. Ugh. A young voice cut in. Kenichi raised an eyebrow and turned his head. A shirtless boy stood off to the side, making a show of gagging at the marching crowd. He was not actually vomiting, but his expression and movements were convincing enough. The crowd was clearly displeased, yet when they noticed the boy, none of them confronted him. They simply kept walking, heads lowered, as if the sight of him was not worth the risk. That wariness stirred Kenichi's interest. He had noticed the kid earlier but had not cared. In the shinobi world, strange things were everywhere. People, however, were common. If Kenichi ever ran into an actual demon, he might stop to test whether it could survive one of his jutsu. Unfortunately, he had never met one. It looks like you really can't stand them, Kenichi said, studying the boy with mild curiosity. The kid was not very old. His bare arms were thin enough to look fragile. In Kenichi's previous life, someone like him would have been called a scrawny stray. Kenichi even found himself thinking that if he threw a serious punch, he might accidentally kill him. Yeah. It's all garbage. Peace. Me and my ass. The boy spat and straightened up, still bristling with teenage temper. Only then did Kenichi get a clearer look at his face. It was familiar. Hey, bro. I'm Haiden. The boy stretched out a hand with an easy, smug grin. You're a ninja from somewhere else, right? A flash of surprise crossed Kenichi's eyes, then he smiled and accepted the handshake. Compared to Haydn, he really could be called an older brother, but he never expected to hear that from him. It was a strangely complicated feeling. If Kenichi still did not recognize Haydn, he would be letting down the memory of a former roommate who used to shout that name like a lunatic during their stupid arguments. Yes, Kenichi said smoothly. I'm in Yugakura on business. His gaze drifted to Haydn's neck. There was a necklace there, distinctive and impossible to miss. A strange mark was carved into it. Kenichi did not know whether it was proof that Haydn had already joined the Jashin faith, and he did not know exactly when Haydn had entered the cult. He only knew that in the future, Haydn would join the Akatsuki and become a colleague. Kenichi's ring still seemed to show the number 3. In the future, Haydn would form an immortal duo with Kakuzu, that old monster who refused to die. Big brother, I like your attitude. Haydn spoke with absolute directness. How about you convert to the Jashin faith? With our god backing you, you'll definitely get what you want. Kenichi raised an eyebrow. He was genuinely interested in the god Haydn spoke of. That ability was not a rumor or exaggeration. Haydn's immortality was real. Even if his body was torn apart, he could continue to live. That kind of power was extremely troublesome. If you fought Haydn for the first time without knowing his technique, you were likely to suffer. That was why shinobi loved to say battles were information warfare. Of course, this immortality was not absolute. If a technique like Yin-Yang release was used, it should be able to negate Haydn's immortality. And Haydn himself was not especially strong. In the end, Shikamaru defeated him. Haydn was buried alive. With no nutrition, no way to move, he would eventually die. His immortality was more like being exempt from certain kinds of death, but only within limits. It could resist ninjutsu attacks and physical damage, but it could not protect him from everything. Some people like to argue about whether a technique like Night Guy could kill Haydn. Kenichi did not think it would be a problem. After all, a single kick like that almost ended the series outright. Can I take a look first? Kenichi asked with a polite smile. He was very interested in whatever lurked behind Haydn. A curse that forced someone to live was still a miracle, just in the most unpleasant direction possible. Of course. Haydn instantly lit up. Haydn did not have many hobbies. His first hobby was torturing enemies and offering them as sacrifices to his god. His second hobby was converting others and spreading the faith. So he immediately grabbed Kenichi and pulled him away from the noisy street. You're obviously a smart man, Haydn rambled as he led the way. How can shinobi beg for peace here every day? It's disgusting. Kenichi found it faintly amusing. Back when he first watched Naruto and learned about Haydn's abilities, Kenichi had once thought Haydn should study medicine. It would give him a clean, reliable way to obtain blood. Of course, that kind of work probably did not suit Haydn's personality. Still, Haydn was especially dangerous to women. If he needed blood, he could even get it through shameful methods, like digging through trash for discarded traces, then using it to threaten someone. Even in the shinobi world, kunoichi had periods. For Haydn's technique, anything that contained blood could become a weapon. Just thinking about it made Kenichi's expression tighten with discomfort. Haydn, Kenichi said calmly, not forgetting his real mission, your cult is pretty influential. You must have had outsiders come poking around lately, right? Nagato had sent Kenichi here to investigate the disappearance of Akatsuki members. Before arriving, Kenichi could not understand what in the land of rivers could threaten Akatsuki. Now, looking at Haydn walking in front of him, he understood. He even suspected the 2 missing members had been caught by Haydn and this cult. But asking directly would be foolish, so Kenichi guided the conversation and waited for Haydn to hand him the answer himself. Of course. Haydn answered instantly, proud as if he were reciting a trophy list. A while ago, 2 idiots tried to spy on the secrets of our religion. We caught them and sacrificed them to the god. Kenichi nodded, as if it were casual. So his guess was right. The 2 missing members were most likely dead at their hands. And given how abnormal Haydn's abilities were, it was not surprising they got caught off guard and paid the price. Even Asuma had died to Haydn in the future. Soon, Haydn led Kenichi to a secluded house. Kenichi scanned the surroundings but saw no obvious sign of any evil god. High Priest. Haydn shouted as he barged inside. Someone wants to make an offering to our god. Kenichi stepped into the room and saw the person inside. An old man with a long beard sat there, muttering words under his breath. He only looked up after hearing Haydn's voice. He looked like a seasoned swindler who had survived by selling miracles. And right beside him stood a shirtless youth with a necklace hanging from his neck. p@treon.com/fanficlord03. Every 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 167. Chapter 167. Sincerity is required to see God. Chapter 167, Sincerity is Required to See God. Kenichi glanced at Haydn, then at the so-called high priest. Did this cult require its members to stay shirtless? If that were true, and it applied to both men and women, then he really would have to consider joining. Kenichi smiled, though he knew that was unlikely. Haydn did not show any strange emotions beyond contempt for life and fanatical reverence for this so-called god. So it was definitely not some terrifying custom like an unveiled assembly. It was probably just Haydn's habit, or a requirement these people imposed on him, or maybe the church demanded that men dress like this. If it was that last one, Kenichi was not interested at all. Oh. The old man laughed loudly. Anyone who wishes to join our Church of God is our brother. Kenichi noticed the old man's smile grow even friendlier the moment he spotted the ninja tools on him. Do you have any scriptures or lecture notes I can read? Kenichi asked with a polite smile. Honestly, he had no intention of believing in anything. He simply wanted to understand what this god was. God was always a synonym for power. Omniscience and omnipotence were words people threw at gods without hesitation. But how strong a god truly was still needed to be measured. The Naruto world clearly had beings that could be called gods. Otherwise, how could Haydn possess such an ability? Kenichi's sealing scroll even contained Shinigami masks, things tied to souls and death. He still remembered what the Shinigami looked like, though that thing seemed a bit ridiculous. It was like a huge, bizarre summoning creature. It dared to drag out the first Hokage's soul, sure, but what about the Sage of Six Paths? Or Kagaya? Even if you gave it 10 lives, it would not dare. And those so-called evil gods and death gods never showed any intention of appearing later. The Pure Land was directly tied to the Sage of Six Paths. It was hard to say he was not watching right now. With that thought, Kenichi could not help glancing around. He did not see the Sage of Six Paths, but he did see something even stranger. The room was nearly bare, with only a few simple pieces of furniture. The high priest reached into his pants, pulled out a thick book, and held it out to Kenichi. Kenichi stared at the book. It looked like it still carried the warmth of the old man's body. He kept a kind smile on his face. Never mind. It's such a thick book, and it would be difficult for me to grasp the true meaning of God's teachings. Kenichi's smile did not change. High priest, would you mind explaining it to me instead? He was not taking that book. Not in his entire life. Who knew where the old man had stored it? The men did not look like he had anywhere else to hide something that big, which made Kenichi seriously suspect that if he tested it, the coli count would be impressive. Of course, no problem. The high priest nodded solemnly and began explaining in a smooth, broadcast style. Our God was born in. Haydn stood to the side, completely absorbed, eyes shining like he was listening to scripture at a festival. Kenichi glanced at him and thought, this unlucky kid has been thoroughly brainwashed. A perfectly good ninja turned into a monster in the future. At least right now, there still seemed to be hope. In the future, Haydn would be beyond saving. The old man's explanation went on for a long time, but Kenichi quickly summarized it with the skill of someone who had once been a class representative. 5 words. This god is awesome. To expand on it, according to the high priest, their god was born before humans existed. Then this god brought chakra into the world and accepted the Sage of Six Paths as a disciple. Later, God became tired. He handed his divine position to the Sage of Six Paths, told him to take care of the world, and then left to save the world, eliminate crises, and do all sorts of heroic things. Kenichi listened with a knowing smile. This kind of story was painfully familiar. Then may I ask, Kenichi said gently, if God is so powerful, why does everyone call him the Sage of Six Paths instead of God? This sort of tale might still fool a few people, but it was low grade. People were not stupid. Without miracles, who would believe something so outrageous? Most people were pragmatic. If faith brought them no tangible benefit, many would not believe at all. Of course, this world had not experienced something like the Black Death, so fewer people had their worldview shattered into clinging desperation. Because God went to save the world. Haydn snapped, anger flaring like it was personal. That's why the Sage of Six Paths gets all the fame. That guy is despicable. He doesn't even know how to properly worship God. Kenichi took a slow breath. Good grief. The way these idiots mocked the Sage of Six Paths, if he were not already in the Pure Land, he would probably appear just to slap them twice. The high priest, however, nodded along as if every word was sacred truth. After that, Kenichi expressed his desire to join the church. The old man's joy was immediate and obvious. Then, after a series of rituals and strange steps, Kenichi finally understood why the high priest lived in this building. There was a large sacrificial site beneath it, and it seemed connected to other places. It was there that Kenichi finally saw what Haydn's so-called evil god looked like. 2 snake heads crossed over the body of a cat. Behind it were bat wings, horse hooves, and a furry wolf tail. A truly bizarre creature. Yet the craftsmanship was unexpectedly exquisite. Even in Kenichi's previous life, it would have been considered realistic. High Priest, Kenichi asked, can we communicate with the gods? He had already found the 2 missing members, and their condition was miserable. It reminded him of the 2 useless police officers who followed him around when he played Resident Evil 4 back in his previous life. Now that the mission was essentially complete, he could finally satisfy his own curiosity. Kenichi was very interested in these gods. They clearly possessed some mysterious power, something far beyond ordinary ninja. But for truly powerful shinobi, chakra and jutsu were everything. Otherwise, these so-called gods would not have to live like rats in the dark. If they had not dared cause trouble before because they feared Kaguya and the Sage of Six Paths, then what about now? Kaguya had been sealed. The Sage of Six Paths remained in the Pure Land. So what were these gods afraid of? Of course you can, the High Priest said solemnly. But first you must have faith. Only with enough faith will God answer your prayers. Kenichi raised an eyebrow. So it really was possible. I think my faith is very devout, Kenichi said, watching closely. He wanted to see what kind of being this god truly was. Is that so? The High Priest shook his head. But I see no sincerity toward God from you. His muscles were absurdly defined, even reflecting candlelight. It was a mystery how he managed that. Did he smear oil on his chest? But what exactly counted as sincerity? Kenichi paused, then thought of a possibility. This cult was dirt poor. They lived like rats, hiding underground. So was that it? Is this enough of a token of sincerity? Kenichi pulled out 100,000 ryo from his sealing scroll and stuffed it into the High Priest's hand. How can sincerity toward God be measured like that? The High Priest said solemnly. You only need to focus on praying. Kenichi understood immediately. It was not enough. Is this still not sincere? Kenichi calmly produced another 1 million taels of silver. He was not hurried, and he was not stingy. Every bill was marked with natural energy. If the High Priest accepted it, Kenichi could trace where the money was hidden. Alas, child, the High Priest sighed, looking utterly pained, the gods do not value such dung. And this? Kenichi took out 30 million taels. Child, your respect for God is truly great. The High Priest's face transformed into a radiant smile. God has issued a divine decree. I will lead you to receive God's baptism and hear God's blessing. Haydn, standing to the side, looked completely at ease, as if this was the most normal thing in the world. Kenichi glanced at him again and thought, this poor kid has been ruined. Measuring sincerity with money? If so, someone like Gato would become a fanatic overnight. That made God feel cheap, like those indulgences sold to buy salvation. But it did not matter. Kenichi only wanted to see this so-called God. As for the money, he was not worried. He could take it back anytime. Who knew, he might even profit from this. After all, horses did not get fat without grazing wild grass. Yet when Kenichi entered the so-called baptism area, he felt his intelligence had been openly insulted. He did not see any god at all. What he sensed was a small figure hiding on the special baptismal platform, secretly blowing air at him. Then it mumbled something in a strange tone, soft and unclear. It did not sound like any language. And just like that, the baptism ended. Kenichi received a cheap necklace and officially became a member of the church. So here's the real question. Kenichi looked down at the necklace in his hand with clear disdain, though he still examined it carefully. How did Haydn obtain the body of an immortal? It was an ordinary, low-quality iron necklace. He was annoyed. These people would not even use silver. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Every 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 168, Chapter 168, You See, God is Dead. Chapter 168, You See, God is Dead. Haydn, speaking of which, have you ever actually seen a god? Kenichi asked, glancing at him while stuffing a piece of grilled meat into his mouth. After leaving the underground sacrificial site, Kenichi treated Haydn to barbecue in Yugakure. Haydn was in a great mood. The only problem was that he would not stop praising the gods and listing miracle after miracle until Kenichi's ears felt like they were being roasted too. Ah. Of course I've seen him. Haydn said, his face full of worship. God even bestowed an unparalleled blessing on me. This guy really was a fanatic. A blessing. Kenichi's interest sharpened immediately. So Haydn already had his immortal body. Kenichi's gaze turned dangerous for a moment. He genuinely wanted to draw a vial of blood and study it. What exactly did Haydn's body look like now? Were there hidden changes? Yes. God granted me the power of immortality. Hayden's eyes burned with devotion. Kenichi watched him carefully. With this level of obsession, dragging Hayden back into normal society would be difficult. Still, Kenichi knew plenty of ways to reshape a mind. In his previous life, brainwashing had been used so often it almost became a household term. There were even times when certain nations suspected others had mastered some kind of psychological technology, and ridiculous conspiracy theories got popular enough to become entertainment. God, if that's true, Kenichi said, deliberately leaning into the enthusiasm, can I receive such a gift too? He knew exactly how to deal with people like this. You did not argue first. You fed their desire. Hayden looked pleased by Kenichi's attitude, but the moment the blessing came up, he turned serious. This kind of grace isn't easy to obtain. Hayden spoke with absolute certainty. I pray every day. I dedicate everything to God. I even offer my soul to Him. That's how I earned God's attention. Then he immediately demonstrated the daily prayer ritual he performed. It could only be described as having a strong postmodern art vibe. In simpler terms, it was incomprehensible and painfully cringe. It reminded Kenichi of watching an Olympic opening ceremony from a certain island nation in his previous life, where the organizers clearly believed confusion counted as depth. Then who led you to receive God's grace? Kenichi frowned slightly. Don't tell me just praying like that every day is enough. If it were, this church would be expanding faster than weeds after rain. Of course it was the high priest. Hayden answered without hesitation. He led me through God's trials. It was extremely painful, so he had to bind me. But it was because of that pain that I could see God. God isn't someone you can meet casually. Kenichi stared at the sizzling pork belly on the hot plate. A trial. Pain. Restraint. That sounded less like a blessing and more like a very unorthodox procedure. Still, Kenichi understood the key point. Hayden's grace came through the high priest. That meant rituals, or experiments, or both. This is really interesting. Kenichi smiled faintly. He had not expected a discovery like this in a small place like the Land of Rivers. The shinobi world really did hide strange talents in the corners, from Shin to these minor heretics. In the original stories, these people were usually just a few lines of background. Meeting them in person made everything feel much more vivid. Hayden. Kenichi set down his chopsticks and looked at him. You said your God is omniscient and omnipotent, right? Yes. Hayden's voice grew reverent again. God is supreme. Omniscient, omnipotent, the one true God of the shinobi world. Without equal. Hayden did not notice the playfulness in Kenichi's tone at all. There was no saving him. None. This was the kind of fanatic who would probably do anything if his God ordered it. So let me ask you something. Kenichi smiled. Can your God create a stone so heavy that he cannot lift it? It was an old paradox from Kenichi's previous life. If a God was truly omnipotent, then he should be able to create such a stone. But if he could not lift it, he was not omnipotent. If he could not create it, he was not omnipotent either. Kenichi had once used it to shut down a classmate who kept trying to drag him into a church. Of course. Hayden answered with absolute confidence. Kenichi's smile widened. If even God cannot lift it, doesn't that prove he isn't omnipotent? This. Hayden froze. His brain clearly was not built for this kind of question. He had spent his life clinging to a simple belief, and Kenichi's words cracked the frame. Kenichi ate another piece of grilled meat, stood up, and walked toward the door. When he passed Hayden, he patted his shoulder and leaned close to his ear, voice low and almost gentle. If your God cannot create a stone he cannot lift, then he isn't omniscient and omnipotent, right? He sounded like a devil whispering to a believer. This trick would not work on seasoned, educated faiths that had debated this question for centuries and built neat answers around it. But in the shinobi world, it was fresh poison. Kenichi could tell from Hayden's expression that no one had ever asked him anything like this, and Hayden had no idea how to respond. Kenichi paid the bill, leaving Hayden sitting there in a stiff daze, and headed straight for the high priest's house. Child, what brings you here? The high priest welcomed him warmly. He was still shirtless. He even invited Kenichi to remove his clothes as well. Kenichi refused. He was not a pervert. High priest, I'd like to ask you something. Kenichi repeated the paradox, curious how the old man would respond. The high priest smiled smoothly. Child, God is omniscient and omnipotent. Under such a premise, creating a stone that even he cannot lift is an unreasonable condition. Kenichi nodded. See. This was professionalism. No one had ever asked this question before, yet the high priest produced a neat answer instantly. The old conman really was skilled. No wonder he had climbed to the position of high priest. Then I have another question. Kenichi's smile did not change, but lightning seemed to flicker at the corners of his eyes. Did you record the procedures you performed on Haydn? I'm curious how he obtained that special body. The high priest's expression darkened. Before he could say anything, two kunai pressed to his throat and his heart. Get to the point, Kenichi said lightly. I'm not that idiot Haydn. The high priest smiled instead. God is watching me. In the next instant, an immense force burst from him. Kenichi's two shadow clones were blasted backward, crashing heavily to the ground. I am the incarnation of God walking among men. The high priest took a step. And in the next moment, he was already in front of Kenichi. It was not teleportation, but it was even faster than most teleportation techniques. God is omnipotent. The high priest's eyes turned red. His muscles swelled grotesquely, veins bulging, bones pressing against skin. Then he threw a punch. Kenichi's Sharingan spun. He could clearly see the air split, the shockwave surging straight toward his skull. It was somewhat similar to Might Guy's Evening Elephant, though nowhere near that terrifying. Wow. Kenichi jumped back and dropped into a crouch at the doorway, staring at him. You're a melee priest. So this old man was not just a con artist. That was a surprise. God's gaze can traverse the stars, the high priest declared. He appeared again. At that moment, the house collapsed, and people outside screamed in horror as the structure gave way. God loves the world. The high priest opened his mouth and spat out a stream of fireballs. Kenichi raised a hand and casually blocked them with a water barrier. Good grief. Was his version of love turning people into roasted meat? Is your God the god of barbecue? Kenichi asked with amusement. For the first time, the high priest showed real anger. Kenichi's curiosity only deepened. The old man had no obvious chakra gathering around his body. Kenichi still could not tell what kind of shinobi he was. So how was he doing this? Divine magic? If it were truly that powerful, why hide in a hole like this? Why not take over Yugakure outright? You blasphemous heretic, the high priest roared, charging. Interesting. Kenichi vanished. In the next instant, he stood atop the tallest building in Yugakure, looking down at the high priest racing toward him. His hands moved quickly through seals. The sky erupted. Countless fire dragons formed in midair, dense enough to blanket the heavens. The heat twisted the air, blurring Kenichi's silhouette. Run! Chaos exploded below. Villagers screamed and fled, their terrified eyes reflecting the distorted figure above. Roar! The fire dragons charged. The high priest raged, forced to fight helplessly beneath the overwhelming heat and endless waves. Kenichi watched, thoughtful. What should I call this? He muttered. Sage art, endless fire dragons. No. Terrible name. Almost as bad as the fourth Hokage. I am it, the high priest's voice bellowed from within the firelight. Then it abruptly fell silent. A charred figure dropped from the sky and slammed into the ground. Kenichi dispersed the fire dragons. The old man was not that strong in the end. Kenichi hummed a tune, then casually pulled a steel bar from the burning wreckage beside him. The high priest trembled on the ground. It was obvious he wanted to stand and continue, but his body could not keep up with his mouth. The shape is off. Kenichi looked at the straight bar, shook his head, and bent one end with his bare hands. Then he pressed a dent into the curved side, thoughtful and precise, until it became a crude crowbar. That'll do. He walked over to the high priest, who was barely breathing now. His eyes had been burned blind, the eyeballs cooked through by the fire. A sprinkle of cumin and this would pass for a deluxe lunch, Kenichi commented calmly. He squatted beside the high priest and smiled. Now tell me, high priest. What I asked for. God will not forgive. The high priest rasped. All this talk about gods is getting annoying. Kenichi's smile sharpened. Take this. My holy sword of physics. He drove the crowbar straight into the high priest's mouth. The metal sank down into the soil. The high priest convulsed once, then went still. Kenichi wiped the blood off his hands on the high priest's body, rose, and looked to the side. Haydn stood there. He was staring at Kenichi with a complicated expression. Kenichi smiled and wiped his hands again. Look, he said softly. God is dead. p@treon.com/fanficlord03. Every 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 169, Chapter 169, What is Haydn best suited to do? Chapter 169, What is Haydn best suited to do? Have you not already become a follower of my god? Haydn looked devastated, like an innocent kid who had just realized he had been tricked. Kenichi almost laughed. This was Haydn in a nutshell. He was a shinobi, and not exactly young, yet he acted naive and childish in a way that made Kenichi want to sigh every time he looked at him. This poor idiot had been thoroughly brainwashed. Yes, Kenichi said calmly, pointing down at the motionless body below. But look, I've already apostatized. And I even killed the high priest. The old man had been fierce, but that was all. So where's your omniscient, omnipotent god? Kenichi spread his hands, smug satisfaction all over his face. Why hasn't he struck me down with divine punishment? He had not angered any so-called god. Honestly, he had been looking forward to it. But he did anger Haiden. Haiden's face twisted. He yanked the weapon from his back, a unique scythe with an exaggerated shape. Kenichi recognized it immediately. The triple-blade scythe. Its most distinctive feature was the 3 blades, which felt redundant, but it matched Haiden's fighting style well enough. All Haiden needed was blood. Once he got a target's blood, he could use his ritual to threaten them directly. It looked unsolvable, but it had an obvious weakness. No blood, no technique. Kenichi suspected the method was connected to the soul. Blood acted as the medium, allowing damage inflicted on Haiden to be transmitted back to the victim with perfect fidelity. Whether that was the truth still required verification. I'll kill you, you blasphemous heretic. Haiden roared and charged. Kenichi's disappointment flickered for a moment. He had thought his earlier words might shake the kid. Instead, Haiden had been soaked in this madness for too long. Talking was pointless now. In that case, Kenichi would simply take him. Since Haiden could not die, he was an extremely valuable test subject. Kenichi wanted to know whether someone like this could endure the erosion of Hashirama cells. His teacher would be delighted. You call yourself a believer, Kenichi laughed, deliberately fanning the flames. Then why doesn't your god step forward and punish me? Haiden's eyes reddened with rage. You need blood to use your ability, right? Kenichi asked lightly, watching Haiden swing the scythe toward his neck. Haiden froze mid-motion. How did this man know? Haiden was certain he had never used his special technique in front of him. That's impressive. Kenichi smiled. Shall we test something? The 3 tomoe in Kenichi's eyes flashed. Haiden's body stiffened as the Sharingan illusion took hold, but he broke free almost immediately. Kenichi was not surprised. He had not pushed his full strength, and Haiden was not incompetent. Escaping a shallow genjutsu was within reason. The scythe came for Kenichi's neck again. Kenichi vanished. Haiden's pupils contracted. A shadow clone. Haiden slashed behind him in one smooth motion, but hit nothing. When he looked up, Kenichi was already crouched on a nearby tree trunk, chin resting on his hand like he was watching a performance. I might not know your ability yet. A taijutsu specialist might have trouble with you, Kenichi said evenly. But if I do know your ability, there are plenty of ways to deal with you. Was Haiden strong? Of course. But he was not extraordinary in the usual sense. His greatest strength was psychological. He could trade blows without hesitation because he believed he would not die, while his opponent could not afford that luxury. In the future, Haiden would kill Asuma largely because Asuma had never faced anything like him. One misstep in gathering information was all it took. Once Haiden got blood, the trap closed. With Kakuza pinning him down at the same time, Asuma's death was inevitable. Do not underestimate my god. Haiden snarled, biting his finger and starting to draw a symbol across his body. Before he could finish, lightning pierced through him. A bolt punched straight through his stomach, leaving a clean hole. You're despicable. Haiden cursed, still roaring with fury. Kenichi stared at him in silence. Reality was not an anime. Enemies did not politely wait for you to finish a speech or complete your ritual. Battles were decided by speed and brutality, not turn-based courtesy. And yet, he's really not dead. Kenichi's eyes gleamed. Haiden's body was pierced through. The wound looked half-cooked by the lightning, the edges charred. Most people would already be gone. Haiden was still alive, still moving, still trying to attack. Perfect. A flawless test subject. Kenichi clapped his hands together. Lightning gathered, and he pulled a sword forged from that lightning out of his left hand with his right, gripping it firmly. I'm going to cut you into 5 pieces and take you back. Shadow clones split off around him. Haiden resisted desperately, but he was no trouble at all for Kenichi at this point. Soon, the fight ended. Haiden was chopped into 5 pieces. His head rolled across the ground, and even then he kept cursing. Kenichi ignored the impotent rage. He had considered recruiting Haiden, but the boy was too far gone. Kenichi had no interest in playing caretaker for a fanatic. So he would cut Haiden's path short now. If Haiden ever truly awakened later, he could be used then. Until that day, he would serve as experimental material and a tool to study the so-called evil god. Once Kenichi figured out how the special properties of the flight segment were produced, he could mass-produce his own. At that point, the importance of that segment would drop sharply. Now, where did I put my money? Kenichi opened the entrance to the sacrificial site and headed underground. Following the natural energy mark he had left on the money, he quickly found the hidden vault. The vault had been opened. Inside, many shirtless men and women in black robes were carrying valuables out. Kenichi's heart actually ached. That's my money, he cursed, rushing in. One slash at a time, he cut down the followers of the church. Those who tried to resist were crushed immediately. Compared to the high priest, these people were nothing. At best they were trained ordinary folks. They could threaten civilians, but against Kenichi they were paper. He stepped into the storeroom and looked over the piled wealth, finally smiling with satisfaction. Even he could not believe it. This tiny church had amassed an absurd amount of money. By his rough estimate, there was at least 600 million ryo in cash alone. For a large village like Konoha, it was manageable. For a small cult, it was enormous. Of course, they had all changed surnames now, sharing the same surname as Kenichi. While he was there, Kenichi also brought down the bodies of his two unfortunate colleagues. Nagato had sent him to investigate missing members. He needed proof to bring back. After stripping the place clean, Kenichi returned to Yugakure. By then, there were hardly any people left in the village. The moment he surfaced, he heard Haydn still cursing non-stop. To be honest, this is kind of horrifying, Kenichi said, staring at the head lying on the ground by itself, still swearing like nothing was wrong. In his previous life, someone like Haydn would have been sent straight to a dissection table. Here, it would be the same. You evil heretic. Haydn spat. Kenichi stuffed Haydn's mouth with his own clothes, shoved the head into a bag, and carried it away. On the way back to the land of rain, Kenichi took the opportunity to study him. Even dismembered, Haydn's blood did not flow out. Through the cuts, Kenichi could see muscle fibers writhing. Subcutaneous fat and deeper tissues remained active, as if the body refused to accept the idea of dead. If you were sent to medical school, they'd pamper you every day, Kenichi chuckled, looking down at Haydn's head. It was the perfect living model. Haydn's eyes were wide open, burning with rage. Every time he tried to speak, he got silenced, so all he could do was glare. Haydn, Kenichi asked pleasantly, do you think your god will save you? After all, he's omniscient and omnipotent, right? Haydn glared harder, eyes firm. His faith was unshaken. Kenichi waited the entire journey, expecting something, anything. The evil god's followers had claimed miracles. Haydn swore his god was watching. Kenichi did not even encounter a stray shinobi, much less a god. When he finally arrived in the land of rain, pain, controlled by Nagato, descended in front of him. Haydn was still not saved. Pain's Rinnegan gaze settled on the bag in Kenichi's hand. What is that? Nagato asked, voice flat, genuinely puzzled. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Every 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 170, Scientific research cannot be done without funding, so Nagato, hurry up and send the money. Chapter 170, Scientific research cannot be done without funding, so Nagato, hurry up and send the money. Ah. A man who has lost his dreams. Kenichi smiled. Haydn was not cursing much anymore. His expression had turned complicated, as if he had prayed countless times along the way, begging his god to save him. Clearly, that so-called god never appeared. Or perhaps, Kenichi thought, these so-called gods had either been driven into some dark corner by the Sage of Six Paths long ago, or they simply did not exist within the same spatial dimension anymore. Nagato glanced at the bag in Kenichi's hand. He could sense a human body inside, but he did not care. What are the results of your investigation? They're dead. They were killed by a cult there. Kenichi spoke plainly, then released what he had brought back. 2 bodies, or rather, what was left of them. They had died miserably. Kenichi had not bothered to piece them together. He had simply collected the parts that were convenient to carry. Nagato frowned as he looked them over, then shook his head. With a casual wave of his hand, the ground opened and swallowed the remains, burying them directly. The act was so clean and practiced that it felt like a finished ritual. Kenichi looked at him with a strange expression. This guy was strangely competent at it. If Nagato ever got tired of being a leader, he could probably make a fortune working in a funeral home. By the way, leader, my research has yielded some results. Kenichi stepped closer with a smile. He had not been running many missions recently, and his contribution points were not high enough. Yet he was still very interested in studying the Geto Mazo. This was a good opportunity. Kenichi planned to present sample number 23 to Nagato. It offered a 10% increase in rice yield, a modest breakthrough, but a breakthrough nonetheless. As for the other sample, the one with even better performance, Kenichi had no intention of handing it over. Good things should be kept for himself. What he gave Nagato would be the export version. It was always wise to keep something in reserve. Nagato paused, then seemed to remember what Kenichi had said before. The crop finally produced results. I developed an improved variety that increases rice yield by 10%. Kenichi raised a finger proudly. 10% was not small. 1/10. Nagato frowned. He had expected something more dramatic, but it was only that. Nagato had wandered the world before. He had starved. He understood crops better than most shinobi. In the land of rain, rice typically yielded about 400 kilograms per acre. A 10% increase meant an extra 40 kilograms per acre. 10 acres would produce the equivalent of an extra acre's worth of grain. It was good, but still only a drop in the ocean. Not bad. Nagato considered it. I will calculate your reward based on half of your contribution from previous missions. A 10% increase was acceptable. Better than nothing. At least it proved there was a path forward. Kenichi's eyes brightened. Then can I study that big guy now? He rubbed his hands together, excited. He knew the Gedo Mazo was the divine tree. That was why the Otsutsuki planted those trees across the universe. The divine tree was also the origin of chakra. According to the later story, the Otsutsuki used it to absorb all chakra into themselves, gaining a terrifying amplification. That was why Black Zetsu tricked Madara into activating the infinite Tsukuyomi, collecting the chakra of every shinobi, then using it to unseal Kaguya and bring her back. Kaguya's abilities were absurd, from her bloodline techniques to all-killing ash bones, to freely shifting through space itself. A fully formed Otsutsuki was a nightmare opponent for the current shinobi world. Based on your current contributions, Nagato said evenly, one more mission like the one in Iwagakure would be enough. Is that so? Kenichi clicked his tongue. Studying the Gedo Mazo was harder than he expected. It seemed he would have to make time for another mission, but not now. More than a month had passed since he left his laboratory. It was time to return and continue his research. He also wanted to test whether the method for advancing from 2 tomoe to 3 tomoe followed a similar pattern. Oh, right. Nagato looked at him and suddenly remembered something. Kenichi lifted his head, but before he could ask what it was, a deafening explosion boomed in the distance. Kenichi turned toward the sound. In the southwest corner of Amigakure, something massive rose up, then detonated with a violent blast. The flames scattered unnaturally, as if dispersed by an invisible force. Nagato was gone. Kenichi blinked. A moment later, Nagato returned, expression clearly unpleasant. It was odd. Pain was a puppet body, yet Kenichi could still read the mood from it. That's what I wanted to tell you, Nagato said, voice dark. Go. Immediately. Take Sasori away. Kenichi stared. Good. Nagato was in such a hurry he even used Sasori's real name. Huh. Kenichi could not resist. He put on a deliberately shocked expression. Do we not use code names when communicating internally? Nagato's face darkened further. Kenichi felt the pressure in that gaze and decided it was wise to stop being cheeky. If he pushed any harder, Nagato might actually test Shinra Tensei on him. He accepted the task obediently. By the way, leader. Kenichi rubbed his hands again, tone turning almost businesslike. Research to improve these crops is extremely expensive. Do you think it's possible to allocate some organizational funds to me? Why was he doing all this research? To fleece people, of course. Root and Konoha were already backing him. He needed another patron, and Akatsuki was the patron he had chosen. Nagato frowned. How much do you want? He knew Kenichi was not wrong. Even setting aside everything else, the ninjutsu Conan developed was terrifyingly expensive. Just thinking about the explosive tags made Nagato's liver ache. And at least Kenichi produced results before asking for money. In that sense, the man had some conscience. Ahem. Not much. Kenichi pressed his thumb and fingers together, smiling. 1 billion ryo should do. Nagato's face went black. He looked like he genuinely wanted to hit Kenichi with Shinra Tensei. 1 billion. Nagato's tone was sharp. How many missions would Kakuzu need to complete to earn that? Get lost. Even so, Nagato still called for Conan. A moment later, she handed Kenichi a scroll. Inside was 100 million ryo. It was not a small amount. Kenichi looked at Nagato, genuinely surprised he actually approved it. The only problem was Conan. She handed the money over with obvious reluctance, her gaze lingering on Kenichi's fingernails as if they offended her. Kenichi felt oddly singled out. His teacher had Conan paint his nails. Even Kakuzu had his done. But Kenichi had never bothered. So yes, in Akatsuki, he really was the odd one out. If your research makes progress, Nagato said, already turning away, I will consider increasing your funding as appropriate. He left. Conan glanced at Kenichi's nails one more time, then followed after him. Kenichi watched them go. He had wanted to take out the improved crop seeds immediately, but now was not the moment. When he returned to the laboratory, he would bring sample number 23 to Nagato. It seemed Nagato intended to promote it within the land of rain. Kenichi did not care. A 10% increase would make people envious, but not furious, unless Nagato refused to sell the seeds to anyone else. Next, he needed to check on Sasori. But what exactly did Sasori build? Kenichi muttered as he ran. What was that just now? A robot. He had not seen it clearly. It had been too fast. But he had caught a blurry, human-shaped outline, and that alone was enough to make him uneasy. When Kenichi reached the southwest area, he found a massive fire still burning. In the flames, Sasori crouched on something, staring ahead. Kenichi jumped to Sasori's side. His gaze swept the ground, and he saw parts scattered everywhere. Eh? Kenichi. Sasori looked over, surprised. Then, after noticing Kenichi's complicated expression, Sasori grew a little embarrassed and scratched his head. Kenichi pointed at the mess in front of them, voice flat. What is this? Sasori laughed awkwardly. Back then, didn't that person say the energy was too great and the power was not enough to consume it? So I tried it. Kenichi took a slow breath. Good. It really was exactly what he feared. So, Kenichi said, looking at the scattered components again, you built a Gundam. From what he could tell, that was basically the result. And considering the special nature of chakra, Sasori's idea was not actually unreasonable. If anything, it was almost disturbingly logical. p@treein.com/fanficlord03. Every 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 171, Chapter 171, Sasori one day I will create a mechanical Godzilla. Chapter 171, Sasori one day I will create a mechanical Godzilla. That's right. Sasori's eyes gleamed as he spoke, enthusiasm practically pouring out of him. If the energy output is too great and it can't be dissipated, so it just becomes unusable, then wouldn't it be perfect to build something that can dissipate it? Kenichi rubbed his temples. There was nothing wrong with the logic. It was clean, even elegant. And yet, something about it still felt off. Then why did your thing explode? Kenichi looked at the scattered parts on the ground. He genuinely could not tell how Sasori had assembled them in the first place. It was impressive in its own twisted way. But even if it could be assembled, it was pointless if it just blew up. He could not possibly be switching careers to become Deidara's long-lost soulmate, right? If Deidara saw this, he would probably sprint over and start discussing the art of explosions with Sasori on the spot. Ahem. Sasori's gaze drifted away, unfocused. The reason is still under investigation. Kenichi gave him a look. So, he had no idea. Still, pride was pride. Even Sasori had it. Kenichi finally understood why Nagato wanted Sasori removed from Amigakure immediately. Making explosions near someone's home every day was an art form of annoyance. No one could tolerate it, especially when Nagato had to keep rushing over to deal with the fires Sasori caused. Earlier, Nagato had clearly used Shinra Tensei to disperse the flames. Collect everything first. Kenichi crouched and started picking through the debris. By the way, do you remember what happened with Anchor? Nagato not wanting Sasori near Amigakure was exactly what Kenichi wanted. Sasori was absurdly wealthy. Where the money came from was unclear, but the fact remained, he had it. With Sasori around, Kenichi could buy far more experimental equipment. And Sasori himself was talented. His talent leaned toward puppet manipulation and puppet construction, sure, but if a puppet could be a human puppet, then what was a Gundam? What was a mechanical Godzilla? Were puppets really such a limited concept? One day, when the Otsutsuki arrived, they might be greeted by mechanical Godzilla, or even a mechanical Ultraman. The shinobi world had always been strangely advanced in the wrong places. Anchor. Sasori perked up instantly, eyes sharpening. Of course he remembered. He had been eyeing that flying fortress for a long time. If the issue of the Zero Tails chakra conversion had not remained unresolved, he would have built an aerial laboratory already. What did you figure out? Sasori asked, eager. Not a concrete result yet, Kenichi said, then smiled. But I realized the problem. The Zero Tails couldn't support Anchor before because Anchor was too heavy. As he spoke, Kenichi hooked an arm over Sasori's shoulder in a rough, friendly squeeze, pulling him closer like a teammate about to whisper a winning play. But we don't need to make it that big right now, Kenichi continued. We can build a smaller base, get it airborne, and then expand it later once the Zero Tails has grown up. He had gone down the wrong path before and never properly considered this. Anchor was enormous, so it needed the Zero Tails to mature first. But they did not need to wait for that. A laboratory did not have to be massive. Combined, Kenichi's lab and the teacher's lab were only about the size of 2 football fields. Add Sasori's lab, and it should already be enough to fly. So there was no need to chase a fully evolved Zero Tails right now. Let it fly first, then let it grow slowly. And since the teacher already understood the Zero Tails well, there was no need to panic about methods. Sasori slapped his palm with a sharp sound, eyes lighting up. Right. If the energy output is limited, then we just build something suited to that output. He immediately sank into thought. Kenichi glanced at him. Whatever was going on inside Sasori's head was probably either genius or catastrophic. Either way, if Sasori actually produced something usable, it would be a win. Not bad, Sasori. Kenichi chuckled and patted him on the shoulder. I'm watching you. First person in the future shinobi world to achieve mechanical ascension. With that, Kenichi joined Sasori in tidying up the parts. There were a lot of components. Some mechanical sections looked rough, but that was unavoidable. The shinobi world did not have a truly industrial production system. Precision craftsmanship mattered. The word precision mattered more than most people realized. There was an old saying from Kenichi's previous life that not a single screw on a rocket could be faulty. But it was not just rockets. Phones, televisions, computers, all of them depended on precision. The shinobi world could produce computers, but the craftsmanship still lagged far behind what Kenichi remembered. That was fine. They could catch up slowly. Kenichi, Sasori said, unable to hold it in anymore, what's that in your pocket? He had asked before, but Kenichi had not explained in detail. Sasori's curiosity only grew. A person with enormous research value. Kenichi shrugged. He's not dead. I could cut him into 8 pieces and he'd still be alive. Hayden, the future Akatsuki member. Of course, he was unlikely to become Akatsuki now. Not in this condition, and not with Kenichi holding the leash. For the foreseeable future, Hayden was experimental material. If he performed well and truly repented later, maybe he could still be used. Otherwise, this would be his life. Oh. Sasori's interest sharpened immediately. The shinobi world was vast and full of strange people, but even he had never heard of someone like that. A man who could still curse after being decapitated was not just strange. It was unnatural. Yes. Kenichi nodded. That's why I'm starting to think the myths and legends in those countries might actually be real. The only issue was that Kenichi still had not seen the so-called god Hayden worshipped. He did not know how he would ever meet it. But it did not matter. Hayden was already in his hands. Kenichi could deal with him slowly once they got back. You mean the legendary desert god in Sunagakure, in the land of wind, might actually exist? Sasori asked, clearly entertained by the idea as he sealed a large component into a scroll. Possibly, Kenichi said, then added honestly, but not necessarily. The phrase god of the desert made Kenichi think of a dog-headed figure, but it was more likely just Shikaku. The one tail was a sand monster. Powerful enough that people mistaking it for a god was completely normal. In the current shinobi world, the 2 beings Kenichi considered the most reliable candidates for real gods were the Shinigami. After they finished packing Sasori's parts, Kenichi casually pulled Hayden's head out of the bag and showed it to him. Sasori froze, then stared in disbelief. He had been a ninja for years, and he had never seen anything like this. Hayden, Kenichi said, amused, why aren't you saying anything? Before, Hayden never missed a chance to spit out gods, heretics, and curses. Now that Kenichi invited him to speak, he was silent. How did he even talk with only a head anyway? Where was the air coming from? Was he somehow using what remained of the trachea at his neck? Hayden stayed silent. If his eyes had not been moving, he would have been indistinguishable from a corpse. Seeing that, Kenichi stuffed the head back into the bag. As long as Hayden was not stitched back together, he was basically a corpse that happened to be alive. Nothing to worry about. Kenichi, Sasori said, still fascinated, now examining Hayden's arm, I heard you say this kid believes in a god, right? Yeah, Kenichi replied flatly. And his god is obviously useless. If the god were real, Hayden would not be in this state. In the future, Hayden would be buried underground. According to Kishimoto's own statement, Hayden would still die without nutritional support. By then, he would probably be rotting in the dark. A being that could not even dig its follower out of the ground was not impressive. If anything, the Shinigami felt more believable. Those kinds of beings probably required special conditions to show their power at all. You heretics! Hayden suddenly snapped, voice raw with fury. My god will surely save me. Kenichi and Sasori mocking his god finally forced his mouth open again. That's even stranger, Sasori murmured, more intrigued than disturbed. He poked at the head. A human head that can curse. Kenichi did not stop him. He had once heard a story about a devil imprisoned in a magic lamp and tossed into the sea. For the first 100 years, it swore it would take revenge. In the second 100, it promised endless wealth to whoever freed it. In the third, it promised beautiful women and power. In the fourth, it swore whoever rescued it would become its master. In the fifth 100 years, it vowed to eat the heart and liver of the person who saved it. Humans were complicated creatures. A fanatic like Haydn was no different. As long as his god did not save him, Haydn's worship would eventually rot into anger and resentment. And Haydn would not have a pleasant life during this time. Kenichi's teacher would definitely conduct all kinds of experiments on him. If Kenichi did not still need to focus on the Sharingan, he would have started experimenting on Haydn himself already. Imagine enduring inhuman torture every day while praying for rescue, only for the god to do nothing. What would a believer become then? If someone could remain devoted through that, Kenichi would have nothing to say. At the very least, when Haydn finally died, they would learn the true threshold of his immortality. So, carrying Haydn's body, Kenichi traveled with Sasori from the land of rain to the land of rice fields, arriving outside his laboratory. As for the teacher's laboratory, Kenichi did not dare bring Sasori there. That was the teacher's domain. If Kenichi dragged Sasori in, he was afraid the teacher would scold him to death. Sasori, you can stay in my lab for a while, Kenichi said. Sasori did not seem surprised. He simply looked around with curiosity, scanning the equipment and layout like a man evaluating a new workshop. Kenichi, meanwhile, carried Haydn's body toward the teacher's laboratory. Teacher, look what good thing I brought you. Kenichi walked in with a grin. The laboratory was quiet. The lights were on, but no one was there. Kenichi frowned. If the teacher were not here, the lights should have been off. So what was going on? Lord Amamiya. Uchiha Shirori stepped out and bowed politely. Lord Orochimaru went out on a mission 3 days ago. Kenichi nodded. So that was it. The lights were on because Shirori was here. But then Kenichi looked at her, curiosity rising. With the teacher gone, this was the perfect chance to escape. Why was she still here? Aren't you going to take this opportunity to run? Kenichi asked bluntly, as always. I have nowhere else to go, Shirori replied just as bluntly. Staying here is better. Lord Amamiya and Lord Orochimaru can guarantee my safety. Good. Kenichi nodded, satisfied. Go call Koji Tadakoro. Shirori really did have nowhere to go. Return to Konoha. She would be interrogated until she broke, and secrets would spill, turning her life into a living nightmare. Go elsewhere. Even if she survived, once Konoha labeled her a rogue ninja, she would be hunted. Her current strength was nowhere near enough to protect herself. In the bounty system, the most likely targets were the weaker shinobi. Jonin at least had a chance. As for Kage-level powerhouses, their bounties were usually more for show than reality. Almost no one actually brought in a Kage's head. Lord Amamiya. Koji Tadakoro arrived quickly, summoned by Shirori. He looked at Kenichi with extreme respect and caution, as if he wanted to kneel and kowtow on the spot. Kenichi felt both amused and exasperated. Koji was truly terrified of him. Relax. Kenichi waved a hand. I'm here to ask something. If we build a smaller base, can the Zero Tails provide power for it? According to the teacher's arrangement, the Zero Tails was currently under Koji's research. Or rather, Koji was the one being studied. As expected of the teacher. He understood how to control the Zero Tails. He had taught Koji basic control methods, just enough to prevent Koji from being killed outright. Koji hesitated, then nodded slowly. If it's not too big, it should be fine. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Every 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 172, Preparations before flying. Chapter 172, Preparations before flying. Then let me ask you this, Kenichi said calmly. How large an area can the current Zero Tail support? He was not surprised. This was within his expectations. I don't know, Koji Tadakoro admitted, shaking his head. We'll have to test it. Koji was responsible for the design and construction of Anchor, but the problem was that Anchor had been designed as a war fortress from the beginning. When the Zero Tails was used as the power source, Anchor was already that size. Naturally, it had never been possible to run smaller-scale tests. Kenichi blinked. Then how did you determine the Zero Tails could make Anchor fly? Good heavens. Did they just slap their foreheads and decide, I think it can? Was that something you could guess? Ahem. Koji looked even more embarrassed. We test it once a year. If it can fly, then it can fly. Kenichi took a slow breath and rubbed his face. There was actually a testing method like that. Thank goodness these people were not building rockets. Otherwise, they would probably build a rocket just to see if it could fly, and if it flew, then it flew, without caring what the people sitting inside thought. Bring out the conversion devices you and Zero built before, Kenichi said, taking another deep breath and forcing his temper down. You'll be my assistant later. Science had to be rigorous. Everything had to be precise. When Kenichi made thermobaric explosives, the ratios of raw materials were accurate down to the microgram. If even a tiny amount shifted, the power could change completely. He had originally planned to let Koji lead the research on flight systems, but now it was obvious Koji still had a long road ahead before he could truly stand on his own. If the teacher were here, he would have done better. But the teacher was not interested in this direction. Lately, he had been busy researching Shiori's genetic information. So there was no help coming. Okay, Koji said awkwardly, then turned and went back into the lab to gather the equipment. While Koji worked, Kenichi handed the cargo he had been carrying to Shiori, then gave her instructions. Find a safe place to store him, Kenichi said, motioning to the bag. Feed him thin porridge and small pieces of egg every day. Don't let him starve. Lord Amamiya. Shiori stared at the bag of meat in her arms, her expression unusually shaken. May I ask, how do I feed this? Kenichi fell into thought as well. Hayden's body was in that condition. How was feeding even supposed to work? If she put food into his mouth, she would have to chew it a few times for him, and even then the food would likely fall right out of the neck opening. If she used a feeding tube, Kenichi had no idea whether Hayden's body could properly maintain nutrition. If an arm or another part started rotting, that would be a real problem. How about this, Kenichi said after a moment. When it's time to feed him, stitch his head back onto his body. After he finishes eating, remove his head again, then stitch his hands and feet back together. There was only one Hayden right now. That cult had not produced any other Haydens, so Hayden remained valuable. Kenichi did not know whether being separated from the body would affect limbs and cause necrosis, but he still wanted to avoid that possibility as much as he could. You demon. Hayden exploded the moment he heard it. I will never let you get away with this. He had tested it himself. His head could still move, but his body could not move at all. The thought of living like that going forward filled him with crushing despair. Can't take it already? Kenichi sneered. Then clean up the mess yourself. To deal with a fanatic like Hayden, you had to crush his faith completely. This kind of person would not fear death. In his mind, dying simply meant continuing to serve his so-called god. Kenichi had even heard the high priest preaching that nonsense. Believe in the true God, ascend to the kingdom of God after death, endless fine food and wine, and 10,000 eternally pure beauties to serve you. Kenichi almost laughed out loud. Whether in his previous life or in this world, con artists love the same bait. You and #@ Hayden cursed viciously, but before he could continue, Kenichi shoved a rag into his mouth and gagged him. Kenichi did not enjoy being insulted. That would be an odd hobby to develop. And if he gives you trouble, Kenichi added coldly, voice dripping with contempt, tell him this. He wipes his own excrement with his hands and feet. Hayden was foul-mouthed and stubborn. The kind of stubborn that made him feel like a rock in a latrine, hard and unpleasant. If Kenichi did not force him into complete despair, Hayden was not worth communicating with at all. Okay, Shiori said, nodding without hesitation. Kenichi felt satisfied. This Uchiha subordinate was reasonable. Straightforward, yes, but easy to communicate with, honest in her work, and not prone to drama. If a more delicate, temperamental type had been asked to handle this, the lab would probably already be chaos. As Shiori carried Hayden away, Kenichi's thoughts drifted to something else, to what he and Shursui had discussed before. Counting the days, there was still time before Kenichi needed to go pick him up. He wondered how many people Shursui could gather. I hope there are more, Kenichi thought. He had already mastered the process of going from 1 tomoe to 2. But the method to reach 3 tomoe was still a problem. He needed to confirm whether only Uchiha who had awakened the Sharingan could find that strange fleshy lump in the amygdala. He had even given that lump a name. Writhing ring grains. That thing was clearly tied to the Sharingan's evolution. Kenichi just did not know whether the 3 tomoe Sharingan and the Mangekyo Sharingan were also linked to it. Either way, these experiments required huge amounts of consumables. The Uchiha were an excellent source of consumables. The people Shursui brought could not be moved casually, but Kenichi could still go back to Konoha and capture more Uchiha. Or maybe he would not even need to lift a finger. If Shursui defected, Danzo would probably act early. But Itachi had not grown up yet, and he had not experienced Shursui's death. So who would carry out the massacre? That question was genuinely interesting. At that moment, Koji returned with a pile of equipment. There were many items, but fortunately, aside from Zero, most of it could be stored in sealing scrolls, which kept things manageable. Kenichi looked at Zero. The creature was ingratiating the moment it saw him, clearly remembering him. It was not a mindless insect. "Do you have supplies in the lab?" Kenichi asked. "Yes, Lady Amamiya." Shirori answered quickly. She had not been idle while the teacher was gone. Currently, there are 3 ordinary consumables, 2 genin consumables, 1 chunin consumable, and 1 jonin consumable in the laboratory dungeon. A jonin? Kenichi was surprised. Where had the teacher kidnapped a jonin from? That was genuinely strange. But Kenichi also understood how valuable jonin were, so he did not touch that one. Instead, he told Shirori to bring up 1 ordinary person and 1 genin. Kenichi planned to test how long sustained flight could be maintained using only those 2 levels of chakra as the baseline. Shirori moved quickly. Soon she returned with a burly man and a shinobi wearing a Konoha forehead protector. Kenichi glanced at the Konoha shinobi. He did not recognize him, but the face felt vaguely familiar. The Konoha shinobi recognized Kenichi immediately. Kenichi raised an eyebrow. That face, and the Nara-style outfit. No wonder he looked familiar. Kenichi had seen Nara shinobi before while following the teacher. This was basically how they dressed. It was said younger clan members admired the clan head, imitated him, and it became a trend. The shinobi lowered his head. The moment he was captured, he understood his fate would be grim. Orochimaru was an S-rank rogue ninja. His disciple, Kenichi, was also an S-rank rogue ninja. Why master and disciple betrayed Konoha was known across the shinobi world. Human experimentation. Countless deaths. Everyone knew it. So when he was taken, he knew exactly what awaited him. Since the shinobi did not answer, Kenichi did not bother pressing further. Even if the man was from the Nara clan, Kenichi had no connection to them. They were part of the lofty Ino Shikacho circle, far removed from him. After binding both test subjects, Kenichi had Koji direct Zero to extract the ordinary man's stamina first. The extracted energy was converted successfully. It did support flight. But the assembled conversion device floated less than a centimeter off the ground. Kenichi glanced at the consumable, who already looked like he was about to die. "Looks like an ordinary person really is an ordinary person," Kenichi muttered. He stopped the process immediately. An ordinary person was useless. At best, a decoration. "Try the genin," Kenichi said. He checked the amount of chakra in the genin's body, then signaled Koji to continue the next test. As the Zero Tails extracted energy, the Nara genin's face twisted in pain. At the same time, the energy conversion device rose 1 full meter into the air and maintained a relatively stable hover. Kenichi began recording the exact chakra consumption. He needed accurate data to calculate the Zero Tails' current capacity. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Every 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 173, Chapter 173, Speculation on a Cancer Cell Chakra Autonomous Extraction Device. Chapter 173, Speculation on a Cancer Cell Chakra Autonomous Extraction Device. After sustaining the conversion device for 15 minutes, the Nara genin was nearly drained dry. Kenichi signaled for Zero Tails to stop. It looks like, at the current pace, a genin's chakra is enough to keep flight going for a while. Kenichi stared at the notes in his hand, running numbers in his head. If we want longer flight time and higher altitude, then that means. He did not finish the sentence out loud, but the conclusion was obvious. An ordinary person could not withstand the extraction at all. If ordinary people were used as fuel, then they would have to capture and imprison a large number of them just to maintain flight. The problem was, ordinary people got their stamina drained almost instantly, while one ninja could match many ordinary people on sheer output. In most cases, using captured shinobi as batteries was simply the most efficient option. If they could capture chunin or jonin, then the supply of chakra would increase drastically, and the kinetic energy they could generate would follow. The only real question now was how much chakra Zero Tails could extract and convert at one time. With that in mind, Kenichi had Shirori escort the Nara genin and the ordinary man back. He went with her, retrieved the chunin and the jonin from the lab, and prepared to test them as well. Even among jonin, not everyone had several times more chakra than a genin. But at the very least, a jonin's chakra quality was better. Kenichi wanted to see how much Zero Tails could extract and convert from that level. After that, they would test how much buoyancy the conversion capability could generate, and then determine whether the laboratory could truly be built in the air. Compared to the Nara genin, who had relatively few restraints, these 2 Konoha shinobi were in far worse condition. The Konoha jonin had it especially bad. His collarbone had been pierced, and his chakra had been sealed with a specialized technique. Kenichi did not waste words. He removed the seal, then immediately applied a different one to prevent the Jonin from mobilizing chakra on his own. Then he instructed Zero Tails to begin extracting. By this point, they were no longer inside the lab. Flight tests could not be done indoors, and the conversion device itself was large enough that assembling it inside the lab was a pain. Compared to that Genin, Kenichi murmured, sensing the chakra being pulled from the Jonin's body. The extraction is slower. The rate really was slower. Kenichi could feel the chakra loss clearly, but it did not rip out in a violent rush like it had with the Genin. The trade-off was worth it. The device shot out of the forest and surged into the sky at a frightening speed. Kenichi immediately told Koji to bring it down. So it worked. Zero Tails could achieve flight by extracting a Jonin's chakra, and the conversion device was effective. By Kenichi's rough calculations, this Jonin alone could provide a tremendous amount of energy to sustain flight. But that was only the weight of a single conversion device. What happened when they added the actual base on top? With that in mind, Kenichi brought Zero Tails and Shirori to his laboratory and began hauling out the stones he had excavated for construction. He loaded a full ton of stones onto the conversion device first. It lifted again. It flew again. And the speed did not drop. Kenichi finally felt a bit of relief. "Sasori," he called out, "come help. Let's see how long this thing can stay up." After a simple but thorough test, Kenichi confirmed the result. That Konoha Jonin could support 20 tons, reach an altitude of 500 meters, and maintain flight for 1.5 hours before he could no longer continue. By the end, the Jonin was completely exhausted, close to death. Chakra could be refined, but it was not infinite. For a ninja, running out of chakra meant death was basically guaranteed. At first, Kenichi did not understand why it was so absolute. Later, he learned the reason. To a certain extent, the physical strength of shinobi was built on chakra itself. Chakra reinforced their bodies, enhanced their functions, and pushed them beyond what ordinary people could endure. Because of that, a shinobi could not truly live without chakra. If all the chakra in their body was consumed, the heart would no longer be able to pump blood throughout the body properly. Death would not be far behind. "So, Kenichi," Sasori asked while studying the device, "what do you think we should do about this?" Sasori was included in everything now. He had seen Anchor before, so there was no need to hide anything from him. "No rush." Kenichi waved a hand. "First, we find the maximum amount of chakra Zero Tails can extract right now." A Jonin worked, but they still did not know the upper limit of Zero Tails' extraction capacity. Kenichi glanced around at the others, then decided to step in personally. To be honest, his chakra reserves could only be described as absurd. He almost never ran dry. Hashirama's cells really were an unreasonable kind of foundation. Once Kenichi gave permission, Zero Tails became visibly excited. In the next instant, Kenichi felt a foreign force attempt to pull at his chakra. What if I refuse? Kenichi tested it out. Nothing happened. It could not extract even a thread. Wah. Zero Tails twisted anxiously, wriggling left and right like a panicked pet. If it did not look like a snake, it might have passed for a nervous dog. Kenichi exhaled quietly. So as long as he did not consent, Zero Tails could not take chakra from him. Then he relented, and even actively poured his chakra into Zero Tails. The conversion device, still carrying 20 tons of stone, took off like it had been kicked into the sky. It climbed rapidly, soaring to more than 1,000 meters above the ground. Then Kenichi noticed something else. Zero Tails was starting to lose its own chakra. It even reduced the extraction frequency. Before, it had been pulling an amount comparable to a Chidori from Kenichi every second. Now, it was only pulling the equivalent of one great fireball every 5 seconds. "Kenichi, how do you feel?" Sasori asked, watching him closely. He had seen the Jonin's miserable state earlier. "I'm fine." Kenichi wrote down the data carefully. "And I've roughly estimated the current extraction limit. It's probably around the level of 2 Jonin." Kenichi could serve as a battery too, but that approach was a headache. Was he supposed to keep a shadow clone parked here forever? And if they ran into a powerful enemy, he might have to dismiss the clone to reclaim chakra immediately. If the airborne base collapsed the instant the clone disappeared, that would be beyond ridiculous. The thought alone made his stomach ache. All the expensive instruments, delicate equipment, and precious research data inside that base would be destroyed in an instant. Even now, he did not have many projects that took years of effort, but if he lost the mutant seed of sample 23, he would still go insane. For a researcher, equipment and data could be more precious than life. So they needed a real solution to the energy problem. After returning to the ground, Kenichi instructed Koji to see whether the conversion device could be improved further. He reminded Shirori again to take proper care of Haiden. Then he left with Sasori in a hurry. The aerial test base seemed feasible for now, but there were still too many problems waiting to be solved. And Kenichi was already buried in his own research. He could not afford to get stuck here. Fortunately, he had shadow clones. He could push multiple directions at once. If he could not use clones, he would probably still be stuck obsessing over rice yields. Kenichi, Sasori said while walking, should I go capture a few jonin? If we rotate them and extract their chakra in turns, that should be enough. Sasori had plenty of experience capturing people. For him, it was almost casual. No. Kenichi shook his head. Jonin have too many tricks. Humans were the most troublesome creatures. They had too many thoughts, too many hidden options, too many ways to sabotage things when cornered. If something went wrong, the losses would be enormous. What they needed was something like a true generator. A battery. Something that only produced chakra. Something that was purely chakra production and nothing else. Kenichi froze mid-step. Then his eyes lit up. Computers can be programmed, he muttered, voice rising with sudden excitement. So can a body be programmed? What if I? His mind snapped back to his earliest research results. Cancer cells. Those things could proliferate almost endlessly as long as they had enough nutrition. Powerful reproductive capacity, no real intelligence, nothing but a mass of cells multiplying according to a brutal, simple rule. If cancer cells could be programmed to refine chakra on their own, producing a steady supply for zero tails, then this would be creating a super tool. No, a tool cell. Something that never understood hardship or rest, working every day without pause to refine chakra. Of course, having the idea and making it real were two different worlds. Cancer cells could proliferate indefinitely, but teaching a lump of flesh how to refine chakra was not a simple matter. Still, if it could actually be done, then the advantages were overwhelming. Unless cancer cells somehow evolved intelligence, they would remain a mindless mass. A lump of flesh following a fixed program. With that thought burning in his head, Kenichi created several shadow clones to begin investigating whether the idea was feasible. Meanwhile, Sasori turned his attention to researching how to move Kenichi's laboratory itself. If relocation was impossible, then rebuilding it from scratch might be the only option. Back at the lab, Kenichi approached two Uchiha shinobi and smiled. How was your rest? The moment they heard his voice, both of them trembled and lowered their heads. They had tried to fight back before. They could not even beat the shadow clones. Kenichi's smile widened slightly. It was time to begin studying the 3 tomoe. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Every 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 174, Chapter 174, Uchiha Shursui in action. Chapter 174, Uchiha Shursui in action. If you ask me, we should rebel against them. The Uchiha clan can survive just fine without Konoha. Shursui sat in his seat and listened quietly to the clansmen beside him. He did not look up. He did not speak. He simply sat there in silence, eyes lowered to his feet. The Uchiha held meetings from time to time. Sometimes it was once every half-month, sometimes once every 6 months. The schedule was never consistent, but one thing always stayed the same. Once the meeting began, the discussion would inevitably drift toward the clan's relationship with the village. Some were dissatisfied. Some believed that, as one of the 2 founding clans of Konoha, never producing a Hokage was a blatant insult to the Uchiha. And once those words were spoken, arguments followed like sparks in dry grass. Sometimes it even escalated to the point where people stormed outside to settle things with their fists and their Sharingan. It's because of idiots like you who keep shouting that nonsense that the Uchiha clan is finding it harder and harder to survive, an older man snapped, disdain plain on his face. The younger man's expression darkened instantly. The debate flared up, fierce and fast, but it did not stay on the topic for long. It always devolved. It always became personal. You old fossil, how many tomoe have you even opened? That was all it took. The elder's face turned ugly. Furious, he decided it was time to teach these brats what respect meant. Shursui was not surprised in the slightest. He had known for a long time that this was what the clan had become. The Uchiha could roughly be divided into 2 factions. One side was the Hawks. They swore to fight Konoha to the end. Some of them even proposed launching a rebellion to overthrow the village's leadership. For a long time, the Hawks had been a minority. Those who had lived through real war did not want to be dragged into it again. But lately, the Hawks had been growing louder. More and more young Uchiha, hungry for influence and status, joined them. These ambitious youths wanted higher positions in the village, seats of power, elder authority, or even something higher still. The 5th Hokage. On the other side were the Doves. They advocated coexistence with Konoha. They wanted negotiation. They wanted a path where the village and the clan could stand together without one choking the other. But even saying it out loud felt like trying to hold water in your hands. Most of the doves were older Uchiha. They had seen the cruelty of war up close. They understood how difficult it was for a clan to survive after leaving a village. More than anything, they wanted to return to the past, back when the Uchiha were treated with the same respect as the Senju. Logically, with this level of internal hostility, the clan should have torn itself apart long ago. The only reason it had not was because Fugaku kept the balance. He was the weight on the scale that stopped the whole thing from tipping into blood. Brother Shursui. A childish voice interrupted the tension. Shursui looked up and saw Itachi. The boy was holding the hand of a smaller child, one Shursui recognized immediately. Sasuke, the clan head's second son. Itachi's little brother. Itachi. Sasuke. Shursui's expression softened into a small smile. You two came for the meeting too. Shursui and Itachi had always gotten along well. Itachi was gifted, and his way of thinking often aligned with Shursui's. Shursui had even imagined, once, that Itachi might become clan head one day and lead the Uchiha toward real change. No. Father won't let us attend the meeting, Itachi said, shaking his head. He was already unusually composed for his age. Only when he looked at Sasuke did his gaze soften. Shursui understood. These meetings were far too heavy for children. Even Shursui himself would not have been qualified to attend if he had not already awakened the 3 tomoe Sharingan. More importantly, this atmosphere was poison for a child's mind. It would leave marks that never faded. This must be Sasuke. Shursui smiled at the boy who clung to Itachi's side, cautious and quiet. He's adorable. Sasuke was handsome even now, with features that would only sharpen with age. The Uchiha were rarely ugly. It was almost like a cruel blessing written into their blood. Sasuke, Itachi said gently, say hello. Call him Brother Shursui. Sasuke lifted his head and looked at Shursui with timid eyes. Brother Shursui, Sasuke said in a small, childish voice. Even that simple exchange drew attention. The two Uchiha who had been arguing and nearly fighting a moment ago suddenly became far more restrained. Every Uchiha knew this much. Fugaku might look calm and easygoing, but Mikoto and his 2 sons were his soft spot. Touch that nerve, and the consequences were serious. Brother Shursui, Itachi said, smiling, Father asked me to invite you to dinner. Shursui was not surprised. He returned the smile, stood, and followed Itachi out of the council hall. Before he left, Shursui glanced back. The clansmen sat in distinct clusters, their bodies angled away from one another, their eyes sharp with distrust. There was no warmth. No kinship. Only conflict, as if they were strangers wearing the same crest. A chill crawled up Shursui's spine. He gripped his own arm tightly. For a moment, it felt like he could see it, an invisible net being drawn behind the clan, thread by thread. And somewhere in the dark, spiders named Danzo and Hiruzen Sarutobi watched with patient, predatory eyes. They were old, yes, but the Uchiha still had elders who remembered. Some had witnessed the second Hokage's era firsthand. Through them, Shursui learned what the clan's situation had been like back then. It had not been good. But it had still been livable. And now? Now they had been pushed into a corner. The positions they were given looked like power on the surface, but in truth, they felt like bait. Like a trap dressed up as responsibility. How far had the Uchiha reputation fallen in the village? Brother Shursui. Itachi asked, confused by Shursui's pause. Shursui let his hand fall and forced a small smile. It's nothing. He followed Itachi into a quieter room nearby. Fugaku was already there. A lavish meal had been prepared on the table, but Fugaku had not touched his chopsticks. He sat still, waiting, posture straight and controlled. Clan head, Shursui said respectfully. Only someone who truly understood how many holes were in the Uchiha's rotting ship could understand how heavy Fugaku's burden was. The clan had not collapsed yet, and Fugaku's presence was a major reason why. Shursui, come. Sit, Fugaku said with a chuckle, patting the table. Shursui sat down without ceremony, directly across from Fugaku. Light from the corridor cut across the room, sliding over Shursui's face, then landing on Fugaku's. Fugaku wore a gentle smile, but there was weight behind it, the kind that did not disappear no matter how calmly someone spoke. Itachi and Sasuke did not enter. After leading Shursui here, Itachi left with Sasuke and closed the door behind them. Fugaku poured Shursui a cup of tea instead of reaching for the food. Steam rose in slow curls. Shursui, Fugaku said, voice lowered, let's talk with the door closed. Just the two of us. Shursui understood immediately. Behind closed doors meant Fugaku did not want anyone else to know what would be said here. I understand, Shursui replied, his expression turning serious. Fugaku lifted his cup, took a slow sip, then set it down with care. You've been in contact with quite a few clansmen lately, Fugaku said. Is something happening? Shursui remained calm. He had never expected his actions to stay hidden from Fugaku. Fugaku was the clan head. If he wanted to know, he would find out. Shursui's goal had never been to hide from Fugaku. He wanted to hide from the venomous snake buried deep in Konoha's roots. There are things happening, Shursui admitted. But I'm sorry. I can't say. That senior colleague he had spoken with. No, not a colleague. That person's identity had kept Shursui awake for nights afterward. The conclusion always came back the same. It was extremely unlikely that the person was Uchiha. The clan's numbers were recorded. Every household, every member, every name. A dead Uchiha was dead. A missing Uchiha was missing. A rogue Uchiha was marked. None of it matched. Shursui had investigated anyway. And what he found left bitterness in his chest. The village had never trusted them. On the night the village was attacked, the Uchiha were placed under constant surveillance. Then, the next day, Shursui noticed it. The way villagers looked at them had changed. There was something cold in it. Something like hatred. Shursui wanted a path forward for the clan. If peaceful coexistence was impossible, then leaving might be the only option. I see. Fugaku's gaze did not shift as he set his cup down. He studied Shursui in silence for a moment. Fugaku knew Shursui seemed to be working with someone important in the village, but it was not Anbu. If it were Anbu, it would be a signal, a message meant for the Uchiha. There was no way Shursui would refuse to speak. Southwest, the most likely place was Root. But since Shursui did not bear the cursed tongue eradication seal, it was possible their relationship was cooperation rather than control. Did Fugaku not know about the village's attitude, or the clan's brewing fracture? If he did not know, then he would have been a failure as clan head. Fugaku had drawn his own conclusions from the village's behavior. So when Shursui began quietly contacting certain clansmen, Fugaku immediately sensed something was wrong. After his own investigation, he learned Shursui had mainly approached doves who were close to him, along with some pessimistic young Uchiha. What if I find out anyway? Fugaku asked, tone calm, eyes sharp. You can refuse to speak, but you cannot stop others from talking. Shursui met his gaze without flinching. That's something you already know, clan head. Fugaku rotated his teacup slowly in his hand, as if weighing the warmth against the cold. Did it really have to come to this? Fugaku asked quietly. His voice was calm, but his feelings were tangled and heavy. Shursui drew a deep breath. I only wanted to try, he said. Clan head, you understand the situation in the village and in the clan. If this continues... Candlelight flickered. Fugaku's shadow swayed across the wall, restless and distorted. There's a high chance of bloodshed, Shursui continued, voice low, so it's better to preserve some embers. The Uchiha were a great tree, with a massive trunk and dense branches supported by deep roots. Shursui did not want those roots, buried far beneath the ground, to hear his thoughts. Fugaku's eyes narrowed slightly. In the candlelight, the shadow behind him twisted more violently, almost like a demon dancing across the wall. Who told you all this? Fugaku asked. Or did you decide it yourself? Shursui fell silent. He did not know the other person's true identity. That person had claimed to be an ancestor, but Shursui could not accept that easily, no matter how persuasive the words sounded. A trace of sadness surfaced in Fugaku's eyes. How could a genius like Shursui be willing to trust an outsider's path more than the village itself? He pointed out a path, Shursui said at last, lifting his head. His tone was steady, serious. And I've thought about it for a long time. I believe that path is the only way to survive. Fugaku and Shursui stared at each other. The room fell into a strange silence. Slowly, the candlelight steadied. Fugaku's shadow returned to its normal shape, no longer thrashing against the wall. When the time comes, Fugaku said, voice even, you should take Itachi, Sasuke, and Makoto with you. Leave. He did not add anything else. He stood up, bracing his hands against his legs. The clan meeting was about to begin. Shursui watched him walk past, step by step. As Fugaku passed, the clan head paused for a heartbeat. He patted Shursui's shoulder once, then left the room. Shursui looked down at the untouched food. From beginning to end, he had not taken a single bite. He had only drunk tea. And somehow, it already felt like he was full. p@treon.com/fanficlord03. Every 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 175, Chapter 175, The Sharingan Experiment That Almost Got It Wrong. Chapter 175, The Sharingan Experiment That Almost Got It Wrong. The Sharingan particles in the amygdala of the second and third test subjects had increased by nearly half. At this point, the organ inside the Uchiha that drove the Sharingan's evolution had essentially been confirmed. It was those particles. Kenichi made a note in his experiment log without much emotion, then glanced to the side. An ordinary civilian lay there as well, but the brain had already been dissected. There was nothing unusual in the amygdala, no Sharingan particles at all. Even after Kenichi subjected the men to extreme emotional stimulation, there was still no abnormal change. The brain's self-protection kicked in instead, and the men fell into a coma immediately. That was enough to confirm it. The so-called Sharingan particles Kenichi had named were something unique, something tied closely to the Uchiha's Sharingan. In his theoretical deductions, even the Uchiha's obsession with evolving their eyes was likely connected to it. The only regret was that he had no Mangekyo user on hand. If he did, he could compare the brain structure of a Mangekyo Uchiha and see whether there were further abnormalities. Still, for now, studying the difference between 2 tomoe and 3 tomoe doesn't matter much. Kenichi looked at the Uchiha test subject in front of him. The man had already lost control of his bladder. Yet he still had not fainted. He remained fully conscious. Kenichi had used the same method that previously forced the second tomoe to awaken, repeating the stimulation in a perfectly mirrored experiment. This time, there was no reaction at all. The Sharingan looked like dead flesh. If Kenichi did not know what he was looking at, he would have thought he was experimenting on a normal civilian. Conventional stimulation is useless now, Kenichi muttered, scratching his head. But according to the records, the Uchiha eyes really do evolve through massive emotional shock. The third tomoe, and even the Mangekyo, it's always the same pattern. He stared at the trembling subject, then frowned. Is my threshold for stimulating Yin chakra still not high enough? Kenichi raised a hand and pressed it over the man's eyes again. A huge volume of Yin attribute chakra flooded into the Sharingan almost instantly, even spreading outward. The Uchiha who had barely calmed down began to convulse again, whole body shaking like a leaf in a storm. Even so, the amygdala showed no sign of overclocking. No surge. No shift. No evolution. Kenichi fell into a long silence. In the end, he could only pull back reluctantly and let the subject breathe. He had almost played this test piece to death, and it still gave him nothing. Then a blind spot struck him. What about me? Kenichi was Uchiha too. And he already had the 3 tomoe Sharingan. So he guided his own chakra inward and began exploring his own brain. The sensation was bizarre, like threading a needle in the dark, but he managed it. There really was something in his amygdala. A Sharingan. And compared to the particles seen in 2 tomoe users, the Sharingan particle in Kenichi's own brain was larger. That meant his guess was right. The degree of the Sharingan's evolution was linked directly to the size and development of that particle. Kenichi's eyes brightened. If he could unravel the secrets of the Mangekyo, then he could push into Mangekyo territory himself and experience the chakra firsthand. Kenichi strongly suspected it was yin-yang release chakra, and if that was true, it might even help him understand how to enter 6 paths mode. It seems not everyone in the Uchiha can awaken the 3 tomoe, Kenichi said quietly. Just like not everyone can awaken the Mangekyo. It's either talent, or it's genetics. In the end, everything circled back to genes. Could talent be quantified? That was hard. People could test IQ, but those standards were created by humans. Some people did not score high, yet still showed terrifying talent in other fields, painting, singing, dancing, basketball. Genes, though, could be observed. They could be measured. Kenichi even believed there might be a gene that affected intelligence itself. If he could identify it, perhaps mass-producing high IQ geniuses would not be a joke at all. Could it be that the Uchiha possess a special gene that sets their upper limit? Kenichi murmured, thinking out loud. Emotional shock is only the key, but the gene is the lock. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Uchiha were not all the same. If they were, then it would make no sense for some to awaken 3 tomoe and Mangekyo while others stayed stuck at 1 tomoe or 2 tomoe for their entire lives. There really is no absolute fairness in this world. Kenichi exhaled, called for supplies to come clean up the mess, then left the laboratory. There was no point continuing in this direction today. Only now did he truly understand why forcing the second tomoe earlier had not been considered some earth-shattering breakthrough. Emotional stimulation was a key. But you still needed the lock. For the Uchiha, some people had the lock, and some did not. Was that fair? Of course it was not. As expected, Kenichi muttered as he walked, some people are born in Rome, and others are born to pull the cart. He headed for Orochimaru's lab, planning to spend time there and isolate the Uchiha genes as thoroughly as possible. Find that lock, run verification experiments, and maybe then, he could produce a truly groundbreaking result. There's still a month until the time I agreed with Shursui. Kenichi glanced at the calendar and twisted his waist, loosening up. I wonder if that unlucky kid found the right people yet. When Shisui arrived, Kenichi planned to draw a vial of blood, analyze Shisui's genetics, and check whether Shisui had that strange Sharingan inside his amygdala. Kenichi had a strong feeling that the structure inside a Mangekyo user's mind would be different from everyone else. After all, the gap between 2 tomoe and 3 tomoe was already obvious. Kenichi's own brain was different from the other test subjects, so what would the brain of a Mangekyo user look like? Boom. The moment Kenichi stepped outside, a huge explosion sounded in the distance. He rubbed his temples and, for the first time, truly understood Nagato's mood. It blew up again. Kenichi's voice turned flat. How many times has this been now? Ever since Sasori was brought here, explosions had become routine. If Kenichi had not set up a soundproof barrier in advance, Konoha would have noticed long ago. Even with it, the barrier likely would not survive forever at this rate. Kenichi looked at the smoke and dust and sighed. He did not go over. Sasori's research path was different from his own, and Kenichi would not be much help by hovering nearby. Right now, Sasori was focused on converting Tailed Beast chakra into usable energy. He was using the 9 Tails chakra he had obtained from Kenichi. Originally, Kenichi had intended to sponsor it. He had not studied the 9 Tails chakra in depth, so handing it over for research was fine. But Sasori insisted on buying it. He offered 200 million yen on the spot. Kenichi agreed immediately. 200 million. That was enough to buy several Asumas. I really hope Sasori succeeds, Kenichi muttered, watching the smoke drift. Otherwise, I feel like this hill will be turned into a basin sooner or later. The land of rice fields did not have a dedicated environmental restoration ninja team. If the damage got bad, they would probably be the ones repairing what they destroyed. Every shinobi village had an environmental restoration unit. Those ninjas specialized in restoring terrain, filling craters, rebuilding lakes, repairing bombed land, all the boring but necessary work. Even then, if the destruction was too severe, it became far less effective. The natural environment still mattered. Restoring lakes in desert regions, for example, was a nightmare. Otherwise, given the scale of shinobi battles, the entire world would have been wiped clean in less than 10 years. Kenichi followed the familiar route to Orochimaru's lab. As he arrived, he saw a blonde girl standing there, doing facial recognition. He recognized him instantly. It was Orochimaru. "Teacher, you're back." Kenichi walked over, genuinely relieved. With Orochimaru around, everything felt more stable. "Yeah," Orochimaru replied, turning his head. "I went out on a mission a few days ago." "What was that explosion just now?" Kenichi paused. It had been a while since he had seen Orochimaru, and Orochimaru looked like he had changed again. Then Kenichi noticed the outfit and could not help thinking that it might be time for Orochimaru to change clothes, since the set probably would not work much longer. The chest area already looked like it was losing the battle. What surprised Kenichi most was that Orochimaru returned like this at all. Usually, Orochimaru would simply discard the disguise and show his real form, but today he did not seem to care. "That was Sasori," Kenichi said smoothly. He knew exactly what mattered most when explaining things to Orochimaru. He's here because he wants to fund the aerial laboratory. Sure enough, the moment Orochimaru heard the word fund, his expression softened. "All right," Orochimaru said, sounding almost cheerful. "I'll reinforce the soundproofing later. Let him bomb as much as he wants." p@treon.com/fanficlord03. Every 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 176, Chapter 176, even subtle changes in the soul can have a profound impact, right, teacher? Chapter 176, even subtle changes in the soul can have a profound impact, right, teacher? So, Orochimaru asked, why did you suddenly come here to do gene labeling and comparison work? He stood behind Kenichi in a white lab coat and indoor shoes, a cup of hot tea in hand. The heat and steam drifted close, brushing the back of Kenichi's neck. Kenichi's shoulders tensed on reflex. He shifted his chair forward a little, putting a safer distance between them. Ahem. I have an idea, Kenichi said with an awkward smile, but it needs a lot of data to support it. What are you dodging for? Orochimaru leaned in, set the cup down, then gripped the back of Kenichi's chair with both hands, peering at the screen with open curiosity. A clean scent followed, shampoo and soap, the kind that made the sterile lab air feel almost out of place. Teacher, you misunderstood, Kenichi said quickly, keeping his eyes on the monitor. I'm just trying to stay focused while I compare genetic data. He did not dare turn his head. Orochimaru was too close, close enough that one careless movement would put them face to face, and Kenichi had no interest in testing how long his nerves could endure that kind of pressure. Orochimaru did not seem to care about Kenichi's discomfort. By the way, I sent Anko on a mission. Remember to look after her when you have time. What mission? Kenichi asked, genuinely curious. He had brought Anko back to do errands, but once Orochimaru saw her, he took her away. Kenichi had no idea what Anko had been doing lately. Bounty missions, Orochimaru replied casually. She has nothing better to do. Missions will help her build funds and gain practical experience. As he spoke, Orochimaru leaned down and tapped the computer screen, pointing out a spot Kenichi had failed to label. Kenichi corrected it immediately. He really had been careless, though the main reason was painfully obvious. Doing precise work with Orochimaru looming behind him felt like trying to perform surgery while a snake watched your hands. Teacher, Kenichi said with a helpless sigh, if you do not tell me where she is, how am I supposed to help even if I want to? There were no phones in the shinobi world. No calls, no messages, no convenient way to check on someone unless you physically went looking. Orochimaru thought for a moment. She should be in the land of Earth right now. Kenichi raised an eyebrow. The land of Earth was far. He had assumed Orochimaru might try to push Anko into the Akatsuki, but that would be suicide at her current level. This arrangement made more sense. It was just a pity that the unlucky girl seemed to have feelings for Sasori, while Sasori either did not reciprocate or simply did not understand what those feelings meant. The shinobi world had no shortage of people like that, and some pairings were frustrating enough to make you want to bang your head against the lab table. Are you studying Uchiha genes? Orochimaru asked after watching for a while. Kenichi nodded. He had thrown himself completely into researching the Sharingan. To identify genetic differences between the Uchiha and ordinary people, he had no choice but to intensify the comparison work. Without computers, he would have needed dozens of shadow clones just to keep the workload from crushing him. Even with computers, it was still brutal. His eyes ached from staring too long, and he could not afford to drift for even a moment. One missed detail could be the exact piece of genetic information he needed. There was an old story in the scientific world, a warning carved into every researcher's nerves. The earliest asphalt drip experiment, meant to prove whether asphalt was a solid or a liquid, had missed its first drop because the scientist was not present. It became a lifelong regret. That was why long-term experiments used recording devices now. Not because people loved machines, but because humans were unreliable at the worst possible times. I already studied and analyzed a batch of Uchiha genes before, Orochimaru said. I saved that data here. Kenichi froze for a beat, then hurriedly pulled up Orochimaru's file and ran a repeat comparison. Half the sequences he had been grinding through were the same ones Orochimaru had already processed. Kenichi did not know whether to laugh or cry. At least it saved him a huge amount of time. Teacher, Kenichi asked, shifting to another window, what have you been researching lately? Nothing special, Orochimaru said, his eyes flicking away for the briefest instant. Didn't you mention the concept of a telephone before? I've been studying that recently. Kenichi nodded, understanding immediately. Orochimaru was dodging. That meant he was working on something he did not plan to share yet, so he tossed Kenichi a harmless answer instead. Kenichi did not press. Orochimaru's expression, however, was faintly complicated. When had it started? He had discovered that his reanimation jutsu had a troublesome flaw, something tied to the soul. He had sent the original owner's soul to the Pure Land, and his own soul had taken control of the body successfully. The damage to his soul was healing over time, but during that self-repair process, something unwanted had mixed in. He did not notice at first. Only later, when some of his movements began to change, movements that looked natural on the surface but felt subtly wrong, did he realize something was off. After investigating, he found the cause. When he performed the reanimation jutsu, his body had hidden injuries from Jiraiya and the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. He had acted in a hurry. As a result, the soul of the girl named Yuki had not been completely cleansed. Tiny fragments remained. During his soul's later self-repair, those fragments were absorbed without him realizing it. That left Orochimaru in an awkward situation. There had been subtle changes in his soul. Worse, those fragments carried stubborn traces of bodily memory, strange habits that clung like burrs. Orochimaru was furious when he confirmed it, but after fighting Jiraiya once, he noticed another problem. This new identity changed how others reacted to him. Jiraiya, that fool, had been hesitant and awkward in ways he never used to be. And in battle, a body that looked weaker could make enemy shinobi careless. Since this body was highly compatible with him, Orochimaru did not care too much. From time to time, it was only natural that faintly feminine traits surfaced. Still, it was not ideal. This change in my soul is causing issues, Orochimaru thought, watching Kenichi's stiff posture. I need to find a solution. Then another thought slipped in, uninvited. And why did I just feel a strange sense of amusement? Teasing his disciple was, oddly entertaining. No wonder Tsunade enjoyed messing with people's composure. With telephones, communication will be much easier in the future, Kenichi said, sounding genuinely excited as he returned to his work. The invention of the telephone had been revolutionary in any world. It made distance feel smaller. In the past, once people left their homeland, returning was hard. Contacting family was even harder. That was why people from the same hometown used to tear up when they met. A telephone made staying connected simple. In the shinobi world, the value would be even greater. On one side, it created a direct channel of communication between different villages. On the other, it made contact between people faster and more reliable. Of course, knowing shinobi, it was hard to say they would not invent something ridiculous alongside it. Something like telephone eavesdropping jutsu did not sound impossible. This was the same world that would eventually produce sexy jutsu and even harem sexy jutsu, techniques that somehow mattered during a fight against Kaguya. Reality here had always been flexible when it wanted to be. That's true, Orochimaru said, agreeing. But it's not certain we'll be able to connect a telephone line to a hidden laboratory like this. Teacher, Kenichi said, thinking of something else, Konoha has radios, right? I've seen shinobi using headsets. Yes. Orochimaru looked at him with interest. Why? Do you think it's possible to study radio waves, find a stable frequency band, and use electromagnetic waves to maintain fixed contact with someone? Kenichi asked. And for distance, could we solve it by building relay stations? p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Every 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 177, Chapter 177, Tsunade is actually a humanoid causal weapon of the shinobi world. Chapter 177, Tsunade is actually a humanoid causal weapon of the shinobi world. Kenichi watched Orochimaru sink into thought and let a small smile tug at his lips. If his teacher was willing to entertain the idea, then the day the shinobi world gained telephones, and even mobile phones, might not be that far off. To be honest, this world already had radios. Compared to that, telephones and cell phones were not some impossible fantasy. If anything, Kenichi found it stranger that they still did not exist. What you said is interesting, Orochimaru said at last. When I have time, I'll look into it. He clearly understood what Kenichi was getting at, and he had to admit that if it could be realized, the result would be genuinely useful. Still, Orochimaru had no intention of shifting his main focus right now. His current project was moving quickly, and it might produce results soon. He did not plan to split his attention until then. Kenichi did not expect instant success anyway. Orochimaru was brilliant, but not the kind of monster who could casually pull a complete communications revolution out of thin air in a day. If he could, Kenichi would start wondering whether his teacher also had some kind of system hidden up his sleeve. After chatting for a few minutes, Kenichi returned to the long, mind-numbing comparison work. It was boring. It was repetitive. It was the kind of task that made time feel thick and sticky. But he had no choice. The thing he wanted was buried somewhere inside these sequences, and he needed to dig it out with his own hands. The worst part was that even Kenichi did not know for sure whether he would find it. He was not even fully certain the thing existed at all. But the probability is close to 70%, Kenichi muttered to himself, staring at the screen. That's high enough to gamble on. The thought made him pause. Speaking of gambling. Kenichi blinked, remembering something. Tsunade has that gambler's curse. She always loses, and when she wins, someone connected to her ends up dead. In a way, that sounded like a weapon built on causality. Kenichi's gaze sharpened as his mind started running. If I make a bet with Tsunade, he thought, about whether I can find the Sharingan gene information in the Uchiha, and she bets that I'll lose, then with that level of causality. He fell into deep thought. Tsunade's constant losses were not the normal kind of bad luck. Anyone with even a little knowledge of gambling understood that the house always won. Even when the house lost occasionally, it was often bait, a way to keep gamblers chasing hope. And the house had countless tricks. Some dealers were trained so well that they could cheat right in front of you without you noticing. For an ordinary gambler, winning was usually just part of the house's plan. But Tsunade was different. She was one of Konoha's legendary Sannin. Her strength was no joke. If someone tried to cheat her, they would need to seriously consider whether they could survive the consequences. So when Tsunade gambled, it was often truly about luck. And even then, she always lost. In her entire life, she had only won a handful of times, and every win was followed by something severe. The third Hokage died in battle. Jiraiya died in battle. From the perspective of the Naruto world, Tsunade was practically a walking glitch in reality. The most likely explanation, Kenichi murmured, grabbing a pen and writing it down, is that Tsunade will lose any bet she participates in unless someone close to her dies. That death corrects her luck at the cost of their life. It sounded absurd. It sounded far-fetched. But gambling was probability, and probability under fair conditions had rules. If fairness could be guaranteed, then some outcomes were so unlikely that they were effectively impossible. Kenichi tapped the paper with his pen, thinking hard. He had considered Tsunade's law before. If he calculated it properly, the chance of someone losing continuously in fair gambling for that long was infinitely close to zero. Once you counted how many times Tsunade had gambled, the probability of always losing might as well be zero. No one could be unlucky forever. Whether it was lottery tickets or slot machines, even the worst luck would stumble into a small win eventually. Even scammers running pig butchering schemes knew to let their victims win at first. But Tsunade still could not win. It was as if someone had set the probability of Tsunade winning to zero, and only the death of another person could allow one exception. So is this real? Kenichi wondered. If it is it a curse, or some twisted tradition? Verifying it was simple in theory. Find Tsunade. Propose an outrageous bet. If Kenichi succeeded, it would suggest Tsunade truly was a human-shaped bug. If he failed, it would prove his idea was wrong. But he could not gamble on the Sharingan gene. That was almost guaranteed to exist. The problem was not existence, it was the hassle of locating it. Kenichi shook his head at the monitor. That won't work. He was confident he would find it eventually. He had already proven what he could and run experiments, and the 2 Uchiha test subjects still could not reach 3 tomoe through emotional stimulation. That supported his conclusion. The Uchiha were not all equal in talent. Some were gifted enough to reach Mangekyo. Others spent their entire lives stuck at 1 tomoe or 2 tomoe. He had confirmed that from the 2 Uchiha test subjects. Their parents were close to retirement age and still only had 2 tomoe. So he needed a different bet. Something that was theoretically difficult enough that failure would mean nothing, but success would be shocking. Tsunade ne-chan, Kenichi muttered with a faint grin, whether I can find a way to fuse chakra and explosives depends on you. He planned to use that as the wager. He had left a shadow clone in charge of that experiment, and progress had been almost non-existent. If it suddenly succeeded, his conjecture would gain real weight. He could test it further with a few more bets after that. So I'll have to trouble you, Kenichi said, looking at his shadow clone. The clone stared back with dead eyes. You idiot. Just admit you want to slack off. Kenichi coughed twice. Ahem. My main concern is that sending a clone might not be enough to verify it properly. The clone looked even more unimpressed. They were all him. There was no point pretending. Kenichi ignored the look and focused on the real reason. His goal was to verify the conjecture. If it was true, he would seize the loophole and exploit it until it bled dry. With that decided, Kenichi finally escaped the tedious genetic identification work and went to ask Orochimaru about Tsunade. To his surprise, Orochimaru actually had an answer. Tsunade. Orochimaru said, lounging on the sofa as if the lab was his personal living room. I saw her on a mission not long ago. She was at a casino in Yusen Town, in the Land of Water. Where she is now, I don't know. All right. Thank you, teacher. Kenichi nodded. The Land of Water was far, but Kenichi did not plan to chase her all the way there. Tsunade's reputation was too loud. She could not stay in the Land of Water for long, especially with the blood mist turmoil. She would leave sooner or later. If Kenichi went to the dock closest to the Land of Water, chances were he would run into her on the way out. Kenichi glanced at Orochimaru again. His teacher was curled up on the sofa, looking almost harmless for once. Almost. Kenichi shook his head hard, as if trying to fling the thought away. Wake up. That is Orochimaru. That night, Kenichi fled the experimental base, boarded a hot air balloon, and rose into the sky. When time mattered, air travel was simply faster. Still, trouble followed him even into the clouds. As the balloon lifted off, Kenichi saw Sasori. Sasori saw him too. Sasori even waved enthusiastically. Then Sasori's giant puppet exploded. The blast threw Kenichi a long distance through the air. He managed to stabilize himself, but if he had lost control for even a moment, he would have been discovered by Konoha shinobi before he even reached the Land of Fire. As the balloon continued forward, Kenichi frowned thoughtfully. Hot air balloons are convenient, but the load capacity is still an issue. Keeping an experimental base in the air all day isn't realistic once it's up there. Maybe an airship would be better in the future. He used chakra to create a gentle wind and pushed the balloon toward the Land of Waves. The Land of Water was an island nation far from the mainland, with a strong geographic advantage. In theory, it should have been thriving. But the blood mist policies had kept it unstable for too long. Tsunade could not remain in a chaotic place like that for long. Kenichi judged she would leave soon. The most likely destination was the Land of Waves. The Land of Waves was small, and while it was not especially close to the Land of Fire, it was not absurdly far either. Tsunade also could not go back to the Land of Fire, not with her current wandering habits. Other ports were farther, some even in the land of lightning. So the land of waves felt like the most reasonable option. Even if she was not there, it did not matter. Kenichi could keep searching. Tsunade was easy to track down. Walk into a casino. Ask if anyone had seen the big fat sheep. The only person famous for losing non-stop and still living to tell the tale was Tsunade. Kenichi could not help wondering how she paid off her debts. Did she still have access to Senju savings? That did not add up. There was no clear mention of a Senju legacy, and the clan had faded into obscurity. If they still existed, why had Kenichi never seen a Senju compound in Konoha? If they did not exist, why were there still shinobi in Konoha related to Senju blood? Nothing about the Senju's current state was explained clearly, so Kenichi could not confirm the truth. Moving fast, the balloon soon reached the skies above the land of waves. Kenichi used fire release to burn the balloon, then jumped. The ground rushed up toward him, but Kenichi remained calm. As he neared the surface, he formed hand seals and used wind release, great breakthrough to cushion the impact, landing smoothly. The land of waves looked the same as ever. Quiet. Small. Peaceful. There were no famous figures here, or if there were, they were insignificant in Kenichi's eyes. Compared to a wealthy merchant from the land of fire, the so-called big names of this place felt like nothing. Gato's influence had not spread here yet. The people lived in relative harmony. Even so, casinos still existed. Kenichi pushed open the door and stepped inside. At a table near the center, a young girl slammed her palm down excitedly. Big, big, big. I want big. She looked young, but Kenichi's eyes immediately found the girl beside her, the one holding a pig. Tsunade. I'm really lucky, Kenichi thought, a smile forming. He had not expected to find her this quickly. All he could say was that this time, his luck was actually decent. He moved closer. Tsunade did not look at him, but Kenichi knew she had noticed the instant he entered. She was Tsunade. If she lacked that level of awareness, she might as well be raising pigs for a living. Kenichi did not intend to disturb them. He simply watched from behind, curious. The game Tsunade was playing was simple. A single die. 1 through 6. 6 was the biggest. 1 was the smallest. Kenichi's gaze slid to the dealer. In a game like this, the dealer had an absolute advantage. She was the one rolling the die. Kenichi could tell immediately that she had tricks. She could control the result with precision. That should have been routine for a veteran dealer. Yet Kenichi noticed something else. She was sweating. Kenichi watched more closely, confused. What's going on? There were no formidable gamblers at this table. Except Tsunade. But Tsunade was disguised. The other should not have recognized her at all. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Every 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter.